Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 4197 to Chapter 4285. Hearing the skinny cultivator's words, Lin Feng's interest was piqued. Vast Heaven territory had a long history, but now it had declined. However, this faction, their ancestors were once glorious. There might be some treasures left behind. What's your name? Lin Feng asked the skinny cultivator. Young master, my name is Lu Tianlin. The skinny cultivator quickly replied. All right. I can promise you that if you bring me to Vast Heaven Mysterious Realm, I'll spare your life. Lin Feng said. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Lu Tianlin hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Lin Feng said. Fellow Taoist Wang. You guys clean up the battlefield. 3-headed viper and 2 evil spirits will follow me to Vast Heaven Mysterious Realm. Yes. Everyone replied. Please follow me, young master. Lu Tianlin said as he walked towards the depths of the ancient city. Could it be that the Vast Heaven Mysterious Realm is inside? Lin Feng asked. No. The Vast Heaven Mysterious Realm is in a parallel space. We need to use a teleportation array to jump into that parallel space. Now, I'll bring you to the teleportation array. Lu Tianlin said. Lin Feng nodded and followed behind Lu Tianlin. They came to a huge mansion. According to Lu Tianlin, this was the mansion of the Lu clan. However, the clan had been passed down to his generation, and there weren't many people left. There weren't many people in this huge mansion. Lin Feng saw some servants, but they didn't dare to come out. In a courtyard deep in the mansion, there was a small teleportation array that could teleport about 10 people at the same time. Compared to the large teleportation arrays that could teleport tens of thousands of people, this one was too small. This teleportation array was the one to enter the Vast Heaven Mysterious Realm. Young master, please enter the teleportation array. Lu Tianlin said. Lin Feng nodded and entered the teleportation portal. The 3rd evil spirit and the 4th evil spirit also entered the teleportation portal. The 3-headed viper's body shrunk to a length of 3 meters and entered the teleportation array. Lu Tianlin activated the teleportation array and entered it himself. After the teleportation array was activated, a powerful space-time force swept over. That powerful space-time power directly teleported Lin Feng and the rest out. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng found himself in another world. This was a valley. The surroundings were filled with the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. It was full of vitality. But soon, the white fog began to churn. It blotted out the sky and covered the sun. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. At this time, Lu Tianlin quickly disappeared under the cover of the fog. Seeing Lu Tianlin disappear, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He wanted to make Lu Tianlin stay, but it was too late. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng, you are now trapped in the formation. Have you decided how you want to die? Right at this moment, a series of loud laughter could be heard. A total of 4 cultivators appeared outside the valley. Including Lu Tianlin, there were a total of 5 people. The 4 who appeared outside the valley had extraordinary cultivation bases. They were all sovereigns. Did you guys set up a trap to lure me in? Or did Lu Tianlin do it on the spur of the moment? Lin Feng asked indifferently. Lu Tianlin sneered. Of course we did it on purpose. The killing formation here is incomparably terrifying. It's more than enough to make you die a tragic death. Lin Feng, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too confident. Surprisingly, you didn't guard against me at all. You're a lucky person. If we kill you, we'll absorb your luck and then we'll have a meteoric rise. Lin Feng said indifferently. Your plan is pretty good, but with just a few small fries like you, I'm afraid you won't be able to pose any threat to me. If I want to deal with you, it will be as easy as crushing an ant. One of the sovereigns sneered. Lin Feng, aren't you a little too arrogant? The killing formation here can trap even loose immortals. If they aren't careful, they will die under the formation's attack. Do you think you are more powerful than loose immortals? What a joke. Just because you have some ability, you don't know your surname. I've seen too many people like you, and people like you usually don't have a good ending. Oh? Don't have a good ending? I hope you still think so later. Lin Feng said indifferently. Activate the formation, the sovereign sneered. Then, the three sovereigns and Lu Tianlin activated the formation together. Waves of destructive energy waves were emitted from the array. The energy waves were extremely terrifying. To be able to release such powerful energy waves, it was unimaginable how powerful the formation was. Previously, the sovereigns had said that the formation here could trap and kill loose immortals. It wasn't completely impossible. The formation here was indeed a little too terrifying. However, Lin Feng's expression was incomparably cold. Lin Feng was an expert in deployment spells. The deployment spells here could trap independent celestial cultivators. However, it might not be effective against him. Lin Feng was still very confident about this. After the formation was activated, Lin Feng waved his hand. Powerful magical energy wrapped around the two subimmortals and the three-headed viper. Lin Feng led them through the formation. Rumble, 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 attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth came crashing down. The power of each attack was unimaginable. However, those powerful attacks couldn't touch Lin Feng. Lin Feng had already seen through the formation's trajectory. Of course, he could easily dodge those attacks. How is this possible? When the three sovereigns and Lu Tianlin saw this scene, their expressions couldn't help but become extremely ugly. They originally thought that they could rely on the formation's power to successfully kill Lin Feng and the rest. However, who would have thought that the formation couldn't cause any harm to Lin Feng and the rest? If Lin Feng and the rest rushed out of the formation, it would be troublesome. Everyone was very clear about this. Therefore, they continued to activate the formation. However, no matter how powerful the formation was, it couldn't hurt Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng rushed out of the formation with the two subimmortals and the three-headed viper. Hurry up and run. The three sovereigns and Lu Tianlin's faces were as pale as paper. Now that Lin Feng and the rest rushed out, the four of them felt as if the god of death was about to descend. Lin Feng said coldly, capture Lu Tianlin and kill the other three. Two subimmortals and a three-headed viper were not something the three emperors and Lu Tianlin could contend against. Soon, the three emperors were killed. Lu Tianlin, on the other hand, was captured. After being captured, Lu Tianlin's face was as pale as a sheet. He originally wanted to scheme against Lin Feng. But who would have thought that his scheme would fail? Now, he was in Lin Feng's hands. He did not know how miserable his fate would be. Thinking about it, Lu Tianlin felt a chill run down his spine. Spare me. Spare me. Lu Tianlin directly knelt on the ground, his body trembling in fear. He looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of pleading. Didn't you say that there is a great opportunity in the firmament mysterious realm? This should be the firmament mysterious realm, right? Where is the great opportunity here? Lin Feng said indifferently. Although Lu Tianlin was scared to death, he knew that he was still useful. So, this was the condition he negotiated with Lin Feng. Lu Tianlin said, if you promise not to kill me, I will naturally tell you. Okay, I won't kill you. Now, bring me to that place. Lin Feng said indifferently. Hearing this, Lu Tianlin was delighted and said, please follow me, young master. Lu Tianlin did not dare to play any tricks now, so he obediently led the way in front. Under Lu Tianlin's lead, Lin Feng and the rest came to a place deep in the firmament mysterious realm. In the depths of the firmament mysterious realm, there was a huge canyon. In the canyon, white fog lingered. Young master, there is a soul-nurturing pool inside. Rumor has it that it is a sacred place to cultivate the soul. However, it is densely covered with restrictions and we can't pass through. Young master is proficient in formations, you can definitely enter the soul-nurturing pool to cultivate. Lu Tianlin said. Soul-nurturing pool? There is such a place? Lin Feng's face could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Then, his heart surged with joy. Now, Lin Feng's soul level was stuck in the subimmortal realm, unable to break through. It was too difficult for the soul to break through to the immortal realm. Therefore, Lin Feng had been waiting for the arrival of an opportunity, and in Lin Feng's opinion, this soul-cultivating pool was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Good. 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 This is indeed a great opportunity. Lin Feng smiled. Young master, can I leave now? Lu Tianlin said with a smile. Lin Feng waved his hand. Puff, the third evil spirit attacked with lightning speed, its sharp claws piercing through Lu Tianlin's chest. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? Why do you still want to kill me? Lu Tianlin looked at Lin Feng with fear in his eyes. I did say that I wouldn't kill you, but I didn't say that no one else could kill you. Lin Feng replied indifferently. You schemed against me. Lu Tianlin looked at Lin Feng with resentment. Lin Feng said disdainfully, is an ant like you worthy of being schemed against by me? It's ridiculous. I spared your life the first time, but you set a trap. Now that you've ended up like this, you only have yourself to blame. I can't accept this. I don't want to die. Lu Tianlin screamed in horror. He wanted to live. He did not want to die. However, Lu Tianlin's fate had long been decided. No one could save him. Very soon. Lu Tianlin's flesh and soul were devoured by the third evil spirit. Then, Lin Feng walked in, the two evil spirits and the three-headed viper followed closely behind. The restrictions here were indeed very powerful. If a subimmortal cultivator barged in, it was very likely that he would die. Even a rogue immortal cultivator might die here if he was not careful. Only a person like Lin Feng, who was proficient in array formations, could pass through the restrictions here carefully. As time passed, the power of the array formation here decreased day by day. But even though its power has decreased greatly, the array formation here is still so powerful. It's hard to imagine how terrifying the array formation here was at its peak. Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. He was extremely shocked in his heart. Under his lead, the few of them quickly passed through the array formation and arrived at the depths of the canyon. He saw a pool. That pool must be the soul cultivation pool. The soul cultivation pool was oval in shape. It was about 50 meters long. It was about 70 to 80 meters long. The soul cultivation pool was not particularly big, but it was not small either. There was a special energy in the soul cultivation pool. You guys guard here for me. Lin Feng said. Yes. Young master. The two subimmortals and the three-headed viper replied. Lin Feng then flew to the middle of the soul cultivation pool. Then, he entered the water. He began to activate the devouring black hole. When the devouring black hole was activated, instantly, the powerful devouring power continuously absorbed the special energy in the soul cultivation pool. That special energy was quickly absorbed by Lin Feng's body. The immemorial dragonesque elephant art broke down that special energy into pure energy that his body could absorb. As a large amount of pure energy was absorbed, Lin Feng felt that his soul power began to grow. That pure energy was indeed a great supplement to the soul. It could allow Lin Feng's soul power to quickly increase. After sensing his own situation, Lin Feng could not help but smile. As time passed, Lin Feng's soul power became stronger and stronger. Finally, Lin Feng's soul power reached the peak of the subimmortal realm. If he broke through again, it would be the soul power of an itinerant immortal. However, Lin Feng felt that there seemed to be an invisible barrier blocking his breakthrough. Unless he could break through that barrier, his soul would be able to break through to the itinerant immortal realm. Lin Feng knew that he needed to store that special energy. Store it until it was strong enough. Only then could he try to break through. Lin Feng continued to absorb the energy accumulated in the soul cultivation pool. After the energy was absorbed by Lin Feng, it was broken down into the purest energy by the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. The pure energy was all stored in Lin Feng's body. Until Lin Feng could no longer absorb that special energy. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Would he be able to break through the barrier of the itinerant immortal realm? Lin Feng was also a little nervous. Rumble, 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 an earth-shattering sound came from Lin Feng's body as the majestic energy flowed through his limbs and bones. Finally, the energy all gathered in Lin Feng's mind. The energy was incomparably powerful as it attacked the barrier of the itinerant immortal realm again and again. After dozens of attempts, he did not succeed. However, Lin Feng did not give up. Under Lin Feng's control, the pure energy attacked the barrier of the itinerant immortal realm 136 times. Finally, kacha-kacha sounds could be heard. This was the sound of porcelain cracking. When this sound was heard, Lin Feng immediately felt that the soul power in his mind began to grow crazily. Ha 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 ha, breakthrough, finally breakthrough, my soul realm has finally broken through to the loose immortal realm. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. That majestic energy attacked the realm barrier again and again, finally helping Lin Feng to complete the final breakthrough. As for that energy, it was converted into pure soul energy. Lin Feng's soul power was not only increasing crazily, it was also constantly transforming. This was a transformation from a low-level soul power to a high-level soul power. Lin Feng was still cultivating. He was still waiting for his soul to complete the final transformation. Perhaps it would take some time. 6 hours later, Lin Feng's soul finally completed the transformation. His soul realm stopped at the first layer of the loose immortal realm. Although it was only the first layer of the loose immortal realm, Lin Feng was already extremely satisfied. The most difficult part of a realm breakthrough was the breakthrough of a large realm. As long as a large realm breakthrough, it was much easier to raise one's cultivation by a small level. Now Lin Feng had completed the breakthrough. Lin Feng believed that as time passed, his soul power would definitely continue to increase. Lin Feng opened his eyes. The special energy in the soul cultivating pond was completely absorbed by him. But now Lin Feng discovered that the special energy had actually appeared again, which made him extremely shocked. He had just finished absorbing it and it appeared again so quickly? Although the amount of that energy produced was very small, but it was still produced in an extremely short period of time. Lin Feng felt that things were not so simple. His gaze looked towards the bottom of the soul cultivating pond. I wonder what's under the soul cultivating pond. Lin Feng planned to explore the bottom of the soul cultivating pond. He swam downwards. The soul cultivating pond was very deep. Lin Feng dived downwards. After diving for about a kilometer, Lin Feng actually felt a powerful magnetic field, which made him extremely shocked. There wouldn't be an expert's corpse down there, right? Generally, only those extremely powerful cultivators would form a magnetic field after they died. That was why Lin Feng had such a conjecture. Of course, this was only Lin Feng's conjecture. As for the specific situation down there, he would only know when he reached the bottom. Lin Feng continued to swim downwards. After diving for another kilometer, Lin Feng finally reached the bottom of the soul cultivating pond. This soul cultivating pond was actually 2 kilometers deep. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel that it was inconceivable. He searched the bottom of the soul cultivating pond. After searching carefully, Lin Feng didn't find any expert's corpse. That is. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes abruptly focused. He saw something. Most of that thing had sunk into the soil. Lin Feng swam towards that thing. He came to the side of the object and pulled it out of the soil. It looked very strange. Lin Feng had the impression it was a frying pan. This made him couldn't help but roll his eyes. He thought that this was a supreme treasure. Who would have thought that it was just a frying pan? Wasn't this too much of a scam? However, Lin Feng soon discovered that something was wrong. This was because he felt a trace of special energy from this frying pan. This special energy was the special energy that Lin Feng had absorbed before. Could it be, this frying pan was actually the thing that produced this special energy? This conjecture shocked Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng felt that this conjecture, it was very likely to be true. This feeling was incomparably strong. Lin Feng tried to use his magic power to refine this frying pan, but he failed. Magic power couldn't refine this thing. Next, Lin Feng tried to use a drop of blood to refine it. However, what surprised Lin Feng was that this thing actually didn't absorb his blood. It was extremely strange. Extremely strange. Demon Lord, do you think this thing is a treasure? Lin Feng asked. If it was a treasure, logically speaking, even if he couldn't use magic power to refine it, he should be able to use a drop of blood to recognize it as his master, right? Even if he couldn't use a drop of blood to recognize it as his master, it should also be able to absorb that drop of blood, right? However, this thing couldn't even absorb blood. This was the main reason why Lin Feng felt that this thing was strange. The demon lord sat on the lonely grave in the demon bead. He raised his head and saw the frying pan in Lin Feng's hand through the distance of space. The demon lord frowned slightly and pondered. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. He said, "Could it be that thing?" "What thing?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "Soul Gatherer," the demon lord said. "Soul Gatherer? What is that?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. He had heard of many treasures, but he had never heard of a treasure like the Soul Gatherer. It is said that it can gather the soul scattered between heaven and earth. If one grasps the 6 paths of reincarnation, they can even be reincarnated. The demon lord said. "What? There is such a thing in this world? Doesn't that mean that you have grasped the Soul Gatherer? That it can revive the dead?" Lin Feng said in shock. If that was really the case, the value of the Soul Gatherer would be unimaginable. The demon lord said, "If the rumors are true, then it is naturally an immeasurable treasure. However, rumor has it that the Soul Gatherer is very mysterious. No one has grasped the specific method of using it. Therefore, if one doesn't grasp the method of using the Soul Gatherer, they naturally won't be able to display the powerful effects of the Soul Gatherer. The ability to bring people back from the dead will become empty talk." Lin Feng looked at the Soul Gatherer in his hand with a bewildered expression. Although Lin Feng didn't know how to activate the Soul Gatherer, since there was such a treasure in this world. Then there must be a way to activate this treasure. How to activate this treasure? He needed to wait and see if he could find a way to activate the Soul Gatherer in the future. Lin Feng thought. Perhaps he needed an opportunity. One day, when he truly refined the Soul Gatherer. Or, when he could create a special method of communication with the Soul Gatherer. Only then would he be able to activate the Soul Gatherer. Lin Feng took a deep breath and stored the Soul Gatherer into the time-space. Lin Feng had plenty of time to study the Soul Gatherer. Lin Feng naturally hoped that one day in the future, he would be able to activate the Soul Gatherer. Even if the chances were small, Lin Feng wanted to try. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that for something like the Soul Gatherer, even if he could activate it, it should be quite difficult to gather the remnant souls of dead cultivators scattered between heaven and earth. Another point was that not all dead cultivators had remnant souls scattered between heaven and earth. Many people died with their souls scattered. This kind of cultivator didn't have any remnant souls scattered between heaven and earth. Therefore, even if the Soul Gatherer could really gather the remnant souls of dead cultivators, it couldn't gather the remnant souls of dead cultivators. This was because they didn't have any remnant souls scattered between heaven and earth. How could they use the Soul Gatherer to gather their remnant souls scattered between heaven and earth? Lin Feng flew up from the bottom of the soul-nurturing pond. "Let's go." He looked at the 2 subimmortals and the 3-headed viper. With the Soul Gatherer tool in Lin Feng's hands, the soul-nurturing pond would soon become an ordinary pond. There was no point in staying here any longer. Lin Feng brought the 2 subimmortals and the 3-headed viper out of the pond. Then, they went outside. Lin Feng found the spatial node. They jumped into the spatial node and returned to Vast Heaven City. When they returned, Azure Sky City had been cleaned up. Countless corpses had been disposed of. These corpses would usually be burned together. The corpses could not be left to be preserved. Because once a large number of cultivators died. If the cultivators were not dealt with in time, there might be a terrifying epidemic. Moreover, if there were too many corpses, there might be a large number of evil spirits. Those evil spirits would definitely bring disaster to the human world. This was something that Lin Feng did not want to see. Wang Tianyang, who was in charge of cleaning up the battlefield, came and said, "Young master, the treasures from the various large sects' treasure vaults have been kept in this storage ring. There are also the storage rings of many experts that have been kept in this storage ring. Young master, please check it." Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "Take all these things and reward them according to merit." "Yes. Young master." Wang Tianyang hurriedly replied. Soon, the news of rewards spread out. The 3 armies were excited. One must know that they had collected so many magic treasures, pills, sacred art manuals, natural treasures, immortal metal, god stones, and so on. Surprisingly, Lin Feng didn't ask for anything. Everything was given to him as a reward. How could he not be excited? With so many treasures, everyone would be able to get a decent share. Wang Tianyang gave an order. Because the cultivator army was different from the mortal army. Therefore, the rewards could not be given according to the mortals' method. Mortals would usually give out gold, silver, jewels, or land. Cultivators, on the other hand, had to give out rewards according to the situation. And the rewards should be used to increase the cultivator's strength as much as possible. Therefore, it would be more troublesome to do this. Wang Tianyang was rather responsible and did not find it troublesome. Therefore, Wang Tianyang's edict was basically for everyone to report what they needed. But don't report it casually. If they were found to be making false reports, they would be stripped of all their rewards. As for other cultivators, if they were to report other cultivators on the things they needed, they would be able to verify it. The informant will be heavily rewarded. Of course, he couldn't simply report others without any evidence. If he maliciously reported others, he would also be punished. Depending on the severity of the crime, the punishment would be different. It was precisely because of such a strict system that basically no one dared to cheat. Whatever he needed, he would ask for. Lin Feng didn't take this matter to heart. If you suspect someone, don't use them. If you use someone, don't doubt them. Since he had handed this matter over to Wang Tianyang. Naturally, he believed that Wang Tianyang had the ability to handle this matter. Young master. Now that we have completely occupied the firmament territory, what should we do next? Are you going to merge Vast Heaven territory with Dragon Gate territory? The third evil spirit asked. Of course it's going to merge with Dragon Gate territory. However, since Vast Heaven territory has just been conquered, there might still be some survivors. I'll leave you to guard Vast Heaven territory. I'll leave you with 1,000,000 cultivator soldiers to help you manage Vast Heaven territory. Try your best to repair the various damaged ancient cities. At the same time, try your best to recruit as many soldiers as possible. Take control of Vast Heaven territory in the shortest time possible. Apart from that, you need to rebuild all the temples that were destroyed to worship me. Lin Feng looked at the third evil spirit and said. Vast Heaven territory had to be guarded by a top-notch expert. An emperor-level cultivator might not be able to control the situation in Vast Heaven territory. Therefore, he needed to send a sub-immortal cultivator to govern Vast Heaven territory. The third evil spirit was naturally the most suitable candidate. Yes. Young master. I won't let you down, the third evil spirit said. Apart from the third evil spirit, Lin Feng planned to let Zhang Weitian and Guo Wudao stay behind to assist the third evil spirit in governing Vast Heaven territory. The two of them could also supervise the third evil spirit and prevent too much power from being concentrated. After staying in Vast Heaven City for 10 days, Lin Feng led the army back to the Longmen region. On the way, news of victory came. After entering the Immortal Slaying region, the two major cultivator armies of the Southern Wilderness region had already conquered the Immortal Slaying region and the Southern Wilderness region. At the same time, the messenger even brought 2 items. These 2 items were ordered by the first evil spirit and the second evil spirit to bring to Lin Feng. The first evil spirit ordered someone to bring to Lin Feng a 9-orifice stone man. What shocked Lin Feng was that this 9-orifice stone man was extremely intact. Stone men were heaven-defying existences and were very difficult to nurture. Needless to say, a 9-orifice stone man was even more so. It was one of the most mysterious and heaven-defying existences in the world. Therefore, every time a 9-orifice stone man was nurtured, it would be punished by the heavens during the nurturing process. Before it could be nurtured, it would be destroyed. Previously, Lin Feng had also seen a 9-orifice stone man. However, the 9-orifice stone man he saw had already been punished by the heavens and the living thing nurtured inside had already perished. Lin Feng temporarily kept the 9-orifice stone man in time and space. When he returned to the Longmen region, he would try to cut open the 9-orifice stone man to see if the living thing nurtured inside had taken shape. If it had taken shape, Lin Feng planned to sacrifice it to become his external incarnation. Lin Feng had also sacrificed some of his external incarnations. However, the external incarnations that he sacrificed had extraordinary effects for a certain period of time. However, the growth of those external incarnations was slower. Moreover, those external incarnations had a special characteristic. They often needed to absorb some special things to grow. For example, the 9 Emperor Avatar needed to absorb some special things. Those things were not easy to find. If the 9 Orifice Stone Man had already nurtured a complete life and used the living thing nurtured by the 9 Orifice Stone Man to sacrifice to the external incarnation, then this living thing's talent would be incomparably heaven-defying. This was because the 9 Orifice Stone Man's talent was the talent of this living thing. The 9 Orifice Stone Man was the most heaven-defying living thing of the Stone Tribe. Its talent was simply unimaginable. The second thing that the resentment evil spirit sent over was a glove. This was a magic treasure. A glove-type magic treasure was really rare. This glove magic treasure was made of an unknown material and was extremely cold. On the magic treasure, there were even 5 places to inlay gems. But the gems on it, they were gone. Lin Feng's magic power surged into the glove. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt that he had obtained a very mysterious connection with this glove magic treasure. Lin Feng's mental power was pulled into an ancient world. In that world, a cultivator stood there. That cultivator was tall and majestic, and his body emitted a terrifying aura. In the starry sky world, a great battle was breaking out, and it was extremely tragic. At this time, one by one, the foreign creatures pounced towards that cultivator. That cultivator raised his right hand. On that right hand, he wore a glove inlaid with 5 dazzling diamonds. Then, that cultivator snapped his fingers. Bang bang bang, one by one, the foreign creatures' bodies directly collapsed. Their bodies and souls were destroyed on the spot. When he saw this scene, Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed a deep expression of shock. The power of that glove was too terrifying, wasn't it? It was just a light snap of the fingers, and it actually had such power. Next, Lin Feng's divine sense retreated into his body. Lin Feng saw the scene and transmitted it to the Demon Lord. Let the Demon Lord watch. Then, Lin Feng asked, Demon Lord, what do you think this glove is? This is the world-extinguishing glove. Rumor has it that it's a magic treasure that transcends eras. The Demon Lord said in shock. Obviously, he seemed to have heard of the world-extinguishing glove before. A magic treasure that transcends eras? So powerful? Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. Any treasure that could transcend epochs, one could imagine how terrifying such a treasure was. But I heard that in order to fully unleash the power of the world-extinguishing glove, one needs to borrow the power of the 5 gems. The Demon Lord said, and now, the 5 gems on the Armageddon glove have disappeared. Lin Feng looked at the world-extinguishing glove. Indeed, the 5 gems had disappeared. He did not know where they had gone. These 5 gems. They seemed to be gems of 5 different attributes. Because previously, Lin Feng had seen that the colors of the 5 gems were different. Lin Feng asked, what are the origins of these 5 gems? The Demon Lord said, the first gem is called the Gem of Fate. This is the gem that dominates fate among the 5 gems. The second gem is called Time Gem. It's the gem that dominates time among the 5 gems. The third gem is called the Space Gem. This is the gem that dominates space among the 5 gems. The fourth gem is called the Gem of Life and Death. This is the gem that controls life and death among the 5 gems. The fifth gem is called Power Gem. This is the gem that dominates power among the 5 gems. It is said that the Power Gem has a very special status. The world-extinguishing glove has an unstoppable might because of the Power Gem. When an unparalleled power was infused into the world-extinguishing glove, in addition to the power of the Gem of Fate, Time, Space, and Life and Death, the world-extinguishing glove was simply invincible. After hearing the Demon Lord's explanation, Lin Feng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This world-extinguishing glove was truly terrifying. It was simply heaven-defying. However, now that the 5 gems had disappeared, it would not be easy to collect them. Lin Feng put on the world-extinguishing glove. Next, the world-extinguishing glove fused with his palm. Then, it disappeared. When Lin Feng willed it, the world-extinguishing glove would appear again. Mysterious, mysterious. This is truly mysterious. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. Next, he raised his right hand and lightly snapped his fingers at a mountain peak dozens of li away. Bang. Next. That mountain peak exploded. Even if the 5 gems were not embedded, the power of the world-extinguishing glove was enough to shock everyone. If it was embedded with the 5 gems, the power of the world-extinguishing glove was simply unimaginable. After that attack, the world-extinguishing glove disappeared again. Lin Feng looked at the messenger and said, "Go, and pass on the order. Let the first and second resentful evil spirits leave behind a portion of their people to govern the immortal slaying region and the southern wilderness region. Quickly take complete control of these 2 regions. The rest are to return to the Dragon Gate region." "Yes, young master," the messenger replied. Then, he quickly left to pass on Lin Feng's order. The news of the destruction of the 3 major regions, Tiansong, Immortal Slaying, and Southern Wilderness, quickly spread. This matter could be said to have caused a huge uproar. The various regions already knew that the 3 major regions had launched an attack on the Dragon Gate region. Logically speaking, the Dragon Gate region could not withstand the attacks of the 3 major regions. If it was destroyed, then the Dragon Gate region would be destroyed. But now, the destruction of the 3 major regions, Tiansong, Immortal Slaying, and Southern Wilderness region, was too unbelievable. No one knew exactly what had happened. Then, the various regions sent experts to inquire about the news. Very quickly, they found out that the Dragon Gate region's region master, Lin Feng, had returned. However, the Dragon Gate region's region master, Lin Feng, was not taken seriously by those experts. He was just a young junior. How capable could he be? Many people felt that there might be an expert behind Lin Feng. It was the strong cultivator behind Lin Feng. He single-handedly directed this reversal of events. Therefore, Tiansong, Immortal Slaying, and Southern Wilderness were destroyed by the Dragon Gate region. And when the Dragon Gate region had just destroyed the 3 major regions, Mosei Tianzuan's heavenly demon palace joined forces with the ancient barbarian region and the evil demon region. They launched an attack on the Tianxian region and the Chaos region. The Tianxian region and the Chaos region joined forces to resist the invasion of the 3 major forces. Both sides fought extremely fiercely. Originally, the 2 sides were locked in a stalemate, but the Zongming territory and the Myriad Law territory had also joined the battle. With the addition of these 2 great forces, the stalemate turned into a one-sided battle. One could imagine how serious the consequences would be when a third force joined the originally evenly matched forces, and this third force became an ally of one of the sides. Therefore, the Tianxian region and the Chaos region were now heavily damaged. When Lin Feng returned to the Dragon Gate region and heard about the battle, he could not help but frown slightly. "I wonder how Poison Rose is doing." Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. Poison Rose's father, as the region master of the Chaos region, would definitely participate in this battle. With her character, she would definitely participate in this battle. Such a catastrophe. Lin Feng planned to head to the Chaos realm to see what the situation was like there. Lin Feng naturally could not watch the Poison Rose suffer and do nothing. Poison Rose, no matter what, she could be considered Lin Feng's confidant. And now, the situation in the great world of exile was gradually becoming clearer. They could basically be divided into 2 camps. The first camp was Mosei Tianzuan's forces. The second camp was Lin Feng's forces. Lin Feng naturally wanted to bring the Chaos realm and the Tianxian realm over. If that was the case, it could greatly increase their strength. Currently, the first, second, and third resentment evil spirits were guarding the 3 great regions. The rest of the resentment evil spirits had already returned to the Dragon Gate region. Lin Feng planned to leave the 4th resentment evil spirit behind to guard the Dragon Gate region. Then, he would bring the other 4 resentment evil spirits and head to the Chaos realm to search for the Poison Rose. The Poison Rose could not die. If the Poison Rose died, Lin Feng would die of heartache. As for the rest, Lin Feng did not bring them along. It was too slow for a large army to set off. Furthermore, the situation in the Chaos Realm was unclear. If a large army entered, it would be easy for them to be schemed against. At that time, they would suffer heavy losses. Lin Feng quickly set off for the Chaos Realm. He was worried that if he was late, everything would be too late. The current situation in the Chaos Realm was indeed very bad. The five great powers had joined hands to deal with the Chaos Realm and the Xianxia Realm. These two great regions naturally could not hold on. On the plains at the border of the Chaos Realm and the Xianxia Realm. The Chaos Realm. The Cultivator Army of the Xianxia Realm and the Cultivator Army of the five great powers had started a great battle. They wanted to use the Great Formation to deal with the Cultivator Army of the five great powers. At the beginning of the great battle, borrowing the power of the Great Formation. The Chaos Realm. The Xianxia Realm had indeed suppressed the Cultivator Army of the five great powers. However, Mosei Tianzuan took out the Magic Lotus. The Demon Lotus was terrifying to the extreme. It destroyed all the restrictions. Then, the Cultivator Army of the five great powers began to counterattack. The Chaos Realm. The Cultivator Army of the Xianxia Realm collapsed. They had no choice but to quickly retreat to their respective territories and consolidate their defenses, hoping to block the invasion of the five great powers. But it was useless. The five forces split into two groups. They went straight in. Ancient cities were destroyed one after another. Even the imperial cities of the two regions, the ancient Chaos Capital and the Profound Heaven City, could not be protected. The leader of the Chaos region was called Murong Yi. He was originally the #1 expert of the Chaos world. However, after the emergence of the Foundation experts, he was no longer the #1 expert of the Chaos world. However, the Chaos region master had grasped the opportunity of the great changes in the world. Her cultivation base had continuously increased, and now, she had broken through to the Imperial Lord realm. Originally, the Chaos region had 1 subimmortal and 16 Emperor Lords. However, after a series of battles, the Chaos region's subimmortal experts were severely injured. As for the 16 Monarch Lords, 7 of them had already died. Currently, the cultivator armies of the five great powers were surrounding the ancient capital of Chaos. The Morone clan had to break out of the encirclement. The other party wouldn't let their bloodline go. If they didn't break out of the encirclement, when the time comes, everyone would die. This subimmortal from the Morone clan was called Morone Ju. He was tall and burly. Although he was injured, he still gave off an imposing aura. Now that we have reached the moment of life and death, let's split up and break out. Every monarch lord will bring a portion of their clansmen. We must preserve the fire for the clan. We can't let the Morone clan be destroyed in our hands. Morone Ju said. The monarch lords nodded solemnly. The Morone clan had once been incomparably glorious, but unfortunately, they were no longer as glorious as before. Under the cover of the night, the Morone clan's teleportation array was activated. Batches of clansmen entered the teleportation array and were teleported to different places. The reason why they chose to split up and break out was because they were worried that they would be wiped out by the five great powers if they broke out together. The Chaos Region Master also brought a group of people, and Poison Rose was naturally among them. Poison Rose was the daughter of the Chaos Region Master. Back then, because of Lin Feng, the relationship between father and daughter had eased slightly. However, it was only slightly eased. Because of her mother's death back then, Poison Rose had never been able to forget this matter and had always remembered it in her heart. Other than Poison Rose, there were also dozens of clansmen following beside the Chaos Region Master. They left through the teleportation array. When they reappeared, they were already in a mountain range 500 miles southeast of the ancient capital of Chaos. The group didn't dare to hesitate. After leaving the mountain range, they quickly flew in the direction of the Dragon Gate region. They had already heard about what happened in the Dragon Gate region. In fact, both the Chaos Region Master and Poison Rose had heard that Lin Feng had returned. Of course, they didn't think that the Dragon Gate region was able to destroy the other 3 regions because of Lin Feng. Just like the others. They all felt that there must be an expert behind Lin Feng. Otherwise, how could the Dragon Gate region turn the tables? As for Lin Feng, Although he was talented and had returned to the great exiled world after 100 years, his cultivation must have improved by leaps and bounds. However, no one would believe that Lin Feng had grown to the point where he could fight against an Emperor Lord and a sub-immortal. The Chaos Region Master and Poison Rose hoped that Lin Feng could take them in. Of course, they were also a little nervous now. After all, 100 years had passed. And then they never met again. Although Lin Feng and Poison Rose had a somewhat ambiguous relationship back then. However, if they didn't see each other for a long time, their relationship would become distant. Moreover, their chaos region was now being chased by the 5 great powers. Would Lin Feng risk offending the 5 great powers to save them? They couldn't be sure. Moreover, even if Lin Feng would take such a huge risk to save them, would the expert behind Lin Feng agree? If the strong cultivator behind Lin Feng didn't agree, they wouldn't be able to do anything. However, now, they had nowhere to go. In the great exiled world, other than the Dragon Gate region and the 3 regions that the Dragon Gate region had just conquered, there was no place for them anymore. So, they wanted to take a gamble. They hoped that Lin Feng could take them in. However, the development of things was sometimes worse than imagined. They hadn't reached the Dragon Gate region yet. They were caught up by the people from the 5 great powers. The other party had sent out 3 Emperor Lord level experts. And the 3 Emperor Lord level experts had brought thousands of Sky Knights with them. These Sky Knights rode on exotic beasts and chased after them. When they saw the experts chasing after them, the expressions of the Morong family members became extremely ugly. Shoot them to death. The leader of the Emperor Lord level experts sneered. The Sky Knights took out their bows and arrows. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, then, dense arrows shot towards the Morong family cultivators who were fleeing in front. Pft. 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 She watched her clansmen die one by one. Poison Rose's eyes instantly turned blood red. Those people were her closest relatives, her uncles, cousins, aunts, cousins, and so on. They died one by one in front of her eyes. She wanted to save them. But she didn't have the ability to save them. She couldn't even protect herself now. After a few rounds of arrows, there were only a dozen Morong clansmen left alive. The rest were killed. Miserable. Miserable. Miserable, they died so miserably. At this time, a large group of Sky Knights had arrived. They attacked the last dozen people. Puff. Puff. Puff, one by one, the Morong clansmen were killed. Despair, pain, all kinds of emotions filled her heart. Suddenly, a war spear pierced toward her. The speed of the war spear was simply too fast. It was so fast that Poison Rose couldn't react in time. An Emperor Lord. The person who had attacked was an Emperor-level expert. His attack was fast, accurate, and ruthless. A miserable expression appeared on Poison Rose's beautiful face. Was it her turn? She didn't want to die. She still wanted to see him. A figure appeared in Poison Rose's mind. He was a young and handsome young master. She heard that he was back. Did he still remember her? Just when Poison Rose thought she was going to die, a cultivator rushed over and pushed Poison Rose away. The person who pushed her away was none other than her father, the Chaos Region ruler. Puff, the spear that was aimed at Poison Rose directly pierced through the Chaos Region ruler's chest. Ha 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 ha, Chaos Region ruler, you can die now. The Sovereign Lord Realm Cultivator laughed and wanted to kill the Chaos Domain Lord in midair. At this time, the Chaos Region ruler waved his sleeve and 12 flying swords flew out, slashing toward the Emperor Lord. This was the Chaos Region Lord's supreme treasure. It was a set of flying swords, and it was extremely powerful. The Sovereign Lord was shocked. He didn't expect the Chaos Region ruler to have such a treasure. It was too late for him to use his treasure to block the 12 flying swords. Puff, the power of the 12 flying swords was too terrifying. They directly pierced through the Emperor Lord's body, killing him on the spot. Father, seeing the Chaos Region ruler's chest pierced by the war spear, Poison Rose's tears flowed out. All these years, she had been in a cold war with the Chaos Region ruler. Of course, it was mainly because she didn't want to talk to the Chaos Region ruler. Even though the Chaos Region ruler had made a lot of efforts. But, how could a parent not love their child? the Chaos Region leader had disregarded her own life when she was in danger. She pushed the Poison Rose away, causing her to suffer such serious injuries. Poison Rose's heart. She originally thought that because of her mother's death, she would never forgive her father. Author's note: when the Lord of the Chaos Region was young, he had a duel with someone. After the defeat, the other party held a grudge and took advantage of the fact that the Lord of the Chaos Region was out to sneak into the residence of the Lord of the Chaos Region and kill his wife. But only now did Poison Rose know that she actually loved her father in the depths of her heart. Poison Rose quickly flew towards the Chaos Region Lord. Take Xianxia and leave. The Chaos Region ruler. A powerful force enveloped Poison Rose. Poison Rose's name. On Poison of. On. Very few people knew her name. Her real name was Xianxia. After the powerful force enveloped the poisonous rose, it sent the poisonous rose to the two elders. God's heaven-breaking technique. The Chaos Region ruler roared. He opened the sky and earth, and found that his body was beginning to grow. He was now 3,000 meters tall. He condensed the phantom of the gods and attacked the experts of the 5 factions. The last thing Poison Rose saw was countless people attacking her father. One arrow after another pierced into his father's body. Magic treasures left huge wounds on her father's body. Then she fainted. The Chaos Region ruler was obviously worried that Poison Rose was unwilling to leave, so he knocked her out with a palm. Region ruler, the two elders shed tears. But they didn't dare to hesitate. They quickly took Poison Rose and fled. We're finally in the Chaos Region. Lin Feng used his magic power to wrap the 4 subimmortals and arrived at the Chaos Region at the fastest speed. Ever since the various regions became hostile, the teleportation array between the various regions was destroyed. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Lin Feng wrapped the 4 subimmortals and quickly flew in the direction of the Chaos Ancient capital. When he passed by an ancient forest, he saw cultivators engaged in a great battle. To be more precise, the battle was one-sided. Hundreds of cultivators surrounded the 3 of them. The people who were surrounded were a burly old man and an old woman. The other person was a woman who was lying on the back of the old woman. She seemed to have fainted. The 3 of them were like turtles in a jar. They couldn't escape at all, so the other party was playing with them. The old man was fighting a cultivator who looked to be in his 30s. He held a halberd in his hand and fought with the old man. Puff. 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 That cultivator's cultivation was very strong. From time to time, he would stab a bloody hole in the old man's body. Blood immediately flowed out. The surrounding cultivators immediately burst into laughter. Old thing, I want to see how much blood you can bleed. Wait until I kill you. I want to properly enjoy that woman. I heard that she's a woman with peerless beauty. The cultivator said sinisterly. I'll fight you to the death. The old man held a large saber in his hand and attacked the cultivator. He slashed with his saber, but the cultivator easily dodged it. Back thrust. The cultivator flicked his wrist. The spear directly pierced through the old man's chest. The old man's burly body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Third brother. Seeing this scene, the old woman's eyes flowed with tears of blood. The old man struggled to get up, but the cultivator walked over and kicked the old man to the ground. Then, the cultivator ruthlessly stepped on the old man's face. What an old piece of trash. I haven't even had my fill, but you can't hold on anymore. Bring the saber. As soon as he finished speaking, one of his subordinates handed a large saber to the cultivator. The cultivator stepped on the old man's head with his right foot and held the saber hilt with both hands. Clang, with a loud clang, the saber that was slashing towards the old man's head was attacked by an invisible force and shattered. Then, a voice sounded. I've seen many life and death grudges, but there's no need to humiliate the other party like this. Moreover, the other party is an old man. After hearing this voice, the group of people hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. They saw 5 cultivators walking over. The leader was a human cultivator who looked a little too young. Behind the human cultivator were 4 other cultivators. The 4 cultivators' auras were sinister and terrifying. They seemed to be evil cultivators. Young man. This has nothing to do with you. Leave quickly, the old man shouted in a deep voice. Obviously, he was worried that Lin Feng would end up losing his life if he interfered in this matter. It was no wonder that the old man was so worried. The other party had the advantage in numbers and many powerful cultivators. Lin Feng was a young human cultivator. He only had 4 guards with him. How could he fight against these people? They were all vicious and merciless. When the time came, they would not let Lin Feng and the others go. After hearing the old man's reminder, Lin Feng only smiled indifferently. He did not leave. How interesting. Someone actually dares to meddle in other people's business. Kill these people. The leading cultivator waved his hand and said. Yes. The group of cultivators immediately charged towards Lin Feng and the others. Swoosh, the 5th evil spirit's body swayed and disappeared. In the next moment, it appeared. It was already in the middle of the crowd. Then, the 5th evil spirit was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. With a slap, several people were killed. After seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. That cultivator's strength was too terrifying. Kid, we're the cultivator army of the 5 major forces. This time, we're cleaning up the remnants of the chaos region. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. Otherwise, if you offend the chaos region, you won't have a good ending. The leader shouted in a deep voice. You're from the 5 major forces? That means? You're from the Morong family? Lin Feng looked at the old man. The old man quickly nodded. That woman is. Lin Feng looked at the woman on the old woman's back. The woman was lying on the old woman's back, so Lin Feng couldn't see her face. Now. He suspected that the woman was the person he was looking for. Lin Feng took a step forward and arrived beside the old woman in an instant. The old woman was shocked. She was a saint emperor, but she didn't even sense how Lin Feng had appeared beside her. This person was so young, wasn't that a little too terrifying? Who exactly was he? Xianxia. After arriving at the old woman's side, Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the woman's face. Back then, many things had happened between him and Poison Rose. At first, the relationship between the two sides was hostile. Later on, it became ambiguous. The people who knew Poison Rose's real name, aside from the Morong family members, were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns among the outsiders. However, Lin Feng was one of the few people who knew Poison Rose's real name. You know Xianxia? The old woman looked at Lin Feng in shock. She didn't expect that the mysterious person she met here would actually know Morong Xianxia. Moreover, he addressed Morong Xianxia so intimately. It was obvious that the relationship between the two was not ordinary. However, the old woman had never heard of Morong Xianxia having any dealings with other young elites. Could it be because the confidentiality work was done very well? When the other 3 evil spirits saw that these people were actually people that Lin Feng knew, they immediately took action. The 6th evil spirit charged towards the cultivator who was stepping on the old man. The 7th and 8th evil spirits charged towards the rest of the people. Let's go. The cultivators of the 5 major powers knew how powerful these were. They didn't dare to stay any longer and turned to run. However, if they wanted to escape, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The 4 evil spirits of resentment began their massacre. I'm her good friend. What happened to Xianxia? She can't be injured, right? Lin Feng asked. She was knocked out by the domain lord. She has been unconscious for 3 days. The old woman said. What the hell is going on? Lin Feng asked. The old woman told Lin Feng what happened 3 days ago. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. In that case, the Chaos Domain Lord should already be dead. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel sad. He checked Morong Xianxia's pulse. However, Lin Feng found out there was nothing wrong with Morong Xianxia's body, but her consciousness had not woken up. Obviously, she had personally witnessed her father being pierced through the chest by a spear in order to save her. In order to save her, he had risked his life to fight the enemy and finally died. The blow to Morong Xianxia was too great. Her subconscious was not willing to wake up. So, she should have woken up long ago, but now she was in a deep sleep. Xianxia, wake up, I'm back. Wake up, okay? Lin Feng tried to wake Morong Shuang-er up, but Morong Shuang-er didn't have any reaction at all. Young master, only this one is left alive. The rest have been killed. Diwu's resentment evil spirit grabbed the leading cultivator and said. Lin Feng nodded. He used the great healing technique, and rays of sacred light entered the old man's body. The old man's injuries healed at a visible speed. Thank you for your kindness, young master. May I know how to address you? The old man quickly looked at Lin Feng. My young master is the Dragon Gate Domain Lord. Diwu's resentment evil spirit said. What? The Dragon Gate Domain Lord? The old man and the old woman were extremely shocked. When they escaped from the Chaos Ancient capital, they wanted to go to the Dragon Gate Domain to seek protection from the Dragon Gate Domain Lord, Lin Feng. But now, the Dragon Gate Domain Lord had appeared in front of him. It was really unbelievable. You are the Dragon Gate Domain Lord, Lin Feng? Lin Feng, my grandfather is the Evil Devil Domain Lord. If you dare to kill me, your Dragon Gate Domain will be attacked by the 5 major forces. At that time, your Dragon Gate Domain will end up the same as Xianxia Domain and Chaos Domain. The cultivator threatened loudly. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. With a flick of his finger, the cultivator's left arm was cut off. Ah! The cultivator immediately let out an incomparably shrill scream. Spare my life! Spare my life! I don't want to die. When the cultivator realized that Lin Feng was not afraid of threats, he immediately begged, hoping that Lin Feng would spare his life. Where's the corpse of the Chaos Domain Lord? Lin Feng asked. He's hung on the city walls of the Chaos Ancient capital to attract the remaining cultivators to collect his corpse. Any cultivator who goes there will be killed by the experts lying in ambush in the surroundings. The cultivator did not dare to hide anything from Lin Feng and told him the truth. Bang! 5th and 6th evil spirits, escort Shuang-er back to the Dragon Gate region. 7th and 8th evil spirits, follow me to the ancient chaos capital. Lin Feng said. Yes. The 4 evil spirits of resentment answered. The old man said, Young master, you must be careful. Don't worry. Take good care of Shuang-er for me. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he quickly flew into the distance. The 7th and 8th evil spirits followed closely behind him. At night. In the forest outside the ancient chaos capital, cultivators appeared one after another. The person leading them was called Zhang Chong. He was the sworn brother of the Chaos Region's ruler, the great general of the West. He had been guarding the borders. Now, the cultivator army under his command had been defeated, and the remaining tens of thousands of cultivators had scattered and fled. It was said that after the ruler of the Chaos Region was killed, his corpse was hung on the city walls. Zhang Chong had gathered over 1,000 experts to come and take the corpse away. He would not allow the ruler of the Chaos Region to be humiliated like this after his death. My lord. The enemy has ambushed us on the city walls. There were a few waves of people who wanted to take away the ruler's corpse, but they were all killed. At this moment, a cultivator reminded. Zhang Chong nodded and said, Brothers. We owe the ruler a great debt of gratitude. How can we stand by and watch these people humiliate the ruler's corpse? Even if we have to risk our lives today, we must take the ruler's corpse away so that he can rest in peace. We will take action at midnight. If any of you are afraid, leave now. It's not too late to leave. Since we're here, we have no intention of leaving alive. Many people said in unison. All right. At most, I'll be a hero again after 18 years. If there's a next life, I, Zhang Chong, hope to fight alongside all of you again. Zhang Chong looked at the subordinates who had followed him for many years and said in a solemn and sincere voice. Zhang Chong knew. These people, very few would be able to leave alive. Even himself. They could die here. However, none of them retreated. They only had one thought, and that was to take away the ruler's corpse. They were not afraid of death. For the ruler of the Chaos Region. They would die without regrets. You don't have to do anything. Just wait here. At this moment, a voice suddenly resounded through the forest. When this voice resounded, everyone's expression abruptly changed. There were so many of them. They didn't even know that someone had suddenly appeared beside them. Everyone's face couldn't help but reveal an aghast expression. Everyone looked over and saw 3 cultivators appear in an open space not far away. The leader was a young master. Beside the young man, there were 2 other cultivators. Their auras were sinister and terrifying. They seemed to be evil cultivators. But in this era, cultivators of the righteous path were not necessarily open and aboveboard. And evil cultivators weren't necessarily bad people. Therefore, no one would look at the evil cultivators with prejudice. "Who are you?" Xianxia took a deep breath and asked Lin Feng. His expression was extremely solemn. The young cultivator in the lead was still manageable, but the 2 evil cultivators were absolutely terrifying existences. "Same goal as you," Lin Feng said. "Young master. I'll bring the body of the Chaos Region Master here," the 7th evil spirit said. "No. I'll go myself," Lin Feng said in a heavy voice. Lin Feng quite liked Poison Rose. A woman that Lin Feng liked would naturally become Lin Feng's woman in the end. The Chaos Region Master, no matter what, he could be considered Lin Feng's future father-in-law. Lin Feng knew that the relationship between Poison Rose and the Chaos Region Master was a little tense. However, Lin Feng thought that he understood Poison Rose better. Poison Rose looked extremely strong on the outside. But she was a weak woman on the inside. This had something to do with her experience since she was young. Therefore, Lin Feng knew that Poison Rose was a person who valued family very much. However, even Poison Rose herself might not have noticed this. The death of his father-in-law was a huge blow to Poison Rose. There was a saying that went, "Love me, love my dog." The Chaos Region Master was Poison Rose's father. Although Lin Feng didn't have the special feelings that children had for their parents. But, Lin Feng still respected the Chaos Region Master very much. "Young master. It's better to let the 2 experts beside you do it. That place is too dangerous," Xianxia said. Although Xianxia didn't say it explicitly, it was obvious that he didn't believe in Lin Feng's strength at all when he saw how young Lin Feng was. Previously, when Lin Feng appeared here silently, Xianxia felt that it was the 2 experts beside Lin Feng who brought him here and not his own ability. If he came here by himself, everyone would definitely notice him in advance. So, in Xianxia's opinion, Lin Feng went alone. Wasn't that courting death? Xianxia wasn't the only one who thought so. The rest of the people thought so too. Lin Feng said indifferently, "To me, even if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, in my eyes, it's like walking on flat ground." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the corners of Xianxia and the others' mouths couldn't help but twitch violently. They felt that Lin Feng was too good at bragging. Although they didn't know who Lin Feng was. Since Lin Feng was also here to take away the Chaos Region Master's corpse, he was obviously in the same group as them. Therefore, Xianxia naturally didn't want to see Lin Feng get into trouble. He still wanted to persuade Lin Feng. However, at this moment, Lin Feng had already rushed out. "Why aren't you helping your young master? Do you want to see him die?" Xianxia said. The 7th evil spirit said, "Young master is very powerful. Nothing will happen to him." "Crazy. Crazy. This is really crazy," Xianxia couldn't help but say. He looked at Lin Feng. He didn't care if the 2 of them would make a move. Xianxia planned. As long as he saw Lin Feng in danger, he would lead everyone to make a move. Firstly, he would save Lin Feng. Secondly, he would take advantage of the chaos to take away the Chaos Region Master's corpse. This Xianxia, although he looked like a burly man. In fact, this person's character was excellent. Everyone looked in the direction of the ancient capital of chaos. "Someone's coming." The cultivators on the city wall saw Lin Feng walking step by step toward the ancient capital of chaos. He must be here to take away the Chaos Region Master's corpse. He actually came alone. He's courting death. "Once this guy enters our shooting range, we'll shoot him to death with arrows," the general of the city guards said. "Yes." Many cultivators replied. Lin Feng didn't walk fast, but each step was extremely heavy. This was because his heart was filled with sorrow. Future father-in-law, I'm here to take away your corpse. Don't worry, you won't die in vain. I'll avenge you. I'll also take good care of Xianxia, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. When Lin Feng was 1,000 meters away from the ancient capital of chaos, on the city wall, arrows blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they moved towards Lin Feng. As far as the eye could see, the sky was filled with arrows. The arrays of the arrows were extremely terrifying. They could even pierce through the void. The power was shocking. The cultivators from the 5 factions looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. They were certain that Lin Feng was going to die this time. Zhang Chong and the others looked at Lin Feng worriedly. The situation was too dangerous. Lin Feng could be killed at any time. Zhang Chong and the others wanted to rush forward to help Lin Feng, but they were stopped by the 2 evil spirits. The 2 evil spirits were very powerful. They stopped Zhang Chong and the others. Zhang Chong and the others were anxious. They could not fight back against the 2 evil spirits. Do you want to watch your young master die? Zhang Chong said angrily. The 7th evil spirit said. Our young master is invincible. Zhang Chong and the others were angry and helpless. Wasn't this guy too blindly confident in Lin Feng? How much cultivation could a young human cultivator have? How could he say that Lin Feng was invincible? Did he think that they were as gullible as 3-year-old children? However, in the next moment, Zhang Chong and the others' mouths were wide open. They could not help but be shocked. They could not believe what they were seeing. This was because they saw that when the densely packed arrows were shot towards Lin Feng, they stopped in midair. The arrows stopped in midair. It actually stopped in midair, and everything seemed to have come to a standstill. Only Lin Feng was still walking towards the Chaos Region Lord's corpse. How is this possible? How did he do it? Cries of surprise rang out one after another. Everyone had an incomparably shocked expression on their faces. The scene that was happening in the distance was simply too inconceivable. Many people hadn't even recovered from the shock, but all of that was real. I told you, our young master is invincible. The 7th evil spirit said again. Zhang Chong and the others were shocked. They did not know how Lin Feng did it, but they now knew that the seemingly young human cultivator had unimaginable abilities. He possessed unimaginable methods, and those methods were truly unimaginable. Swish swish swish, at that very moment, the arrows that were hovering in the sky suddenly changed directions. Next, they shot towards the cultivators from the 5 great forces atop the city gate tower. While the cultivator armies of the 5 great powers were still in shock, the dense rain of arrows had already arrived. Hurry up and dodge. Hurry up and use your magical weapons to block the arrows. Many people roared. Some people hurriedly dodged the attacks of the arrows. Some people hurriedly attacked, taking out all kinds of magic treasures. However, it seemed that it was already too late to take out a magic treasure to block those arrows. Only a small portion of the cultivators activated their defensive magic treasures. Most of the cultivators didn't even have the time to activate their defensive magic treasures before they were shot full of holes. The fate of those cultivators who hurriedly dodged was also quite miserable. They were also pierced by the terrifying arrows. When the arrows pierced through their bodies, the cultivators were killed one by one. The 5 forces could be said to have suffered heavy losses. Whoosh! Lin Feng leaped up and flew towards the city wall. A rope wrapped around the neck of the Chaos Domain Lord and hung him above the gate. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng was furious. Take out your magic treasures and kill him. The general of the city guards shouted loudly. Then, a destructive wave of energy surged out. The cultivators all took out their powerful magic treasures and attacked Lin Feng. Army mantra. Take away. Lin Feng couldn't help but shout in a low voice. He directly used the army mantra. He took away the control of the magic treasures of the cultivators one by one. The densely packed Dharma treasures immediately changed direction and charged towards the owner of the Dharma treasures. Tens of thousands of cultivators attacked Lin Feng together, but not a single magic treasure attacked Lin Feng. All of the magical treasures were attacking their own masters. This was an extremely inconceivable scene. The 2 resentment evil spirits were shocked. Zhang Chong and the others were shocked. The cultivator armies of the 5 great forces were shocked. Countless people watching the battle in the ancient capital of chaos were shocked. The top experts of the 5 great forces who were rushing over after receiving the news were also shocked. Above the city wall, tens of thousands of powerful magic treasures released all kinds of terrifying attacks. The dazzling light dyed the night sky as bright as day. Then, the powerful magic treasures all brazenly bombarded down. The owners of those magic treasures never thought that their magic treasures would turn around and attack them. This kind of thing. They didn't even think about it in their dreams. However, this kind of thing happened. So, those people hadn't come back to their senses yet. They were already killed by their own magic treasures on the spot. Strong. He's really too strong. He's simply a young Saint Emperor. Who is this person? He's so young, but he's actually so terrifying. Zhang Chong's subordinates discussed one after another, their hearts filled with shock. They had never seen such a terrifying existence like Lin Feng. Those who were watching the battle in the ancient capital of chaos, whether it was the residents of the ancient capital of chaos or the cultivators of the 5 great forces, at this moment, their hearts were filled with deep shock. Tens of thousands of powerful cultivators. They were actually killed in an instant by Lin Feng. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't even dare to believe that such a thing could happen. At this moment, on the city wall tower, there were corpses everywhere. There were no longer any living people, including those who were killed by the arrows in the first wave. About 20,000 cultivators were killed. An army of 20,000 cultivators. With a loud roar, the mountains shook and the earth trembled. But now, they were easily killed by Lin Feng. Many people even felt that this was like a dream. At this moment, Lin Feng cut the rope that was hanging around the neck of the Chaos Region leader. The Chaos Region leader's aura was completely gone. She couldn't be more dead. Lin Feng's heart was filled with sorrow. If Poison Rose woke up and thought of her tragic death, how sad would she be? Lin Feng carried the Chaos Region leader on his back. At this moment, a sub-immortal, 9 sovereign lords, and an army of 500,000 cultivators all soared into the sky and charged toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng activated the weapon mantra, and the various Dharma treasures in the hands of the cultivators trembled violently. Then, many of the Dharma treasures attacked their owners. Poof. Poof. Poof, a round of attacks. Another 10,000 cultivators were killed. Hurry up and put away your Dharma treasures. The sub-immortal expert shouted in a deep voice. He could already see that the reason Lin Feng was so powerful was not because of how high Lin Feng's cultivation level was, but because Lin Feng could control other people's Dharma treasures. However, as long as those Dharma treasures were kept away, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to control those Dharma treasures. When the time came. Upon hearing the sub-immortal's order, the cultivators from the 5 factions did not dare to hesitate and quickly put away their Dharma treasures. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. After these people put away their Dharma treasures, it was impossible to use the army mantra to control their Dharma treasures to kill these cultivators. Kid. Let's see how you'll die later. The sub-immortal expert's face was full of malevolence. The emperors were also filled with killing intent. No matter how strong one person was, it was impossible to withstand the attacks of so many cultivators. The other party had about 490,000 powerful cultivators, 9 great emperor lords, and a quasi-immortal expert. If these people worked together to attack with their sacred art attacks would converge together. The power was so strong that it might be able to kill an itinerant immortal expert. Lin Feng had no intention of fighting with these people. He carried the Chaos Region ruler's corpse and quickly flew into the distance. Lin Feng met up with the 2 resentment evil spirits. Then, he waved his hand and a powerful dharmic power surged out, directly enveloping the 2 resentment evil spirits, Xianxia, and the others. Then, Lin Feng tore the void and led everyone away through the void. After Lin Feng and the others left, the crack in the sky closed again. Lin Feng and the others had completely disappeared without a trace. When the experts from the 5 factions chased after them, they naturally could not find traces of Lin Feng and the others. An emperor lord said with a gloomy expression, "That kid seems to be proficient in the Tao of space. He used it to escape. He's lucky." "Let's go back," the sub-immortal expert said. Then, the group quickly returned. Swoosh. There was a flash of light. Lin Feng and the others appeared in a forest 300 miles away. Lord Region Ruler. Zhang Chong and the others all knelt on one knee and cried sorrowful tears. These people were all loyal and righteous men. Now that they saw the corpse of the Chaos Region Ruler, their hearts were filled with sorrow. Lin Feng also felt suffocated. At this moment, the Demon Lord's voice suddenly rang in Lin Feng's mind. He doesn't seem to be truly dead. Upon hearing the Demon Lord's words, Lin Feng's eyes widened. He could not believe his ears. The Chaos Region Ruler's body had turned cold and stiff. There was no aura. The flame of life. It had long been extinguished. Even the blood on his body was about to run dry. The Demon Lord actually said that the Chaos Region Ruler might not be dead. This was too inconceivable. Anyone who heard Yao Jun's words would find it hard to believe. The Demon Lord. Lin Feng was extremely excited. The Demon Lord's words. Was the leader of the Chaos Zone still alive, if he was not? Yao Jun, is what you said true? The Chaos Region Master is still alive? Asked Lin Feng telepathically. Tortoise breathing technique. He should have cultivated the turtle breathing technique. This is an extremely strange ability. Under normal circumstances, when a person's body suffers a fatal injury, their bodily functions will die. In other words, the physical body will die. A cultivator's physical body is too important to a cultivator. The physical body is the foundation of a cultivator. If the physical body dies, the cultivator's soul will dissipate quickly, and the soul will die as well. However, there are always some special abilities in this world that can change things. For example, this turtle breathing technique. It is said that this ability will automatically activate after a person's physical body dies. Then, the turtle breathing technique will form a special energy that wraps around the soul of the cultivator whose physical body died to ensure that their soul will not dissipate quickly. As long as the soul doesn't disperse, the person isn't truly dead. For example, they can seize a new body. This can also be considered as an alternative rebirth. In the world of cultivators, things like seizing bodies happen every day. It's really too common. Of course, the turtle breathing technique can't keep the soul of a cultivator whose physical body died forever. Generally, it can last for about 10 days. During these 10 days, the soul will be in a state of deep sleep. Even if they want to take over another body, they will have to rely on others to wake up their soul before they can try to take over another body. If they can't take over and be reborn within 10 days, the soul of the cultivator will also dissipate. Now, it has been less than 10 days since the death of the Chaos Domain's physical body, so he is not really dead yet. This is great. This is great. Lin Feng's face was full of joy. Everyone looked puzzled. They could not hear what the Demon Lord had said to Lin Feng, so they were puzzled by the sudden change in attitude of Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked very sad just a moment ago. How did he become so excited in the blink of an eye? Zhang Chong and the others looked a little pale. The Chaos Domain's master had died a tragic death. Lin Feng said it was great. What did that mean? Did he think it was good that the Chaos Domain's master had died? Lin Feng quickly came back to his senses. When he saw the pale faces of Zhang Chong and the others, he said, "Don't misunderstand. I said it was great because the Chaos Domain's master is not really dead. He is now in a state of suspended animation." What? The Domain's master is in a state of suspended animation? Is that true? Zhang Chong and the others were shocked. Then, they looked at Lin Feng excitedly. They naturally hoped that Lin Feng was telling the truth. However, they were worried that Lin Feng was just joking with them. Lin Feng said, "Of course it's true. Don't disturb me for the time being. I will try to wake the Chaos Domain's master." Zhang Chong and the others nodded quickly. Everyone kept quiet and didn't even move, not daring to make the slightest sound. Lin Feng began to use the Great Recovery spell to heal the wounds on the Chaos Domain's master. Lin Feng had many tricks up his sleeve. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that the Chaos Domain's master did not need to possess someone else's body. He could be resurrected. With the help of the Great Recovery spell, the Chaos Domain's master's wounds healed quickly. Even the shattered organs in his body began to heal. However, soon, Lin Feng found a tricky problem. Although the Chaos Domain's master's body had recovered, his body had lost its vitality. Therefore, it was still a dead body. Lin Feng began to recite the incantation of the Great Destiny spell. He hoped to use the power of destiny. Defy the heavens and change fate. Let the Chaos Domain's master's lifeless body glow with vitality again. If the Chaos Domain's master's physical body had been dead for too long, the power of destiny would not be able to do this. However, the Chaos Domain's master's physical body had not been dead for too long. His body still had memories of life. This kind of memory would not disappear immediately after the physical body died. Instead, it would slowly disappear with the passage of time. The powerful power of destiny washed the Chaos Domain's master's physical body over and over again, trying to awaken the vitality of this physical body. Lin Feng failed again and again, but he did not give up. After trying a total of 3,752 times, Lin Feng was almost exhausted. Lin Feng was overjoyed when he sensed the vitality in the Chaos Region Lord's body and the gradually strengthening heartbeat. The Chaos Region Lord's vitality had finally recovered. The two evil spirits and Zhang Chong could also sense the vitality in the Chaos Region Lord's body. Their eyes were wide open. Even the dead could be revived. Wasn't this young master a little too amazing? He was like a divine emperor who had descended to the mortal world. Wake up. There are still many places in this world that you miss. Hell is not your home. The world of the living is where you belong. Lin Feng began to call out to the Chaos Region Lord, hoping that the Chaos Region Lord would wake up from his slumber. As Lin Feng called out to him, the Chaos Region Lord's slumbering soul, gradually, he began to recover. Finally, the Chaos Region Lord opened his eyes. He saw a face that was both unfamiliar and familiar at the same time. Lord is awake. Lord is awake. This is a miracle. What a miracle. Zhang Chong and the others shouted excitedly. They were a group of iron-blooded men. All of them had tears in their eyes. They were extremely excited because the Chaos Region Lord had come back to life. The man they had followed all their lives was still alive. I'm actually not dead. The Chaos Region Lord's face was filled with disbelief. Zhang Chong said. Lord, this young master saved you. Thank you for saving me, little brother. How should I address you? The Chaos Region Lord looked at Lin Feng and asked. Dragon Gate Territory. Lin Feng. Dragon Gate Territory? Lin Feng? You're the young master who established the Dragon Gate Territory? Zhang Chong could not help but exclaim. The legendary figure of the Dragon Gate Territory. He was right in front of him. Previously, there were rumors that the Dragon Gate Territory's territory lord, Lin Feng, was not very strong. Lin Feng had an expert backing him. That was why the Dragon Gate Territory could sweep through Empyrean and southern wilderness. Zhang Chong and the others had thought so as well. However, when they learned that the young master before them was the Dragon Gate Territory's territory lord, they knew that the rumors could not be taken seriously. They had witnessed how powerful and terrifying the Dragon Gate Territory's territory lord was. It's you. After hearing Lin Feng's self-introduction, the Chaos Domain Lord's eyes lit up. He had never seen Lin Feng before. But the leader of the region of Chaos knew how much his daughter loved Lin Feng. No wonder he always felt that this person was both familiar and unfamiliar. It turned out that he was the Dragon Gate region's region master. Chaos Zone leader had seen Lin Feng's statue before, but after so many years, Lin Feng's appearance had changed a lot. Therefore, the Chaos Territory Master did not immediately connect the young man in front of her with the Dragon Gate Territory's territory master. Lin Feng could roughly guess how the Chaos Realm's domain lord felt when he said, "It's you." He felt that it might have been because of the poisonous rose. He had an ambiguous relationship with Poison Rose. As Poison Rose's father, the Chaos Region's domain master definitely knew about it. He would definitely remember this matter in his heart. Right now, he finally saw Lin Feng in person. "It's me," Lin Feng replied meaningfully. Then, he said, "We can't stay here for long. Let's return to the Dragon Gate Territory for the time being." Then, the group left. The cultivators of the Great World of Exile were paying attention to the situation in the Xianxia territory and the Chaos territory. Soon, news spread that the two territories were controlled by the five great forces. All the influential families in the two great forces had been destroyed. The Xianxia territory and the Chaos territory had changed hands. At this point, the Great World of Exile was officially divided into two camps. The first camp was the four southern territories led by the Dragon Gate territory. The second camp was the Northern Alliance. According to the division of forces, the four territories of the Dragon Gate territory were still a little weaker than the Northern Alliance. However, everyone knew that the four territories of the Dragon Gate territory were not to be trifled with. However, a mountain could not accommodate two tigers. Therefore, many cultivators felt that the four territories of the Dragon Gate territory and the Northern Alliance would erupt into war sooner or later. Therefore, a large number of cultivators fled to the overseas world. The Northern Alliance was now very powerful. There were many experts. The sub-immortal experts included Mosei Tianzuan, the Evil Demon Territories Patriarch, the Barbarian Territories Patriarch, the Myriad Law Territories Patriarch, and the Tsangming Territories Patriarch. Of course, the most important thing was that Mosei Tianzuan's the Magic Lotus was too terrifying. When the Magic Lotus was revived, the Magic Lotus itself was equivalent to an itinerant immortal. Therefore, now, the Northern Alliance was actually equivalent to having an itinerant immortal expert overseeing it. Therefore, the Northern Alliance was extremely powerful. At this moment, the upper echelons of the Northern Alliance were having a meeting. Mosei Tianzuan said, "The Dragon Gate Territory's territory lord, Lin Feng, is an old rival of mine. This kid is from the 9 states great world. He has extraordinary talent and great luck. Back then, I almost died in his hands several times." The Barbarian Territories Patriarch said, "The Dragon Gate Territory's strength should not be underestimated. Why don't we write a letter to Lin Feng and set an agreement that we will never invade each other?" Mosei Tianzuan sneered and said, "Fellow cultivator, you are too cowardly. Everyone wants to break through to the immortal realm now. Even if they obtain the necessary treasures, they will not be able to do so because their luck is not enough to support them. However, if we can kill Lin Feng, then we can plunder his luck. At that time, we won't have to worry about not having enough luck. Then, we just need to find enough treasures to refine and break through to the immortal realm. Lin Feng must die." Many people were tempted by Mosei Tianzuan's words. Indeed, it was very difficult to break through to the immortal realm. They naturally had to do their best to break through to the immortal realm. Only by breaking through to the immortal realm could they be free. "Alright. Then we will declare war on the Dragon Gate Territory's 4 territories and kill Lin Feng." The other sub-immortals nodded. "Everyone, how about including me?" At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "Next." The void distorted, and a man with a devilish appearance stepped out. "Who are you? How dare you sneak into our territory? You must have a death wish." The nefarious demon patriarch's face darkened, and he sent a palm strike at the cultivator. In the face of the nefarious demon patriarch's powerful attack, the cultivator merely waved his sleeve. Bang! A powerful force swept across the nefarious demon patriarch's body. Instantly, the nefarious demon patriarch felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was sent flying. "Immortal! You are an immortal," the nefarious demon patriarch cried out in horror. The others also stood up and looked at the uninvited guest with serious expressions. The appearance of an immortal alarmed everyone. An existence of this level was simply too terrifying. It was unimaginably strong. There were no immortals in the exile world. Everyone knew this, but now, an immortal had actually appeared in the exile world. It was truly unbelievable. Everyone couldn't help but look puzzled. Where did this immortal come from? This immortal was none other than Kodo. Kodo's cultivation had dropped, and he was now only at the first firmament of the loose immortal realm. However, the first firmament of the loose immortal realm was still an immortal. His realm was high, and he was powerful. However, his soul was in chaos, so he couldn't fully display his combat strength. Previously, his soul had been injured by Lin Feng, and his soul had yet to recover. Although Kodo's combat strength was not as strong as before, he was still not someone an ordinary sub-immortal could contend against. "Who are you?" Mosei Tianzuan looked at Kodo and asked. "Underworld God Clan." "Kodo. Kodo introduced himself. Someone from the second netherworld realm. Mose Tianzuan was shocked. He wasn't someone from this era. He was also an expert who had awakened after countless years of slumber. Therefore, he knew many secrets that others didn't. That's right. Kodo nodded and said, I plan to join your side to deal with Lin Feng. Do you welcome me? Ha 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 ha, of course. Mose Tianzuan laughed. Welcome, welcome. The others hurriedly nodded and said. The addition of an immortal was like adding wings to a tiger. Mose Tianzuan then asked, do you have a grudge against Lin Feng, Dao Friend Underworld? The corner of Kodo's mouth twitched violently. Now that he thought about what had happened, he felt like he was going crazy. He still had the feeling that he was going insane. He wished he could cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. That was the only way to vent his anger. That was something Kodo didn't want to think about. From Kodo's point of view, suffering such a huge loss at the hands of Lin Feng was a great humiliation. Kodo wanted to kill Lin Feng even in his dreams. Of course, Kodo didn't tell these people what had happened between him and Lin Feng. It was such an embarrassing thing. He didn't have the face to say that. I just don't like him, Kodo said indifferently. As if I'd believe you, Mose Tianzuan and the others couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. They naturally didn't believe Kodo's words. Whenever Kodo mentioned Lin Feng, he would gnash his teeth in anger. Obviously, Kodo must have suffered a huge loss at the hands of Lin Feng. That was why he had such an expression. Otherwise, Kodo wouldn't have gnashed his teeth in anger. Of course. Since Kodo didn't say anything, Mose Tianzuan and the others wouldn't ask. If they asked, in the end, they would turn against each other. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Mose Tianzuan said. Happy cooperation. Kodo smiled and nodded. However, his smile looked very creepy. Lin Feng naturally didn't know that Mose Tianzuan and the others had reached an agreement with Kodo. At this moment, he and the others returned to the Dragon Gate territory. When the two elders of the Murong family saw the Chaos Region ruler, they were in disbelief. Region ruler, didn't you already? The two elders looked at the Chaos Region ruler in confusion. It's all thanks to Region ruler Lin that I managed to survive. The Chaos Region ruler said. The two elders of the Murong family were shocked. Wasn't this region ruler Lin Feng too terrifying? He could even bring the dead back to life. They really didn't know how many shocking tricks this region ruler Lin had up his sleeves. Lin Feng asked, how is Xianxia now? The elder said. She's still in a deep sleep. Lin Feng turned to look at the Chaos Region ruler and said, it seems that only region ruler Murong can wake Xianxia up. The Chaos Region ruler nodded. He was also very worried that he wouldn't be able to wake Poison Rose up. The two elders led the way. They entered the room where Poison Rose was resting. At this moment, Poison Rose was lying on the bed. Her exquisite and beautiful face was simply a masterpiece of the heavens. Purely based on this face, Poison Rose's beauty could even be compared to the peerless beauty of the Empress. It was very rare to find a woman with such a perfect face. Even though Lin Feng was used to seeing all kinds of beauties, Lin Feng was still stunned every time he saw Poison Rose's pretty face. At this moment, Poison Rose was like a sleeping beauty, not moving at all. Her appearance tugged at Lin Feng's heartstrings. Similarly, it tugged at the Chaos Region ruler's heartstrings. Xianxia. Father is back. Father is not dead. Can you wake up? In the future, Father will definitely love you even more. The Chaos Region ruler said softly. Looking at the unconscious Poison Rose, his eyes reddened. It was the love of a parent for their child. It was a love without reservation. The ruler of the Chaos Zone naturally loved her child as much as any other parent. However, Poison Rose still didn't respond. Xianxia, don't you often daydream when you're alone? Don't you often think of Lin Feng when you daydream? Now, Lin Feng is by your side. Can you wake up and take a look? The Chaos Region ruler continued. He didn't try to hide it from Lin Feng. Hearing this, Lin Feng was very happy. Poison Rose had been thinking of him all these years, that was great. Lin Feng hoped that Poison Rose would wake up soon. However, there were still no signs of her waking up. Perhaps it was because her soul had chosen to give up on herself. Therefore, subconsciously, she was completely isolated from the outside world. Therefore, she couldn't hear anything from the outside world. Since she couldn't even hear anything from the outside world, it was impossible for her to wake up. However, the Chaos Region ruler didn't give up. He kept talking to Poison Rose. He told her many things, including her childhood. At that time, Poison Rose was still a little girl carved out of jade. Cute and naive. Cheerful. It could be said that everyone loved her. Their family of 3 lived a very happy life. Those were the days that the Chaos Region ruler missed the most. Sometimes, the Chaos Region ruler even thought that if he could, he would even want to die in place of his wife. He didn't know if it was the happy times in the past that evoked Poison Rose's memories. Her fingers twitched. Seeing this, Lin Feng was overjoyed. Not long later, she had woken up. Poison Rose had woken up, however, there was still some confusion in her eyes. She looked at the ceiling in a daze. She did not know where she was. Xianxia, you're finally awake. Seeing that Poison Rose had woken up, the ruler was extremely excited. Hearing the ruler's voice, Poison Rose came back to her senses. She turned to look at the ruler. Tears flowed out of her eyes. Is this real? I'm not dreaming, am I? Father, are you really still alive? If this is a dream, please don't ever let me wake up again, okay? Poison Rose lay in the arms of the Chaos Zone leader and cried bitterly. Ever since she witnessed her mother's brutal murder when she was 7 years old, Poison Rose had completely hidden her heart. It was also from then on. She had become the beloved Xianxia, she had become the cold Poison Rose. Even people of the same clan did not dare to approach her. From then on, Poison Rose had not shed a single tear. She thought. Her tears had completely dried up when her mother was brutally murdered. The last time she cried was when she saw her father die tragically to save her. This time, she cried because she thought of her father's tragic death. She could not help but cry again. Because Poison Rose did not dare to believe that her father was not dead. She felt that she must be dreaming and that she had seen her father in a dream. My dear daughter. This is real. I'm not dead. It was Lin Feng who saved me. The ruler looked at Poison Rose with heartache. Lin Feng, Poison Rose could not help but repeat this name. She was all too familiar with this name. She had lost count of how many times she had repeated this name over the years. Poison Rose quickly raised her head. Then, she looked in front of her. She saw the person she had been yearning for day and night. Although his appearance had changed a little, his smile was still as bright as before. Moreover, there seemed to be a trace of a mischievous smile. It was him, it was really him, he was back, he had saved her father, Xianxia. We were ambushed by the experts of the 5 major forces on the way. It was Territory Lord Lin who saved us and sent people to escort us back to the Dragon Gate region. Domain Lord Lin rushed to the ancient chaos capital without stopping and risked his life to save the Domain Lord. Ling Gongzi is truly devoted to you, Xianxia. The old man said with a smile. He was usually not a gossipy person, but now, he spoke the words in his heart. Obviously, he wanted to break through the barrier and let Poison Rose have the courage to face the true feelings in her heart. Love. He was about to say it out loud. Or else. Perhaps he would never have the chance to say it. Such things were too common in the world of cultivators. After hearing the elder's words, Poison Rose's pretty face blushed red. A daughter was the apple of her father's eye. Giving his daughter to another man. Any father. They would be extremely distressed and reluctant to part with her. The same went for the Chaos Region Master. However, Lin Feng was simply too outstanding. If she entrusted her daughter to Lin Feng, it wasn't a bad marriage after all. Moreover, the Chaos Region Master knew how deep Poison Rose's feelings for Lin Feng were. And Lin Feng took a huge risk to go to the Chaos Region to find her daughter and even went to the ancient Chaos capital to save her. All of this explained. Lin Feng also had deep feelings for her daughter. Father still has some things to say to the 2 elders. Xianxia, have a good chat with Domain Lord Lin. The Chaos Region Master said and then stood up. Obviously. The Chaos Region Master wanted to leave some private space for Lin Feng and Poison Rose. Poison Rose nodded with a red face. Lin Feng sent the three of them off and then returned to the room inside. I heard that you returned to the great world of exile and wanted to look for you. However, the situation in the Chaos Region was tense and delayed my journey. Later, the Chaos Region fell and I thought that I would never see you again. I didn't expect that you would save me. Poison Rose said. Her voice was soft and pleasant to the ears. Lin Feng said, this means that we are fated. So. I found you in time. He walked to the side of the bed and reached out to stroke Poison Rose's exquisite and beautiful face. Poison Rose was shy in her heart. But she did not dodge. She allowed Lin Feng's rough palm to stroke her beautiful face. To be able to look at this man. Such a feeling. It was great. At that time, the clansmen broke out together, but I don't know how the other clansmen are doing. Have they already escaped from the land of tigers and wolves? Poison Rose said worriedly. Outsiders thought that Poison Rose was a cold-hearted person, but Lin Feng knew that Poison Rose was a kind-hearted person. The temperament that she displayed that kept people 1,000 miles away, the heart of stone that she displayed. It was just a means to protect her fragile heart. Moreover, Poison Rose attached great importance to family. So. She was now very worried about her clansmen. Lin Feng said, you don't have to worry, I have already sent people to look for them. If they are found, my men will immediately bring them here. Thank you. Poison Rose said. Little fool, between you and me. Is there a need to say thank you? Lin Feng said as he pinched Poison Rose's delicate face. Poison Rose was shy and happy at the same time. As Poison Rose had just woken up, she still needed to rest and recuperate, so Lin Feng did not stay at Poison Rose's place for long. After leaving Poison Rose's place, Lin Feng gathered the upper echelons of Dragon Gate region and assigned various tasks. Right now, Dragon Gate region needed to rest and recuperate. And then prepare for the final battle. He knew. The Northern Alliance would definitely start a war again. Lin Feng was naturally fearless. Of course, in a short period of time, the Northern Alliance should not start a war because they were the same as Dragon Gate region. The Cultivator army had just experienced a great battle. They had to rest and recuperate. Otherwise, the Cultivator army would be too tired. In a large-scale battle like this, the Cultivator army was often more useful than the top rankers. Just think about it, the other party's millions of Cultivator army unleashed a powerful sacred art together. Even if it was an immortal, they would still be killed. After assigning all sorts of tasks, Lin Feng also seized the time to go into closed-door cultivation. Lin Feng had 3 things to deal with during this closed-door cultivation. The first thing was to continue breaking the final restriction on the evil corpse ring. The second thing was to enter the 10th level of the Demon Palace and see what was inside. Lin Feng was still looking forward to the 10th level of the Demon Palace. The third thing was to cut open the 9 orifices stone man and see if there was a complete life form inside. The 3 things Lin Feng had to do were all very important. But they had to be done one by one. Lin Feng planned to crack the seal on the evil corpse ring first. Then, he would check what was in the 10th layer of Chonglu Demon Palace. Finally, he would cut open the 9 orifice stone man Shua. With a flash of light, the evil corpse ring flew out. The evil corpse ring's 9-headed beast rune. The sky-splitting roar and scarlet flame golden centipede runes had already been cracked by Lin Feng. The ice armor horned demon dragon, 8-clawed fire horned dragon, 9-winged heavenly dragon, thunder bat dragon, blue-winged sea dragon, sea-splitting profound dragon whale, kuei ox, and other beast runes had yet to be cracked. Lin Feng had now broken through to the Emperor realm. Lin Feng's confidence in cracking the next beast rune greatly increased. This time, Lin Feng cracked the ice armor horned demon dragon's beast rune. Those talismans were extremely powerful, but for Lin Feng, those talismans couldn't pose a problem for him. He began to crack the ice armor horned demon dragon's beast rune. As time passed, Lin Feng cracked one rune after another. After about 6 hours, the ice armor horned demon dragon's beast rune was finally cracked by Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. After cracking the Ice Armor Horned Demon Dragon's Beast Rune, Lin Feng began to crack the fourth Beast Rune. The fourth Beast Rune was the 8-clawed Fire Horned Demon Beast Rune. This Beast Rune was much more complicated than the Ice Armor Horned Demon Dragon's Beast Rune. It was also much more difficult to crack. However, after Lin Feng broke through, he had a deeper understanding of Dao and spirit arrays. Therefore, the 8-clawed Fire Horned Demon Beast Rune wasn't difficult for Lin Feng. Lin Feng successfully cracked this Beast Rune. Then, Lin Feng began to crack the fifth Beast Rune. The fifth Beast Rune was the 9-winged Celestial Dragon Beast Rune. This Beast Rune was even more complex and mysterious than the 2 Beast Runes Lin Feng had deciphered before. Lin Feng continued to try to decipher this fierce Beast Rune. However, Lin Feng failed this time. At this current stage, he couldn't decipher the 9-winged Celestial Dragon's fierce Beast Rune. Lin Feng's divine intent withdrew from the ring and he put it away. Lin Feng was already very satisfied that he was able to decipher 2 types of Beast Runes this time. Before deciphering the Beast Runes, Lin Feng even thought that deciphering one type of Beast Rune was already quite good, but reality gave him a lot of surprises. With a thought, Lin Feng entered the Chonglu Demon Palace. Master! The Black Bear Saint appeared and bowed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Bring me to the 9th level of the Chonglu Devil Palace first." "Yes, Master." The Black Bear Saint said and brought Lin Feng into the 9th level of the Chonglu Devil Palace. The 9th level of the Chonglu Devil Palace had the stone millstone of extremely mysterious origin. Until now, Lin Feng still didn't know the origin of the stone millstone. However, after he found out about the 5 great millstones, he had doubts about the origin of the stone millstone. However, those were only doubts. Lin Feng didn't have any evidence to prove the origin of the stone millstone. This time, Lin Feng came to take a look at the stone millstone because he wanted to try activating the stone millstone and see if it could be activated. After all, Lin Feng's cultivation had already broken through to the Emperor realm. He was no longer the Lin Feng from before. Perhaps, he could really control this stone millstone? If it was really possible, Lin Feng felt that this stone millstone would definitely erupt with unimaginable power. However, the situation this time was exactly the same as before. Lin Feng couldn't control the stone millstone. The stone millstone was too mysterious. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head slightly. It seemed like it wasn't the right time yet. In fact, the stone millstone wasn't the only treasure that Lin Feng couldn't control here. For example, the mysterious iron sword and that powerful ancient weapon, they couldn't be controlled. "Bring me to the 10th level to take a look." Lin Feng looked at the Black Bear Saint and said. "Yes, young master." The Black Bear Saint replied. He waved his huge claws. Shwa! There was a flash of light. Following that, Lin Feng disappeared from the 9th level. The next time he appeared, Lin Feng was actually in the 10th level. In the 10th level, there was a mirror. It was a mysterious bronze mirror. No one knew what it was. Lin Feng walked towards the stone platform where the bronze mirror was placed. He came to the side of the stone platform and picked up the bronze mirror. Then, he began to observe the mysterious bronze mirror. Lin Feng saw his own appearance in the bronze mirror. It was a handsome face. "Is this mirror a magic treasure?" Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He didn't know whether this mirror was a magic treasure or not. Lin Feng planned to try to blood bond with this mirror. If this mirror could be blood bonded with by Lin Feng, then that was enough to explain. This mirror was a magic treasure. If this mirror couldn't be blood bonded with by Lin Feng, then this mirror might just be an ordinary mirror. Lin Feng inserted a strand of magic power into the mirror. Following that, Lin Feng felt his magic power disappear. It was instantly devoured by the mirror. However, Lin Feng realized that after the mirror devoured his magic power, there was still no connection between him and the mirror. This made Lin Feng feel very strange. Logically speaking, after the mirror devoured his magic power, it should have been refined by him. However, this wasn't the case. There had to be something wrong. Lin Feng felt that there was something wrong with this mirror. He continued to insert his magic power into the mirror. Soon, Lin Feng discovered that the magic power he inserted into the bronze mirror was once again devoured by the mirror. And Lin Feng still didn't have any connection with the mirror. Strange. 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 It was really too strange. Lin Feng continued to insert his magic power. However, no matter how much magic power Lin Feng inserted. But in the end, the magic power, it would be completely devoured by the mirror. This made Lin Feng extremely depressed. This bronze mirror seemed to be a bottomless pit. No matter how much magic power there was, it seemed to be unable to fill the ancient bronze mirror. Artifact spirit. Come out, let's talk, Lin Feng said. He felt that this mirror must be a treasure. It was very likely that it had an artifact spirit. Therefore, he wanted to communicate with the artifact spirit. However, there was still no movement from the ancient bronze mirror. Other than absorbing Lin Feng's magic power, the ancient bronze mirror showed its extraordinary side. Other times, the ancient bronze mirror was very ordinary, as if there was nothing strange about it. Lin Feng looked coldly at the ancient bronze mirror and said, "Artifact spirit, you don't plan to cooperate with me. If that's the case, I'll smash you." Lin Feng threatened the ancient bronze mirror, but the ancient bronze mirror still did not have any reaction. Perhaps there was an artifact spirit, but this artifact spirit did not care about Lin Feng at all. "Alright. If that's the case, I'll destroy you." A fierce expression appeared on Lin Feng's face, and he directly threw the ancient bronze mirror on the ground. Then, Lin Feng stepped towards the ancient bronze mirror. Bang! 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 Lin Feng stepped on the ancient bronze mirror one after another. But something surprising happened. When Lin Feng stepped on the ancient bronze mirror was actually unscathed. How tyrannical was Lin Feng's strength? When he stepped on the ancient bronze mirror was actually unscathed. This was too strange. It made Lin Feng feel that it was inconceivable. Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword. He held the black dragon sword in his hand and slashed towards the ancient bronze mirror. Clang! The black dragon sword slashed on the ancient bronze mirror, and suddenly there was a sonorous collision sound. The power of the black dragon sword was incomparably tyrannical, but it was unable to cause any damage to the ancient bronze mirror. Logically speaking, even if the ancient bronze mirror was hard, only the mirror frame should be hard. However, in reality, this was not the case. Not only was the ancient bronze mirror frame hard, even the surface of the mirror was incomparably hard. Shouldn't the mirror be broken with a single blow? But the situation in front of him was not like this. Therefore, the ancient bronze mirror in front of him was really too demonic. "Since I can't break you, then I'll roast you." Lin Feng's face revealed a devilish smile. He took out the 5 heavenly flames. The 5 heavenly flames repeatedly burned the ancient bronze mirror. The temperature of the ancient bronze mirror began to rise. Not long after, the ancient bronze mirror had already turned fiery red. At this time, there was actually a trace of white smoke coming out from the ancient bronze mirror. Ouch! It's burning me to death, it's burning me to death, don't continue to burn me, kid, hurry up and stop. A voice came out from the ancient bronze mirror. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Aren't you very gutsy? Didn't you not want to come out? Why are you begging me now?" Lin Feng didn't stop. He continued to use the 5 heavenly flames to burn the ancient bronze mirror. "I didn't hear you when I was asleep. I just woke up now. If I wasn't asleep, I would have communicated with you," the voice in the bronze mirror said. Moreover, he spoke in an extremely aggrieved tone. Lin Feng's face was full of a sneer. Did this guy really think that he was easy to deceive? He actually came up with such a lame excuse. It was really ridiculous. Lin Feng didn't believe a single word of the guy's explanation. Of course, now was not the time to care about this. Lin Feng was very interested in this ancient bronze mirror. Since this fellow's artifact spirit had taken the initiative to speak, then the two sides could communicate. Lin Feng withdrew the 5 heavenly flames. Then, he looked at the bronze mirror and said, "Artifact spirit, come out. Don't stay in there and talk to me." The ancient bronze mirror's artifact spirit was furious. Lin Feng's attitude was too arrogant. He didn't put him in his eyes at all. The ancient bronze mirror's artifact spirit originally wanted to ignore Lin Feng, but when he thought of Lin Feng's 5 heavenly flames, he immediately cowered. People had to lower their heads under the eaves. Swoosh. With a flash of light, the ancient bronze mirror's artifact spirit flew out. The artifact spirit of the ancient bronze mirror was actually a big yellow dog. When Lin Feng saw the big yellow dog, he almost fell to the ground. Wasn't this a little too weird? It was Lin Feng's first time seeing an artifact spirit like this. The big yellow dog couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "What? You're looking down on me?" This guy was quite sensitive. His eyes flickered with a vicious light from time to time. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of Lin Feng's heavenly flames, he would have pounced on Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "I'm not laughing at you. Don't even think about slandering me." Hearing this, the big yellow dog coldly snorted. Then, something strange happened. The ancient bronze mirror directly merged with the big yellow dog's body. Eh? You can merge with the ancient bronze mirror? You're an artifact cultivator? Lin Feng looked at the big yellow dog in surprise. The artifact spirit of an artifact cultivator was equivalent to the soul. The artifact itself was equivalent to the body. An ordinary cultivator's soul could leave the body. Naturally, an artifact cultivator could do so as well. Of course. A long, long time ago, I was already an artifact cultivator. The big yellow dog proudly said. Lin Feng said, "Even if you're an artifact cultivator, you still have to listen to me. You've devoured my magic power. You can no longer escape my control." The big yellow dog sneered and said, "Kid, you're daydreaming. You want to control me? That's just wishful thinking." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Try to circulate your magic power. You should find something special." The big yellow dog's face turned gloomy. He felt that he had been tricked by Lin Feng. The big yellow dog began to circulate his magic power. Then, his expression suddenly changed. It was because he found that there was an extremely strange power in his body. The big yellow dog was an experienced and knowledgeable person. That strange power was the power of purification. The big yellow dog immediately noticed it. Lin Feng said with a faint smile, "When I found out that the ancient bronze mirror was constantly devouring my magic power, I kept a trump card. I secretly merged the power of purification into the ancient bronze mirror. I didn't expect it to work now. I can control the power of purification to purify you at any time. Do you want to be purified by me?" The big yellow dog was furious. In the past, he was always the one who tricked others. When had he ever been tricked by others? But now, he was actually tricked by Lin Feng. The big yellow dog was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Although he wanted to slap Lin Feng to death with his paw, he didn't dare to do so. He didn't want to be purified by Lin Feng. "I was wrong, big brother, I was wrong. Please don't convert me. I'm a very honest person. You can ask me anything you want. Ask as much as you want. I'll tell you everything I know." The big yellow dog said with an apologetic smile. "What's your origin?" Lin Feng looked at the big yellow dog and asked. "My original body is in the current," the big yellow dog said. "The current realm?" Lin Feng was surprised. Lin Feng knew about the mirror of future. He had seen it before. The mirror of future was divided into 2 mirrors, yin and yang. It could see the future. Its ability was heaven-defying. However, it was Lin Feng's first time hearing about the current realm. What's so special about the current realm? Compared to the mirror of future, which is more awesome? Lin Feng looked at Big Yellow and asked, "Is there anything special about the current realm? Or is there any powerful ability?" Big Yellow said. "Hee, speaking of my ability, it's amazing. I can reverse yin and yang, reverse the universe, create a world, evolve reincarnation, change fate, etc. There's nothing I can't do. If I want to find the Supreme Divine Court or the Door of Eternal Life, I can easily find it." Big Yellow said. Hee, speaking of my ability, I can do it. In this world, as long as I want to go to a place, find a treasure, or find an orthodoxy, there's nothing I can't find. I just need to think about it and all kinds of routes will appear. How's my ability? F***ck, Lin Feng was stupefied. Big Yellow's words had really scared him. This was because the ability that Big Yellow mentioned was too heaven-defying. No one dared to believe the abilities Big Yellow had just mentioned, it was simply unimaginable. However, obviously, Big Yellow looked very serious when he spoke. He didn't seem to be joking with Lin Feng. Did the current realm really have such a terrifying power? Lin Feng was actually a little doubtful because he believed in a principle. Seeing was believing. Only what one saw with one's own eyes could be believed. Who didn't know how to brag, Lin Feng could say that he could destroy the undying world with a punch. Wasn't this bragging pretty good? But the point was, no one believed him. Is what you said true? Lin Feng looked at Big Yellow and asked. Of course it's true. I've never lied. Big Yellow said with a complacent expression. He enjoyed Lin Feng's shocked gaze very much. Lin Feng said, I want to know the whereabouts of the door of everlasting life. How about this, show me the route to find the door of everlasting life. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Big Yellow's mouth twitched violently. Lin Feng asked, what's wrong? Is there a problem? This shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Big Yellow smiled bitterly and said, in the past, it wasn't difficult for me. I could do it with a snap of my fingers. But now, something happened. Lin Feng asked. What happened? Big Yellow gritted his teeth and said, back then, I was schemed against by a few bastards. Many of my abilities have been sealed. If I hadn't been schemed against by those bastards, I would still be a mighty figure in the myriad heavens. So, you don't have any abilities? Lin Feng curled his lips. Big Yellow gloomily said, why aren't you talking? Who doesn't have abilities? My abilities are only temporarily sealed. It's not like they've disappeared. Once I break the seal, all of my abilities will return, said Lin Feng. How long will that take? Big Yellow was stunned. He then said, soon. When the time comes, I'll bring you along to show off and soar. Lin Feng felt that Big Yellow was definitely not a serious guy. In the beginning, he was the spirit of the mirror of present time. The mirror of present time was really funny. What kind of spirit couldn't it summon? Unexpectedly, a big yellow dog appeared in the sky. Lin Feng was speechless. Who schemed against you? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. If what Big Yellow said was true, and the mirror of present time was so powerful in the past, it shouldn't be easy to deal with it. However, the other party had really sealed the mirror of present time, which was a little terrifying. The mirror of past and mirror of future. Big Yellow said gloomily. The past, present, and future represent three spacetimes. This is very similar to the teachings of Buddhism. One of the supreme teachings of Buddhism is to divide spacetime and the Great Tao into the past, present, and future. In the Great Lain Temple, there are existences like the Buddha of the past, the Buddha of the present, and the Buddha of the future. Lin Feng couldn't help but say. Big Yellow said, before the Buddha, the Tao has already appeared. The past, present, and future are actually the profound meaning of Taoism, not the teachings of Buddhism. Oh? There's such a saying? Lin Feng couldn't help but be extremely surprised. Lin Feng had gone straight to the past, present, and future a long time ago. Even Lin Feng also cultivated the past, present, and future. However, these three were too difficult to cultivate. So much so that even now, Lin Feng was only at the beginning of these three. Big Yellow said, Buddhism is Tao. Therefore, many of the teachings of Buddhism are evolved from the profound meaning of Taoism. As for the past, present, and future, the three mirrors are not man-made, but nurtured by heaven and earth. The past, present, and future have extremely powerful abilities. However, the three mirrors are the same as the three ancient Buddhas of Buddhism. They also want to compete to see who is the supreme. You should know that the past, present, and future Buddhas of Buddhism, although each ancient Buddha is incomparably terrifying, in fact, the present Buddha is the supreme among these three Buddhas. Because all living creatures live in the present, not in the past, nor in the future. Therefore, among the three mirrors, the present mirror should be the supreme. Moreover, the ability of the present mirror surpasses the mirror of the past and the mirror of the future. However, the mirror of the past and the mirror of the future were not convinced, so they schemed against the mirror of the present. Back then, I treated them as brothers, but I didn't expect to be schemed against by them so miserably. They originally wanted to destroy me, but fortunately, I was more alert and had some hidden means. I've used all of my hidden techniques. I was able to escape and then fell into a deep sleep in the boundless starry world. When I woke up, I found myself in this demonic palace. Anyway, I can't break the seal for the time being, so I just stayed here. If the mirror of the past and the mirror of the future found me after I went out, it would be troublesome. Big Yellow said gloomily. Is your seal very difficult to break? Lin Feng asked. Big Yellow nodded and said, however, if you can find the legendary stone scripture of the sage lineage, you can use it to break the seal on me. Oh? The stone scripture of the sage lineage can help you break the seal? Lin Feng's face showed an extremely surprised expression. Lin Feng smiled and said, the legacy of the Heavenly Master's bloodline hasn't been cut off, because I'm the successor of the Heavenly Master's bloodline. Hearing this, the big yellow dog was startled. It almost jumped up from the ground and said, you're the successor of the Heavenly Master's bloodline? You're not lying to me? Lin Feng said, of course I'm not lying to you. I'm the true successor of the Heavenly Master's bloodline. The big yellow dog became excited and said, quick, 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 take out the stone scripture and help me break the seal. The big yellow dog kept circling around Lin Feng. It was so excited that its whole body was trembling. It hoped for the stars and the moon. It hoped that it could break its seal. Now, it finally saw hope. Lin Feng said, the stone scripture isn't with me. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the excited big yellow dog felt like it was splashed with cold water. The big yellow dog asked, if it's not with you, then where is it? Lin Feng said, it's still in the Undying Realm. Once I reach the Undying Realm, I'll naturally find the stone scripture. In the Undying Realm? That's great, as long as I know the whereabouts of the stone scripture. The big yellow dog grinned and said, once you find the stone scripture, help me break the seal first. Don't worry, after you break the seal, I'll definitely help you. If you want to find the door of everlasting life or the supreme divine court, I can bring you there. Lin Feng nodded and said, no problem. Swoosh. With a flash of light, the big yellow dog turned into a mirror again. Lin Feng flew out of the Chonglu Devil Palace and returned to the time and space. Next, Lin Feng planned to cut open the 9-orifice stone man to see if there was a new life form inside. Lin Feng came to the side of the 9-orifice stone man and took out the stone-cutting knife. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lin Feng's wrist shook. It was like a butterfly weaving through flowers. Quick, quick, quick. Lin Feng's speed was unbelievably fast. All kinds of stone fragments flew. It didn't take long for the ground to be filled with a large amount of stone fragments. The 9-orifice stone man continued to shrink. As the 9-orifice stone man shrank, Lin Feng gradually became nervous. Now, he was worried that the 9-orifice stone man was empty. If that was the case, wouldn't that be too much of a scam? The stone skin continued to fall off. Not long after. Suddenly, the spirit chi of heaven and earth quickly gathered. The powerful spiritual energy converged into the body of the 9-orifice stone figure. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised when he saw this. It seemed like the 9-orifice stone man had really given birth to a life form. It could even be called a Holy Spirit. Originally, Lin Feng was worried that there was nothing inside the 9-orifice stone man. Now, he could finally relax. Lin Feng continued to use the knife to cut off the stone chips outside, but his movements were much slower and more careful. Lin Feng was afraid of harming the life form inside the 9-orifice stone man. Finally, the outer stone skin completely fell off, and the life form inside appeared in Lin Feng's sight. It was a humanoid life form, sitting cross-legged with flowers in its hands, as if it was meditating. Lin Feng looked at this life form in amazement. This life form was constantly devouring the spirit chi of heaven and earth. This is the embryonic form of the Holy Spirit. Its physical body has already taken shape. Next, it should condense its divine sense and turn it into a soul. The demon lord's voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. This embryonic form of the Holy Spirit was born early, so it couldn't give birth to its own soul. However, this was also what Lin Feng wanted to see. If this Holy Spirit existed, it had already given birth to its own soul. Then, even if Lin Feng erased its soul and occupied its mind, the effect would be far inferior to now. Because if that was the case, it would be somewhat similar to possession. The Holy Spirit's body had already adapted to the previous soul aura, so it couldn't perfectly merge with Lin Feng's soul. But now, it was different. Right now, the Holy Spirit's body hadn't given birth to its own soul, so when Lin Feng's soul entered the Holy Spirit's body, his soul was the first soul of the Holy Spirit's body. The two sides would form the most perfect fusion. So, in the future, it would be twice the result with half the effort. Lin Feng sat cross-legged, and he injected his soul power into the Holy Spirit's mind. As a large amount of soul power poured into the Holy Spirit's mind, the Holy Spirit's body actually underwent a strange change, and dense runes formed on the surface of its body. Each rune was mysterious and unfathomable, containing a powerful force. The densely packed runes revolved around his body, shaking the void. And Lin Feng found that the Holy Spirit's body began to absorb Lin Feng's soul power, which made Lin Feng very surprised. Originally, Lin Feng planned to use his soul power to construct a soul, and let the soul he constructed control the Holy Spirit's body. However, the Holy Spirit's body didn't give Lin Feng the chance. A large amount of soul power was absorbed by the Holy Spirit's body, and then it merged with the Holy Spirit's body. Demon Lord, this Holy Spirit didn't let me condense my soul, but took the initiative to absorb all the soul power that poured into its body. What's going on? Lin Feng asked. The Demon Lord said, it's mutated, it must have mutated. My goodness, the Holy Spirit that was born from the 9-orifice stone man actually mutated, this is terrifying. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but be wild with joy. The 9-orifice stone man was one of the most mysterious and powerful creatures of the Stone Clan. The Holy Spirit that was born from it was also the most terrifying existence. Once it was born, it was almost invincible in the world. Not to mention the mutated Holy Spirit, no matter if it was a demon beast, or anything else, or even a cultivator's bloodline, once it mutated, all kinds of abilities would be greatly improved. Compared to those that didn't mutate, the mutated Holy Spirit would even master some new abilities. The Holy Spirit in front of him had actually mutated, and its ability must have been greatly improved. It seemed that this Holy Spirit didn't need a soul. Of course, to be precise, it would perfectly merge its soul power with its body. In this way, there wouldn't be any weaknesses in its body. Lin Feng's will was integrated into the Holy Spirit's soul power, and that will also fused with its body. Unless the Holy Spirit's body was completely destroyed, it wouldn't die. This made Lin Feng very happy. This was because the Holy Spirit's body had almost no weaknesses after the fusion of soul power and body. This was really too heaven-defying. 6 hours later, the Holy Spirit's body surged with extremely terrifying fluctuations. Then, a crackling sound came from the Holy Spirit's body. It seemed that the Holy Spirit's body was about to transform. The transformation of the Holy Spirit body was extremely difficult. The Holy Spirit body in front of him belonged to the Stone Clan. The biggest difference between the Stone Clan and other clans was the evolution of the Stone Clan. From the body of the Stone Clan to the body of flesh and blood, then from the body of flesh and blood to the body of the Stone Clan. Every transformation was a major metamorphosis, and this metamorphosis could bring about a great improvement in cultivation. This kind of improvement was extremely unimaginable and shocking. Now Lin Feng discovered that the Holy Spirit body seemed to be undergoing a metamorphosis. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had just started to refine the Holy Spirit body. Was the Holy Spirit body about to undergo a metamorphosis? Wasn't this too sudden? Wasn't this too fast? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked and moved. Of course, this also made Lin Feng extremely excited, because the Holy Spirit body was about to become his external avatar. With this external avatar, Lin Feng's battle strength would soar greatly. Lin Feng continued to integrate powerful soul power into the Holy Spirit body. As a large amount of soul power was integrated, the Holy Spirit body's aura grew stronger and stronger. Lin Feng's face broke into a smile. He discovered that as his soul power continued to flow into the Holy Spirit body, the Holy Spirit body continued to absorb his soul power. The connection between Lin Feng and the Holy Spirit body became closer and closer. The Holy Spirit body seemed to have become a part of his body. This meant that Lin Feng's consciousness had perfectly integrated with the Holy Spirit body. He began to feel everything that was happening to the Holy Spirit body, and was able to control the Holy Spirit body's actions. The Holy Spirit body's appearance also began to change. Originally, the outline of his face was very blurry, but it didn't take long for the Holy Spirit body's face to become Lin Feng's. Moreover, he looked exactly like Lin Feng. After all, the Holy Spirit body had become Lin Feng's external avatar. Therefore, it was quite normal for him to look exactly like Lin Feng. Soon, Lin Feng discovered that the Holy Spirit body's body was turning into a body of flesh and blood. Blood vessels began to appear in the stone body. Then, a large amount of blood appeared in the blood vessels. The stone body around the blood vessels also began to transform into meridians, bones, flesh, and even internal organs. Lin Feng's Holy Spirit body started transforming. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. Once the first transformation of the Holy Spirit body was completed. When the time comes, wouldn't the Holy Spirit body's battle prowess be greatly enhanced? And don't forget. And this was a mutated Holy Spirit body. The transformation of the mutated Saint Spirit body was definitely not something an ordinary Saint Spirit body could compare with. Rumble, 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 an earth-shattering sound came from within the body of the Holy Spirit, as if a great river was sweeping through the world. That kind of sound was simply deafening. The Holy Spirit body's internal transformation was even faster. It took about 3 days for the Holy Spirit body to complete its first transformation. After the transformation, the Holy Spirit body's strength reached the God Emperor realm. My God, the Holy Spirit body's first transformation already has such terrifying strength. Lin Feng's face was full of shock. He was full of joy. As expected of a mutated Holy Spirit body. It was simply too heaven-defying. If the Holy Spirit body hadn't mutated, its strength wouldn't have reached this level during its first transformation. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that the further it went, the more difficult it would be. This was because the further it went, the harder it would be to break through. Naturally, it wouldn't be easy to transform. However, now, after the Holy Spirit body's transformation from a stone body to a flesh and blood body, it didn't stop. The Holy Spirit body continued to transform. Inside the Holy Spirit body, waves of terrifying energy vibrated. The Holy Spirit body seemed to be transforming from a flesh and blood body into a stone man's body. Continuous transformations? Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. If the Holy Spirit body could complete its second transformation, its strength would increase tremendously. The first transformation would raise its cultivation base to the God Emperor realm. Then, the second transformation, would its strength reach the God realm? At the thought of this, Lin Feng's heart thumped. If the second transformation could raise its strength to the God realm, that would be way too heaven-defying. If that was the case, he would have an God realm avatar. Just the thought of it was enough to make one excited. The second transformation of the Holy Spirit body was much more difficult than the first transformation. The Holy Spirit body's body began to turn into stone. Unlike the first metamorphosis, this time, it was a metamorphosis from the outside to the inside. In other words, during this transformation, the skin of the Holy Spirit body would first transform into stony skin. Following that, the flesh, blood, bones, organs, and so on under the skin began to transform. This transformation was extremely mystical. Lin Feng could not help but feel amazed as he sensed the transformation of the Holy Spirit body. The second metamorphosis took a much longer time than the first. The second transformation took about a month's time. The second metamorphosis was simply unimaginable for the Holy Spirit body. After the second transformation, the Holy Spirit body broke through the God Emperor realm and broke through the shackles of the immortal realm. It reached the first heaven of the itinerant immortal realm. After sensing the Holy Spirit body's realm, Lin Feng's face lit up with ecstasy. His avatar had really reached the immortal realm. Anyone would be ecstatic, right? Naturally, Lin Feng was the same. With a thought, Lin Feng's Holy Spirit body flew into Lin Feng's dantian. Lin Feng did not even need to bring out the Holy Spirit body. He only needed to mobilize the power of the Holy Spirit body for his own use. Lin Feng's battle prowess could easily reach the immortal realm. Ha 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 ha, this is awesome, this is awesome. Even with Lin Feng's mentality, he could not help but laugh out loud. Refining an immortal realm avatar. Anyone who encountered such a thing would be so excited that they could not control themselves. Lin Feng immediately sat down cross-legged and began to adapt to the power of the avatar. After all, Lin Feng had just grasped such a powerful power. It was not easy to use such a powerful power freely. It required constant tempering and polishing. After 3 months of seclusion, Lin Feng came out of seclusion. When he came out of seclusion, Lin Feng received a piece of shocking news. It was said that a vast heavenly sound came from the depths of the East Sea world. The vast heavenly sound was as follows: the end of the world had arrived, and the restriction had dispersed. The heavenly steel had reappeared, and the possessor had eternal life. When Lin Feng heard the news, he was very surprised because Lin Feng had already guessed what the divine steel was. If Lin Feng didn't guess wrongly, the divine steel should be referring to the sky-shaking steel. The sky-shaking steel, there were countless secrets hidden in it. It was said that the secret of immortality was also hidden in the sky-shaking steel. In addition, the 3,000 great Daos, various inheritances, and so on were hidden in the sky-shaking steel. Therefore, the sky-shaking steel was definitely one of the biggest secrets in the heavens. Lin Feng had obtained a broken sky-shaking steel back then. Later on, Lin Feng collected another part of the broken sky-shaking steel. However, he still couldn't restore the broken sky-shaking steel to its original state. He didn't know what kind of existence had broken the sky-shaking steel back then. Just thinking about it made him feel a sense of disbelief. Now, the 16 true words about the sky-shaking steel actually appeared here. This made Lin Feng extremely surprised. Previously, there was no way to refine the sky-shaking steel. But now, the sky-shaking steel could be refined. Didn't that mean that those with great luck could obtain a piece of the sky-shaking steel? During the Age of Chaos, various treasures appeared. Those with great luck could obtain a heaven-defying treasure. Then, with the help of the treasure, they could become an epic-making existence. They could even become an epic-crossing era. This kind of thing was very common in history. Therefore, the sky-shaking steel also changed at this time. From being unable to be refined and controlled by others, it could be refined and controlled. At this time, if one could obtain the sky-shaking steel, it would definitely be of great significance. It wouldn't be as simple as obtaining a treasure. Wang Tianyang said, according to the report from the spies some time ago, the Northern Alliance is about to attack the Northern Alliance. The Northern Alliance is mobilizing an army and seems to want to invade the 4 regions of the Dragon Gate. However, in the past month, the Northern Alliance has become quiet. The cultivator army that has been mobilized is also on standby. It is very likely that the experts of the Northern Alliance have now gone to the overseas world. Lin Feng nodded. There was indeed such a possibility. Moreover, this possibility was very high. It seems that we have to make a trip to the overseas world. Summon the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd resentment evil spirits. When the 3 resentment evil spirits return, we will set off immediately. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and said. Immediately, someone went to send a message to the 3 evil spirits. The heaven-shaking steel was too important. Lin Feng must obtain the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Even if he couldn't comprehend the path of immortality recorded on the heaven-shaking stone steel, it didn't matter. With a supreme treasure like the heaven-shaking stone steel, he could continuously plunder the heaven-shaking stone steel. When the heaven-shaking stone steel was strong enough, he might be smashed in the head by a precious treasure when he went out for a stroll. For these powerful cultivators, worldly fortune was even more important. After reaching the later stages of their cultivation, they would need worldly fortune to support their breakthroughs. Without enough worldly fortune, they would be unable to break through. The more fortune a cultivator absorbed from heaven and earth, the greater the potential of their growth in the future. Of course, there was another point. That was what Lin Feng was looking forward to the most. When Lin Feng had returned to the martial heaven continent from the banished world, he had encountered a foreign life form in the starry sky world. At that time, Lin Feng was still very weak. At that time, Lin Feng carried a blood-stained heaven-shaking stone tablet and killed dozens of terrifying foreign life forms. From this, it could be seen how powerful the heaven-shaking stone tablet was. If Lin Feng could obtain a piece of the heaven-shaking stone tablet. If he could activate the power of the heaven-shaking stone tablet, it would be too terrifying. The power of the heaven-shaking stone tablet would definitely be unimaginable. Think about it. Lin Feng was extremely excited. Lin Feng also learned some things. These things were related to the cultivators of the Chaos Domain and the Xianxia Domain. The ancestors of the Chaos Domain and the Xianxia Domain, subimmortal realm, were unable to escape. They were killed by the experts of the 5 great forces. However, the upper echelons of the 2 domains escaped with some people. Now, they had also sought refuge in the Dragon Gate region and had been settled down by Wang Tianyang. Wang Tianyang was quite a good person. Moreover, he was quite a capable person. Lin Feng took the time to meet these people who had escaped and comforted them. The dead can't be brought back to life, the living. The living should live on stronger. Only then would they be able to live up to their dead clansmen. Half a month later. The 3 evil spirits of resentment rushed over at top speed. Lin Feng took the 8 evil spirits with him to the world of the sea. As for the cultivators below the subimmortal realm, Lin Feng did not bring them along. Instead, he asked them to stay in Dragon Gate City and pay attention to the movements of the Northern Alliance. Due to the serious internal strife in the Great Exiled World, the war was endless. It had turned into hell on earth. Therefore, a large number of cultivators evacuated from the inland world and came to the overseas world to take root. As a result, many lively islands appeared in the overseas world. Those islands were usually built by the overseas forces. As a large number of inland cultivators poured into the overseas world, those islands continued to expand and eventually became lively gathering areas on the sea. The sea world was actually an extremely dangerous world. Like many great worlds, the inland world of the Great Exiled World only occupied 1/3 of the area of the Great Exiled World. The sea world occupied 2/3 of the area. The sea world was far larger than the inland world. In the sea, it was full of danger but also full of opportunities. In the sea world of the Great Exiled World, there were many forbidden areas. Those forbidden areas could not be entered casually. If they dared to barge into those forbidden areas, they would definitely die. The dangerous lands on the sea, the dangers, the opportunities, and everything else, actually far surpassed those of the inland worlds. However, looking at the endless sea world, many people would feel a sense of fear in their hearts. The unknown was the most terrifying, and the vast sea world often gave people this sense of fear. Dongyang City. It was an ancient city adjacent to the East Sea. This ancient city had a long history and was ruled by the Myriad Law Realm. A large number of cultivators would stay here when entering and leaving the sea, so Dongyang City was incomparably lively. Lin Feng and the 8 evil spirits arrived in Dongyang City. A skinny little old man walked out from the crowd. When he saw Lin Feng's extraordinary bearing, he stopped Lin Feng and said with a smile, "Young master, this young man is a rare talent. Young master, I can see that you have an amazing physique. You are a cultivation genius that only appears once every 10,000 years. I have a secret manual here for you. Are you interested in taking a look?" "Oh? Secret manual? What secret manual?" Lin Feng looked at the old man in surprise. Someone had actually sold him a secret manual. What a strange story. Moreover, no matter how he listened to it, he felt that the old man was a swindler. Did he say things like, "I think you're a rare cultivation genius that only appears once in 10,000 years" every time he saw someone? Lin Feng felt that it might be possible. "This is the secret manual." The old man took out a secret manual. Lin Feng discovered that it was a brand new secret manual. There were 4 words written on it. 10,000 Buddhas greeting. Lin Feng had heard about the 10,000 Buddhas of the pilgrimage of the 10,000 Buddhas. It was a secret technique of Buddhism. "Can I open it and take a look?" Lin Feng asked. "Of course." The old man nodded. Lin Feng opened the secret manual. There were many illustrations on the secret manual. Those illustrations. They were illustrations of little people cultivating. Beside each illustration, there were many words of explanation. However, after reading the description, Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. The so-called secret manual was simply a bluff. You should keep it for yourself, Lin Feng said. Young master, if you don't like the 10,000 Buddha's greeting, I still have many secret manuals here, the old man said. Then, he took out more than 10 secret manuals. Then, his hands skillfully opened the secret manuals as if he was opening a fan. Lin Feng took a look and found that many of the secret manuals had extraordinary origins. For example, he saw 10,000 Dao collapse, heaven-splitting finger, eternal instant, and other divine abilities. Just from the name, one could tell that it was an extremely terrifying divine ability. However, it was obvious that those divine abilities were fake. After seeing those divine abilities, Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. He ignored the old man and walked towards the depths of Dongyang City with the 8 evil spirits. Dongyang City. It was bustling with people coming and going. There were many experts. Many cultivators were talking about the heaven-shaking stone tablet in the overseas world. Not long after, a piece of news quickly spread throughout Dongyang City. It was said that the number 1 beauty of the Eastern Sea, Fairy Feather Ling, had come to Dongyang City. It was said that this immortal feather spirit had suddenly appeared 60 years ago. Her cultivation was powerful, and she was beautiful. Rumor has it that she was a flower fairy who came out from a demonic spirit flower. However, there were also rumors that she was a member of the Sea clan who had cultivated her Dao. She had transformed into a peerless beauty. But no matter where she came from, her appearance was enough to drive countless people crazy. Immortal Feather Spirit had many suitors, but Immortal Feather Spirit had never expressed her love for any man. This was a very prideful woman. She was too powerful, and ordinary men would not be able to enter her eyes. No one knew why Immortal Feather Spirit had come to Dongyang City. Many people were trying to guess why she had come. However, it was unknown whether anyone had successfully guessed it. Lin Feng had also heard about the Immortal Feather Spirit. However, he did not pay too much attention to it. He was just passing by and would leave after a short rest. He probably wouldn't have anything to do with this Immortal Feather Spirit. Therefore, he did not need to pay attention to this woman. Lin Feng went to an inn in Dongyang City and found a place to stay. After that, Lin Feng and the others were led by a maidservant to the courtyard. After arriving, he heard the sound of a zither coming from a bamboo forest not far away. The sound of the zither was very beautiful. The person playing the zither was very skilled. Who's playing the zither? Lin Feng asked. The servant girl replied, reporting to young master, it's Immortal Feather Spirit playing the zither. Lin Feng was very surprised. Everyone in the outside world was talking about Immortal Feather Spirit. He did not expect this woman to live in a place like this. Lin Feng did not disturb Immortal Feather Spirit. He entered the courtyard he rented. He rested for a day. The next day, Lin Feng sent the 8th evil spirit to inquire about the heaven-shaking stone steel. Not long after, the 8th evil spirit returned with first-hand news. The heaven-shaking stone steel seemed to have appeared in the Great Desolate Sea in the depths of the East Sea. The Great Desolate Sea domain was an extremely strange sea domain. It was filled with an ancient aura. Moreover, extremely demonic things would often happen. Therefore, very few people would take the risk to enter the Great Desolate Sea domain. However, it was different this time. The heaven-shaking stone steel had appeared in the Great Desolate Sea domain. Many people took the risk to enter the Great Desolate Sea domain, hoping to gain something. In the eyes of many cultivators, the appearance of a treasure like the heaven-shaking stone steel must have a lot of implications. When the time came, perhaps many other opportunities would appear together. This time, even if they could not obtain the heaven-shaking stone steel. As long as they could obtain other opportunities or benefits, this trip would not be in vain. They had already found the place where the heaven-shaking stone steel appeared. Lin Feng, who had rested for a night, was very energetic. Therefore, Lin Feng did not plan to stay in Dongyang City any longer. He planned to leave Dongyang City and enter the sea domain world. Just as he walked out of the courtyard door not far away opened. More than 10 female cultivators walked out. One of the female cultivators was extremely beautiful. She had an almost perfect figure and a charming face. She was really a goddess among goddesses, the best of the best. Could that woman be the immortal feather spirit? Lin Feng looked surprised. At this moment, the female cultivator seemed to have sensed something, so she looked in Lin Feng's direction. Lin Feng did not look at the female cultivator. He withdrew his gaze. Then, he left with the 8 resentment evil spirits. The female cultivator in the lead revealed a pensive expression. After entering the sea domain, Lin Feng and the others were extremely fast. They basically did not stop at all along the way. They rushed to the Great Desolate Sea Domain at full speed. The Great Desolate Sea Domain was located in the depths of the East Sea World, so it was relatively far away. However, there were many cultivator gathering areas in the central and eastern regions. By the time they reached the depths, they could no longer see any cultivator gathering areas. This was because the depths of the East Sea World were extremely dangerous. There were terrifying beasts everywhere. Some of the beasts in the sea could swallow a huge island in one gulp. Therefore, no one dared to build a cultivator gathering area here. 2 months later, Lin Feng and the others entered the Great Desolate Sea Domain. The Great Desolate Sea Domain was indeed filled with an extremely strange energy. This strange energy seemed to have its own spirituality. It kept drilling into the cultivator's body. This energy is very strange, Lin Feng could not help but frown. What was so strange about this energy that permeated the Great Desolate Sea Domain? Lin Feng could not explain it. It was a kind of intuition. He felt that he could not let this energy enter his body. Once he absorbed too much of it, something terrible would happen. Everyone, be careful. Don't let those strange energies enter your bodies. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Yes. The 8 great resentment evil spirits replied. The power here was too strange. They had to be more vigilant. There was no harm in being careful when they were outside. Everyone sped up and headed deeper. 3 days later, they saw hundreds of cultivators on the island in front of them. Those cultivators were actually fighting together, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Moreover, each of them was very crazy. They were fighting without any regard for their lives. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little shocked. The 8th resentment evil spirit said, "Why are these people fighting? Could it be that they are fighting for some treasure?" Lin Feng said, "It doesn't look like they are fighting for a treasure. Look at their eyes." Hearing Lin Feng's reminder, everyone looked at the eyes of those cultivators who were killing each other. They saw. At this moment, the eyes of those cultivators had already turned blood red. In those pairs of eyes, they emitted a terrifying gaze that made one's heart palpitate. Those pairs of eyes were like the eyes of a devil. They had completely lost themselves. They only knew how to kill in their hearts. Therefore, at this moment, they were fighting together. Then, they coldly and mercilessly attacked their original brothers and sisters. They had no intention of showing mercy at all. Pooh! 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 The sound of flesh tearing could be heard one after another. People kept dying tragically. This battle was truly a little too tragic. Lin Feng and the others stood in the distance, waiting for the battle to end. They couldn't stop those who had already fallen into madness. In the end, a group of cultivators had all died. Lin Feng and the others flew over. Lin Feng checked the bodies of some of the dead cultivators and found that there was nothing wrong with their bodies. It was just that their bodies had merged with the strange energy produced in the Great Desolate Sea Domain. That strange energy can make people go crazy? The 1st resentment evil spirit said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "It should be so. It's really strange. This energy can actually make people go crazy. I just don't know what kind of energy it is." Everyone was more careful during the rest of the journey. They had been on guard against the strange energy entering their bodies. But fortunately, the strange energy was blocked outside of their bodies. Finally, Lin Feng and the others arrived at a huge island in the depths of the Great Desolate Sea Domain. This place. The voice of the heavenly path resounded through the clouds. Looking into the depths of the island, one could see a huge stone tablet that towered into the clouds. The steel was covered with countless runes, and each rune contained an unimaginably terrifying power. Heaven-shaking stone tablet. It was definitely the heaven-shaking stone tablet, Although the heaven-shaking stone steel Lin Feng had seen before could not be compared to this heaven-shaking stone steel in terms of size. But size wasn't a problem at all. Perhaps a supreme treasure like the heaven-shaking stone tablet could change its size at will. There really was a heaven-shaking steel here. This caused Lin Feng's heart to tremble. However, Lin Feng quickly muttered to himself. Why would a heaven-shaking steel appear in this place? When the heaven-shaking steel appeared in a certain place, there was usually a special reason. Then, he thought of the extremely strange and terrifying energy that pervaded this place. Lin Feng felt that things might not be simple. It was not a simple matter for the heaven-shaking steel to appear here. Of course, to be able to see the heaven-shaking steel here was still quite a good thing. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Lin Feng and the others quickly flew towards the island. They arrived at the depths of the island, where many experts had gathered. Lin Feng saw the experts of the Great Five Alliance. He even saw Mose Tianzuan. Mose Tianzuan also saw Lin Feng. The two of them could be considered enemies on a narrow road. Moreover, they hadn't seen each other for many years. After seeing Lin Feng again, Mose Tianzuan immediately revealed an expression of gnashing his teeth. After Mose Tianzuan was born, he wanted to achieve great things. Who would have thought that he would suffer defeat at the hands of Lin Feng one after another? Now that he thought of the 2 times he was defeated by Lin Feng and had to flee in a sorry state, Mose Tianzuan still regarded it as a great shame and humiliation. As the saying goes, things in the world can only be repeated once or twice. Mose Tianzuan, who had been defeated twice in a row, told himself. He absolutely could not be defeated by Lin Feng a 3rd time. In addition to Mose Tianzuan, Lin Feng also liked Kodo. Originally, Lin Feng thought that Kodo would leave the Great Exile World after being injured. However, he didn't expect that this guy didn't leave the Great Exile World and was still in the Great Exile World. Moreover, he was colluding with Mose Tianzuan and the others. Although this guy was injured, he was still an itinerant immortal realm expert. Therefore, Lin Feng was still quite wary of this person. Mose Tianzuan also had the supreme treasure, the magic lotus, so he had to guard against them. Of course, he was still somewhat wary. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of these people. Because Lin Feng's clone had also reached the itinerant immortal realm. Lin Feng could borrow the power of his clone anytime and anywhere. In fact, Lin Feng's combat strength was equivalent to the itinerant immortal realm. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of Mose Tianzuan, Kodo, and the others. Kodo also saw Lin Feng. This guy's eyes were extremely gloomy, especially when he saw that the 8 resentment evil spirits had become Lin Feng's subordinates. Kodo was even more furious. The 8 resentment evil spirits were originally his subordinates. The other subimmortal experts also looked at Lin Feng. This was the first time they saw Lin Feng. They couldn't help but whisper to each other. Among the experts of the Northern Alliance, the ones that Lin Feng was truly wary of were Mose Tianzuan and Kodo, who had the magic lotus. As for the rest, Lin Feng didn't care at all. Other than the Northern Alliance, there was another group of people who were from the Sea Clan. The Sea Clan was led by an old man. That old man's cultivation was unfathomable. Lin Feng felt that the old man's cultivation was much stronger than Kodo's. This shocked Lin Feng. There was actually such an expert in the great world of exile. That old man was none other than the old man who had sold the secret manual to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the old man in shock. He didn't know which clan the old man belonged to. The other clans would more or less have some racial characteristics, but that old man didn't have any racial characteristics. Therefore, Lin Feng couldn't tell which clan the old man was from. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. What did this old man mean by approaching him? Lin Feng naturally didn't believe that his goal was really to sell him a few fake secret manuals. Lin Feng hurriedly looked inside his body. His divine consciousness searched every part of his body. Soon, Lin Feng's expression changed. He discovered that there was a black aura spiraling in his dantian. That black chi was incomparably strange and terrifying. Previously, Lin Feng had not even noticed the existence of the black gas. If he had not carefully searched his body, he would not have noticed it. Even now, he probably would not have noticed it. Before going out to sea, Lin Feng had just been in seclusion for a period of time. At that time, he had carefully checked his body's various conditions. At that time, there was no black gas in his dantian. After going out to sea, the only person he came into contact with was the sea race's old man. So, the black gas hidden in his dantian was actually secretly injected into his body by the sea race's old man. The old man had been peddling secret manuals before. His real purpose was to secretly approach him and then inject this strange power into his body. What was this guy's purpose? Lin Feng mobilized the heavenly fire in his body, and the 5 heavenly fires quickly rushed to his dantian. When the 5 heavenly fires rushed to his dantian, the black gas entrenched in Lin Feng's dantian seemed to have sensed the presence of the 5 heavenly fires. The black gas wanted to quickly rush out of Lin Feng's dantian. Then, it fled. However, it was too late. The 5 heavenly fires rushed over and enveloped the black gas that wanted to escape. Then, the 5 heavenly fires began to burn fiercely. As the flames burned fiercely, the black gas let out a sizzling sound. "Brat, let me out. If you dare to burn me to death, this lord's original body will destroy you." Suddenly, a sinister and terrifying voice came from the black gas. Primordial spirit consciousness? Lin Feng's face suddenly became gloomy. It's the demonic seed technique. This is the demonic seed technique. That guy actually knows the demonic seed technique. It seems that he secretly used the demonic seed technique on you. The demon lord said, looking very surprised. The demonic seed technique was a very terrifying technique. There were too few people who knew the demonic seed technique. In the past, Lin Feng's father, Lin Beidian, had been demonic seed when he was injured. Was my father also affected by the demonic seed technique? Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. The demon lord also knew that Lin Feng's father had been infected by the seed demon. He said, "No, there are many types of demonic seed techniques. The demonic seed that was planted in your father is many times more powerful than this one. This guy's demonic seed technique is actually not that heaven-defying. It can only be considered a relatively ordinary demonic seed technique. If it was a more powerful demonic seed technique, you wouldn't have been able to discover it." The demon lord said. "This person wants to control my body. He deserves to die." Lin Feng's eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. Normally, when someone used the demonic seed technique on someone, they wanted to control that person's body. Of course. There were also some who wanted to refine the other party's body into an avatar, and then use the demonic seed technique to control the other party. When the time was right, he would kill the opponent's soul and refine the opponent's body into an avatar. However, no matter what the other party's motive was, it was clear that the other party was up to no good. Fortunately, Lin Feng discovered it in time. Under the burning of the 5 heavenly fires, the demonic seed in his body was gradually burned to death. In the end, the demonic seed in his body was burned to ashes. Damn it, the old man from the Sea clan couldn't help but curse in a low voice. His eyes were extremely gloomy and ugly. This existence knew the Qi observation technique. When he saw Lin Feng, he saw Lin Feng's Qi observation technique. Most people's Qi observation technique was a small piece of Qi observation technique. Moreover, the colors were different. From the low-level white Qi observation technique to the red Qi observation technique or the more powerful orange Qi observation technique, yellow Qi observation technique was more common. Green Qi observation technique was extremely rare. It was very rare to see green Qi observation technique. As for blue Qi observation technique, it was even rarer. Even this old man from the Sea clan only had green Qi observation technique. In his long life, he had only seen blue Qi observation technique once. This old man from the Sea clan had never seen blue Qi observation technique. He had only heard of it. However, some ancient Taoist scriptures had introduced blue Qi observation technique. For example, some extremely terrifying experts in history seem to have condensed blue Qi observation technique. As for the highest level of purple Qi observation technique, it was almost a legendary Qi observation technique. Even the Taoist scriptures didn't have records of it. When the old man saw the purple Qi observation technique above Lin Feng's head, he was shocked. However, what shocked the old man more was not that Lin Feng's Qi observation technique was actually purple Qi observation technique, but that Lin Feng's qi observation technique was like a vast ocean. Other people's qi observation technique was a small piece of qi observation technique. Lin Feng's qi observation technique was actually like a vast ocean. This was too unbelievable. Moreover, Lin Feng's qi observation technique was the highest level of purple qi observation technique. Most people in the world were selfish. This was also the main reason why the saying "every man for himself" was so widespread. Although the old man didn't know Lin Feng, after seeing Lin Feng's qi observation technique, he already had evil intentions towards Lin Feng. In this world, there was no need for a reason to kill someone. Not to mention, the old man had sufficient reason to attack Lin Feng. The old man's goal was to first plant a demonic seed in Lin Feng's body. When the demonic seed grew stronger, he would be able to control Lin Feng's body. Then, he was looking for a time to erase Lin Feng's soul and refine Lin Feng's body into his external incarnation. The external incarnation was like a part of the cultivator's body. When the time came, Lin Feng's qi observation technique would be absorbed by him. The old man's wishful thinking was extremely good. However, the old man didn't expect that Lin Feng would actually discover the demonic seed he planted in Lin Feng's body. Moreover, Lin Feng even killed the demonic seed. The old man's expression naturally didn't look good. After refining the demonic seed in his body, Lin Feng immediately let out a long breath. He coldly glanced at the old man. Now was not the time to settle accounts with this old man. Wait for the opportunity to come. Then find this old man to settle accounts. What he needed to do now was to fight for the heaven-shaking stone tablet. The space around the heaven-shaking stone tablet was violently distorted. The power to distort space and time was too terrifying. Therefore, there was no way to get close to the heaven-shaking stone tablet now. If they dared to approach the heaven-shaking stone tablet rashly, when the time came, they would probably die under the attack of the distorted space. Therefore, the three forces were waiting. Buzz, 3 days later. The densely packed runes on the heaven-shaking stone tablet actually came to life. The runes vibrated with astonishing energy waves. Every energy fluctuation contained an unimaginably powerful and terrifying power. Rumble, 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 the heaven-shaking stone tablet, which was as huge as a mountain, shook violently. The heaven-shaking stone tablet had a change. It seemed that the heaven-shaking stone tablet was about to be born. The apocalypse had arrived. It caused these treasures that wouldn't easily appear in front of the world to be born. The heaven-shaking stone tablet was in such a situation. Young master, look, the heaven-shaking stone tablet is shrinking. The eighth evil spirit pointed at the heaven-shaking stone tablet and exclaimed. The runes on the sky-shaking steel began to shrink. It seemed like the sky-shaking steel was about to be born. Everyone couldn't help but show anticipation on their faces. Of course, after the sky-shaking steel was born, it would depend on one's ability to obtain the sky-shaking steel. The sky-shaking steel shrunk continuously. The originally towering sky-shaking steel shrunk to a height of 3,000 meters in no time. However, the sky-shaking steel's shrinking did not stop. It was still shrinking. 2,900 meters, 2,800 meters, 2,500 meters, 2,000 meters, 2,500 meters. As the sky-shaking steel shrunk continuously, everyone's attention was attracted by it. The allure of the heaven-shaking stone tablet was too great for them. It was a treasure that could drive people crazy. 1,000 meters, 900 meters, 800 meters, 700 meters, 600 meters, 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. The sky-shaking steel shrunk, but the fluctuation from the sky-shaking steel became more violent. After sensing the powerful fluctuation from the sky-shaking steel, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He secretly communicated with the 8 evil spirits of resentment, allowing them to be prepared to attack at any time. After an hour, the sky-shaking steel shrunk to a height of over 10 meters. Then, the sky-shaking steel soared into the sky and flew out from the distorted void. Imprison! The experts from the 3 forces took action and immobilized the void. The sky-shaking steel was imprisoned in midair. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Then, the experts from the 3 forces flew toward the sky-shaking steel. Everyone wanted to reach the sky-shaking steel in advance. Then, they forced out the origin blood essence from their bodies and slapped the sky-shaking steel. The sky-shaking steel would definitely be refined after absorbing the origin blood essence. The three forces didn't give in and they fought in midair. Lin Feng locked onto Mose Tianzuan while the Sea Tribe Elder locked onto Kodo. Although Lin Feng and the old man had grudges, they knew that they had to deal with the two experts of the Northern Alliance. If they were to fight, the heaven-shaking steel would definitely be snatched away by the two great experts of the Northern Alliance. At that time, they would have nothing to do with it. Therefore, Lin Feng and the Sea Race Elder came to a tacit understanding and attacked Mose Tianzuan and Kodo respectively. As for the other cultivators of the three great powers, a chaotic battle ensued, and the experts from the three sides were locked in battle. Whenever they saw someone approaching the heaven-shaking stone steel, they would be shocked. The rest of the people immediately took action against the cultivators who were about to approach the heaven-shaking stone tablet. The cultivators who were approaching the heaven-shaking stone steel had no choice but to dodge quickly. Or else. He was about to be besieged. He had to endure the attacks of so many cultivators. He would most likely die a tragic death. Mose Tianzuan, I really didn't expect that you would be able to make a comeback. It's a pity that I wasn't able to kill you directly back then. If I did, how would you have the chance to make a comeback? Lin Feng took out the 4 stone swords to deal with Mose Tianzuan's the Magic Lotus. Now, the Magic Lotus itself had the battle strength of an itinerant immortal. In addition, Mose Tianzuan had recovered his battle strength close to that of an itinerant immortal. Therefore, the combination of Mose Tianzuan and the Magic Lotus was extremely terrifying. However, Lin Feng had now used the power of his avatar and activated the 4 stone swords. It was more than enough to deal with Mose Tianzuan. Mose Tianzuan flew into a rage after hearing Lin Feng's ridicule. Lin Feng's contempt for him made him extremely angry. He wished he could tear Lin Feng apart. Lin Feng. Don't be complacent. This time, you're dead for sure. Mose Tianzuan said with a sneer. Now that he and Kodo had joined forces, it was equivalent to 2 itinerant immortals joining forces. No matter how strong Lin Feng was, he was at most equivalent to an itinerant immortal. So, how could Lin Feng fight with him? In Mose Tianzuan's opinion, Lin Feng was definitely going to die. Of course, Mose Tianzuan also knew that now was not the time to kill Lin Feng. His goal now was the heaven-shaking steel. Mose Tianzuan was now holding back Lin Feng. He hoped that his subordinates could work harder and snatch the heaven-shaking steel from the many experts. On the other side, the battle between Kodo and the Sea Clan Elder was also quite intense. However, it was obviously unrealistic to want to kill an itinerant immortal expert in a short period of time. So, whether it was the battle between Lin Feng and Mose Tianzuan or the battle between Kodo and the Sea Clan Elder. In fact, both sides were holding back. Everyone did not go all out. Primordial Ancestral Insect, Emperor Archaic, Chaos Demon Refining Insects, Celestial Devouring Insects, all come out. At this time, Lin Feng summoned all the spiritual insects he had cultivated. There was no need to say much about the Chaos Demon Refining Insects and Celestial Devouring Insects. They could be said to have made outstanding contributions time and time again. The Primordial Ancestral Insect and Emperor Archaic did not participate in the battle before. However, Lin Feng had been cultivating the Primordial Ancestral Insect and Emperor Archaic with all his strength. Now, the Primordial Ancestral Insect had completed 3 transformations. The Emperor Archaic had completed 2 transformations. Their transformations were even more important than a cultivator's bloodline recovery. The increase in a cultivator's realm and the recovery of their bloodline was only one of the reasons. The increase in a cultivator's realm was caused by many factors. But these spiritual insects were not. There was only one way for spiritual insects to increase their strength. And that was to undergo transformations. The more transformations they underwent. As a result, his strength increased even more. All these years. In order to cultivate the Primordial Ancestral Insect and Emperor Archaic, Lin Feng had used up countless precious insect materials. He had spent so much. Now, it was time to enjoy the fruits of his labor. And it was time for the Primordial Ancestral Insect and Emperor Archaic to come out and fight. After the dense swarm of insects came out, they directly pounced towards the experts of the Sea region and the Northern Alliance. Those experts had powerful cultivations. They were at least peak emperor lords, and there were many subimmortal existences. So, Lin Feng did not expect the swarm to be able to destroy them quickly. Lin Feng hoped that the swarm could help the 8 resentment evil spirits delay the experts of the 2 factions. And the Emperor Archaic and the primordial ancestral insect could free up their hands to help Lin Feng collect the heaven-shaking stone steel. The Emperor Archaic and the primordial ancestral insect, one in charge of sweeping the periphery, the other in charge of collecting the heaven-shaking stone steel. This was the ideal result that Lin Feng wanted to see. After the swarm of insects flew out, it was extremely effective. The experts of the Northern Alliance and the overseas experts did not even have time to react before the swarm of insects flooded towards them. And after receiving Lin Feng's order, the Emperor Archaic and the primordial ancestral insect quickly flew towards the heaven-shaking stone steel that was imprisoned in mid-air. The primordial demon refining bugs and celestial devouring bugs were extremely powerful. In addition, there were 8 subimmortal level resentment evil spirits assisting them. Therefore, the experts of the Sea region and the Northern Alliance were completely trapped. They could not free themselves to deal with the primordial ancestral insect and Emperor Archaic that were flying towards the heaven-shaking stone tablet. The primordial ancestral insect and Emperor Archaic were extremely powerful. Their speed was also unbelievably fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, they had already arrived beside the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Not good, this kid actually cultivated so many bugs. Stop fighting, go kill those 2 bugs, and then work together to kill this kid. Mose Tianzuan shouted. The Sea Race Elder and Kodo who were fighting fiercely stopped. They did not continue fighting. Instead, they quickly flew towards the primordial ancestral insect and Emperor Archaic. They wanted to kill the primordial ancestral insect and Emperor Archaic. The Emperor Archaic stopped. It flapped its wings. Instantly, large areas of the void collapsed. It was rumored that the Emperor Archaic could directly shatter the void with a flap of its wings. This rumor was indeed true. Although Lin Feng's Emperor Archaic had only evolved twice, its ability was so strong. It had reached a level that made people turn pale with fright. A large amount of space-time power spread out from the collapsed void. That powerful space-time power. It continuously devoured the Sea Race Elder and Kodo. The Sea Race Elder and Kodo's strength surpassed that of Emperor Archaic. However, their use of the Tao of Space could not be compared to that of Emperor Archaic. Even if Lin Feng cultivated the inheritance of the first space god. However, his use of the Tao of Space was still far inferior to that of Emperor Archaic. Because Emperor Archaic's inheritance was the use of all kinds of space. In other words, the Tao of Space that Lin Feng cultivated was only one of the many Taos that he cultivated. However, to Emperor Archaic, the Tao of Space was a means of survival. There was a saying that went, "Don't use your hobby to challenge others' rice bowls." That was the truth. No cultivator could compare to a race like the primeval Emperor Butterfly when it came to utilizing the Tao of Space. Perhaps if the gods of space were resurrected, they would be able to compete with Emperor Archaic. The old man and Kodo both roared in anger. They wanted to rush out of the broken space. However, Emperor Archaic did not give them the chance to do so. Emperor Archaic continued to flap his wings. The space around the old man and Kodo continued to collapse. The 2 of them had just rushed out of the collapsed void. The void around them continued to collapse, trapping them once again. Just like that, it kept going back and forth, in an endless cycle. One could imagine. It was extremely difficult for them to rush out of the collapsed void. They tried many times to rush out of the collapsed void, but all of them ended in failure. The old man and Kodo couldn't help but roar in anger. Experts at their level rarely got angry, but now they were in such a sorry state because of a mere Emperor Archaic. It would be strange if they weren't angry because of the humiliation they felt. At this moment, the ancestor insect arrived in front of the heaven-shaking steel. The ancestor insect's body trembled. It then opened its mouth and tried to swallow the heaven-shaking steel. The heaven-shaking steel was swallowed into the ancestor insect's small world. Got it. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He didn't continue to fight with Mosei Tianzuan. Lin Feng summoned a large swarm of insects to fly towards Mosei Tianzuan. The swarm kept Mosei Tianzuan busy, while Lin Feng, the Emperor Archaic, the Ancestor Insect, and the 8 Resentment Evil Spirits gathered together. Lin Feng used the spatial Dao. Then, he constructed a spatial gate. Lin Feng used the spatial Dao to teleport. If he used it, he could teleport 200 or 300 kilometers away. There was a limit to how long he could teleport through the void. Once he used it, he would need a period of recovery before he could use it again. Time to recover. The enemy's peak experts had already caught up. Therefore, for top experts, this distance could be crossed very quickly. It wasn't easy to shake them off. But a spatial gate was different. A spatial gate could cross a distance of 2,000 kilometers. Given Lin Feng's current understanding of the spatial Dao, he couldn't say how many spatial gates he could create. But he could at least cross 2,450 kilometers. At this distance, even if these loose immortals had 10 more pairs of wings, they wouldn't be able to catch up to Lin Feng. Lin Feng sent the Emperor Archaic, the Ancestor Insect, and the swarm of insects back into the spatial gate. Then, he entered the spatial gate with the 8 Resentment Evil Spirits. Then, Lin Feng and the 8 Resentment Evil Spirits disappeared without a trace. Kodo, Mosei Tianzuan, and the Sea Clan Elder were furious. They quickly flew towards the spatial gate that Lin Feng created. But at this moment, the spatial gate that Lin Feng created disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng and the others also left this place. Damn it, Lin Feng actually got the heaven-shaking steel. Now he's like a tiger with wings. We can't let him control the heaven-shaking steel. Otherwise, it'll be a huge problem for us. Mosei Tianzuan roared furiously. Kodo said, "Don't worry. How can the heaven-shaking steel be so easy to control? It'll take at least a few years or even longer to refine and comprehend it. Let's go back immediately and start a war with the 4 regions of the Dragon Gate. Then, we'll destroy Lin Feng in the war." All right. Mosei Tianzuan nodded. Kodo and Mosei Tianzuan then looked at the Sea Clan Elder and said, "Fellow Daoist, why don't we attack Lin Feng together? When the time comes, we'll split all the resources equally." The Sea Clan Elder smiled sinisterly. "Sorry, I'm not interested in fighting and killing. You can do whatever you want in the inland world. Just don't involve the ocean world." Seeing that the Sea Clan Elder had rejected their invitation, Kodo and Mosei Tianzuan instantly wanted to kill the Sea Clan Elder. However, when they thought of the Sea Clan Elder's unfathomable cultivation, they suppressed the killing intent in their hearts and led the Northern Alliance's experts to leave quickly. After these people left, the Sea Clan Elder said, "Saint Kuan Patriarch. Sir, your subordinate is here." And Sea Clan Subimmortal stepped forward. The Sea Clan Elder said sinisterly, "Assemble the army. When the Northern Alliance and the 4 regions of the Dragon Gate are both injured, our ocean army will attack and directly destroy the Northern Alliance and the 4 regions of the Dragon Gate. We'll unify the inland world and the ocean world of the Great Exile world." Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Old Mantu is exhausted. Please follow Old Mantu's WeChat official account. Open WeChat and search for Wangzai Old Mantu. Click follow and then check out the various people in the history. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship cut through the void and flew quickly. Lin Feng sat cross-legged in the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. In front of him was the heaven-shaking steel. Now Lin Feng was comprehending the heaven-shaking steel. It wasn't easy to refine the heaven-shaking steel. He injected his magic power into the heaven-shaking steel, but he couldn't refine it for a long time. So Lin Feng tried to refine the heaven-shaking steel with his blood. After absorbing Lin Feng's blood, Lin Feng felt that he had some mysterious connection with the heaven-shaking steel. Although he still couldn't refine the heaven-shaking steel, it was a good start. As time passed, Lin Feng found that the connection between him and the heaven-shaking steel seemed to have become closer. He tried to comprehend the mysterious runes on the heaven-shaking steel. But Lin Feng found that it was as if there was a cloud of fog covering his vision. He couldn't feel the great Dao aura of those runes, nor could he see what kind of runes they were. Since ancient times, there were countless people who wanted to comprehend the heaven-shaking stele, but there were too few who really succeeded. Even if he got the heaven-shaking stele, he might not be able to comprehend the heaven-shaking stele. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Of course, Lin Feng wouldn't give up just like that. He had always been a determined and confident person. Lin Feng believed that it was only a matter of time for him to comprehend the heaven-shaking stele. Lin Feng immediately took out the other heaven-shaking stele. That heaven-shaking stele was broken into many pieces, and Lin Feng temporarily collected 2 of them. It was hard to imagine who could break such a heaven-defying thing like the heaven-shaking stele. Just thinking about it made one's hair stand on end. It was a feeling of disbelief. But it was true. Although the heaven-shaking stele was broken. But after countless years, the heaven-shaking stele still seemed to be imprinted with the tragedy of that battle. When the 2 heaven-shaking steles were placed together, all of a sudden, waves of energy rippled out from the shattered heaven-shaking stele. This is? Lin Feng looked at the shattered heaven-shaking stele in shock. Did the broken heaven-shaking stele and the intact heaven-shaking stele form a reaction? This made Lin Feng extremely excited. Now that the heaven-shaking stone tablet had reacted to it, it really made one look forward to what would happen next. There were no runes on the outside of the broken heaven-shaking stele because all the runes contained in the stele had been branded in the depths of the heaven-shaking stele. Therefore, Lin Feng had tried many times to comprehend and activate the shattered heaven-shaking stele, but he had not succeeded. However, it was different this time, and it seemed to be because of another heaven-shaking stone tablet. The sky-shaking stele also underwent some special changes. Inside the stele, there was a powerful fluctuation. Then, runes appeared one after another. Numerous runes hovered around the broken heaven-shaking stele. The runes on the 2 heaven-shaking stone steles actually formed a rather miraculous connection. Vaguely, Lin Feng seemed to see a Tai Chi yin-yang diagram formed around the 2 heaven-shaking steles. And the 2 heaven-shaking steles guarded the 2 extremes of yin and yang respectively. It was said that there were a total of 18 heaven-shaking steles, 9 yin and 9 yang, yin and yang complementing each other. This also implied the great Tao of heaven and earth. The broken heaven-shaking stele and the heaven-shaking stele that Lin Feng had just obtained formed this kind of yin and yang complementing each other. This meant that these 2 heaven-shaking steles were 1 yin and 1 yang. This made Lin Feng very happy. After 1 yin and 1 yang complemented each other, it was obviously more advantageous to him. Maybe he could rely on the yin and yang complementing each other to comprehend the secrets of the heaven-shaking stele. This was extremely possible. However, Lin Feng discovered that the connection between the broken heaven-shaking stele and the intact heaven-shaking stele was cut off very quickly. Then, the densely packed runes on the broken heaven-shaking stele also disappeared without a trace. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a look of contemplation. This kind of yin and yang cycle lasted for too short a time. Could it be because one of the heaven-shaking steles was incomplete? Lin Feng felt that this might really be the reason. The other heaven-shaking stele was incomplete, causing the 2 heaven-shaking steles to be unable to form a perfect yin and yang cycle. Therefore, it was inevitable that there would be problems. However, even if there was a problem, it would only be a small problem. Lin Feng believed that he would definitely be able to collect all the parts of the broken heaven-shaking stele. As long as he could collect the other parts. At that time, the 2 heaven-shaking steles would be able to form a perfect fit. Lin Feng kept the 2 heaven-shaking steles. Next, he would frequently refine the complete heaven-shaking stele, and would also frequently comprehend the complete heaven-shaking stele. Lin Feng naturally hoped to be able to comprehend some of the secrets of the heaven-shaking stele as soon as possible. 3 months later, Lin Feng and the rest returned to the Dragon Gate city. After returning, Lin Feng began to mobilize the army. Lin Feng predicted that the Northern Alliance would definitely send their army to the south. At that time, the battle of life and death would arrive. Wang Tianyang had been studying the various terrains of the Dragon Gate's 4 regions. When Lin Feng returned and began to mobilize the army, Wang Tianyang knew that the Dragon Gate's 4 regions and the Northern Alliance were about to have a decisive battle. And this battle involved a lot of things. It had to be treated with caution. Wang Tianyang brought the map over and said, "Young master, this subordinate has been studying the terrains of our Dragon Gate's 4 regions. Now that I have some understanding of this battle, I am here to report it to you. Tell me about it. Lin Feng said. Yes, young master. Wang Tianyang replied. He took out the map and laid it on a table. Lin Feng also walked to the side of the map. Wang Tianyang pointed to a place on the map and said, Young master, look. This long border is the border between our Dragon Gate's 4 regions and the Northern Alliance. Wang Tianyang had done his homework in advance. The border was already marked in red. Lin Feng nodded and said, This border is very long. We don't know where the enemy will come from. It's hard to guard against them. Wang Tianyang said. Young master. Although this border is very long, there aren't many places that can cross it. That's because this very long border mostly crosses the exiled forest. Inside the exiled forest, ferocious beasts run amok. A large number of ferocious beasts reside in the depths of the forest. Furthermore, I've heard that with the great changes in the world, some of the terrifying creatures in the exiled abyss have already walked out of the exiled abyss. Oh? There's such a thing? Lin Feng was shocked. Lin Feng was well aware of how powerful the creatures in the land of death were. If those terrifying existences walked out of the land of death and took over the forest of exile, anyone who dared to cross the forest of exile would be attacked by those terrifying existences. Wang Tianyang said, Yes, this information should be accurate. I heard it from a good friend who saw terrifying creatures walk out of the forest of exile with his own eyes. If the Northern Alliance's army comes here, it will be a good show. We don't have to do anything. The beasts in the forest of exile, led by the creatures in the land of death, might be able to deal a heavy blow to the Northern Alliance's army. Lin Feng said, They will definitely study the terrain carefully. The upper echelons of the Northern Alliance should know about the situation in the forest of exile. They shouldn't take the risk of crossing through here. Wang Tianyang said, Yes, that's true. Let's take a look at other places. After crossing the forest of exile is the Lake of Death. It's one of the most dangerous places in the world of exile. It's even more dangerous than the forest of exile. The reason why it's so dangerous is because most of the places are forbidden space, making it impossible to fly. Many places have powerful magnetic fields that make it easy to get lost. That's why it's impossible to cross the Lake of Death. It's no different from digging one's own grave. Lin Feng nodded and didn't interrupt. He continued to listen. Further east is the Immemorial Ancestral Mountain. It's an ancient battlefield that stretches endlessly and is filled with danger. However, there's an open space here. The Immemorial Ancestral Mountain seems to have been split in half. There's a safe zone that allows one to cross through. Every year, a large number of cultivators gather here and enter the Immemorial Ancestral Mountain in search of opportunities. That's why this passage is one of the possible routes the Northern Alliance will use to invade the 4 regions of the Dragon Gate. Further east, after crossing the Immemorial Ancestral Dragon Mountain, there's an endless plain. It's usually the most suitable place for a decisive battle. It's not easy to set up an ambush in such a place because it's the best way for the enemy to invade the 4 regions of the Dragon Gate. Further east is the Fallen Moon River. The Fallen Moon River flows into the East Sea. The Fallen Moon River is a special place. It is surrounded by mountains. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the Fallen Moon River emits a green poisonous gas. If a cultivator breathes it in, it will cause great harm to their body. There are 2 places near the Fallen Moon River that don't have poisonous gas. One is near Wangjiang City, but Wangjiang City is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It's very difficult to destroy Wangjiang City, and the casualties will be disastrous. There's another place called the Jiangchuan River. It's a place that crosses the Fallen Moon River. There's no poisonous gas there either. The other party can float down the river and enter the 4 regions of the Dragon Gate. Young master, this is the situation at the border between the Northern Alliance and the Dragon Gate's 4 regions. In that case, there are only 3 places that are easy to pass through. The first is the ancient ancestral mountain, the second is the Tianfu Plain, and the third is the Jiangchuan River. If you were to lead an army to invade the 4 regions of the Dragon Gate, where would you choose? Lin Feng looked at Wang Tianyang and asked. Wang Tianyang replied, reporting to young master, this subordinate would choose to pass through the Tianfu Plain. Because the Tianfu Plain is boundlessly long, there won't be any obstructions. It won't be easy to set up an ambush here. Lin Feng nodded. It was indeed as Wang Tianyang said. If the other party attacked from the Tianfu Plain, how could they set up an ambush on the endless plain? It was impossible to set up an ambush. Moreover, setting up a large formation wouldn't work either. They wouldn't know if the other party had passed through the area. If the other party attacked from the Tianfu Plain, they would have to fight to the death. Wang Tianyang continued, this subordinate believes that the main force of the Northern Alliance will come from the Tianfu Plain. However, this subordinate is worried that they will send a small part of their army to circle around the ancient ancestral mountain and the Jiangchuan River. That way, they will be able to ambush us from behind. At that time, we will be attacked from both sides. Actually, Lin Feng understood the meaning behind Wang Tianyang's words. The Dragon Sect's 4 regions' army had to fight to the death with the Northern Alliance's army in the Tianfu Plain. They couldn't allow them to enter directly. Or else. At that time, the Dragon Sect's 4 regions would be plunged into misery and suffering. This battle was indeed disadvantageous for the Dragon Sect's 4 regions. Lin Feng said, we really need to set up an ambush at the ancient ancestral mountain and the Jiangchuan River. The terrain here makes it easy to set up an ambush. Wang Tianyang nodded and said, that's right. Of course, they might not send their cultivator army over from these 2 places. However, we have to be on guard. Lin Feng agreed with Wang Tianyang's words. The reason why Lin Feng agreed was because Mose Tianzuan and Kodo both had the strength of an itinerant immortal. These 2 fellows were extremely arrogant. They were existences equivalent to itinerant immortals. Was there a need to play tricks with the Dragon Sect's 4 regions, given their arrogance? They would probably choose to enter from the Tianfu Plain. This was the most domineering way to invade. However, although that was the case, they still had to be on guard. If the other party sent troops to invade the Dragon Sect's 4 regions from the ancient ancestral mountain and the Jiangchuan River. If the cultivator army from the Dragon Sect's 4 regions wasn't guarding these 2 places, it would definitely be a tragedy. Lin Feng said, the final battle will definitely take place at the Tianfu Plain. However, our cultivator army is obviously inferior to the Northern Alliance's cultivator army. They have far more people than us. Indeed, this is a little troublesome. Wang Tianyang frowned and said. Although the analysis was good, in the end, they couldn't find a way to deal with it. Lin Feng and Wang Tianyang's hearts were heavy. Looks like I need to make a trip to that place, Lin Feng said with narrowed eyes. Wang Tianyang asked curiously, young master, where are you going? Lin Feng said, I'm going to the exiled forest to meet the living beings that came out of the land of death. Perhaps we can negotiate with them and mobilize the beast army from them. If we have the help of the beast army, it will be enough to turn the tables in the final battle at the Tianfu Plain. Wang Tianyang's expression changed and he said, young master, you must not go to the land of death. That place is too dangerous. Wang Tianyang was worried that Lin Feng would suffer a calamity in the banished abyss. It was no wonder that Wang Tianyang was so worried. Because the banished abyss was a place of death. Such a place was simply too dangerous. If a cultivator was careless, they would die without a grave. Therefore, no cultivator would take the risk to go to such a place. And the situation in the 4 regions of Dragon Sect was not good. However, to be honest, the strength of the 4 regions of Dragon Sect was still very strong. Even if they were not a match for the Northern Alliance in the war, they could also temporarily retreat back to defend. Nothing must happen to Lin Feng because Lin Feng was the leader of the 4 regions of Dragon Sect. He was the backbone of everyone. If something happened to Lin Feng, the morale of the 4 regions of Dragon Sect would immediately drop. At that time, they would not be able to withstand the pressure of the Northern Alliance's army. Therefore, the most important thing now was to ensure Lin Feng's safety. As long as nothing happened to Lin Feng, the 4 regions of Dragon Sect would have a backbone. At that time, they might be able to turn defeat into victory. It was not as if the weak had not defeated the strong before. Lin Feng said, fellow Daoist, you don't have to worry about me. This decisive battle is of great importance. We can only win. We cannot fail. Once we fail, how many people will be buried in a foreign land? Once we fail, how many people will die miserably? With my current cultivation, nothing will happen to me even if I enter a place of death. This matter is settled. After I leave, announce to the outside world that I am going to cultivate in seclusion. Don't let anyone disturb me. Wang Tianyang also knew that once Lin Feng made a decision, it would be difficult to change Lin Feng's mind. He could only nod his head. Lin Feng did not stay in Dragon Sect City. He left Dragon Sect City and headed to the Banished Abyss alone. Berserk beasts ran rampant in the Banished Forest. However, these berserk beasts did not pose much of a threat to Lin Feng. After sensing Lin Feng's aura, the berserk beasts did not dare to approach and hid far away. Lin Feng went all the way into the Banished Forest. Half a month later, Lin Feng arrived at the depths of the Banished Forest. The Banished Abyss had already entered his line of sight. Black gas escaped from the huge abyss. The abyss was eerie, terrifying, and exuded a suffocating aura. After seeing the abyss, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. As expected of a land of death, the aura of the Banished Abyss was indeed terrifying. Eh? That's, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. In another direction, he saw a woman in snow-white clothes. The woman was also looking at the Banished Abyss. Lin Feng had seen that woman before. Divine Feather Spirit. It was actually this woman. Before, when he saw the Celestial Feather Spirit, this woman had many people with her. But now, she came alone. She was a Holy Spirit. His cultivation was absolutely terrifying. Xian Feather Spirit seemed to have seen Lin Feng as well. She stood in the void and looked at Lin Feng. He quickly retracted his gaze. Lin Feng flew towards the immortal Feather Spirit. I wonder if this is fate. To think that I would meet a fairy here. Lin Feng said. The two didn't greet each other the first time they met, but now, Lin Feng felt that it was time for them to greet each other. This was their second meeting. Xian Feather Spirit looked at Lin Feng and said, yes. I didn't expect to meet young master here. How should I address you? Dragon Gate Region's Region Lord, Lin Feng. Xian Feather Spirit revealed a surprised expression and said, so young master is the Dragon Gate Region's Region Lord. My apologies for my lack of manners. I heard that the Northern Alliance is gathering an army and will invade your 4 regions at any time. Why have you come to the Banished Abyss at a time like this? Lin Feng said, I'm here to meet some of the living beings in the Banished Abyss. I'm also here to borrow some beasts to help me deal with the Northern Alliance. Xian Feather Spirit was stunned when she heard this. She quickly regained her senses and said, this is the first time I've seen someone come to the Land of Death to borrow beasts. Do you think the Land of Death will bother with you? Lin Feng said, everything depends on effort. If you don't try, how will you know it's impossible? What if you succeed? Xian Feather Spirit smiled as she sized up Lin Feng. This woman was truly beautiful up close. She was peerless and as beautiful as a fairy. Lin Feng asked, Fairy, what are you doing here? I am a living being from the Banished Abyss. Why do you think I'm here? Xian Feather Spirit winked at Lin Feng and smiled. Lin Feng's mouth fell open. An incredulous expression appeared on his face. What was going on? In the past, Lin Feng had heard people talk about Celestial Feather Spirit. There were 2 versions of her story. The first version was that Xian Feather Spirit was a holy spirit born from a demonic flower. The second version was that Xian Feather Spirit was a demon from the sea. Since Xian Feather Spirit had always been active in the sea, most people believed that she was a living being born from the sea. Now, however, Xian Feather Spirit was saying that she was a living being from the Banished Abyss. Anyone would be shocked to hear this. There was one more thing. According to Lin Feng's understanding of the Land of Death, most of the living beings in the Land of Death were aloof and cold. Xian Feather Spirit was an otherworldly fairy. However, when one interacted with Xian Feather Spirit, one would find that she was actually quite easy to get along with. It was very difficult to associate someone like her with a living being from the Land of Death. Of course. Anything could happen in the world. What? Is it strange that I'm a living being from the Land of Death? Xian Feather Spirit smiled at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. I didn't think of this before. Since you're a living being from the land of death, can you lend me some troops? Xian Feather Spirit said, I don't have any troops under my command, and those beasts aren't under my command. I've been away for more than 60 years, and I've only just returned. I don't know what happened in the Banished Abyss, and I have even less of a clue as to who's in charge of the army of beasts. However, if you're brave enough, you can come with me to the Banished Abyss. I can help you ask around. How about it? Go to the Banished Abyss? Lin Feng was surprised. If he went in with the Celestial Feather Spirit, it would be like going to the territory of death. When the time came, she wouldn't sell him out, right? What? Are you scared? If so, you can go back. No one is forcing you to go in. Xian Yuling said with a smile. Scared? Would I be scared? There's no such word in my dictionary. Lin Feng said with a smirk. If you're not scared, then come with me. As soon as she finished speaking, Xian Yuling walked inside. Lin Feng's expression was uncertain. In the end, he gritted his teeth and followed Xian Yuling into the depths of the abyss. Life's choices were often made in an instant. And this instant choice could even change a person's life. Fate was often so mysterious. Lin Feng was a person who would not bow to fate. Knowing that there was a tiger in the mountain, he still walked towards it. This was Lin Feng's character. Lin Feng followed behind Xian Yuling. What kind of heart was hidden under this woman's beautiful appearance? Judging from her personality, Immortal Feather Spirit did not seem like a vicious person. Of course, there was no knowing what was in a person's heart. Who could say for sure what kind of person she was? Lin Feng could not say for sure. He hoped that Xian Yuling did not plot against him. If she dared to plot against him, Lin Feng planned to capture Xian Yuling and use her as a cauldron. This was called giving her a taste of her own medicine. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Banished Abyss. Lin Feng looked down and saw nothing but pitch-black darkness. He could not see anything. The only thing he could see was the rolling black fog. The Banished Abyss was emitting a gloomy and terrifying aura. According to Lin Feng's understanding, a place like the Banished Abyss would often have an absolute master. He was the supreme existence in the land of death. Of course. The absolute master here. It did not refer to their realm, but their status here. Is there an Abyss Master inside? Lin Feng asked. Xian Yuling said. Of course, but you don't have to worry. The Abyss Master should still be in a deep sleep. He usually won't wake up. Hearing this, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Lord of the Abyss wouldn't wake up. If he wakes up. In that case, Lin Feng's trip to the Abyss would be even worse. Lin Feng followed Immortal Feather Spirit as they flew towards the depths. Their speed was extremely fast, and it didn't take long for the two of them to reach the bottom of the Banished Abyss. The bottom of the Banished Abyss was extremely vast, and it was eerily quiet. Come with me, Xian Yuling said. She took light steps and walked into the depths. Lin Feng chased after her and walked side by side with Xian Yuling. Soon, Lin Feng felt a cold and gloomy aura enveloping his body. That aura was so terrifying that it made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. Lin Feng felt goosebumps all over his body. Lin Feng frowned. It seemed that some terrifying beings had set their sights on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a feeling. Coming to a place of death like the Banished Abyss, it was all too normal to be targeted by those terrifying beings. It would be strange if he wasn't targeted. Xian Yuling didn't go too deep into the Banished Abyss. She should have stopped at the central region of the Banished Abyss. Come out. Xian Yuling said. As soon as she finished speaking, terrifying beings walked out of the darkness. There were about a dozen of them in total. They were shrouded in darkness, and it was difficult to see what kind of beings they were. Fairy Yuling, why did you bring this brat here? Could it be that you want to give us something to eat? But there are so many of us. This brat isn't enough to share. A terrifying being said. He actually thought of Lin Feng as food. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. If possible, he really wanted to slap this guy to death. How dare he look down on him like that? This was simply intolerable. Xian Yuling asked. You can enter and leave the Banished Abyss freely now? Of course. The feeling outside is really good. The creatures from the danger zone said. After regaining their freedom, they were very excited. This guy is the Dragon Gate region's region lord. Have you heard of him? Xianxia asked. Oh? The Dragon Gate region's region lord? These creatures of the land of extremis were all very surprised. You don't say. We've heard of him before. Didn't the Northern Alliance and the Dragon Gate region go to war? What is this brat doing here? All of the terminus creatures had confused expressions on their faces. Let him explain it to you all himself. Xianxia said indifferently. She didn't seem to be bothered to explain. Brat, what are you doing here? One of the beings asked. Calling for reinforcements. I want to ask for your help in dealing with the Northern Alliance. What do you think? Lin Feng said indifferently. Ha 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 ha. The group of creatures in the land of death immediately laughed out loud. Even Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. They all acted as if they had heard something funny. The world is so big, and there are all sorts of strange things. How interesting. Someone actually came to us to ask for reinforcements. How interesting. Brat, are you tired of living and want to go to hell to meet King Yama? Is that why you're here? Lin Feng said. I'm really here to ask for reinforcements. We can sit down and talk about our cooperation. The group of Dangerlands creatures laughed again. To them, this matter was like a joke. This made the group of terminus creatures smile from ear to ear. Brat, what right do you have to ask for our help? We only want to eat you now, said a dangerous spirit, throwing himself at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do that. Brat, you came to the land of death to show off. How preposterous. I'll tear you apart immediately. The spirit looked at Lin Feng ferociously. The beings of the land of death were incomparably powerful, and they were used to being high and mighty. How could they tolerate someone looking down on them? Therefore, when he saw Lin Feng looking down on him, he was infuriated. His killing intent was monstrous. How about this? Let's make a bet. Lin Feng said. What bet? The being said coldly. I can defeat you within 3 moves. If I can't defeat you within 3 moves, I'll be at your mercy. How about it? Lin Feng said to the being shrouded in darkness. Courting death. Courting death. Courting death. The danger zone creature roared furiously. Just as mentioned before, these life forms were all lofty existences. They thought highly of themselves. Who would dare to underestimate them? With them overseeing the land of death, no one dared to enter. But today, Lin Feng looked down on them again and again. How could this life form not be angry? This human brat is really arrogant. I remember that the human cultivators I've met in the past were all rather low-key and reserved. This brat seems to be different from the other human cultivators, that's right. However, this brat offended Dabala. He won't have a good ending. The rest of the life forms conversed with each other. Brat. You think too highly of yourself. Since you want to die, this seat will fulfill your wish. The life form called Dabala said coldly. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. Powerful dermic power surged out. This guy's magic power was definitely at an unimaginable level. So strong. Lin Feng was shocked. As expected of a life form from a land of death. The land of death was one of the greatest secrets in the myriad of worlds. The powerful life forms in the land of death were definitely unbelievably powerful existences. Dabala was such an existence. Although Lin Feng already had the battle prowess of a rogue immortal, he was still lacking. Compared to Dabala, he felt that there was still a certain gap. Hold on. Lin Feng said. Dabala sneered. What? Are you afraid now? Since you're afraid, kneel on the ground and accept your death. This seat can give you a quick death. Lin Feng said. I just want to ask, if you lose, what can you give me? Lose? You think I'll lose? How can this seat lose? Brat, don't think too highly of yourself. You'll soon realize that your so-called strength is pitifully weak in front of this seat. Dabala said coldly. The aura emanating from his body was even more terrifying than before. Lin Feng said, "You said so much trash, but you still haven't said what you can give me if you lose." "Only the weak are unable to face this problem." "No, to be precise, it should be the weak who do not dare to face this problem." Dabara was furious. He had never been so sullen in his life. Dabara coldly said, "Didn't you want to borrow troops? All right. I promise you. If you can defeat me, I will lend you the Dire Beast army." "I'm afraid you can't make the decision, right? Why do I feel like you're ranked at the bottom among the dozen or so danger zones?" Lin Feng curled his lips and said. Hearing Lin Feng's mockery of Dabala, the rest of the Terminus creatures almost laughed out loud. "I'm not at the bottom of the rankings. If I say I can lend you my troops, then I can lend you my troops. If anyone dares to oppose me, I'll destroy them in a matter of minutes." Dabara said exasperatedly. Right now, he only wanted to fight Lin Feng. He didn't want to listen to Lin Feng anymore. Hearing Lin Feng's extremely annoying voice, Dabara felt like he was going crazy. Dabara felt like he was about to go crazy. "Yes, Dabala can represent us. If he loses, we will lend you our troops," a danger zone creature said. The rest of the beings in the Forbidden Land also chimed in at the same time. They all agreed with Dabara's words. "Kid, you can rest assured now, right? Can you make your move now?" Dabara said fiercely. Now, Dabara planned to properly humiliate Lin Feng before eating Lin Feng. If he ate Lin Feng directly, he wouldn't be able to resolve the hatred in his heart. Lin Feng nodded and said, "It seems that you have some prestige. However, in my opinion, your cultivation is indeed a bit weak. How about this? I won't use my magic power to fight with you. This way, it won't be considered bullying you." Hearing Lin Feng's words, the corners of the mouths of the Terminus creatures, including a mortal feather spirit, twitched slightly. This guy, could it be that he really didn't put Dabara in his eyes at all? This guy seemed to only have a little over 100 years of life. No matter how strong his cultivation was, how strong could he be? Previously, when he said that he could defeat Dabara in 3 moves, everyone felt that Lin Feng was overestimating himself. But now, Lin Feng didn't even use his magic power. This was completely looking down on Dabara. Dabara gritted his teeth so hard that creaking sounds could be heard. Apart from that, Dabara's eyes were spitting fire. There was actually someone who dared to humiliate him like this again and again. Dabara. He was completely enraged. "Kid, who do you think you are? How dare you be so arrogant in front of this seat? You don't need to go easy on this seat. This seat also doesn't want you to go easy on this seat. Bring out your full strength." Dabara said fiercely. "No, no, no. It's impossible for me to bring out my full strength. I'm afraid that if I do, you won't even have the chance to attack and will be killed by me in an instant." Lin Feng continued to say, simply arrogant to the extreme. The Terminus creatures felt that Lin Feng was too good at bragging. Lin Feng's bragging was about to explode. What kind of weirdo is this guy? Even a mortal feather spirit began to knead her forehead. She had never seen someone as good at bragging as Lin Feng. "Kid, I won't use my magic power either. Not only will I not use my magic power, but I'll also go easy on you with one hand. I can defeat you with one hand," Dabara said with a gloomy expression. "People who are too conceited are usually idiots," Lin Feng mocked. The Terminus creatures were speechless. "Shouldn't you be saying this to yourself? You still have the face to say that others are conceited? Can you be more shameless? I can cripple half of your body with just one fist." Dabara shouted angrily and rushed toward Lin Feng. He didn't want to hear Lin Feng speak anymore. If Lin Feng continued to speak, he would continue. Dabara was worried that he would be angered to death. Indeed, Dabara didn't use his magic power. Moreover, he kept his left hand behind his back. He used his pure physical strength to attack Lin Feng. Seeing Dabara's fist coming at him, Lin Feng smiled. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth revealed a sinister smile. Lin Feng kept mocking Dabara, angering him so that Dabara wouldn't use his magic power. If Dabara used his magic power, even if Lin Feng had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to defeat Dabara in 3 moves. But now, Dabara didn't use his magic power, which gave Lin Feng a chance. Lin Feng's physical body. Unparalleled in the world. Facing Dabara's powerful punch, Lin Feng directly used the six-fold strength of the Dracophant arm to attack Dabara. Bang! Along with the violent collision, Lin Feng and Dabara fiercely collided. It was like two immemorial mountains colliding together. This kind of collision was simply shocking. At this time, something unexpected happened. After colliding with Lin Feng, Dabara was directly sent flying. Although Dabara wasn't particularly proficient in physical combat, his realm in the past was too high. Now, his cultivation had indeed fallen a lot. However, his realm fell, but his physical body didn't. The current Dabara's physical body was still at its peak. In everyone's opinion, with such a tyrannical physical body, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to deal with Lin Feng? However, the actual result wasn't like this. Lin Feng was safe and sound, but Dabara was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Everyone couldn't help but reveal an expression of disbelief. They couldn't believe what they saw with their own eyes. However, all of this was clearly real. After sending Dabara flying, Lin Feng quickly swept towards him. He didn't want to give Dabara a chance to counterattack. Lin Feng wanted to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to directly defeat Dabara. At this moment, Dabara couldn't help but roar in anger. After being ridiculed by Lin Feng, Dabara was waiting to ruthlessly humiliate Lin Feng. However, after the real fight, he was actually sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. This kind of blow was really too big. It was hard for Dabara to accept. Now, Dabara was simply depressed to death. Dabara knew that he underestimated Lin Feng's strength. This human cultivator in front of him was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. Furthermore, his attainments in the physical body had reached an unimaginable level. It was reasonable to say that the physical body of a human was relatively weak. How did Lin Feng cultivate his physical body to this level? Dabara was puzzled. Moreover, Dabara had already guessed that Lin Feng had schemed against him. Previously, Lin Feng had mocked and ridiculed him. In fact, Lin Feng didn't want him to use magic power and only fight with his physical body. When Dabara came back to his senses, the rest of the terminus creatures naturally also came back to their senses. They gnashed their teeth in hatred because they found out that they were also deceived by Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng didn't directly clash with them, each of them were incomparably arrogant and couldn't tolerate a grain of sand in their eyes. Therefore, when they found out that they were also deceived by Lin Feng, those arrogant terminus creatures were somewhat embarrassed into anger. Dabara wanted to increase the distance between him and Lin Feng. But Lin Feng didn't give Dabara a chance. He quickly caught up to Dabara. Then, he punched towards Dabara again. The power of the second punch was even stronger. Dabara's face was extremely ugly. Now, he was entangled by Lin Feng. He couldn't shake off Lin Feng at all. He had no choice but to face Lin Feng head-on. Facing Lin Feng's powerful punch, Dabara braced himself and punched towards Lin Feng. Bang! Following that fierce collision sound, Lin Feng and Dabara fiercely collided once again. This time, the collision was even more intense. Dabara even heard the sound of cracking. It seemed to be the sound of bones breaking. A heart-wrenching pain spread from his arm and then swept through his entire body. In that instant, Dabara even felt that his body didn't seem to be his body anymore. Lin Feng's second punch was simply too tyrannical. Dabara was once again sent flying by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's body flickered and disappeared from where he stood. Next, he appeared in front of Dabara again. Lin Feng attacked again, sending another punch towards Dabara. Stop! Dabara shouted in an incomparably gloomy voice. Hearing Dabara's shout, Lin Feng stopped. You've lost. Lin Feng looked at Dabara and said. Dabara said furiously, You cheated, otherwise, how could I have lost? Clearly, Dabara was very unconvinced. With his powerful cultivation, he had lost to Lin Feng. This was something he couldn't accept. Lin Feng said, As everyone knows, the human race's physical body is the weakest. Therefore, the physical body is the human race's weakness. I used my body's weakness to fight you, yet you're still not my match. Yet, you have the nerve to say that I cheated? If I had used my magic power, perhaps I would only need one move to kill you. Lin Feng's words were too pretentious, causing Dabara to tremble in anger. Dabara didn't believe that Lin Feng could use magic power to defeat him, let alone defeat him in 3 moves. What? You want to fight me again? If you're not convinced, then we can use magic power to fight again. I don't mind at all. Lin Feng shrugged. Dabara's face was gloomy. He really wanted to fight Lin Feng again. If they fought again, Dabara believed that he could definitely win. However, thinking of his promise with Lin Feng, Dabara finally gave up on the idea of fighting Lin Feng again. People couldn't go back on their words. Although Dabara was extremely arrogant, he wasn't someone who would go back on his words. In fact, the more arrogant a person was, the more likely they were to keep their promises. On the contrary, those who hid daggers behind their smiles were the most likely to stab them in the back. This point, he had to be on guard. Lin Feng had grasped this point and proposed to fight again with magic power. Lin Feng was sure that Dabara wouldn't fight with him again. He really couldn't afford to lose this face. Dabara coldly said, "There's no need to fight again. I've always kept my word." Lin Feng said, "Since that's the case, I'm going to take the beast army away now. Although I'm lending you the troops, the beast army can't be controlled by you. Don't worry, when your Dragon Gate region and the Northern Alliance have a life and death battle, the beast army will definitely go and support your Dragon Gate region," Dabara said with a gloomy expression. Now that he thought about how he had lost to Lin Feng, he was extremely depressed. After hearing Dabara's words, Lin Feng nodded. He felt that Dabara wouldn't lie to him. These powerhouses valued promises very much. Good. When the war comes, I'll wait for you to come. Then I won't stay any longer. We'll meet again if fate allows, Lin Feng said with a smile. Then, he quickly rushed outside. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared from the sight of these creatures. After Lin Feng left, an ancient aura surged out from the depths. After feeling that terrifying and ancient aura, the creatures of the land of Extremis respectfully bowed towards the direction of the depths. "Sir, you're finally awake." The creatures of the land of Extremis were all extremely excited. "I woke up when that young human arrived, and I witnessed the battle with my own eyes," an aged voice sounded from the depths of the abyss. The owner of this voice should be the one from the rumors. The terrifying ruler of the banished abyss. Hearing the ruler's words, Dabala hurriedly said, "This subordinate has embarrassed the banished abyss. I am willing to be punished," said the ruler. "It's not really embarrassing. Losing to that brat isn't too much of an injustice. That fellow's background. If I were to tell him, it would scare me to death." Lin Feng did not know that the ruler in the banished abyss had awakened. At this moment, Lin Feng had already left the banished abyss. Now that he had left the banished abyss, he quickly flew outside. Lin Feng did not stop and directly returned to Longmen City. Wang Tianyang was extremely excited to see Lin Feng return. He had been worried about Lin Feng, but now, he could finally relax. "Young master, did you gain anything from your trip to the banished abyss?" asked Wang Tianyang. Lin Feng nodded and said, "During the final battle, the beast army of the banished forest will come to our aid." Wang Tianyang was overjoyed. Wang Tianyang was overjoyed. If they had the army of beasts in the exiled forest, their chances of victory would be much higher. "How's the situation over at the Northern Alliance?" asked Lin Feng. "The Northern Alliance's army has finished gathering. They will be marching south at any time," said Wang Tianyang. "How's the situation over at the Longmen City's cultivator army?" asked Lin Feng. "The Longmen City's cultivator army has finished gathering as well. In total, there are 8 million cultivators. This is all the cultivator army that can be gathered. Send out 2 million cultivators to ambush at the archaic ancestral Divine Mountain and the Jiangchuan River. Leave 1 million cultivators to guard Longmen City. The remaining 5 million cultivators will follow me to the north," said Lin Feng. "Understood. This subordinate will go and mobilize the army now," said Wang Tianyang, then he left. The Longmen City's army was ready. Lin Feng arrived. Everyone looked at the excessively young domain lord. Lin Feng was young. However, the cultivators of the Dragon Gate region were filled with respect and admiration for Lin Feng. Now, it was widely rumored that this young domain lord could compete with immortals. Although it sounded a little unbelievable. However, the cultivator army of the Dragon Gate region firmly believed it. This man. No matter what kind of earth-shattering things they did. It was as if everything was only natural. Lin Feng said, "Brothers and sisters of the Longmen territory, I'm very happy to be your commander-in-chief and to be able to fight alongside you. I know that the morale of the cultivator army has been rather low during this period because the Northern Alliance's cultivator army is almost 3 times that of our Longmen territory's cultivator army. Therefore, everyone is very nervous and uneasy about this battle. However, I'm telling you today that you don't have to worry at all. I've already reached an agreement with the terrifying existence of the Exile Abyss. When the battle comes, the terrifying existence of the Exile Abyss will lead the army of beasts from the Forest of Exile to support us. With the support of the army of beasts, what are we afraid of? The Northern Alliance will definitely be destroyed by us. At that time, the entire great world of exile will be in the hands of the Dragon Gate region." Lin Feng's news was serious. After the news of the alliance with the terrifying existence of the Exile Abyss was revealed, instantly, the sound of venting was deafening. The 8 million cultivator army was completely in an uproar. Originally, everyone's morale was a little low. After all, the Dragon Gate cultivator army had 8 million cultivators while the Northern Alliance cultivator army had about 20 million cultivators. With such a huge disparity, anyone would be worried. However, the news that Lin Feng released was too shocking. With the help of the army of beasts from the Forest of Exile, everyone was suddenly filled with confidence for this battle. Apart from Wang Tianyang, the rest of the higher-ups of the Dragon Gate region did not know about the news. Therefore, when they heard this serious news, they were all extremely shocked. Then, they were wild with joy. Rest for 2 hours. After 2 hours, the army will head to the battlefield. Lin Feng said. Yes. The 8 million cultivators of the Dragon Gate army immediately shouted in unison. Their voices were deafening and resounded through the clouds. Wang Tianyang said, "Young master, I'm afraid there are spies among our Dragon Gate cultivator army. They will definitely think of a way to tell the Northern Alliance that we have joined forces with the army of beasts from the Forest of Exile. I'm guessing that those spies will definitely sneak away during the march. Should we get rid of those spies?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "Why should we get rid of them? Just let them pass the news. As the saying goes, there's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. This news will soon spread among the Northern Alliance cultivator army. When that happens, the Northern Dragon Gate cultivator army will definitely panic. At that time, their combat strength will definitely be greatly reduced. If the army of beasts from the Forest of Exile is strong enough, there might be a large number of deserters from the Northern Alliance. If that happens, it will be interesting." Hearing this, the eyes of Wang Tianyang and the other higher-ups of the Dragon Gate region lit up. Indeed. This news was too shocking and could indeed cause a huge shock to the Northern Alliance cultivator army. When that time came, it was not impossible for a large number of deserters to occur. What was the most frightening thing when 2 armies faced off? The most frightening thing was a large number of deserters. Once a large number of deserters appeared, the morale of the army would be greatly affected. Before the 2 armies faced off, the army would become nervous. At that time, how much combat strength would they have left? Of course, after this news spread, the Northern Alliance cultivator army would definitely be more vigilant. But so what, this battle was unavoidable. No matter how vigilant they would still be attacked by the army of beasts. 2 hours later, the 3 armies advanced in 3 different directions. The first evil spirit led a 1 million cultivator army to the Immemorial ancestral mountain. The second evil spirit led a 1 million cultivator army to the Jiangchuan River. Lin Feng led a 5 million cultivator army to the Tianfu Plains. The third evil spirit stayed behind in Dragon Gate City. Dragon Gate City was the base of the Dragon Gate region. No mistakes could be made. 2 months later, Lin Feng led a 5 million cultivator army to the Tianfu Plains. At the same time, at the northernmost location of the Tianfu Plains. Mosei Tianzuan, Kodo, and the rest led a 15 million cultivator army and entered the Tianfu Plains. The battle between the Dragon Gate Region Cultivator Army and the Northern Alliance Cultivator Army was about to erupt. Both sides had a large number of spies searching for traces of the other side's cultivator army. Therefore, whether it was the Dragon Gate Region's cultivator army or the Northern Alliance's cultivator army, they clearly knew where the other side was. The cultivator armies of both sides tacitly headed toward the center of the Tianfu Plains. Compared to the Dragon Gate Region's cultivator army, who was in high spirits, the Northern Alliance's cultivator army released a shocking piece of news. This news was that the Dragon Gate region and the Exiled Forest's Beast Army had joined forces. The shock of this news was too great. After this news spread, everyone was instantly in a state of panic. This was because the Beast Army was simply too powerful and incomparably ferocious. If they really fought, the Northern Alliance would definitely suffer a great loss. At that time, the Northern Alliance might be defeated in this battle. What's there to fight for? We just want to settle down in this chaotic world. Who knows how many people will die in such a large-scale battle? The other side also has the help of the Beast Army. It's almost certain death. Since that's the case, why don't we take this opportunity to quickly escape? That's right. Our cultivation isn't weak either. We don't have to stay in the army. We can form a mercenary group and search for fortuitous opportunities everywhere. We can also obtain many benefits and our cultivation will definitely increase greatly. That's right. The world is changing and there are many fortuitous opportunities. There's no need to throw our lives away in this war. After the Northern Alliance's cultivator army heard about the Beast Army, many of them had the thought of escaping. No one was willing to provoke the Beast Army of the Exiled Forest. Especially now that the terrifying creatures of the Exiled Abyss seemed to have walked out of the Exiled Abyss and those terrifying creatures commanded the Beast Army of the Exiled Forest. All the more no one wanted to provoke those terrifying creatures. Once the thought of escaping from the army spread, it would definitely cause people's thoughts to change. In the beginning, only a small group of cultivators escaped. After all, there were 15 million cultivators in the army. A small group of people who escaped wouldn't be able to discover it. Even if the commanders below discovered it, they wouldn't report it. Because once they reported it, they would definitely be punished. Those commanders weren't stupid. They tried their best to restrain the cultivators under their command. However, as time passed, more and more people escaped. In the end, large batches of cultivators escaped. They couldn't hide it even if they wanted to. The Northern Alliance's upper echelons were enraged when their subordinate cultivator army fled. The upper echelons of the Northern Alliance ordered the capture of the escaping cultivator army. Anyone who tried to escape would be killed without mercy. Some lucky people, or those who had left earlier, managed to escape without a trace. However, many of them were also captured. Then they would be executed. The upper echelons of the Northern Alliance used their iron fist to intimidate the cultivator army of the Northern Alliance. The cultivator army of the Northern Alliance was in a state of panic. Many of the cultivator soldiers who originally wanted to escape no longer dared to act rashly. They could only continue to stay within the cultivator army. Before the cultivator army even reached the battlefield, they were already panicking. Naturally, this was something that the upper echelons of the Northern Alliance didn't want to see. Hence, the higher-ups of the Northern Alliance personally stepped forward to explain the situation. The army stopped. Mosei Tianzuan stood on top of the magic lotus and coldly glanced at the army of 10 million. He said, "Everyone, don't listen to those rumors. Right now, the army of beasts in the Forest of Exile is under the control of the terrifying existence of the Banished Abyss. I'm sure all of you know what kind of creatures those existences in the Banished Abyss are. Those terrifying existences basically don't have any interactions with the outside world, let alone cooperate with the forces of the outside world. This is simply impossible. Right now, there are rumors in the army that the 4 regions of the Dragon Gate have formed an alliance with the army of beasts in the Forest of Exile. This is complete nonsense. The other party wants to disturb our morale. Hence, everyone, don't believe these rumors. The war is about to begin. If anyone dares to spread these rumors, kill them without mercy." After pacifying the Cultivator army, the Northern Alliance's Cultivator army continued on their journey. Currently, the Cultivator army of the Northern Alliance had been reduced from 15 million to 14 million. Hundreds of thousands of Cultivator soldiers escaped without a trace. Hundreds of thousands of Cultivator soldiers were executed. Rumble, 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 the earth trembled violently. The Cultivator armies of both sides were rapidly approaching. Woo woo woo, the earth-shattering sound of a bugle horn resounded through the clouds. Following that, the war drums thundered. If one were to look down from above the Tianfu plains, they would be able to see two huge armies rapidly approaching. One army was the Dragon Gate region's Cultivator army. The other army was the Northern Alliance's Cultivator army. At the front of the Dragon Gate region's Cultivator army were abyssal demons clearing the path. These abyssal demons held huge stone hammers in their hands. They were 1,000 meters tall. Every step they took caused the earth to tremble and the mountains to shake. Lin Feng gathered all the abyssal demons. In total, there were 300 abyssal demons. As for the Northern Alliance's Cultivator army, there were at least abyssal lizards. These abyssal lizards had huge bodies that were 500 to 600 meters long. Their claws, tails, and fangs were their sharpest weapons. There were many Cultivator soldiers standing on top of the abyssal lizards. There were about 100 cultivators on each abyssal lizard's back. These cultivators cooperated with the abyssal lizards to kill the enemy. Kill. Kill all of the Dragon Gate region's Cultivator army. Leave no one alive. Mose Tianzuan shouted loudly. The bugle horn of war resounded. The Northern Alliance's Cultivator army charged. They quickly charged toward the Dragon Gate region's Cultivator army. Brothers! Kill the Northern Alliance's Cultivator army. Unify the great world of exile. At that time, with me, Lin Feng, around, everyone will become dragons and phoenixes. Lin Feng stood on the middle head of the three-headed viper. He pulled out the black dragon sword and shouted loudly. Kill! Earth-shaking shouts resounded through the sky. The Dragon Gate Cultivator army also charged toward the Northern Alliance's Cultivator army. Both sides immediately engaged in a chaotic battle. The battle was extremely intense. Although the Dragon Gate Cultivator army was in high spirits, there were too few of them. The Northern Alliance's Cultivator army was originally in a state of panic. However, they did not see the Beast army and felt much better. Their fighting spirit also became much more vigorous. Therefore, when the two armies clashed, the Dragon Gate region's Cultivator army was suppressed. Just as the Northern Alliance's Cultivator army's morale began to rise. In all directions of the Tianfu plain, dust flew everywhere. Endless demonic aura filled the air. Amidst the demonic aura, ferocious beasts were rushing over like a tide. Roar. The beast's roar shook the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The Beast Army. Ha 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 ha, the Beast Army is here. Brothers, the Beast Army has joined the battlefield. Kill. Kill the bastards of the Northern Alliance. When the Cultivator army of the Dragon Gate region saw that the Beast Army had come to their aid, their suppressed aura suddenly erupted. The Cultivator army of the Dragon Gate region roared. Their blood surged, and their killing intent soared. On the other hand, the Cultivator army of the Northern Alliance was in a different situation. The momentum they had just built up immediately withered after the arrival of the Beast Army. The Cultivator army of the Dragon Gate region and the Beast Army joined forces to counterattack the Cultivator army of the Northern Alliance. Where did Dabala and the others go? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He didn't see Dabala. Perhaps not all of those terminus creatures would come, but Dabala would definitely come. Of course, Lin Feng didn't expect Dabala to help him. This guy was probably hiding in the dark and watching the show. To catch bandits, first catch the leader. Let's join forces and kill Lin Feng. As long as we kill him, the Cultivator army of the Dragon Gate region will be leaderless, and the Beast Army will definitely withdraw from the battlefield. Mose Tianzuan said. This guy was very insightful. Okay. Kodo responded. Together with Mose Tianzuan, they quickly charged toward Lin Feng. Protect the young master. Seeing Mose Tianzuan and Kodo charging over, the fourth resentment evil spirit shouted. The experts of the Dragon Gate region surrounded Lin Feng to protect Lin Feng's safety. Lin Feng laughed loudly. With an indescribable domineering aura, he said, "They're just two itinerant immortals. What can they do to me? You guys go deal with the other sub-immortals. The Emperor is enough. Leave these two to me." After hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone's expression couldn't help but shake. Itinerant immortals. How terrifying were they? They were immortals. But in Lin Feng's eyes, they were so weak that they couldn't even withstand a single blow. It was unbelievable. No one doubted Lin Feng's words. Every single person. Against Lin Feng. It was an unconditional trust. Yes. Young master. The experts of the Dragon Gate region responded and flew toward the sub-immortals and sovereign lords of the Northern Alliance. Lin Feng flew towards Mose Tianzuan and Kodo. Mose Tianzuan and Kodo were stunned when they saw Lin Feng flying over. Obviously, they did not expect such a thing to happen. But soon, Mose Tianzuan and Kodo sneered. Lin Feng had taken the initiative to rush over. Was he here to die? Brat. Why are you in such a hurry to die? We will fulfill your wish. Mose Tianzuan laughed sinisterly. I'm going to tear you to shreds. I will cast your soul into the boundless purgatory. You will never be reincarnated. Kodo glared venomously at Lin Feng. In his eyes. Endless killing intent flickered in his eyes. You want to kill me with just the two of you? This is the biggest joke I've ever heard. Lin Feng mocked. Two small fries? Mose Tianzuan and Kodo flew into a rage when they heard how Lin Feng addressed them. Mose Tianzuan controlled the magic lotus, which was equivalent to an itinerant immortal. Kodo himself was at the itinerant immortal realm. Such a tyrannical cultivation was actually called trash by Lin Feng. How could the two of them not be angry? Mose Tianzuan sneered and said, "Brat, you're too arrogant. You're still the same as before. It's really not easy to change a person's personality, but today, you will definitely die." After saying that, Mose Tianzuan was swallowed by the magic lotus floating above him. Mose Tianzuan and the magic lotus became one. The magic lotus emitted a destructive aura. That aura was really too terrifying, even the void was violently distorted. Mose Tianzuan's battle strength after controlling the magic lotus had indeed reached the itinerant immortal realm. It seemed that the magic lotus had recovered very well these past few years. The magic lotus, world annihilation. Mose Tianzuan's voice came from the magic lotus. The magic lotus quickly flew towards Lin Feng. Within the magic lotus, a large amount of destructive power gushed out. That kind of destructive power could not help but make people aghast. The magic lotus directly attacked Lin Feng. Purgatory immortal breaking art. Kodo also attacked, and a purgatory world appeared behind him. That purgatory world was simply like hell on earth. Eerie, terrifying, terrifying. And at this very moment, Kodo and that purgatory world seemed to have a mysterious connection. Kodo seemed to have turned into the Lord of Purgatory. He attacked Lin Feng with a palm. Between heaven and earth, Yin energy filled the air. The power of Ming Dao God's palm strike was truly earth-shattering. The magic lotus and Kodo's attacks were incomparably tyrannical. At this very moment, although the cultivator army below was still fighting extremely fiercely, many people still diverted part of their attention to observe the battle in the sky. This battle, to the cultivator army of both sides, it was really too important. Even Dabara, who was hiding in the dark, was observing the battle between Lin Feng, the magic lotus, and Kodo. Dabara had already heard of Lin Feng's origins from the ruler. He knew how terrifying Lin Feng's ancestor was. Now, Dabara wanted to see if Lin Feng had the potential to become an expert on the same level as his ancestor in the future. Facing the magic lotus and Kodo's attacks, Lin Feng summoned the ruler's armor. The ruler's armor completely covered the platform. At the same time, Lin Feng used the power of his external incarnation. After Lin Feng's power and the power of his external incarnation merged, it instantly rose to an unimaginable level. He sneered at the magic lotus and Kodo, saying, "You dare to show off your insignificant skills in front of this young master? Today, this young master will let you see what a true divine ability is." Lin Feng's words could be said to be extremely arrogant, making those who weren't familiar with Lin Feng's personality feel that Lin Feng was truly too arrogant. And those who were familiar with Lin Feng's personality felt that Lin Feng was incomparably domineering. Lin Feng had always been a domineering person. He looked askance at his opponent because Lin Feng had the power to do so. 9 heavens 10 earths. I, the unique and righteous, Lin Feng stepped forward, sweeping out 2 punches in succession. This divine ability was an inheritance that transcended epochs. All of its power was concentrated by Lin Feng into these 2 punches. Thus, Lin Feng's 2 punches. The power was unimaginably terrifying. Bang! Bang! Lin Feng's attacks fiercely collided with the Magic Lotus and Kodo's attacks. Everyone watched as the Magic Lotus and Kodo were actually sent flying by Lin Feng. Heavens! That guy is fighting 1 against 2. He actually has the advantage. How is this possible? Many of the Northern Alliance's cultivators cried out in shock. In the void, Lin Feng stood proudly like a young Saint Emperor. He was so powerful that people couldn't help but feel suffocated. Lin Feng's cultivation was indeed very heaven-defying. He was originally able to defeat opponents who were a few levels higher than him. What's more, now that he had integrated the power of his avatar, one must know that this avatar was an avatar bred from the mutated 9 orifices stone man. It was one of the most terrifying creatures of the Stone Clan. This avatar had just been refined successfully. Lin Feng was still unable to use the power of this avatar freely. If Lin Feng had been able to control the strength of this clone, he would have been able to control it. Then, after integrating with this avatar, it was unimaginable how powerful his battle strength would be. Lin Feng's battle strength would also be much more powerful than now. Of course, the current Lin Feng was already terrifying enough. Mose Tianzuan and Kodo were very depressed at this moment. They had joined forces to deal with Lin Feng, but they were still repelled by Lin Feng. For the 2 of them, it was simply a great humiliation. Now, the 2 of them were gnashing their teeth in hatred. They were both arrogant people. They had suffered losses in the hands of Lin Feng time and time again. This was a great blow to their self-confidence. Kodo said in a deep voice, Mose Tianzuan, directly use your unique skill. Let's use our unique skill and join forces to deal with this kid. This kid is definitely not a match for you and me. Hearing that, Mose Tianzuan said, okay, then let's use our unique skill. We must let this kid die without a burial place. As his voice fell, waves of terrifying fluctuations surged out from the Magic Lotus. Then, the Magic Lotus began to grow bigger and bigger. The Magic Lotus enveloped Lin Feng, as if it wanted to devour Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered. He knew a little about the Magic Lotus because Lin Feng's good friend, Gongzi Yu, had the Magic Lotus. It was said that the Magic Lotus would form a powerful world, and the laws of this world could be compared to the laws of the medium world. Once a cultivator is trapped in the world formed by the Magic Lotus, the cultivator will be killed. When the time comes, they would be under great pressure. Once they were trapped inside, they would be affected by the Magic Lotus world, and their combat power would be greatly suppressed. This point, Lin Feng was very clear about this. However, he didn't try to avoid being devoured by the Magic Lotus because he knew that even if he did, it would be futile. If a treasure as terrifying as the Magic Lotus wanted to devour him, it would definitely be able to do so. Since that was the case, he might as well let the Magic Lotus devour him directly. A powerful force surged out from the Magic Lotus and enveloped Lin Feng. In the next moment, Lin Feng was swallowed into the Magic Lotus world. Kodo also entered the Magic Lotus world. Kodo and Mose Tianzuan wanted to kill Lin Feng in the Magic Lotus world. The Magic Lotus world was a blood-red world. Below, it was a pool of blood. The blood emitted a strong bloody smell. Is this an illusion? Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Ha 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 ha. Of course it's not an illusion. The blood here is the blood of dead cultivators. How is it? Doesn't it taste good? Mose Tianzuan's voice suddenly resounded. No one knew where this guy was hiding. Hearing this, Lin Feng frowned and sneered. What's wrong? You don't even have the courage to show yourself now? You've really disappointed me. A salted fish is a salted fish, destined to be a salted fish for life. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Mose Tianzuan and Kodo were furious. The two of them walked over from afar. Mose Tianzuan's aura was many times stronger than when he was in the outside world. It was unknown if it was because his power had already fused with the magic lotus's power when he was inside the magic lotus. This situation was exactly the same as when Lin Feng fused with his avatar. Lin Feng, you're still so arrogant after being trapped in the magic lotus world. You really don't know how to write the word death. You'll be crying later. I'm looking forward to seeing you kneel in front of me like a dog, wagging your tail and begging me to spare your life. Mose Tianzuan sneered. Let's do it. First, we'll suppress this brat. Later, we'll torture him however we want. We won't stop until we torture him to the point where he's better off dead. Kodo said sinisterly. Then, the two of them began to condense their most powerful superpowers to deal with Lin Feng. Blood Lotus, appear, Mose Tianzuan roared. As his voice fell, blood lotuses started to grow out from the seething blood below. Each blood lotus exuded an incomparably demonic power. Each of the blood lotuses contained fluctuations that made people feel suffocated. The power contained in the blood lotus was absolutely unimaginable. It was probably one of the magic lotus's ultimate killing moves. I'll let you have a taste of my ultimate skill, 9 nether immortal slaying art. Kodo couldn't help but roar. The 9 nether immortal slaying art was rumored to be a supreme superpower created by the first 9 nether lord. Its power was strong enough to make the world lose its color and the sun and moon dim. The blood lotuses grew bigger and bigger at a rapid pace. Then, the blood lotuses bloomed. When the blood lotuses bloomed, men wearing long robes and holding blood-colored swords stood in the middle of the blood lotuses. These men seemed to be sword demons. The aura they exuded was extremely evil. The blood lotus breeds 10,000 spirits, and 10,000 spirits can slay immortals, Mose Tianzuan said. Swoosh. Swoosh, the men holding blood-colored swords opened their eyes. Then, they all flew toward Lin Feng. They slashed at Lin Feng with their blood-colored swords. The moment they attacked, Lin Feng felt a dangerous aura enveloping his body. The threat of a man wielding a sword was extremely great. Moreover, there were men holding swords in front of him. There were simply too many of them. Their combined attacks were simply too terrifying. At the same time, Kodo also condensed a powerful attack. Kodo leaped out. His body turned into a beam of 9 nether light. The beam of 9 nether light was like the light of death that flew out from the 9 nether realm. The beam of 9 nether light that Kodo had turned into swept through the void. The void was torn apart. It was extremely terrifying. The beam of 9 nether light that Kodo had turned into hid behind the swarm of men in blood-colored robes. He used the men in blood-colored robes as a cover, then suddenly unleashed a supreme killing move on Lin Feng. Then, he killed Lin Feng with a single blow. Kodo's plan was extremely good. The men in blood-colored robes were indeed terrifying. If they could really hold Lin Feng's attention. The current situation was extremely dangerous. Anyone who encountered such a situation would probably feel despair. However, Lin Feng's face was calm and composed. The current situation was indeed very dangerous, but Lin Feng had already anticipated all the dangers. When the dense crowd of blood-robed men flew over, Lin Feng began to walk forward in the void. That deep voice suddenly rang out. Great Tao of Destiny, please descend with the power of destiny. Let me use the power of destiny to destroy the evil power of this world. When the incantation faded away, the power of destiny brewed and formed. The powerful power of destiny. It swept through heaven and earth, enveloping the blood-robed men who held blood-red swords in their hands at the forefront. The power of destiny surged into their bodies. The blood-robed men with blood-red swords in their hands seemed to have suffered great injuries. They let out roars of pain. Crack! 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 Following that, the bodies of the blood-robed men began to crack. They cracked like porcelain. Bang, they hadn't even managed to get close to Lin Feng before their bodies exploded into pieces. The 9 underworlds light that Kodo had transformed into didn't slow down and continued to slash at Lin Feng. A river of destiny cut through the void and suppressed the 9 underworlds' light. When the river of destiny suppressed the 9 underworlds' light, the 9 underworlds' light immediately became unable to move an inch. As for the 9 underworlds' light, it transformed into Koto's appearance. A man from beyond the heavens can slay an immortal with a single sword. At the same time, Lin Feng transformed into a dazzling sword energy. It slashed at Koto. The dazzling sword energy was incomparably dazzling. In an instant, it arrived in front of Koto. Koto wanted to dodge Lin Feng's attack. However, he was trapped in the river of destiny and couldn't dodge at all. The suppression of the river of destiny was extremely strong. Therefore, he had no choice but to take Lin Feng's attack head-on. Of course, Koto's methods were also extremely powerful. Facing Lin Feng's attack, Koto condensed a great underworld divine light shield. The shadow of an ancient god of the underworld appeared behind Koto. Next, a huge defensive light shield was formed. Lin Feng's sword chi slashed at the great underworld divine light barrier. Suddenly, the sound of collision rang out. The great underworld divine light shield blocked Lin Feng's attack. Then, countless runes flew out of Koto's body. Those runes flew towards Lin Feng and suppressed Lin Feng. Those runes wanted to suppress Lin Feng. "Hurry up and help me kill him," Koto shouted coldly. After hearing Koto's voice, in the world of the magic lotus, numerous precepts appeared. Those precepts sealed the world and entangled towards Lin Feng. After the magic lotus precepts appeared, the world of the magic lotus seemed to be imprisoned. It became extremely difficult to move. However, this had no effect on Lin Feng at all. If it were someone else, they would be suppressed by the power of the precepts of the magic lotus world. It would be difficult for them to move. Their combat power would plummet. However, Lin Feng only needed to activate his haki. He immediately dissolved all the oppression. His combat power was still extremely strong. Of course, although the power of the precepts of the magic lotus world couldn't suppress his strength. However, if those precepts of the magic lotus precepts entangled Lin Feng's body, at that time, the situation would be extremely bad. Lin Feng was also very clear about this. Therefore, Lin Feng knew that he had to quickly get rid of Koto. Only by getting rid of Koto could he focus on dealing with Mose Tianzuan. These two had been working together to deal with him. Then he would be too passive. Sooner or later, he would be suppressed and captured by these two people. Lin Feng began to activate his two great bloodlines. The immortal bloodline activated, and the power of the golden dwarf in his dantian awakened. The power of the golden dwarf quickly merged into Lin Feng's body. At the same time, the power of the armor of dominion was also activated by Lin Feng. The powerful power contained in the armor of dominion continuously flowed into Lin Feng's body. It merged with Lin Feng's body. Moreover, the blood of dominion was also awakened. The blade of dominion was activated by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's body merged with his avatar, the golden dwarf, and the power of the armor of dominion to activate the blade of dominion. The power of the blade of dominion was raised to the extreme. This was the blade of dominion that was said to be able to destroy all things. In an instant, it shattered the runes that surrounded Lin Feng and wanted to suppress Lin Feng. Then, the blade of dominion ruthlessly slashed at the great underworld divine light shield. Puff! The blade of dominion directly split the great underworld divine light shield in half. How terrifying was the defensive power of the great underworld divine light shield, it was actually unable to block the attack of the blade of dominion. It was indeed shocking and unbelievable. The power of the blade of dominion did not decrease and continued to slash at Koto. Koto originally thought that Lin Feng would undoubtedly die. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would actually erupt with such terrifying power in an instant? After feeling the terrifying power of the blade of dominion, Koto's face could not help but turn pale with shock. He hurriedly took out a defensive magic treasure, wanting to use it to block the attack of the blade of dominion. However, activating a defensive magic treasure required time. Lin Feng did not give Koto the time to do so. Koto's defensive magic treasure was swept away by the blade of dominion. Next, the blade of dominion slashed at Koto's head. Puff! A ripping sound suddenly rang out. The blade of dominion decapitated Koto, causing blood to spurt out. Kodo was so powerful that he did not die even after his head was separated from his body. Lin Feng threw a punch at Kodo's head. Lin Feng, if you dare to kill me, the Underworld God clan will not let you off, Kodo screamed. He wanted to threaten Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng did not care about Kodo's threat. His powerful punch landed on Kodo's head. Kodo's head exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed on the spot. Then, Lin Feng smashed Kodo's body with a palm. All that was left of Kodo was his origin energy and storage ring, floating in the air. Kodo had been suppressed for many years, so he probably did not have any good treasures on him. However, his immortal origin energy was still extremely useful to Lin Feng. Lin Feng put away Kodo's immortal origin energy and storage ring. After doing this, the densely packed laws flew over. Those cosmic energies moved towards Lin Feng and surrounded him. Humph! Clang! 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 The black dragon sword slashed at the laws, and an earth-shattering sound was heard. The laws couldn't withstand the black dragon sword's attack at all. The laws were sent flying by the black dragon sword. Of course, the power of those laws was extraordinary. Therefore, although the black dragon sword sent the laws flying, it couldn't directly shatter them. However, Lin Feng's attack was endless. If one slash couldn't shatter the laws, then he would try 2 slashes. Clang! 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 Lin Feng slashed out a dense amount of sword energy. The sword energy collided with the laws of the magic lotus world. After many collisions, finally, the laws of the magic lotus world began to collapse. Lin Feng quickly attacked Mose Tianzuan. Kodo is dead. You're next. Have you thought about how you want to die? Lin Feng looked coldly at Mose Tianzuan. Mose Tianzuan's expression was extremely ugly. He originally wanted to besiege Lin Feng with Kodo. Then, he would kill Lin Feng. Who would have thought that Kodo would die in Lin Feng's hands so quickly? This was unexpected. Mose Tianzuan was caught off guard. Therefore, Mose Tianzuan's mood was extremely bad. Mose Tianzuan looked coldly at Lin Feng, then sneered and said, Lin Feng, don't be too proud. I still have a lot of methods that I haven't used yet. Wait until I use them. Let's see how you die. Then show me what you've got. Lin Feng sneered. He sped up, wanting to finish off Mose Tianzuan as soon as possible. This guy was Lin Feng's greatest enemy. He had let him escape twice before. This time, Lin Feng would never let Mose Tianzuan escape again. This guy must die. Blood crow, blood crow, blood crow. Right at this moment, Mose Tianzuan was actually calling out to him. Walala, walala. Walala, suddenly. The world of blood-red lava below began to churn violently, and huge waves swept across the world. Then, a dense swarm of blood-red crows flew out. The aura of the blood-colored crows was incomparably evil. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown when he sensed the incomparably evil aura of the blood-colored crows. Screech, suddenly. The blood-red crows let out sharp, ear-piercing cries. This was a sound wave attack. When a large number of blood-colored crows gathered together, the sound wave attack was extremely terrifying. Those blood-red crows were not real creatures. Instead, it was formed from blood. The blood below was extremely strange. After fusing with the power of the magic lotus, it had turned into a strange and unpredictable energy body. The sound wave attack of the blood-colored crows was extremely terrifying. However, Lin Feng had discovered the sound wave attack of the blood-colored crows in advance. Therefore, his soul hurriedly entered the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. With the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp protecting Lin Feng's soul, Lin Feng wasn't afraid of the blood-colored crow's attack at all. Therefore, although the blood-colored crow's attack was powerful, it didn't have any effect on Lin Feng. Lin Feng activated the world-terminating gloves and the gloves instantly appeared. He stood above the world of blood and snapped his fingers. Bang! 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 All of a sudden, the bodies of the blood-red crows exploded. The power of the snap. It was terrifying. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Powerful. Powerful. It was extremely powerful. Moreover, the world-terminating gloves were still missing 5 gems. If he could collect all 5 gems and install them on the gloves. At that time, the power of the world-terminating gloves would be unimaginably terrifying. Lin Feng snapped his fingers 10 times in a row and the blood-colored crows that covered the sky had all died. Not a single blood-colored crow could get close to Lin Feng. Whoosh, whoosh, at this moment, the blood-colored waves rolled and a huge blood-colored crow flew out. The blood-colored crows from before weren't particularly large in size. They were about the same size as owls. However, the blood-colored crow that flew out now had a wingspan of 300 to 400 meters. Its body length was also about 200 meters. It was simply too huge. After seeing this blood-colored crow, Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised. The aura of this blood-colored crow was too terrifying. It had actually reached the level of an itinerant immortal. Kid, let's see how you resist the attack of the Blood Crow King. Mose Tianzuan, who was watching the battle from afar, suddenly let out a sinister laugh. This huge blood-colored crow was indeed extremely terrifying and couldn't be underestimated. No one dared to underestimate such a blood-colored crow. They would definitely suffer a calamity. Lin Feng had never underestimated any opponent, even if his words were filled with contempt. Actually, this was a psychological attack. It wasn't because he was truly underestimating them. Facing such a terrifying existence like the Blood Crow King, Lin Feng took it even more seriously. Lin Feng continued to snap his fingers. A powerful force blasted towards the Blood Crow King. The Blood Crow King's wings suddenly flapped. The world-terminating gloves attack was instantly neutralized by the Blood Crow King. What a powerful Blood Crow King! Lin Feng couldn't help but be slightly surprised. However, his face quickly revealed a cold smile. Lin Feng activated the power of his external incarnation, the Golden Dwarf, and the ruler's armor. Then, he held the Black Dragon sword in his hand and became one with the sword, slashing towards the Blood Crow King. Lin Feng once again used the man from the outer world, one sword can slay immortals, this peerless absolute art. After Lin Feng, who was one with the sword, displayed this absolute art, his battle strength was even more tyrannical. The Blood Crow King let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry. It stretched out its huge claws and slapped towards the sword chi formed by Lin Feng. The two sides instantly collided. The sword chi formed by Lin Feng's Black Dragon sword was truly peerless and terrifying. It directly split the Blood Crow King into 2 halves. However, just as the Blood Crow King was split into 2 halves, the world of blood below started to surge violently. Huge waves swept across the world and then swept towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to avoid the huge waves of blood, but he still couldn't completely avoid the attack of the huge waves of magma. The huge waves of blood wrapped around Lin Feng. When the huge waves of blood touched Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng immediately discovered that countless runes appeared in the huge waves of blood. Those runes sealed Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng wanted to circulate his magic power, but he actually failed. This caused Lin Feng's expression to become extremely unsightly. This situation was extremely bad. In the next moment, Lin Feng was swept into the world of blood by the huge waves of blood. Keek keek. As long as one is swept into the world of blood by the huge waves of blood, their body will quickly melt completely. In less than a quarter of an hour, you will undoubtedly die. I'm finally going to get rid of you. Mose Tianzuan laughed sinisterly. Although Lin Feng was sucked into the magma world, he heard Mose Tianzuan's words. At this moment, Lin Feng did feel that he had encountered some thorny problems. Now his spiritual power was suppressed by the blood runes and could not operate. If this continued, it might really be the same as what Mose Tianzuan said. At that time, his body would be dissolved by the blood plasma world. At that time, Lin Feng would become a part of the blood plasma world. Lin Feng was naturally unwilling to die in the blood plasma world, but he struggled several times. But it ended in failure. Now, Lin Feng could not break free from the blood plasma world suppression and restraint on his body. The situation was too dangerous. This situation was extremely bad for Lin Feng. Lin Feng was also at his wit's end. At this time, the black dragon sword in Lin Feng's hand suddenly surged out a terrifying fluctuation. Then a powerful vibration force escaped from the black dragon sword. That vibration force directly shattered the blood runes on the surface of Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng could finally operate his spiritual power. He hurriedly summoned a spiritual power light shield to protect himself. At this time, Lin Feng was surprised to find that the black dragon sword began to devour the blood plasma. The black dragon sword. That was a treasure that was almost heaven-defying. It was just that the black dragon sword had been in a sealed state. Now the black dragon sword had already unlocked 4 seals. Now seeing the black dragon sword begin to devour the blood plasma, Lin Feng could not help but mutter in his heart. Could it be that the black dragon sword was about to unlock the 5th seal? If that was the case, then it would be too exciting. If the black dragon sword could unlock the 5th seal, its power would definitely be greatly increased. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's face could not help but reveal a happy expression. As the black dragon sword continued to devour the blood plasma, the fluctuations in the black dragon sword became stronger and stronger. After the blood plasma was devoured by the black dragon sword, it quickly transformed into the purest energy. The pure energy quickly flowed in the black dragon sword's body. As more and more energy gathered, the energy in the sword's body flowed faster and faster. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. The energy within the black dragon sword began to attack the black dragon sword's 5th seal. What happened? Why is there less blood? Mosei Tianzuan, who was floating above the world of blood, saw that the blood was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His expression instantly became extremely unsightly. Mosei Tianzuan flew towards the world of blood. Soon, he saw that the black dragon sword in Lin Feng's hand was continuously devouring the blood here. The corner of Heavenly Sovereign Demon Saint's mouth twitched violently when he saw this. Blood plasma was a special kind of energy that the magic lotus had refined by devouring a large number of cultivators over the years. This kind of energy was extremely terrifying. Its attack power was terrifying to the extreme. Now, the blood had actually become a supplement for Lin Feng's treasured sword. Mosei Tianzuan almost died of depression. At this moment, Lin Feng discovered Mosei Tianzuan. He quickly flew towards Mosei Tianzuan. Then, Lin Feng brandished the black dragon sword and slashed at Mosei Tianzuan. 100-meter-long sword energy suddenly condensed and slashed towards Mosei Tianzuan. Facing the attack of the sword energy, Mosei Tianzuan waved his hand. A large amount of blood tumbled and condensed into a blood shield. The blood shield helped Mosei Tianzuan block the attack of the sword energy. Damn it, damn it, damn it. How could this be? Mosei Tianzuan let out a furious roar. He originally thought that Lin Feng would soon die in the blood, but he didn't expect that Lin Feng would be completely fine. Moreover, Lin Feng's sword was still devouring the blood. This was going to be troublesome for him. Mosei Tianzuan clearly understood this. Although Mosei Tianzuan wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces, he knew that he couldn't do anything to Lin Feng right now. Therefore, he quickly rushed out of the world of lava and began to communicate with the magic lotus. A powerful force surged out of the magic lotus, enveloping Lin Feng and trying to throw Lin Feng out. Lin Feng was thrown out of the world of blood. Lin Feng was about to be thrown out of the world of the magic lotus. However, Lin Feng's face revealed a cold smile. It's easy to invite me, but hard to send me away. Now you want to send me away? You're daydreaming. Lin Feng operated his Supreme Being aura and easily dispersed the special energy that enveloped his body. At this moment, the black dragon sword was still madly devouring the blood below. Mosei Tianzuan's face was extremely ugly. He couldn't throw Lin Feng out of the magic lotus. This was bad. Crack, crack. Not long after, the black dragon sword emitted a cracking sound. Under the continuous impact of the blood, the seal couldn't be broken. The 5th seal of the black dragon sword finally couldn't resist and began to crack. Lin Feng's face revealed a happy expression. Boom, in the next moment, the black dragon sword emitted a destructive aura. That aura was too powerful. After feeling that aura, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a deeply shocked expression. Lin Feng's mind was connected to the black dragon sword, so he could clearly feel how astonishing the power of the black dragon sword was. The fifth seal of the Black Dragon Sword was finally broken. Ha 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 ha, Mosei Tianzuan, this time you're dead. I'll take your life. Lin Feng held the Black Dragon Sword in high spirits. He roared and rushed towards Mosei Tianzuan. Mosei Tianzuan's face revealed a horrified expression. He could feel how terrifying the aura emitted from the Black Dragon Sword was. Lin Feng's battle strength coupled with the power of the Black Dragon Sword was too terrifying. The magic lotus had 9 layers of worlds, so Mosei Tianzuan wanted to travel to another world. Then he could deal with Lin Feng in another world. But Lin Feng didn't give Mosei Tianzuan this opportunity. He waved his hand and directly sealed the magic lotus world. Lin Feng's Tao of space was extremely tyrannical. After the magic lotus world was sealed, Mosei Tianzuan couldn't break out. Mosei Tianzuan was trapped in the magic lotus world. At this time, Lin Feng held the Black Dragon Sword and rushed towards Mosei Tianzuan. He slashed his sword towards Mosei Tianzuan. Tens of thousands of sword rays condensed. Mosei Tianzuan hurriedly took out a powerful magic weapon. That powerful magic weapon floated in front of him. He wanted to use that powerful magic weapon to resist Lin Feng's attack. However, when the tens of thousands of sword rays slashed down, that powerful magic weapon was instantly split in half. The power of that sword rays didn't decrease. Mosei Tianzuan was a cultivator of the Sky Fiend clan, so his vitality was incomparably tenacious. He didn't die even after being split in half. His body actually wanted to reassemble. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't give Mosei Tianzuan this chance. He waved his hand. The Gourd of Fortune immediately flew out. After it opened, an extremely terrifying devouring power emanated from within the Gourd of Fortune. Mosei Tianzuan's body instantly flew towards the Gourd of Fortune. Body splitting into thousands, sensing that the situation wasn't good, Mosei Tianzuan immediately roared. His body instantly split into thousands of Lulu. As long as he could escape, this Lulu could be reborn. But Lin Feng didn't give Mosei Tianzuan a chance to escape. The Gourd of Fortune contained a monstrous power and was extremely terrifying. It directly devoured the thousands of Lulu that Mosei Tianzuan had transformed into. Mosei Tianzuan immediately roared. Let me out, I'm not willing. I'm not willing. Just wait to become my tonic. Lin Feng sneered and then closed the Gourd of Fortune's stopper. The next moment, a powerful force flung Lin Feng away. When Lin Feng appeared, he had already appeared outside the magic lotus. The magic lotus shook the void and actually wanted to escape. How could Lin Feng let the magic lotus escape? The magic lotus contained countless secrets. Moreover, the magic lotus's cultivation was now equivalent to that of an itinerant immortal. Therefore, Lin Feng was determined to get the magic lotus. He definitely couldn't let the magic lotus escape. Lin Feng was constantly coveting the magic lotus. You won't be able to escape, Lin Feng sneered and stepped forward in the void. O mighty power of fate, please descend with the power of fate. Let the magic lotus know that its fate has been subdued by me. Its fate can no longer be reversed, Lin Feng's voice resounded throughout the world. Next, Lin Feng tapped the magic lotus lightly and a powerful force of destiny condensed into form. When the power of fate entered the magic lotus's body, the magic lotus trembled violently. In the end, the magic lotus was suspended in midair, unable to escape. Meanwhile, Lin Feng kept the magic lotus into his time-space. Now was not the time to refine the magic lotus. Once the battle was over, he would find an opportunity to refine the magic lotus. Right now, Lin Feng had consecutively killed Kodo and Mosei Tianzuan, 2 powerful enemies. The Black Dragon Sword's 5th seal had been unlocked. Moreover, Lin Feng had obtained the magic lotus, which he had always dreamed of. This time's harvest was truly great. Kodo and Mosei Tianzuan are dead. Do you still want to continue resisting? Shouted Lin Feng while standing in the air. His voice resonated through the clouds. It sounded like a clap of thunder, shaking the earth and sky. When they heard Lin Feng shout, they were shocked. Everyone's spirit couldn't help but tremble. Next, the Dragon Gate region's cultivator army erupted in earth-shattering cheers. As expected of the region lord, who was like a young sage emperor. 1 against 2. He had actually killed 2 loose immortals. He was truly too powerful. On the other hand, the Northern Alliance's cultivator army had completely collapsed. Mose Tianzuan and Kodo were their backbone. Now that the 2 loose immortals had suffered a calamity and lost their strongest person, how could they fight against the Dragon Gate cultivator army and the Beast army? We surrender, we surrender. Seeing that they couldn't escape, the densely packed Northern Alliance cultivator army began to surrender. The 4 subimmortal cultivators also knelt on the ground and begged Lin Feng for mercy. Lin Feng sneered and said, "The rest can be spared, but the few of you will definitely die." Hearing this, the 4 subimmortals were shocked. They turned around and wanted to escape. Lin Feng stood in midair, holding the black dragon sword in his hand as he slashed out again and again. Poof. 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 Poof, streams of sword chi slashed towards the subimmortal cultivators. In an instant, the 4 subimmortals were all killed by Lin Feng. The reason why the war started was because these 4 people had played a huge role in adding fuel to the fire. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let these executioners off. Unify the banished great world. Unify the banished great world. Unify the banished great world. The Dragon Gate cultivator army roared, their aura shaking the sky. When the battle between the Dragon Gate cultivator army and the Northern Alliance cultivator army had just ended. The Northern Alliance's headquarters, Evil Saint City, and the Dragon Gate region's headquarters, Dragon Gate City, were besieged by the cultivator army. The other party wasn't attacked by humans. It was the marine species cultivator army. Now, the Dragon Gate's 4 regions and the Northern Alliance were empty. Therefore, the marine species cultivator army marched straight in. It was as if they had entered a place where there was no one. The marine species cultivator army originally wanted to take down Dragon Gate City with a crushing force. However, Lin Feng was already prepared and left 1,000,000 troops in Dragon Gate City. Moreover, the restrictions in Dragon Gate City were very powerful. Therefore, they temporarily resisted the encirclement of the marine species cultivator army. Let's see how long you can resist. The marine species elder floated in midair with an extremely cold expression. He had personally come to the Dragon Gate region to take charge. The cultivator army attacking the Northern Alliance was led by one of his brothers. The marine species elder believed that it wouldn't be long before Dragon Gate City was breached. He had already found out that there were a few women of Lin Feng's in Dragon Gate City. When the time came, he could capture Lin Feng's women and threaten Lin Feng. When the time came, he wouldn't be afraid that Lin Feng wouldn't submit. This fellow's wishful thinking was quite good. Above Tianfu Plains, Lin Feng ordered people to clean up the battlefield and then began to incorporate the Northern Alliance cultivator army. At this moment, a spy arrived. "I want to see the young master. Something big has happened." The spy looked nervous. Wang Tianyang hurriedly brought the spy to see Lin Feng. After seeing Lin Feng, the spy knelt on the ground and said, "Young master, I'm the leader of the Eastern Sea Guards, Guopan." Not long after the Dragon Gate region's army set off for Tianfu Plains, the marine species army split into 2. One went to the Dragon Gate region while the other went to the Northern Alliance. It seems like they want to attack the Dragon Gate region and the Northern Alliance's hinterland. Hearing that, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "It seems like the marine species wants to be the third party that benefits from the fight between the sandpiper and the clam. 5th and 6th evil spirits, lead the cultivator army that originally belonged to the Northern Alliance to deal with the marine species army that entered the Northern Alliance. The rest of you, follow me back to the Dragon Gate region." "Yes." The soldiers replied. Lin Feng led the army and rushed back to the Dragon Gate region. The journey that was supposed to take 2 months. Under the rush, it only took about a month to reach their destination. When Lin Feng led the army back to Dragon Gate City, the marine species army was still struggling. Dragon Gate City was still struggling to resist the attacks of the Sea Tribe. When Lin Feng saw that, he couldn't help but sigh with relief. Fortunately, Dragon Gate City hadn't been breached yet. It was indeed not easy for Dragon Gate City to hold on until now. First, it had to do with the forces left behind to guard the city. Second, it had to do with the city's defenses. Third, it had to do with the fact that the oceanic creatures were not adept at sieges. These oceanic creatures were not used to the land's environment. Their cultivation bases had dropped significantly after entering the land. On land, cultivator armies would often find creatures like abyss demons to attack cities. However, there were not many of these creatures in the Great Exiled World. Some of the creatures suitable for sieges were recruited by the Dragon Gate region. Some were recruited by the Northern Alliance. Originally, the Oceanic Elder wanted to recruit creatures like abyss demons to attack the city, but he failed. Hence, he could only rely on the oceanic creatures to attack the city. Although there were no creatures like abyss demons guarding the city, the Oceanic Elder was still very confident in the oceanic creature's strength. The Oceanic Elder originally thought that he could easily attack the city. Who would have thought that Dragon Gate City would resist so tenaciously? Fortunately, after a month of resistance, Dragon Gate City was finally on the verge of collapsing. Just as the Oceanic Elder gave the order to attack the city with all their might, earth-shaking shouts could be heard from afar. The densely packed cultivator army of the Dragon Gate region charged over. The region lord has returned. Our Dragon Gate region's cultivator army must have obtained victory in the final battle. That's why the region lord was able to lead the army back in time. Ha ha ha, our Dragon Gate City is saved. Long live the region lord. The region lord is invincible. The cultivator army in Dragon Gate City shouted excitedly when they saw the situation outside. They had bitterly persevered until now and finally saw the results. Damn it, they actually came back at this time. The Oceanic Elder's expression sank when he saw the cultivator army of the Dragon Gate region charging over. Lin Feng jumped up in the air and looked at the old man from the Sea clan. The Oceanic Elder also saw Lin Feng. His expression was extremely gloomy. You defeated the Northern Alliance's cultivator army? That's right. Lin Feng said indifferently. Why didn't the scouts I sent out send any information back? The Oceanic Elder looked coldly at Lin Feng. He had sent out scouts to observe the battle on Tianfu Plains. However, the Dragon Gate region's cultivator army had already returned to the Dragon Gate City after the end of this great battle. However, he still did not receive any news. This made the old man of the sea race extremely depressed. Lin Feng said, your spies did want to come quickly, but they were all killed by my men. Naturally, they couldn't pass on the news of the battle to you. I really didn't expect you to be the final victor of the battle on the Tianfu Plains. This is truly unbelievable. The Sea Race Elder looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. He had never thought that Lin Feng would emerge victorious in this battle. After all, the Northern Alliance had 2 experts equivalent to loose immortals. Naturally, it's because I'm strong enough that I was able to win. I'll give you a chance. If you submit to me now, I can spare your life. Lin Feng said coldly. The old man of the sea race looked as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He couldn't help but sneer at Lin Feng. How laughable. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Although I don't know how you dealt with those 2 fellows, do you think that you can show off in front of me just because you can deal with them? Those 2 fellows. One of them relied on a treasure to raise his battle prowess to loose immortal level. Although the other one is loose immortal, his body is unwell and can't display the peak battle prowess of a loose immortal. Those 2 people aren't that strong in my eyes. I don't think it'll be a problem for me to take you down, said Lin Feng. The old man of the sea race sneered. He was clearly very confident in himself. Therefore, even though he was facing Lin Feng, he still looked down on Lin Feng. If that's the case, then let's see who's the real deal, Lin Feng sneered. He waved the black dragon sword in his hand. He slashed at the old man. Brat, today, this old man will refine you into an avatar. The old man of the sea race said coldly. He had been peeping at Lin Feng's body all this time. He had even planted a demon in Lin Feng before, but he had failed in the end. Even now, he still couldn't forget about it. This old man's methods were extremely terrifying. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Lin Feng wouldn't underestimate this old man. Lin Feng activated the Black Dragon sword with all his strength. The Black Dragon sword that had its 5th seal unlocked was no longer the same as before. The power was so strong that it was shocking. After Lin Feng activated the Black Dragon sword, an extremely terrifying aura gushed out from the Black Dragon sword. Roar, following that, a dragon's roar came from the Black Dragon sword. The black dragon sword's weapon spirit had awakened. Slash! Shouted Lin Feng coldly. His sword moved towards the old man of the Sea clan. Tens of thousands of sword rays condensed and slashed down. Originally, the old man of the Sea race was very confident in dealing with Lin Feng. But when the ancestor of the Sea clan saw Lin Feng's terrifying sword chi, he pulled a long face. The black dragon sword was indeed too powerful. This caught the old man of the Sea race off guard. Of course, the old man wasn't someone to be trifled with. He waved his hand and a Neptune spear flew out. The old man held the Neptune spear. Then, he swept it towards the sword ray. Clang, the two sides collided fiercely. The Neptune spear couldn't withstand the might of Lin Feng's black dragon sword. The old man of the Sea race was directly sent flying. Then, the old man's hand split open. Fresh blood flowed out. The old man's face changed greatly. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be able to unleash such a terrifying cultivation when controlling the black dragon sword. Lin Feng looked at the old man who had been blown away. Once again, he charged towards the Sea race elder and slashed at him with his sword. Lin Feng didn't want to give up the opportunity to defeat the old man of the Sea clan. If he could defeat the old man, he'd be happy. Then, the last unstable factor in the banished world would be no longer a threat. Lin Feng slashed out one sword energy after another. Each sword energy contained a monstrous might. People couldn't help but be aghast. After feeling the terrifying power contained in each sword energy, the old man of the Sea race became even more aghast. The old man from the Sea clan pulled a long face. He raised his spear and started fighting against Lin Feng. However, the old man of the Sea race was sent flying again and again by Lin Feng. His cultivation level was high, but he couldn't do anything to Lin Feng's black dragon sword. After the fifth seal was broken, its power had greatly increased. Therefore, although the old man of the Sea race's cultivation level was high, he still couldn't contend against Lin Feng. After sending the Sea race elder flying again, Lin Feng finally found a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He activated the 8 god-forbidding seals and sealed the Sea race elder. The Sea race elder began to struggle violently. Crack, crack. The seal runes that sealed the Sea race's old man began to crack. This was truly shocking. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. This Sea race elder was indeed in existence with a profound realm. Sealing him wasn't an easy task. However, Lin Feng was already prepared. He then used the Great Suppression Art, one of the 3,000 Great Daos. The word suppress condensed, and it pressed down on the old man of the Sea tribe. The word suppress pressed down on the old man of the Sea race. In an instant, the Sea race elder couldn't struggle. Lin Feng revealed a smile. Those who believe in me will have eternal life. Lin Feng walked towards the Sea race elder and gently tapped the Sea race elder's forehead. In an instant, a powerful purifying power poured into the Sea race elder's forehead. When the purifying power poured into the Sea race elder's forehead, the Sea race elder struggled even more violently. He seemed to have realized what kind of power it was. You actually want to purify me. You actually want to purify me. I won't let you succeed. The Sea race elder roared furiously. He tried everything he could to resist Lin Feng's purifying power. Scales even appeared on the surface of his body. Those scales could not only resist the purifying power pouring into his body. The most shocking thing was that those scales were actually absorbing a lot of the purifying power that was pouring into his body. It was really a strange kind of scale. He didn't know which race this old man belonged to. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He grabbed a scale and tore it off. Chi la. That scale was instantly torn off by Lin Feng, causing the Sea race elder to scream in pain. Lin Feng acted quickly. One scale after another was torn off by Lin Feng. The Sea race elder was directly covered in blood. After losing the protection of the scales, the Sea race elder naturally couldn't resist Lin Feng's purifying power. The Sea race elder began to be purified. Not long after, the Sea race elder was completely purified by Lin Feng. Greetings, young master. The Sea race elder bowed to Lin Feng. Ha 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 ha, no need for formalities. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. he purified a loose immortal expert. He was in a good mood. Lin Feng and the Sea Race Elder ordered the cultivator army fighting to stop fighting. The Sea Race's cultivator army was loose cultivator. Sea Race was a loose cultivator. This Sea Race cultivator's cultivator army was Lin Feng's cultivator. The Sea Clan's army was afraid that Lin Feng would vent his anger on them and kill them. However, Lin didn't see cultivator's loose immortal cultivator. Lin Feng entered Dragon Gate City. Then, he instructed the Sea Race Elder to be in charge of building a temple in the sea. The Sea Race Elder then led his army and left. He began to prepare to build a temple for Lin Feng. News of victory kept coming. First, the Northern Alliance sent a huge army to pass through the Immemorial Ancestral Mountain. However, they were ambushed by Dragon Gate's cultivator army and suffered heavy losses. In the end, the Northern Alliance's cultivator army fled. About 500,000 people were captured. The situation at River Creek was similar. There was also a Northern Alliance's cultivator army at River Creek. They were ambushed by Dragon Gate's cultivator army that was lying in ambush there. They also suffered heavy losses. About 700,000 to 800,000 people were captured alive. The Great Exiled World finally calmed down completely. The Great Exiled World could now operate normally. It could also recuperate properly. The continuous battles had caused great damage to the Great Exiled World. Right now, the exiled world indeed needed to recover for a period of time before it could regain its former prosperity. Lin Feng chose to go into seclusion at this time. He planned to refine the magic lotus. Of course, before refining the magic lotus, Lin Feng planned to refine Kodo's origin energy. Mosei Tianzuan relied on the magic lotus, a supreme treasure, to reach the itinerant immortal realm. Therefore, he was still in the sub-immortal realm. His origin energy did not have much effect on Lin Feng. Only Kodo's origin energy had a greater effect on Lin Feng. Lin Feng was now at the second heaven of the Emperor realm. His soul realm was at the first heaven of the itinerant immortal realm. He wondered if his realm would increase after refining Kodo's origin energy. Lin Feng devoured Kodo's origin energy. Then, he began to circulate the immemorial dragonesque elephant art to refine Kodo's origin energy. Not long after, Kodo's origin energy was refined by Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng absorbed Kodo's origin energy. When Lin Feng completely absorbed Kodo's origin energy, Lin Feng's realm broke through to the third heaven of the Emperor realm. His soul realm broke through to the second heaven of the itinerant immortal realm. His realm and soul realm had both achieved a breakthrough. This made Lin Feng very happy. It was more difficult for him to break through now. It was mainly because his accumulation was too strong. Therefore, to be able to break through was indeed a joyous thing for Lin Feng, even if it was only a breakthrough of a realm. Then, Lin Feng summoned the magic lotus. The magic lotus floated in front of Lin Feng, emitting a demonic power. Between heaven and earth, 9 the magic lotus were born, and each the magic lotus had extraordinary abilities. Gongzi Yu's rise was inextricably linked to the magic lotus. Lin Feng had been eyeing the magic lotus for a long time. He had heard too many legends about the magic lotus, and now he was finally going to control the magic lotus. Even Lin Feng's state of mind couldn't help but feel a little excited. Demon spirit, come out and see me. Lin Feng looked at the magic lotus and said. He believed that the magic lotus must have condensed its own demon spirit. However, after Lin Feng's voice fell, no demon spirit appeared. It seemed this guy didn't want to talk to him. Humph. Since you don't want to come out, then I'll refine the magic lotus first, then I won't be afraid that you won't come out. Lin Feng coldly snorted. Then, Lin Feng released a powerful magic power, and the magic power continuously flowed into the magic lotus. Lin Feng's magic power began to fuse with the magic lotus, but it was rejected by the magic lotus. His magic power couldn't fuse with the magic lotus at all. Lin Feng knew that the magic lotus's demon spirit must be playing tricks in the dark, causing him to be unable to refine the magic lotus. Lin Feng tried to use a drop of blood to refine the magic lotus absorbed Lin Feng's blood, but Lin Feng didn't have any connection with the magic lotus. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. How should he refine the magic lotus now? Lin Feng originally wanted to take care of the magic lotus's demon spirit after refining the magic lotus. But now he couldn't refine the magic lotus, let alone take care of the demon spirit. Lin Feng said fiercely, "Well, since I can't refine you, I don't mind destroying you." As soon as his voice fell, Lin Feng brought out the 5 types of sky fire. After the 5 sky fire wrapped around the magic lotus, it burned fiercely. The magic lotus was wrapped by the 5 sky fire. Then, the 5 sky fire began to burn the magic lotus. But the magic lotus's defense was very strong. When it was burned by the sky fire, the demonic aura emitted from the magic lotus actually resisted the burning of the sky fire. Seeing the horror of the magic lotus, Lin Feng's face was full of a sneer. It was just the beginning. It wasn't strange that the magic lotus could resist the burning of the sky fire. As time passed, Lin Feng didn't believe that the magic lotus could continue to resist the burning of the sky fire. Sure enough, it was exactly as Lin Feng guessed. It didn't take long for the demonic aura emitted from the magic lotus to be unable to resist the burning of the sky fire. If Lin Feng only controlled 1 or 2 types of sky fire, the magic lotus might still have a way to deal with it, but the key was that Lin Feng controlled too many sky fire. The 5 types of sky flames burned continuously. Nothing could resist the burning of the 5 types of sky flames. Even the top magic weapon couldn't withstand the repeated burning of Lin Feng's 5 sky fire. The magic lotus being able to resist for a period of time was already very extraordinary. The black fog outside the magic lotus burned fiercely. It seemed that the magic lotus was about to be ignited. Not long after, the temperature of the magic lotus began to rise sharply. Lin Feng believed that if the magic lotus continued to resist, it would definitely be ignited by the sky fire. At this moment, a shocking fluctuation surged out from the magic lotus. As the shocking fluctuation surged out, an illusory figure appeared. It was a woman. Her figure was tall and alluring. She was dressed in black, which added a mysterious feeling to her. This woman also had a peerlessly beautiful face. Anyone who saw such a face would feel their heart palpitate with eagerness. Mesmerizing, she was simply too mesmerizing. However, this woman's expression was as cold as ice. She had an unapproachable look. When Lin Feng saw this woman, he couldn't help but squint. Could it be that woman was the magic lotus's devil soul? Lin Feng had guessed all sorts of things about demon lotus demon soul, but he hadn't thought it would be such a beautiful woman. "You are the devil soul?" Lin Feng looked at the woman and asked. "Yes." The woman replied coldly. Said the woman coldly. She didn't want to talk to Lin Feng, she looked like a goddess. Lin Feng said, "I didn't expect the devil soul to be so beautiful. With such an appearance, you are qualified to be my personal maid." Lin Feng emphasized the word personal. He sized up the woman with a meaningful expression. The woman didn't look at Lin Feng in a friendly way. That guy in front of her was full of nonsense. He was definitely a despicable and shameless guy. "Still not extinguishing the sky fire?" The devil soul said coldly. "Of course, I can extinguish the sky fire. Hurry up and make the magic lotus recognize me as its master. Once the magic lotus recognizes me as its master, I will extinguish the sky fire." Lin Feng said. "Are you threatening me?" The woman looked at Lin Feng in an ice-cold way and gnashed her teeth in anger. Said Lin Feng. "Yes, I'm threatening you. It's so obvious. Do you need to ask again?" The woman was infuriated by Lin Feng's words. She realized that the guy in front of her was really like a scoundrel. Moreover, he was the kind of scoundrel that made people gnash their teeth. "Hurry up, my patience is limited," Lin Feng said coldly. "You are not from the Sky Devil clan. You can't refine the magic lotus. The magic lotus is a sacred object of the Sky Devil clan. Only the Sky Devil clan can refine the magic lotus." The woman said. "Oh? Is there such a thing?" Lin Feng couldn't help but frown and look at the woman suspiciously. However, the woman's magnanimous eyes didn't seem like she was lying. The woman said, "You have already refined it with your magic power and blood. Think about it. If it is really a magic treasure that you can refine, why is there no reaction between you and the magic lotus?" Lin Feng couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Could it be that the woman was right? That this was a magic treasure that only the Sky Devil clan could refine? If that was the case, wouldn't he be unable to refine the magic lotus that he had painstakingly obtained? That would be a huge loss to him. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel depressed at the thought of this. However, at that moment, the demon lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Don't listen to this woman's lies. The magic lotus is indeed treated as a sacred object by the Sky Devil clan, but the magic lotus wasn't controlled by the Sky Devil clan when it first appeared. In other words, people from other clans can also refine the magic lotus. The reason you can't refine the magic lotus is because of the devil spirit. Lin Feng was furious after hearing the demon lord's words. This woman actually dared to lie to him. Fortunately, the demon lord had warned him. Otherwise, he might have really been deceived by this woman. Lin Feng looked coldly at the woman and said, I trusted you so much, but you actually dared to lie to me and say that only the Sky Devil clan can refine the magic lotus. Since you don't want to be refined by me, then so be it. If I can't get it, then I will destroy it. Lin Feng continued to control the heavenly fire to burn the magic lotus. As time passed, the magic lotus was burned more and more fiercely, and the magic lotus began to wither. Everything had a counter. The magic lotus was restrained by the heavenly fire. No matter how great the origin of the magic lotus was or how powerful it was, it could also be destroyed by Lin Feng's heavenly fire. This situation was too normal. As the devil spirit of the magic lotus, the woman could feel the terrible situation of the magic lotus. Stop. Quickly stop. The woman looked angrily at Lin Feng. What? Have you thought it through? Lin Feng looked at the woman and asked. Fine, I'll let you refine the magic lotus, the woman said. If that's the case, then hurry up. Don't waste everyone's time. Lin Feng said coldly. Powerful magic power surged into the magic lotus. This time, Lin Feng clearly felt a large amount of magic power being absorbed by the magic lotus. A mysterious connection was formed between him and the magic lotus. This made Lin Feng very happy. It seemed that the magic lotus was really going to be refined by him. An hour later, Lin Feng finally refined the magic lotus into his magic treasure. Refining the magic lotus was truly a difficult process. Fortunately, the magic lotus was refined in the end, and the result was quite good. What's your name? Lin Feng looked at the woman and asked. Although the woman was only the magic lotus's devil spirit, Lin Feng felt that she should have her own name. I'm called Xueyue. The woman said. Xueyue? Good name. Now, bring me into the magic lotus's world to take a look. Lin Feng said. Although Xueyue still felt that Lin Feng was a scoundrel and was dissatisfied with Lin Feng, now that Lin Feng was the master of the magic lotus, he was equivalent to her master. Thus, Xueyue could not refuse Lin Feng. She said, come with me. Xueyue pointed at the magic lotus. Instantly, the magic lotus twisted and turned into a whirlpool. Xueyue flew into the whirlpool. Lin Feng also flew into the whirlpool. They appeared in the magic lotus's world. This world was still the same world of blood they had seen before. I heard that the magic lotus has 9 worlds? I wonder if that's true? Lin Feng asked. Xueyue nodded and said, that's indeed the case. The magic lotus has 9 worlds, and each world is different. I also heard that the magic lotus can give birth to extremely terrifying holy spirits? Lin Feng continued asking. Xueyue said, that's true, but the birth of holy spirits is caused by many factors. Even the magic lotus needs a fortuitous encounter to give birth to a powerful holy spirit. Lin Feng said, so that's the case. Then, how many worlds has the magic lotus opened? 2 worlds have been opened. The power of the first world, the world of blood, has already been experienced by young master. The world of blood can refine any cultivator to death. The flesh and blood of the dead cultivators will turn into blood and fuse with the world of blood. I'll bring young master to see the second world now. Xueyue said. All right. Lin Feng replied. Xueyue waved her jade-like hand, and in an instant, she and Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. They had already arrived in another world. This world was a vast expanse of whiteness. It seemed that other than the vast expanse of whiteness, there was nothing else that could be seen. What kind of world is this? Lin Feng looked at Shuiyu in confusion. This world was truly strange. When Lin Feng's spiritual consciousness probed outwards, Lin Fan was stunned. However, he discovered that his divine sense was being suppressed to an extreme degree. Shuiyu said, "Actually, I don't know what kind of world this is. This world has just awakened, and I haven't explored it yet." Lin Feng asked in astonishment, "You are the devil spirit of the magic lotus. How can you not know about the 9 worlds of the magic lotus?" Shuiyu said, "Ever since the magic lotus was born, more than one devil spirit has appeared. I am the newest devil spirit, and I was born from the first world of the magic lotus. I am more familiar with the first world. However, I don't know much about the other worlds. Therefore, when the other worlds awaken, I will have to explore them. Only after exploring them will I know what kind of worlds they are. Once I fully explore those worlds, I will be able to gradually gain control over them. My power is fused with the power of the magic lotus. If I gain control over the world inside the magic lotus, my power will increase greatly. Similarly, the magic lotus's power will also increase greatly. Of course, young master is now the master of the magic lotus. If the magic lotus's power increases greatly, it will be greatly beneficial to young master." Lin Feng couldn't help but nod after hearing Shuiyu's words. He naturally understood the logic behind Shuiyu's words. Lin Feng asked, "How long will it take for you to gain complete control over the second world of the magic lotus?" Shuiyu replied, "That's hard to say. It could take as little as a few months or as long as a few years." Lin Feng nodded. He then sized up Shuiyu. Shuiyu couldn't help but frown slightly. She didn't like Lin Feng looking at her. It made her feel extremely uncomfortable. If there is nothing else, Shuiyu will enter the depths of the second world and explore its secrets. Shuiyu said. "Go on. If there is nothing else, let's keep in touch and deepen our relationship. As the saying goes, love grows with time. I think our relationship will quickly warm up." Lin Feng said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Shuiyu frowned. She didn't like how Lin Feng was trying to worm his way into being friends with her. However, Lin Feng was her master, so Shuiyu didn't refute Lin Feng's words. Shuiyu didn't stop and immediately entered the depths of the magic lotus's second world. Lin Feng flew out of the magic lotus. Then, Lin Feng stored the magic lotus into the spacetime continuum. Currently, the exiled world was completely under the control of the Dragon Gate region. The matter of the exiled world could finally come to an end. Lin Feng planned to leave the exiled world. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, someone came to visit Lin Feng. It was a mortal feather spirit. "Fairy feather spirit, please forgive me for not going out to meet you." Lin Feng smiled and cupped his fists. He invited a mortal feather spirit to the guest hall. Both the host and the guest took their seats. Lin Feng looked at Immortal Feather Spirit. This woman was as beautiful as ever. Her body emitted an immortal aura. She was like a fairy who had fallen from the 9 heavens. It was hard to imagine that Immortal Feather Spirit with such an otherworldly aura was actually a living being who had walked out of a land of death. If this matter were to be spread, it would definitely cause many jaws to drop. Immortal Feather Spirit said, "The Lord Ruler sent me here. The Lord Ruler wishes to invite Lin Gongzi to the exiled abyss." Lin Feng was astonished. The Lord Ruler Immortal Feather Spirit mentioned was clearly the Lord Ruler of the exiled abyss. However, he didn't know why the Lord Ruler was looking for him. He didn't seem to have any interactions with the Lord Ruler. Lin Feng asked, "Fairy Feather Spirit, do you know why the Lord Ruler of the exiled abyss is looking for me?" Immortal Feather Spirit said, "I'm not sure. We naturally don't dare to ask too much about the Lord Ruler's actions. However, Lin Gongzi, you can be at ease. There is one thing that I can be certain of. The Lord Ruler has no ill intentions in seeking you out." Lin Feng didn't think much of Immortal Feather Spirit's assurance. How could the thoughts of the Lord Ruler of the exiled abyss be easily guessed by others? Although he didn't know why the Lord Ruler was looking for him, Lin Feng still planned to make a trip to the exiled abyss. He wanted to meet the Lord Ruler. The next day, Lin Feng and Immortal Feather Spirit headed to the Banished Abyss together. Fairy's Aura of Life. You're so young, yet you're a living being from the land of death. Could it be that you were born from a godstone? Or is it as the rumors say, that you were born from a demonic flower? Lin Feng asked Immortal Feather Spirit. Generally speaking, the living beings in the Banished Abyss were usually very ancient and had lived for a very long time. However, Immortal Feather Spirit was different. Although she was very powerful, she was very young. Lin Feng felt that Immortal Feather Spirit's lifespan was less than 1,000 years. 1,000 years was indeed slightly longer than Lin Feng's lifespan. However, compared to the long lifespan of the cultivators in the world of cultivators, Immortal Feather Spirit's lifespan, she was already extremely young. Immortal Feather Spirit said, "A few years ago, I was sealed in a godstone by my parents. After that, I fell into a deep slumber. I only woke up 60 years ago and broke out of the godstone. Outside the godstone, there was a demonic spirit flower that enveloped the godstone. That's why the rumors say that I'm a living being born from a demonic spirit flower." Lin Feng was astonished. There was actually such a thing? He felt that it was inconceivable. For Immortal Feather Spirit to tell him so much, it seemed that she considered him a friend. "Are your parents also living beings from the land of death?" Lin Feng asked. Immortal Feather Spirit shook her head and said, "No, my parents didn't enter the land of death. They entrusted me to the Lord Ruler. I don't know how they are now." At this point, Immortal Feather Spirit sighed. She missed her parents very much. However, there was nothing she could do. She didn't know where her parents were. However, Lin Feng heard some shocking information from Immortal Feather Spirit's words. Immortal Feather Spirit was currently under the protection of the Banished Abyss's Lord. It was no wonder that the powerful beings in the Banished Abyss were so respectful of Immortal Feather Spirit. Lin Feng hadn't thought of this before. Apart from that, Immortal Feather Spirit's parents definitely had a shocking background. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified to ask the Banished Abyss's Lord to take care of Immortal Feather Spirit. However, he didn't know who her parents were. When Lin Feng arrived in the Banished Abyss again, the atmosphere was different from the first time he had come. When he came here for the first time, he could feel the killing intent. Dense killing intent. Those killing intents. They were all released by the creatures of the danger zones. But this time, it came. Lin Feng didn't feel any killing intent from the creatures in the danger zone. This made Lin Feng extremely puzzled. Had the creatures of the danger land changed their nature? She was no longer hostile to him. What a rare sight. Those dangerous creatures appeared one after another. They lingered in the darkness, watching Lin Feng from afar. They did not greet Lin Feng. He didn't stop Lin Feng either. And Lin Feng, under the lead of the Immortal Feather Spirit, walked all the way into the depths. Soon after, Lin Feng went to the depths of the forest. Lin Feng saw a mulberry tree there. Mulberry trees were very ordinary trees. They could be seen everywhere. However, the mulberry trees that grew here were not simple. Because, this mulberry tree had been growing for tens of thousands of years. Of course, the most important thing was not the mulberry tree. It was the golden silkworm lying on a leaf. When Lin Feng saw the golden silkworm, he felt his eyes twitch violently. That golden silkworm was definitely an extremely terrifying creature. It was an existence that he could not imagine. There were strong and weak rulers of these deathly lands, but even the weakest ruler of the deathly lands, they also had heaven-defying combat strength. And with Lin Feng's current cultivation, he was still unable to determine the strength of these rulers of deathly lands. Swoosh! A ball of golden light flickered slightly, and the golden silkworm turned into a cultivator wearing a golden robe. This was a cultivator who looked to be only in his 30s. His appearance was very young, but Lin Feng knew that this existence had lived for tens of thousands of years. Immortal Feather Spirit bowed to the golden-robed man and then retreated. Junior Lin Feng greets Senior. Lin Feng saluted the golden-robed man with cupped fists. No need to be so courteous. The golden-robed man smiled. Then he said, "You must be guessing why I asked you to come here, right?" Lin Feng nodded. "Indeed." The golden-robed man said, "Actually, back then, I had a good relationship with your ancestor, the heaven-devouring demon emperor. Especially when we were young, we used to train together and later worked together many times. Hearing this, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. This man that the golden silkworm had transformed into was actually a friend of his ancestor, the heaven-devouring demon emperor. What a shocking thing. The golden-robed man continued, "It's not easy for your clan to survive until now. If the heaven-devouring demon emperor knew of this, he would be able to rest in peace." Lin Feng asked, "Senior, do you know the specific cause of my ancestor's death?" Lin Feng had heard that the heaven-devouring demon emperor's death was related to the Devil Tower, but he could not say for sure. After all, it was only a rumor. The specific cause of the heaven-devouring demon emperor's death was indeed a mystery that shrouded Lin Feng's heart. The golden-robed man sighed and said, "It's better if you don't know about these things. Knowing now won't do you any good." Lin Feng could not help but feel apprehensive. He really wanted to know, but since the golden-robed man said this, it seemed like he did not want to tell him. This made Lin Feng feel rather helpless. Lin Feng could not refuse the golden-robed man's reason. Lin Feng asked, "Can I ask Senior a question?" The golden-robed man said, "Of course you can, but if you touch upon some secrets, I cannot answer you." Lin Feng nodded. Then, he asked, "Many great worlds have places like the Land of Death, and the creatures in the Land of Death are often very terrifying. Do the creatures in the Land of Death enter the Land of Death from the outside world?" The golden-robed man said, "Some are, but some aren't. Some are saint spirits that were born in the Land of Death. These kinds of existences are even more terrifying." Lin Feng continued asking. "Then, why did those cultivators enter the Land of Death back then?" The golden-robed man said, "There are many reasons. Every living being's situation is different, and the reasons are naturally different as well. For example, Senior, why did you enter the Land of Death? Moreover, how did you become the ruler of the Land of Death?" Lin Feng asked curiously. The golden-robed man continued, "I entered the Land of Death because I wanted to survive this." Lin Feng frowned. He had not expected to receive such an answer. The golden-robed man must have been a shocking figure back then. Had he entered the Land of Death to seek refuge? This reason sounded a little inconceivable. Using the word refuge to describe a terminus life form, especially a terminus ruler, was far too inappropriate. However, that was exactly what Lin Feng knew. Someone as powerful as the golden silkworm ruler had entered the terminus zones to avoid danger? Lin Feng found it hard to believe, but the golden silkworm ruler's serious expression didn't seem like he was lying at all. Furthermore, there was no reason for the golden silkworm ruler to lie to him, so Lin Feng believed everything he said. "Are you hiding from the people of that world?" Lin Feng took a deep breath and asked. The world he was talking about was the world where the mastermind lived. The mastermind had launched one world-ending battle after another. The mastermind had lived for who knew how many epochs, but Lin Feng still didn't know what kind of existence they were. Or were they the creator? Or creators? Lin Feng didn't know if they were creators, but he couldn't rule out the possibility. If they really were creators, then Lin Feng really wanted to curse those bastards. Those bastards were too much of a scammer, weren't they? They created worlds, then destroyed them, causing countless life forms to die tragically. Was that fun? The golden silkworm ruler obviously knew what Lin Feng was talking about. He said, "There are some things that you should know. There's no need to say them out loud, especially now." Lin Feng said, "Do you think you can survive by hiding in the terminus zones? If you can come in, why can't those guys come in as well? If they chase you into the terminus zones, won't you still die? The terminus zones hide a huge secret. It's the only pure land, and the only place the people of that world don't dare to enter." "There's such a thing?" A look of disbelief appeared on Lin Feng's face. What the golden silkworm ruler had just said was simply too shocking. Of course, Lin Feng knew that the death danger zone was very scary. However, Lin Feng believed that the death danger zone was scary because of the various restrictions, space-time powers, and the existence of the death danger zone's creatures. But now, it seemed that he had underestimated the situation. The greatest secret of the Land of Death was not the creatures of the Land of Death, but something else. It did sound a little ridiculous, but since it was golden silkworm Hegemon who said it, Lin Feng didn't doubt it. What kind of secret is hidden in the Land of Death? Why are those existences so scared that they don't even dare to enter? Lin Feng took a deep breath and asked. He Gem and Golden Silkworm said. These secrets must be astonishing, but alas, I was unable to uncover the secrets of the banished abyss. There was a saying. If we can uncover the secrets of the land of death, it will be an unimaginable opportunity. The existences hiding in the land of death should be able to undergo another transformation. Lin Feng said in disbelief. Even an expert like you can't uncover the secrets of the danger zone? That's right, Golden Silkworm Hegemon couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Lin Feng said, I heard that the creatures of the land of death are restricted by the laws of the land of death, so they can't casually enter or leave the land of death. It wasn't until the great upheaval of the world that the laws of the land of death underwent some changes that some of the creatures were able to leave the land of death. Why were the creatures of the land of death unable to leave the land of death before this? This was a question that had been bothering Lin Feng. Lin Feng had always been puzzled by it. Now that he was facing Golden Silkworm Hegemon, Lin Feng could finally ask the question. Do you know that there is a price to pay for everything? Hiding in the land of death in search of hope for survival also requires a price. Golden Silkworm Hegemon said. Pay a price. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Indeed, there was nothing in the world that could be gained without sowing. So many creatures had died, but the creatures hiding in the land of death had survived. How could they not pay a price? However, Lin Feng didn't know what kind of price they had to pay. Most likely, the price they had to pay must be extremely heavy, right? That was something he could imagine. Golden Silkworm Hegemon said, there are many things that I can't explain to you clearly right now. The 5 signs of celestial decay have appeared, and the creatures of the land of death have been able to leave. However, not all of them will leave, and not all of them are willing to do so. What you need to do now is raise your cultivation base. Now that the world has changed, there are opportunities everywhere. Make good use of these opportunities and find a way to survive until the next era. That's the most important thing. There is no hope for this era, but perhaps there will be hope for the next era. Golden Silkworm Hegemon was filled with pessimism. The stronger one was, the more they understood. And the more they understood, the easier it was for them to become pessimistic. Lin Feng asked. Why don't we give it a try? Perhaps this era won't be destroyed. In the end, those detestable fellows will be the ones to be destroyed. Give it a try? Golden Silkworm Hegemon laughed bitterly, then said, if you know anything about the history of your ancestors, you should know that many of them died because they wanted to give it a try. Back then, their morale was high, and they died with no regrets. But even now, is there anyone who still has such a strong will to fight back? I really can't be sure about that. Lin Feng felt rather helpless. Perhaps the repeated failures had long since wiped away the will to fight from those ancient and powerful cultivators. It did sound rather sorrowful. They wanted to awaken the will to fight that had long since been wiped away. Just how difficult was that? Lin Feng naturally understood this very well. Perhaps this era would be destroyed just like the other eras that had come before it. This wasn't something Lin Feng wanted to see happen. However, such a situation was unavoidable. Golden Silkworm Hegemon said, I still need to sleep for a while. Before that, I have something to give you. Something to give me? What is it? Lin Feng looked at Golden Silkworm Hegemon in astonishment. He hadn't expected Golden Silkworm Hegemon to have something to give him. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. For someone as powerful as Golden Silkworm Hegemon to give him something, it had to be extremely shocking, right? It's something that belonged to your ancestor, the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor. Golden Silkworm Hegemon said. Something that belonged to my ancestor? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He wondered what precious thing his ancestor had left behind. Swish. Light flashed, and something appeared in Golden Silkworm Hegemon's hand. It was a jade tablet the size of a palm. Upon seeing it, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He could sense that this jade tablet was no ordinary tablet. Otherwise, Golden Silkworm ruler would not have taken it out at this time. This jade pendant was refined by the heaven-devouring Demon Emperor. Back then, before the heaven-devouring Demon Emperor left, he gave this jade pendant to me. He said that if I were to meet his descendants one day, he hoped that I would pass this jade pendant to them. Fortunately, I really met his descendants, Golden Silkworm ruler said with relief. However, when he thought of his old friend, he felt a little sad. What secret is hidden in this jade tablet? Lin Feng asked. The jade tablet is the key to entering the heaven-devouring secret realm. The heaven-devouring secret realm is a secret realm refined by the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor. You should know something about him, right? In the past, he refined the heaven-devouring jar, which specializes in devouring treasures in the world. These treasures were all placed in the heaven-devouring secret realm by the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor. I've heard that there aren't even ancient weapons. Golden Silkworm ruler said. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. That ancestor of his was really awesome. The treasures he had collected were truly astonishing. If he could obtain those treasures, wouldn't he wake up laughing in his dreams? Of course, the treasures in the heaven-devouring secret realm are only some of the things left behind by the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor. I'm guessing that there's a way to continue awakening your bloodline, as well as some top-tier inheritances, including some from your clan. In fact, I've heard that the sovereign clan is hiding a huge secret. However, this secret is unknown to outsiders. Perhaps you'll be able to find out what it is in the heaven-devouring secret realm. Golden Silkworm ruler said and handed the jade tablet to Lin Feng. Lin Feng gripped the jade tablet tightly. The jade tablet was very important to him, and it was very important to him. Lin Feng asked, Senior, do you know where the heaven-devouring secret realm is? I'm not sure about that, but the secret should be in the jade pendant. Study it carefully. If the secret is not in the jade pendant, I feel that the jade pendant can sense the existence of the sky-devouring secret realm within a certain range. Since the sky-devouring evil emperor left this jade pendant, his descendants will definitely find the sky-devouring secret realm. It's only a matter of time, so you don't have to worry about not being able to find the sky-devouring secret realm. He Gem and Golden Silkworm said. Thank you, Senior. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said. All right, you may leave. I hope that we will have a chance to meet again in the future. He Gem and Golden Silkworm said. Junior also hopes to see Senior again in the future. Junior will take his leave now, Lin Feng said. Then, he left. The cycle of time, the 6 paths of reincarnation. I wonder what kind of world will it be when this era ends. 3,000 eras have passed. The cycle of eras has come to an end. After Lin Feng left, the Golden Silkworm overlord sighed. Then, he turned into a Golden Silkworm again and lay on the mulberry tree's leaf. Lin Feng met up with Immortal Feather Spirit outside. Immortal Feather Spirit sent Lin Feng out of the banished abyss. Are you going to leave? Immortal Feather Spirit asked. Yes, I plan to go to the Undying World. What about you? Will you continue to stay in the banished abyss? Or will you go out to look for your parents? Lin Feng could not help but ask. Lin Feng wondered if his ancestor, the sky-devouring evil emperor, knew Immortal Feather Spirit's parents. After all, the Golden Silkworm overlord and his ancestor, the sky-devouring evil emperor, were sworn brothers. If that was the case, it was only natural that Immortal Feather Spirit's parents and his ancestor, the sky-devouring evil emperor, knew each other. I plan to look for my parents. Immortal Feather Spirit said. I hope you can find them. I hope we can meet again in the future. Lin Feng said to Immortal Feather Spirit with a smile. Immortal Feather Spirit smiled and said, I hope your journey will be smooth. Then, the two parted ways. Lin Feng returned to Longmen City. There would always be parting in life. This was something that could not be avoided. When everyone found out that Lin Feng was leaving, all sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. They were extremely reluctant to part with him. This was especially true for the few women who adored Lin Feng. They were even more reluctant to part with him. However, they also knew that Lin Feng was destined to go to a more powerful world. They needed to continuously raise their cultivation bases. Only then would they be able to go to a more powerful world one day to look for Lin Feng. Lin Feng stayed in Longmen City for a month. Then, he left the banished world. The ancient starship, Xianxia, flew quickly in the starry world. Lin Feng was seated cross-legged in the Xianxia ancient ship and practicing cultivation. Suddenly, Lin Feng opened his eyes. Swish. Then, a light flashed in his hand. An item flew out. The item that flew out was none other than the mysterious and ancient compass that Lin Feng had obtained previously. This compass was called the heart compass. Rumor had it that the heart compass could show the direction of one's thoughts. Of course, Lin Feng did not know whether this rumor was true or not. In fact, he had always had doubts. Previously, the heart compass was like a broken compass. It could not move at all. But now, the needle of the heart compass actually moved on its own. Swoosh, the needle of the heart compass moved extremely quickly. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen such a situation. He did not know what was going on with the heart compass. Why did it move so quickly at this time? The heart compass has changed. What is going on? Lin Feng frowned. He was puzzled. The change of the heart compass made him feel that this matter was definitely not simple. Perhaps the rumor was true? Was the heart compass really a heaven-defying treasure? Thinking of this, Lin Feng could not help but feel excited. About 15 minutes later, the needle of the heart compass stopped moving. The heart compass returned to its original state. I want to go to the undying world. Tell me the way. Lin Feng said. However, the heart compass still did not move. F***ck. It returned to its original state. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this moment, numerous huge ancient starry sky ships flew toward Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. There were a total of 9 ancient starry sky ships. These ancient starry sky ships surrounded Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Lin Feng also noticed the situation outside and could not help but frown. In the starry sky world, people would often kill and snatch treasures. Could it be that these ancient starry sky ships had surrounded his Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship for the same reason? A tall and sturdy cultivator with a ferocious face walked out of one of the ancient starry sky ships. The person inside, come out. The cultivator looked at the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship and shouted coldly. Lin Feng walked out of the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. He looked at the burly cultivator and said, "Why are you making such a big fuss? What's wrong? 9 ancient starry sky ships are surrounding this young master's ancient starry sky ship. Do you want to rob this young master?" The burly cultivator said coldly, "It's good that you know. We have a rule. If you cooperate and hand over your treasures, you can still live. If you don't, not only will your treasures be taken away by us, your life will also be taken by us. TSK. I'm afraid you don't have that ability." Lin Feng curled his lips. The burly cultivator flew into a rage. In his opinion, Lin Feng refused a toast only to drink a forfeit. "Kid, we gave you a chance to live, but you didn't cherish it. Don't blame us for being ruthless." The burly cultivator sneered at Lin Feng. Then, he waved his hand. The spirit stone cannons on the 9 ancient starry sky ships were ignited. Boom. 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 Then, a dense barrage of spirit stone cannons flew toward the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. The spirit stone cannons were one of the common means of attack of the ancient starry sky ships. Although it was a common means, it was very powerful. It couldn't be underestimated. Those who dared to underestimate the power of the spirit stone cannons naturally wouldn't have a good ending. When the dense barrage of spirit stone cannons arrived, they all bombarded the defensive restrictions of the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Then, the dense barrage of spirit stone cannons exploded. However, the powerful energy generated by the explosion of the spirit stone cannons, it couldn't destroy the defensive restrictions of the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. The immortal runes on the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship began to gradually recover. The defensive restrictions integrated with the immortal runes were too powerful. It wasn't something that the spirit stone cannons could destroy in a short time. Lin Feng issued an order to the humanoid puppet on the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship to attack. Boom. Boom, boom. Suddenly, huge spirit stone cannons were fired. The spirit stone cannons on the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship were the most powerful spirit stone cannons. The power of the giant spirit stone cannonball was many times greater than that of an ordinary spirit stone cannonball. When the huge spirit stone cannonballs landed on the defensive formations of the 9 ancient starships, a huge amount of spirit stone cannonballs appeared. The giant spirit stone cannonballs exploded one after another. An earth-shattering power suddenly erupted. The destructive power instantly shattered the defensive restrictions on the ancient starry sky ships. Compared to the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship, the surrounding ancient starry sky ships were simply too inferior. Boom boom boom, the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship continued to shoot out giant spirit stone cannonballs one after another. The power of these cannonballs was just too terrifying. One after another, huge spirit stone cannonballs smashed into the 9 ancient starships. The giant spirit stone cannonballs directly exploded, blasting the ancient starry sky ships into pieces. Many giant spirit stone cannonballs even directly penetrated the hull of the ancient starship and then fell into the cabin of the ship. Next, the spirit stone cannons suddenly exploded. Miserable screams rang out one after another. Many cultivators were blasted to death. Hurry up and get out. Shocked and angry voices rang out from the ancient starry sky ships. Naturally, they did not dare to continue staying in the ancient starry sky ships. The space inside was simply too small. If the giant spirit stone cannonballs fell into the ship, they would become living targets with no way to dodge. At that time, they would all die without a burial place. However, as soon as those cultivators rushed out of the cabin, a large number of giant spirit stone cannonballs flew over once again. Then, they landed in the middle of the crowd. Boom boom boom, along with the sound of a violent explosion, the sound of the explosion was suddenly heard. The giant spirit stone cannonballs exploded one after another. The cultivators who had just rushed out of the cabin and did not even have the time to take a few breaths of fresh air outside. They were directly turned into ashes by the explosion of the giant spirit stone cannonballs. The cultivators on the 9 ancient starry sky ships had suffered heavy casualties. Those cultivators felt hatred in their hearts. They had only hijacked a small ancient starry sky ship. Yet, they had suffered such heavy losses. They did not dare to imagine such an outcome. In the past, when they had supported many fleets, their losses were far less severe than now. The 9 ancient starry sky ships quickly flew away, trying to increase the distance between them and the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship. The giant spirit stone cannons on the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship continuously shot out giant spirit stone cannonballs. The densely packed giant spirit stone cannons landed on the fleeing ancient starry sky ships. Many of the fleeing ancient starry sky ships were eventually blasted into pieces. Only a small number of cultivators managed to escape with their lives. The rest died when the ancient starry sky ship exploded and became the burial objects of the ancient starry sky ship. Of the 9 ancient starry sky ships, 3 managed to escape. The remaining 6 ancient starry sky ships were completely destroyed. Even the 3 ancient starry sky ships that managed to escape had suffered heavy casualties. A woman with long blonde hair walked out of the largest ancient ship in the starry sky. She had an extremely tall and slender figure. Moreover, her height was simply too tall. That woman's height had actually reached 1.8 meters. She was even taller than many men. This golden-haired woman had a beautiful face. It was an ice-cold face. At this moment, the woman was coldly looking at Lin Feng, who was on the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship. Big miss, when the woman walked out, everyone saluted her. The woman looked at Lin Feng with eyes that flashed with dense killing intent. Who are you to be able to cause our god extermination mercenary band to suffer such heavy losses? Lin Feng said indifferently, it doesn't matter who I am. However, can you guys be a little more shameless? So what if you're an interstellar bandits? You actually have the nerve to call yourselves the god extermination mercenary band. You really live up to the saying, shameless people are invincible under the heavens. You. When the woman heard Lin Feng's mocking words, her voice faltered. Her expression turned even uglier. The woman looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, do you think you can strut around with just this ancient starry sky ship? If that's what you think, then you're gravely mistaken. Let's see how you die later. As soon as the woman finished speaking, she waved her hand. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk more than 10 cultivators flew out. These cultivators, each of them took out a huge imperial beast pouch. The cultivators opened the imperial beast pouches. Countless poisonous insects flew out of the dozens of imperial beast pouches. There were all kinds of poisonous insects in the pouches. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they flew toward the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship. When he saw those insect swarms, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal an astonished expression. Those insect swarms. There were at least dozens of different insect swarms. Some of the smaller swarms had hundreds of thousands of insects, while some of the larger swarms had hundreds of millions of insects. It was truly shocking and moving. Lin Feng had raised 2 insect swarms, as well as the primordial ancestral insect and the emperor archaic. As for the 2 insect swarms, the primordial ancestral insect and the emperor archaic, they had made many miraculous contributions. Therefore, Lin Feng knew about the terrifying might of insect swarms. After the overwhelming swarm of insects flew over, they could devour everything cleanly, leaving nothing behind. It was simply a disaster. That golden-haired woman had also raised insect swarms. Moreover, she had raised so many different types of insect swarms. It seemed that this woman had tasted the benefits of raising insect swarms. Therefore, she had raised such a large number of insect swarms. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with indifferent gazes. In the eyes of the God Extermination mercenary group, facing the attack of the insect swarms, Lin Feng would die without a doubt. There was no possibility of resisting the insect swarms. The dense insect swarms completely surrounded the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship. Then, the insect swarms began to gnaw at the defensive light cover condensed by the ancient starry sky ship's defensive restrictions. As the insect swarms gnawed at it, the defensive light cover covering the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship began to thin. Lin Feng stood on the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship. Looking at the dense insect swarms, he couldn't help but frown. The insect swarms raised by the golden-haired woman were truly quite powerful. If some more time passed, the defensive restrictions of the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship might really be destroyed. Between all things, mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining. This was an eternal and unchanging truth. The insect swarms restrained the defensive restrictions of Lin Feng's Xianxia ancient starry sky ship. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He directly summoned the primordial ancestral insect, the emperor archaic, the primordial demon-refining insect swarms, and the immortal devouring insect swarms. The primordial ancestral insect, emperor archaic, was one of the most powerful insect life forms. Therefore, other insect-type creatures were oppressed due to the difference in life level. When the primordial ancestral insect and emperor archaic appeared, the insect swarm surrounding the Xianxia immediately became chaotic. Many of the insects were frightened and began to retreat, not daring to get too close to the archaic ancestral insect and emperor archaic. Only some of the stronger insect swarms dared to approach the archaic ancestral worm and the emperor archaic. At this time, the primordial ancestral insect, emperor archaic, chaos fiend refining insect, and immortal devouring insect swarms attacked the remaining insect swarms. The 2 waves of Zerg swarms immediately engaged in a fierce battle, and it was difficult to tell who was winning. Young mistress, that brat on the ancient ship has also reared a swarm of insects, and the level of his insects seems to be even higher. One of the cultivators said with an ugly expression. In fact, it was easy to tell that the insects raised by Lin Feng were better than the insects raised by the blonde woman. Because the number of insects raised by Lin Feng was much lower than the number of insects raised by the blonde woman. Even though many of the insects had left the battlefield due to the archaic ancestral insect and emperor archaic's intimidation. However, the blonde woman's swarm still had the absolute advantage in terms of numbers. However, the number of insects raised by Lin Feng was much lower. They were actually evenly matched with the blonde woman's swarm. It was obvious that the level of the insects raised by Lin Feng was higher than the price. Who is this guy? I'm afraid he kicked an iron plate today. The blonde woman's expression was very ugly. She had dominated this starry sky world for many years. She had encountered many troublesome people. However, as long as she summoned her insect swarm, she would be able to deal with them in the end. However, at Lin Feng's place, the blonde woman was deflated. This made the blonde woman very depressed and infuriated. The blonde woman's expression became very ugly. At this time, Under the lead of the archaic ancestral insect and Emperor Archaic, the great desolate demon refining insect and the celestial devouring insect swarms began to take the initiative in the battle. The archaic ancestral insect and Emperor Archaic were too powerful. Every time they attacked, they would be able to destroy a large number of insects. Especially the Emperor Archaic, with a flap of his wings. A large area of the void collapsed. Following the collapse of the void, a large number of insects were swallowed by the shattered space and time. Young miss, that brat's insect swarm is too powerful. It seems that we are really going to suffer a big loss. Let's hurry up and retreat, otherwise, the situation will not be good. A cultivator hurriedly said. Recall the insect swarm and leave quickly. The blonde woman said somewhat unwillingly. This was her first failure. And it was a crushing defeat. This made her unable to let go. However, she was unable to do anything to Lin Feng. The insect swarm was quickly recalled, and then the remaining 3 starry sky ancient ships quickly flew into the distance. They chose to scatter and escape. Lin Feng locked onto the blonde woman's starry sky ancient ship and chased after it. As for the cultivators on the other 2 starry sky ancient ships, they were only small fries and insignificant. Lin Feng was too lazy to pay attention to these small fries. Western Miss. Don't go. I think the 2 of us can sit down and have a good talk. Lin Feng said with a smile. Western Miss? Hearing how Lin Feng addressed her, the blonde woman immediately gnashed her teeth in anger. Although she was tall, her body was very slender. As for Western Miss, it usually referred to those women who were taller and had a larger frame. The blonde woman did not like the way Lin Feng addressed her. She even hated it. However, the blonde woman did not say anything. She ordered the crew to push the starry sky ancient ship to the limit. She hoped to shake off Lin Feng's Xianyuan starry sky ancient ship. However, soon, she discovered that the distance between them was not increasing. Instead, it was shrinking. Lin Feng's Xianyuan starry sky ancient ship was simply too fast. Kid. Our young miss is a member of the Tong clan of the god-slaying Starfield. Moreover, our young miss's fiancé is Di Juetian, a direct descendant of the Dao Saint Palace. Young Master Di Juetian is a top expert of the Dao Saint Palace's younger generation. Moreover, young Master Di Juetian controls the 10th ranked heavenly fire, the Azure Dragon True Fire. I'm sure you've heard of the Dao Saint Palace? That palace is closely related to the Heaven Realm. If you know what's good for you, you'd better leave quickly. Otherwise, you won't have a good ending. At this moment, a cultivator shouted. He used the blonde woman's identity and her fiancé's identity to intimidate Lin Feng. He hoped to scare Lin Feng away. When Lin Feng heard the cultivator's words, he couldn't help but be astonished. The blonde woman's fiancé, Di Juetian, controls the Azure Dragon True Fire? Wasn't this guy the one he saw in the ancient battlefield? The Dao Saint Palace was a terrifying power, and it was still as powerful as ever. It was said that the celestial race was the one who controlled the core legacy. It was the same as the celestial race in the undying world. The surname Di was a common surname in the celestial race. Therefore, the Dao Saint Palace's core legacy was also surname Di. Of course, it didn't matter if they had the same surname. For example, there were many people with the surname Wang. Could they be relatives? There were many people with the surname Zhou as well. Could they be relatives as well? Naturally, that wasn't the case. So, you're Di Juetian's fiancé. Did you know that Di Juetian has an expert by his side called Xianxia? Lin Feng said indifferently. Xianxia? The group was stunned. They naturally knew who Xianxia was. Xianxia was Di Juetian's trusted aide. Lin Feng continued, Di Juetian sent Xianxia to kill me, but I killed him instead. Di Juetian provoked me, so he's dead. Doesn't he have the Azure Dragon True Fire? Great, I also want his Azure Dragon True Fire. Do you think I'll be afraid of Di Juetian if you use him to threaten me? As for that so-called Tong clan, that's even more hilarious. I've never even heard of them. I don't even know what kind of small clan they are. How dare they mention them in front of me? Boom. Boom, boom. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the huge spirit stone cannons on the ancient starship once again shot out huge spirit stone cannons one after another. The giant spirit stone cannonballs chased after the ancient starry sky ship with lightning speed. As for the ancient ship in front of him, it swept out divine runes one after another. Some divine runes swept across the huge spirit stone cannons, causing them to explode. However, not all the huge spirit stone cannons were blocked. Many huge spirit stone cannons managed to pierce through the divine runes. Then, they landed on the ancient starship. Following that, they exploded. A heaven-destroying, earth-shattering power swept through the entire ancient starship. The cultivators on the ancient starship were sent flying out of the ancient starship in a sorry state. However, before most of them could even leave the ancient starship, they were drowned by the energy from the explosions. They died one after another. Only a small number of people managed to escape. "Stop that brat," the blonde woman said in a deep voice. She wanted her subordinates to stop Lin Feng so that she could escape. Someone said, "Eldest young mistress, now that a disaster is upon us, let's just fly separately." That's right, that's right. Every single one of us can escape. Moreover, this person's target should be young Mississippi. We are just small fries. Even if we escape, he won't chase after us. Another person said. Following that, the group of cultivators dispersed and fled without a trace. Only the golden-haired woman was left. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal an astonished expression. Aren't these people too disloyal? He directly abandoned his master and fled for his life. Such behavior. What a shameless thing to do. Lin Feng flew down from the Xianyuan ancient starship and put it away. Then, he walked towards the golden-haired woman. Lin Feng said, "It seems like your subordinates aren't very loyal to you." At the critical moment, they chose to flee for their lives. "Are you really going to kill them all?" The golden-haired woman looked at Lin Feng with an ugly expression. Lin Feng said, "No, no, no. Of course not. It would be a pity to kill you. I'm very interested in keeping a female slave like you." The golden-haired woman turned around and fled. Her speed was very fast. It seemed like she had some magic treasures on her that could increase her speed. However, Lin Feng's speed was also very fast. The golden-haired woman couldn't shake off Lin Feng. "Don't you go too far," the golden-haired woman said angrily. Lin Feng sneered. "I'm going too far? So what if I'm going to bully you? If I'm not as strong as you, I would be the one dead by now, right? Since you formed such an interstellar bandit group in the starry sky world, you must have killed and robbed a lot of people, right? When you kill others and rob others of their treasures, have you ever thought of the words going too far? Perhaps we can negotiate. You have a grudge against Dijuetian, right? Although I don't know what happened between the two of you, since there's a grudge between the two of you, I'm sure you want to kill Dijuetian, right? I can help you kill Dijuetian. What do you think?" the golden-haired woman said. After hearing the golden-haired woman's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but mock her. A woman's heart is really the most vicious. She can even betray her own fiancé without hesitation. How ruthless. What fiancé? My family only agreed to the marriage because of the pressure from the Dao Saint Palace. Do you think Dijuetian really likes me? Of course not. Of course he doesn't like me. He has countless women by his side. He likes me because I have the 9 yin body and he has the 9 yang body. As the saying goes, yin and yang complement each other. I'm very important to him, so he used the Dao Saint Palace to put pressure on the Tong family. Although I objected to it before, it was useless. If I insist on not agreeing, then my family will be implicated when the time comes. But now, I see a way to get rid of Dijuetian. As long as I kill him, everything will be settled once and for all. I'll regain my freedom while you kill your enemy and obtain the Azure Dragon Primordial Fire. What do you think of this suggestion? The golden-haired woman asked. Do you think I'll believe your words? Lin Feng sneered. The golden-haired woman said, everything I said is the truth. I can even swear on my family. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. The golden-haired woman continued, I know you're very strong, but no matter how strong you are, you can't underestimate Dijuetian. He's a celestial tribe cultivator with great talent. Moreover, he has a respected position in the Dao Saint Palace. So, whenever he goes out, he'll have sub-immortal experts following him. I also heard that he can communicate with the Dao Saint Palace's ancient weapon, the Heavenly Infinite Diagram. He can obtain the blessing of the Heavenly Infinite Diagram's power. If he gets the support of the Infinite Diagram of the Heavenly Way, his combat strength will soar to a terrifying level. Of course, although Di Juetian is incomparably powerful and can even communicate with ancient weapons, he is not without flaws. And I know what this guy's flaw is. If we join forces, we will definitely be able to kill him. The golden-haired woman wanted to join forces with Lin Feng to kill Di Juetian. Lin Feng was quite tempted by her suggestion. After all, she knew where Di Juetian's weakness was. Moreover, she could sneak attack Di Juetian during a real battle. There was no need to be courteous when dealing with someone like Di Juetian. No matter what method he used to deal with Di Juetian, he would have a clear conscience. "What's your name?" Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at the golden-haired woman. The golden-haired woman's appearance was a little strange. Of course, it was not that she was ugly. She was extremely beautiful, but her features were similar to those of the Western universe. Perhaps she had the bloodline of that world? It was hard to say. The golden-haired woman said, "My name is Tong Yali." "Why? Are you agreeing to join forces with me?" "Hee," Lin Feng grinned and said, "I heard that the Nining body is an extremine body. Such a body is one of the top cultivation cauldrons. Am I right?" Tong Yali looked at Lin Feng coldly and said, "What's wrong? What are you trying to do?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "Look at what you're saying. I'm a gentleman. Why would I be planning anything? Let me tell you clearly, I've taken a liking to you. Why don't you become my woman?" Lin Feng was very straightforward. He did not try to hide anything. Tong Yali sneered and said, "In your dreams. If you're willing to cooperate. If you don't want to join forces with me, then I'll die. I'd rather die in battle than submit." TSK. "I didn't expect you to be so hot-tempered," Lin Feng smiled and said, "Fine. I agree to work with you. However, I still don't know where Di Juetian is." "I know where he is. He's on the Fox Demon Planet," said Tong Yali. "Fox Demon Planet? What is that place?" Lin Feng asked doubtfully. "The Demon Fox Star is a star in our God-destroying star field. There are a few fox spirits on it. Those fox spirits are Di Juetian's lovers," Tong Yali said with a sneer. Lin Feng said, "What? You even sent someone to investigate Di Juetian's whereabouts?" Tong Yali said, "Of course not. He's so high-profile. Why would he need someone to investigate him? Many people know that he has come to the god-slaying starfield." TSK. "Looks like this fellow is also a sentimental person," Lin Feng said. "I don't care if he's affectionate or not, but I can't marry him. He's coveting my Nining body. If I marry him, won't I die?" Tong Yali's eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. Lin Feng said, "Nine Yang and Nine Yin, the cycle of Yin and Yang. What a good dual cultivation physique. If husband and wife are in love, perhaps both of their cultivations will be greatly improved." Tong Yali said with a sneer, "Directly devouring the primordial Yin energy in the other party's body will increase my cultivation even more. I like to control my fate in my own hands, not in the hands of others. What a coincidence. I'm also someone who likes to control my own fate. However, you can really consider me. I'm not only young and promising, but I'm also very loyal to love. You'll definitely be very happy if you become my woman," Lin Feng said. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the demon lord in the demonic pearl couldn't help but roll his eyes. However, the demon lord was already used to Lin Feng's shamelessness. Lin Feng was someone who liked to talk to people and talk to ghosts. Of course. Tong Yali didn't believe Lin Feng's words at all. She replied indifferently, "If you want to pursue me, then show me your sincerity. Don't just rely on your mouth." Lin Feng said with a smile, "Of course I won't just rely on my mouth. Just wait and see. You'll soon see my sincerity." Along the way, Lin Feng would tease Tong Yali whenever he had time. He would often tease Tong Yali until her face turned red. Shameless scum. When Tong Yali was extremely ashamed and angry, she would say these two words. And Lin Feng was extremely happy with these two words. That's right. He was shameless. He was scum. Lin Feng had always admitted this point. Living in this world. Live freely and freely. Live with yourself. Don't restrict yourself. Enjoy what you need to enjoy. To put it bluntly, the world extermination battle might arrive soon. At that time, no one dared to say that they would be able to survive. Since that was the case, naturally, he should enjoy life well. Only in this way would he not waste his good years. Half a month later, Lin Feng and Tong Yali arrived at the Demon Fox planet. The Demon Fox planet was a planet ruled by the Demon Fox race. The most beautiful demon foxes had all become Di Juetian's mistresses. However, the other demon foxes were actually very beautiful as well. The Demon Fox planet was very lively, and the Demon Fox city built by the Demon Fox race was even more crowded. The Demon Fox race knew how to charm, and the women that the Demon Fox transformed into were all naturally charming. They were all peerless beauties. Therefore, many people wanted to find a woman from the Demon Fox race to be their wife or concubine. The Demon Fox race, on the other hand, preferred to rely on the strong. Therefore, the female cultivators of the Demon Fox race also preferred to rely on the strong. Therefore, if they met an expert who was pleasing to the eye, they would most likely follow him. Lin Feng and Tong Yali arrived at the Demon Fox city. Lin Feng could not help but ask, could it be that Di Juetian and his mistresses live here? Tong Yali said, one of the mansions here is indeed one of the places where they meet privately. Let's go take a look tonight. If they aren't here, we'll go somewhere else to look. I know of a more secretive place. If they aren't here, they might be in that secretive place. However, as far as I know, Di Juetian would often meet with his mistresses in the Demon Fox city. Alright, let's go take a look tonight. It's not even morning yet. Let's find a place to rest first. Lin Feng said. Tong Yali nodded. The two of them walked on the streets. Lin Feng discovered that there were many young girls on the streets. Most of the young girls were surrounded by cultivators. Those young girls were obviously transformed from fox spirits. They should be the female cultivators of the Demon Fox race. Lin Feng and Tong Yali found a relatively high-end inn and rented a separate courtyard to rest. The two of them returned to their respective rooms. Not long after he laid down, he heard banging sounds coming from outside. Lin Feng got up and went outside. When he opened the courtyard door, he saw an enchanting and charming woman standing outside. This woman was actually a woman of the Demon Fox race. Yo, I saw a beauty knocking on my door the moment I opened it. Beauty, what's the matter? Are you here to look for me? Lin Feng looked at the woman with a faint smile. She was indeed very beautiful. Even among the fox demons, she would be considered a top-notch beauty. The woman said, I'm here to look for Tong Yali. Who are you? Why are you with Tong Yali? The fox demon woman looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. Lin Feng felt very uncomfortable under the woman's gaze. He had no idea what she was thinking. Lin Feng asked, who are you? Do I have to answer you just because you asked me? The woman said with a faint smile, Tong Yali's fiancé is Di Juetian, a direct descendant of the Dao Saint Palace. You actually dared to have a secret rendezvous with Tong Yali. You're too bold. Do you know what the consequences will be if Di Juetian finds out about this? What consequences? Lin Feng pursed his lips, a look of disdain on his face. Of course, he did not deny that he had a secret rendezvous with Tong Yali. It was the woman who had misunderstood, not Lin Feng. The woman said, he will kill you. Kill me? What a joke. You think I'm afraid of that guy killing me? He's just a mere Di Juetian. I don't care about him at all. Lin Feng said indifferently. The woman sneered. Do you know how powerful Di Juetian is? If you brag too much, you'll end up slapping yourself in the face. Lin Feng said with a smile, of course I know how powerful Di Juetian is. In your eyes, Di Juetian might be a big shot that you can't afford to offend, but in my eyes, Di Juetian is just a clown. Lin Feng's words were too arrogant. The woman could not help but frown slightly. Lin Feng did not look like a reckless and arrogant person, yet he had said such words. Could it be that he really had the ability? However, Lin Feng looked a little too young, so the woman found it hard to believe that Lin Feng had the ability to deal with Di Juetian. Xianxia. I knew that you would soon know that I was in Demon Fox City. At this moment, Tong Yali's voice came from the courtyard. Tong Yali also heard the commotion outside and came out. To Lin Feng's surprise, Tong Yali and this Demon Fox clan female cultivator actually knew each other. Long time no see, Yali. The Demon Fox female cultivator smiled at Tong Yali. Then, the two hugged each other. Hugging each other in broad daylight? What kind of scandal is this? Lin Feng said. Go to hell, the two girls each threw a punch at Lin Feng. Lin Feng hurriedly dodged. Yali, you didn't look for me when you came to Demon Fox City. Instead, you booked a courtyard with this person. Could it be that you and him? The Demon Fox clan female cultivator looked at Lin Feng and Tong Yali with a meaningful expression. Tong Yali rolled her eyes and said, What nonsense are you talking about? We're here to do something big. Tong Yali looked outside and said, This is not the place to talk. Let's talk inside. Lin Feng closed the courtyard door, and the three of them went to the living room. Lin Feng looked at Tong Yali and asked, Little Lily, who is this fairy? Hurry up and introduce her. Of course, it would be best if she could match us up. Tong Yali said in an annoyed tone, Not long ago, you said that you wanted to pursue me. Now, you want me to match you with another woman? As expected, it's better to believe that pigs can climb trees than to believe a man's mouth. Lin Feng said. Let's pursue her together. Let's pursue her together. It's normal for a man to have multiple wives, right? Why do I feel like smashing you into meat paste with my mace? Tong Yali said in an annoyed tone. The Demon Fox clan female cultivator said, Yali, who is this guy? Why is your mouth full of nonsense? How did you end up hanging out with such a person? The Demon Fox clan female cultivator looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Clearly, she looked down on Lin Feng. Lin Feng said with a smile, A Demon Fox clan female cultivator dares to say that a cultivator from another clan is indecent? This is the biggest joke I've heard in over 100 years. Ha 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 ha, you dare mock me? The Demon Fox clan female cultivator's eyes turned cold. It seemed that under her beautiful appearance, there was a violent heart. Tong Yali quickly stopped the Demon Fox clan female cultivator and said, Xianxia. Don't be angry. This guy has always been like this. Just ignore him. Then, Tong Yali looked at Lin Feng and said, Lin Gongzi, the fairy beside me is called Xianxia. She is the Vice City Lord of Demon Fox City. Lin Feng was surprised. This woman's identity was not simple. To be able to become the Vice City Lord of Demon Fox City at such a young age, it seemed that her background was very deep. Tong Yali then introduced Lin Feng to the Demon Fox clan female cultivator. She said, This young master is called Lin Feng. He is here to kill Di Juetian. Kill Di Juetian? With just him alone? After hearing Tong Yali's words, the Demon Fox clan female cultivator looked at Lin Feng with disdain and contempt. Lin Feng smiled and said, That's right. With just me alone. Why? Do you think I don't have the ability to kill Di Juetian? The Demon Fox clan female cultivator looked at Lin Feng with disdain and said, It's not that I'm looking down on you, but you have no idea how strong Di Juetian is. Even if there are 10 of you, you might not be a match for him. This woman is really looking down on me. Lin Feng could not help but feel apprehensive. He then looked at the Demon Fox clan female cultivator and said with a smile, Why don't we make a bet? What bet? The Demon Fox clan female cultivator asked. Let's bet if I can kill Di Juetian. How about it? Do you dare to bet with me? Lin Feng asked. Sure. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I bet that you can't kill Di Juetian. The Demon Fox clan female cultivator said. Lin Feng said, I bet that I can kill Di Juetian. If I can kill Di Juetian, what will you lose to me? The Demon Fox Clan female cultivator did not answer Lin Feng's question. Instead, she sneered and asked, "If you can't kill Di Juetian, what will you lose to me?" Lin Feng said, "How about this? If I can't kill Di Juetian, I can impart an immortal scripture to you. If I can kill Di Juetian, you will be my personal maid for 10 days. How about that?" Tong Yali said. "We're all friends. There's no need to fight." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Of course I don't care. The key is what this woman thinks." The Demon Fox Clan female cultivator sneered and said, "I think you're the one who's afraid, right? Fine, I agree to your bet." Tong Yali rubbed her forehead when she heard that. She could not help but worry for her good friend. Pitifully, the fox woman followed Tong Yali back to Tong Yali's room. Tong Yali asked, "Why did you make that bet with him? I can tell with a single glance that he's up to no good. What will you do if you lose?" Xianxia said, "It's even better if I lose. That way, I can get rid of that damnable Di Juetian. Even if I lose, I have ways to deal with that Lin Feng brat." Xianxia then pinched Tong Yali's chin and said, "Tell me honestly, nothing happened between you and that brat, right?" Tong Yali said, "Of course not. I only belong to you." Pfft. Lin Feng, who had just drunk a mouthful of water, spat it out. He had used his clairaudience to eavesdrop on the conversation between Tong Yali and Xianxia. However, wasn't the content of what he overheard a little too much? Lin Feng was extremely shocked. He had never expected something like this to happen. Life is full of surprises. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. Lin Feng did not know when Xianxia left. Lin Feng had been resting all this time. Lin Feng only woke up in the evening. He had finally gotten a good rest. It was unrealistic to want to have a good rest while traveling through space. He had to be vigilant at all times. The starry sky world was simply too dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to a tragic death. It was such a dangerous place. Naturally, he had to be cautious. Lin Feng met up with Tong Yali. Then, the two of them headed to Di Juetian's residence. Di Juetian's residence was heavily guarded. However, this level of security was nothing to Lin Feng and Tong Yali. Although the residence was protected by restrictions, those restrictions could not stop Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng easily broke through the restrictions and entered the residence. After searching for a while, they did not find Di Juetian and the fox spirits. "It seems like they are not here." "Follow me," Tong Yali said. Lin Feng followed Tong Yali out of Demon Fox City and entered the ancient forest outside the city. "Where are we going now?" Lin Feng asked. Tong Yali said, "To the Jade Immortal's cave." This Jade Immortal's cave is another place where they met privately. It is said that the place was left behind by a powerful person of the Demon Fox clan. It is a sacred place for cultivation. The spiritual chi inside is abundant. Those fox spirits often go to the Jade Immortal's cave to cultivate. Since they are not in the mansion of Demon Fox City, the probability of them going to the Jade Immortal's cave is extremely high. Lin Feng nodded. He and Tong Yali traversed through the forest. Half a month later, they arrived at the entrance to the Immortal Cave abode. There were many illusion arrays outside the Jade Immortal Cave. Once a cultivator entered the illusion array, they would be completely trapped by the powerful illusion array, unable to come out. But the illusion didn't affect Lin Feng and Tong Yali at all. Of course, the main reason was that Lin Feng was too strong. And Tong Yali moved through the Immortal Cave abode as if there was no one there. This time, Di Juetian brought 2 sub-immortal experts with him. However, these 2 sub-immortals are not a threat at all. You go in first and argue with Di Juetian about the fox spirits. Then, take the opportunity to injure Di Juetian. That way, it'll be easier to deal with him. Lin Feng said. Tong Yali nodded and said, Di Juetian's 9-yang body is very scary. It's said that once his 9-yang body awakens, he can communicate with the ancient weapon. The power he receives from the ancient weapon can even be comparable to a peak loose immortal. However, I just need to use the power of 9-yin to block one of the acupuncture points on his body. Then, his body will have problems. At that time, even if he can communicate with the ancient weapon and borrow its power to fight, the power of the ancient weapon will be greatly reduced. At that time, the threat will be much smaller. Okay, we'll do that. But you have to be careful. Di Juetian is not that easy to deal with. Lin Feng reminded her. Okay, Tong Yali nodded. Then, she took out her treasured sword and rushed into the depths of the cave. Soon, Tong Yali entered the depths of the cave. This cave was divided into 3 layers. At this moment, there were more than 10 cultivators sitting cross-legged in the outermost layer of the cave. They were all cultivating. The 2 people in the lead were the 2 subimmortal experts who followed Di Juetian. Someone's coming. The 2 subimmortals opened their eyes, and their gazes turned cold. The others also opened their eyes and looked at the entrance of the passage. Whoosh! A figure rushed over. These people originally wanted to attack, but when they saw that it was Tong Yali, they immediately stopped. Young madam, the group of people bowed to Tong Yali. Tong Yali and Di Juetian were already engaged, and only the ceremony was left. After the ceremony, they would be officially married. Therefore, Di Juetian's subordinates addressed Tong Yali as young madam. If it was in the past, Tong Yali would definitely refute them. However, she did not do so today. Instead, she asked angrily, "Where's Di Juetian?" Seeing that Tong Yali was about to kill someone with her treasured sword, the group of people smiled bitterly. In their opinion, Tong Yali was obviously here to catch them in the act. You don't want to tell me, right? I'll go in and look for him personally. Tong Yali said coldly as she walked into the cave. One of the subimmortals quickly said, "Young madam, you can't. Young master is cultivating inside. He can't be disturbed. If anyone dares to stop me, I'll fight them to the death." Tong Yali said fiercely. Hearing Tong Yali's words, the group of people quickly shut their mouths. They were only subordinates. As the saying went, even an upright official would find it difficult to resolve a family matter. As subordinates, did they have the right to interfere with their master's family matters? Of course, they did not have the right. Tong Yali rushed into the depths of the cave. These people stood outside the cave and looked in. Without Di Juetian's order, they did not dare to enter the depths of the cave. At this moment, a strange energy surged into the cave. However, these people were all looking at what was happening in the depths of the cave. Therefore, they did not notice the situation at all. When the strange energy surged into their bodies, they realized that they could not move their bodies. The strange energy turned into sealing runes and sealed those cultivators. Therefore, they could not speak or move their hands. Lin Feng walked in from outside. With a wave of his hand, the power of purification surged out. The group of cultivators, including 2 subimmortal experts, were purified by Lin Feng and became his slaves. "I'll kill you vixens. Young master, save us. Young master, please save us." At this moment, Tong Yali's flustered and exasperated voice could be heard from the inside. It could also be heard crying for help from several vixens. It seemed like Tong Yali had already made her move. This woman's efficiency was quite high. "Yali, what are you doing? Why aren't you stopping?" Di Juetian watched the farce with a gloomy expression. "Di Juetian, I don't object to you fooling around outside, but don't you dare do such things in the God Annihilation Starfield. The news is spreading like wildfire outside. Even if you're shameless, I'm not. Our Tong clan is." Tong Yali seemed to be truly furious. She screamed as she chased after the vixens with her sword. Of course, Di Juetian was indeed in the wrong. He had yet to marry Tong Yali, but he was already fooling around in the God Annihilation Starfield where the Tong clan was located. No matter what, the Tong clan was still one of the 5 great forces in the God Annihilation Starfield. It was indeed embarrassing for them. Don't listen to the rumors outside. Moreover, isn't it normal for a man to have multiple wives? Di Juetian said in a deep voice. He did not care about the Tong clan's reputation. He wanted Tong Yali because she had the Nining body. If it was not for the fact that Tong Yali had the Nining body that was extremely helpful to his cultivation, Di Juetian would only see her as his toy. Of course, even if Tong Yali would become his wife in the future. However, Tong Yali. She was only a cauldron for his cultivation. The reason why he didn't fall out with Tong Yali now was because of the Tong family. Although the Tong clan was not comparable to the Dao Saint Palace, they were still a great clan. Therefore, he still had to give them face. I'll kill these vixens. All the rumors will naturally come to an end. Tong Yali said coldly as she chased after one of the vixens. She slashed with her sword. The vixen looked like she was about to be slashed to death by Tong Yali's sword. The vixen screamed in terror. At this moment, Di Juetian appeared in front of the vixen as though he had teleported. He flicked his finger. The sword in Tong Yali's hand was repelled. Then, he grabbed at Tong Yali. Tong Yali, did I give you face? Alright, since you've delivered yourself to me today, I'll take your primordial yin. I'll deal with you later. Di Juetian sneered and grabbed Tong Yali with his big hand. Who would have thought that Tong Yali would actually take the initiative to lean towards Di Juetian at this moment, causing Di Juetian's grab to miss. Di Juetian could not help but mutter in his heart. What did Tong Yali mean by taking the initiative to approach him? Could it be that she wanted to throw herself at him? This woman looked pure, like a cold goddess. But in reality, there was also a restless heart, but just as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Di Juetian felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Tong Yali's palm landed on Di Juetian's abdomen, sending him flying. If Di Juetian wasn't strong enough, he would have died. After being hit by Tong Yali's palm, Di Juetian's dantian might be crippled. Tong Yali! You slut, how dare you sneak attack me? You're courting death. Someone come. Catch her. Watch how I'll deal with this slut later. Di Juetian roared in exasperation. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. The guards outside rushed into the cave abode. Young master, let's capture the young madam immediately. The two subimmortals said. When the group of people passed by Di Juetian, they took out their dharma treasures and attacked him. Di Juetian did not expect his subordinates to suddenly attack him. For a moment, he could not dodge in time. However, Di Juetian's methods were still very powerful. The space around him started to distort. When the powerful dharma treasures attacked him, most of them were blocked by the distorted space. However, the attacks of the two subimmortals pierced through the distorted space and landed on Di Juetian's body. Bang! Half of Di Juetian's body exploded. Ah! Di Juetian let out an incomparably shrill scream. His bloodline began to circulate. Soon, Di Juetian's expression changed. This was because when he circulated his bloodline, he realized that the power of his bloodline was greatly weakened. You're the one who schemed against me, Di Juetian roared in anger. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Tong Yali. He knew that Tong Yali had schemed against him. The power of Nine Yin contained in Tong Yali's palm strike was very hidden. Before he circulated his bloodline, Di Juetian did not sense it. However, after circulating his bloodline, Di Juetian sensed it. Of course, Di Juetian's bloodline power was greatly weakened. However, in reality, Di Juetian's bloodline power was still extremely powerful. Therefore, he successfully established a connection with the Dao Saint Palace's ancient weapon, the Heavenly Dao Limitless Diagram. Powerful energy poured into Di Juetian's body. All of you must die. Di Juetian roared. He slammed his palm toward the two subimmortals and a dozen other cultivators. Bang! 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 The cultivators' bodies directly exploded. They died on the spot. Including the two subimmortals. They were also killed by Di Juetian's palm strike. Then, Di Juetian leaped out and slammed his palm toward Tong Yali. Di Juetian only wanted to kill these people who schemed against him. After sensing Di Juetian's terrifying palm strike, Tong Yali's face turned pale. That palm strike was too powerful. It made her feel despair. At this moment, the void trembled. Lin Feng stepped out of the void and collided with Di Juetian's palm strike. Bang! Both of their palms collided violently. The surrounding void was shattered. After the collision, Lin Feng grabbed Tong Yali's waist and pulled her into his arms. Then, he quickly retreated with Tong Yali and pulled away from Di Juetian. It's you. When Di Juetian saw Lin Feng, his eyes turned bloodshot. Naturally, he remembered Lin Feng. Back then, Lin Feng was just a small character in his eyes. It was only when Di Juetian sent Zhang Qian to kill Lin Feng and Zhang Qian was killed that Di Juetian knew that Lin Feng was a powerful person. Even so, Di Juetian did not take Lin Feng seriously. However, now that he was in such a miserable state, and it was all because of that insignificant opponent from back then, Di Juetian could not accept it. His body began to tremble violently. At this moment, Lin Feng was still hugging Tong Yali. Di Juetian had been coveting Tong Yali for a long time, but he had not succeeded until now. However, now that he had intimate contact with Lin Feng, Di Juetian was furious. "That's right, it's me. You didn't expect me to appear here, did you?" Lin Feng sneered. "Let go of her," Di Juetian said fiercely. "Let go? Why should I let go? Don't you know that Tong Yali has long been my woman?" Lin Feng said proudly. Tong Yali was a woman who could let go. When she heard Lin Feng's words, she even kissed Lin Feng's right cheek. Seeing this, Di Juetian was furious. He spat out a mouthful of blood. How arrogant was Di Juetian, he was born with a noble background. Powerful talent. Powerful cultivation. Since he was born, he had never suffered any losses. But this time, putting aside the fact that he had suffered greatly in the hands of Lin Feng, more importantly, his fiancée had actually gotten together with Lin Feng. Although, he had used the powerful influence of the Dao Saint Palace to force his fiancée's family to agree to the engagement. It didn't matter whether his methods were despicable or not, and it didn't matter what the process was. The fact that Tong Yali was his fiancée was something that couldn't be changed. But now, his own fiancée had made him a cuckold. If it was anyone else, they would probably be furious. Moreover, Di Juetian was such an arrogant person. He couldn't accept this at all. Di Juetian was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. "Bastard couple. You bastard couple. Both of you deserve to die. Both of you deserve to die." Di Juetian roared furiously. Lin Feng ignored Di Juetian's hysterical roar and continued speaking. "Do you know how we got together? It was a dark and windy night. I was walking on one side of the bridge, and she was walking on the other side. The moonlight shone down, and it was beautiful. We met in the middle of the bridge, and our eyes met. The man was handsome and confident, and the woman was as beautiful as a fairy. Our encounter this time was like dry wood meeting a raging fire. That scorching fire ignited in an instant. Thus, we broke through all the rules of the world and walked hand in hand to face everything. That's right. Just like that, I snuggled into his broad and powerful chest. That chest made me feel incomparably safe. Thus, the two of us began to live together, living together without shame or impatience." Tong Yali continued. After hearing Tong Yali's words, Lin Feng almost fell to the ground. Tong Yali was really too valiant. How could he say something like that? Lin Feng was so impressed that he wanted to prostrate himself in front of her. Wah! After hearing Lin Feng and Tong Yali's words, Di Juetian suffered another blow and vomited another mouthful of blood. This guy's cultivation was, of course, quite powerful. However, this guy's mental fortitude was too weak. "You all deserve to die. You all deserve to die." Di Juetian roared furiously, his eyes emitting boundless killing intent. He charged towards Lin Feng and Tong Yali. "Step back." Lin Feng waved his hand and a soft and gentle strength surrounded Tong Yali. Then, Tong Yali was 100 meters away. Then, Lin Feng charged towards Di Juetian. Di Juetian was indeed very powerful. Especially when he communicated with the ancient weapon, the Heavenly Tao Infinite Diagram, his battle prowess received a huge boost. However, Lin Feng wasn't weak either. Lin Feng's power fused with the power of his avatar. He was currently in peak condition. Di Juetian was already showing signs of qi deviation due to his injuries and the anger that had attacked his heart twice. Therefore, his current battle prowess had dropped drastically. Lin Feng charged towards Di Juetian and performed a 6 paths of reincarnation fist, blasting it towards Di Juetian. Bang, both parties collided with each other. The 6 passive reincarnation fist was so powerful that it sent Di Juetian flying. Di Juetian was so furious that his roar shook the sky. He began to burn his blood essence. He used it to increase his battle prowess. Lin Feng looked indifferent. So what if he burned his blood essence? He would still die in the end. Lin Feng threw out a second punch. The 6 passive reincarnation fist was an overlaying punch. Every time he threw out an additional punch, its power would increase to a whole new level. It was extremely shocking. Now, Lin Feng's second 6 passive reincarnation fist was much more powerful than the previous one. Bang! Lin Feng and Di Juetian collided with each other again. Di Juetian burned his blood essence to increase his battle prowess. However, he didn't have the slightest advantage against Lin Feng's attacks. Di Juetian, he was only on par with Lin Feng. How could this be? This is impossible. Di Juetian could not accept it. Although he was talented and powerful, he was also very jealous. Lin Feng was so young, but the battle prowess he displayed was so powerful. Di Juetian could not accept it. Di Juetian was deeply jealous of Lin Feng. Di Juetian, you're really too weak. Looks like you can't escape death today. You didn't expect to die in my hands, did you? Let me tell you a truth that will never change. There's always someone better than you. Never underestimate any cultivator in the world. Lin Feng sneered. The third punch of the 6 passive reincarnation fist was thrown out. When the third punch of the 6 passive reincarnation fist was thrown out, Lin Feng could clearly feel that the power of the punch had increased tremendously. The power of the third punch was even more powerful than the second punch. It was even more terrifying. Lin Feng's punch sent Di Juetian flying. He's so powerful. Tong Yali was looking at Lin Feng in astonishment. Her heart was pounding like a tsunami. She knew how powerful Di Juetian was. However, Di Juetian was suppressed by Lin Feng to the point that he could not fight back at all. Moreover, Lin Feng was still so young. He was already so terrifying as a human cultivator. It was hard to imagine how powerful Lin Feng would be in the future. Even though Tong Yali was a lesbian, when Tong Yali thought about what Lin Feng had said before about courting her, Tong Yali's heart could not help but beat violently. Bang! 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 Lin Feng threw punch after punch at Di Juetian. The power of the 6 passive reincarnation fist was just too strong. Di Juetian used all kinds of techniques. However, he still could not fight against Lin Feng. Moreover, many of his bones were broken by Lin Feng. Di Juetian's situation was getting worse. Kid, how about we make peace? As long as you don't kill me, I'll agree to any of your conditions. Di Juetian shouted. He did not want to die. Although he took the initiative to ask for peace, it made the arrogant Di Juetian feel deeply humiliated. However, the most important thing was that he could survive. If I kill you, I'll be able to get what I want. Lin Feng said indifferently. If you kill me, the Dao Saint Palace will definitely know. By then, you'll definitely die. Di Juetian threatened. Do you think I'm afraid of the Dao Saint Palace? What a joke. Lin Feng sneered and threw a punch at Di Juetian's head. There was a loud bang. Di Juetian's head exploded. Dead, a genius of the generation, Di Juetian. He died just like that. The few fox spirits in the distance screamed in fright. Tong Yali couldn't help but take a deep breath after seeing this scene. Lin Feng's battle strength. It was too heaven-defying. Tong Yali had once followed her elders to the Undying World. She had seen many geniuses in the Undying World. Even those geniuses in the Undying World, they were far from being comparable to Lin Feng. Whoosh. At this moment, a green light flew out from Di Juetian's body. Then, that green light quickly flew into the distance. That green light. It was the Green Dragon True Fire. The heavenly fire that was ranked 10th. How could Lin Feng let the Green Dragon True Fire escape? The reason why he killed Di Juetian, apart from the grudge between them, was also because of the Green Dragon True Fire. Lin Feng had refined 5 types of heavenly fire. Every time he refined a heavenly fire, it was a huge improvement to his own realm. It was a huge accumulation for him. Especially for someone like Lin Feng. After refining the green dragon true fire, he would gain more benefits, said Lin Feng while waving his hand. Numerous talismans flew towards the azure dragon primordial fire at full speed. Lin Feng would definitely not let the green dragon true fire escape. If the green dragon true fire escaped, it would be a huge loss. The densely packed runes quickly caught up with the azure dragon primordial fire. Then, those runes were imprinted on the green dragon true fire. The green dragon true fire wanted to struggle, but it couldn't. In the end, it was suppressed by the runes that Lin Feng shot out. Lin Feng kept the green dragon true fire that was about to be suppressed into time and space. Now was not the time to refine the green dragon true fire. Young master, you're so strong. We sisters are willing to be your personal servants. We'll definitely serve you well. Young master, please accept us. The vixen spoke coquettishly as they flirted in front of Lin Feng, seducing Lin Feng. These fox spirits used their charming techniques, wanting to make Lin Feng fall head over heels for them. However, Lin Feng remained unmoved. He said coldly, impudent. How dare a few little foxes show off in front of me? Are you tired of living? Spare me, young master. Spare me. The fox spirits were so scared that their faces turned pale and they begged for mercy. What happened today must not be leaked, or the consequences will be unimaginable. I'll deal with these vixens, Tong Yali said. She wanted to make a move and kill a few fox spirits. Tong Yali was a ruthless woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have formed the interstellar bandits to kill and steal. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Although Lin Feng had killed many people, Lin Feng was not a bloodthirsty person. He only killed people who deserved to be killed. He didn't kill the innocent. These fox spirits didn't do anything wrong. They just followed the wrong person. Lin Feng said. Spare their lives. I'll erase their memories. That way, you won't have to worry about what happened today being leaked. Tong Yali said mockingly. Why? You can't bear to kill them? They've already thrown themselves at you. You can just accept them all. Crazy. Lin Feng couldn't help but pout. Then, he erased the memories of the fox spirits and burned the corpses of the dead cultivators. He took Di Juetian and the other two subimmortals' origin energies and storage rings before leaving. Where do you plan to go? Tong Yali asked. Hee, I'm going to Demon Fox City, of course. There's a beauty waiting for me there. Lin Feng grinned. Humph. Tong Yali snorted coldly. She didn't give Lin Feng any face. Lin Feng knew about the special relationship between Tong Yali and Xianxia, so he felt that Tong Yali must be angry because of this reason. But this time, Lin Feng guessed wrong. When Lin Feng said that there was a beauty waiting for him in Demon Fox City. Tong Yali. She was actually jealous. That's right. It was jealousy. Tong Yali herself didn't know why she was so jealous. However, that was the reason why she was so jealous. Lin Feng and Tong Yali returned to Demon Fox City. Lin Feng was unable to find Xianxia in Demon Fox City. When Lin Feng went to the city lord's mansion to look for Xianxia, someone handed a letter to Lin Feng. This is from the Vice City Lord. The cultivator who delivered the letter said. Lin Feng opened the letter. There was a line of delicate and pretty words written on it. The content was as follows. I didn't expect you to succeed. However, I've already left. Don't even think about finding me. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. A woman's promise really couldn't be trusted. Tong Yali, who was beside him, snatched the letter from Lin Feng's hand. After reading it, Tong Yali immediately laughed. She said, it seems that someone's wishful thinking is about to fail. Lin Feng looked at Tong Yali fiercely and said, did you inform Xianxia? Tong Yali said, I didn't. Don't accuse me wrongly. After saying that, Tong Yali took out a ball of demon fire and burned the letter to ashes. Lin Feng turned around and walked away. Wait for me. Tong Yali said. Then, she chased after him. Why are you following me? Lin Feng curled his lips and said. Then, he looked up and down at Tong Yali's graceful and enchanting body and beautiful face. He said with a smile that was not a smile. What? You don't want to be separated from me? It seems that you have fallen in love with me. How about being my woman? Tong Yali's face turned slightly red. Then, she threw a punch at Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng did not dodge the sudden punch and was hit in the face by Tong Yali. Of course. Tong Yali's punch was not strong. After succeeding, Tong Yali turned around and ran away. She laughed and said, "Serves you right. Stinking scum. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I will beat you up every time I see you. Damn. Tigress. Even if you give me something for free, I don't want it." Lin Feng could not help but cry out gloomily. He did not stay and quickly left Demon Fox City. Lin Feng wanted to find a place to refine the Azure Dragon Primordial Fire. He wondered how many levels of cultivation a high-grade heavenly fire like the Azure Dragon Primordial Fire could raise his cultivation. Lin Feng couldn't wait to see what would happen. After seeing Lin Feng leave, Tong Yali, on the other hand, stopped. She watched as Lin Feng gradually disappeared into the distance. She suddenly felt a sense of loss. Undying world. He wants to go to the undying world, Tong Yali bit her lips and muttered. Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly. It was unknown what she was thinking. Finally, she seemed to have made a decision. Then, a charming smile appeared on her beautiful face. Lin Feng came to a mountain forest. He opened up a cave residence in the mountain forest. Lin Feng sealed the cave residence with a restriction and then entered it. This closed-door cultivation. It was very important for Lin Feng. Because Lin Feng wanted to refine the Azure Dragon True Fire. Even if Lin Feng had already refined the 5 heavenly fires. However, he still had to be careful when refining the new heavenly fire. Or else, it was very likely that he would encounter a disaster. This was not an alarmist talk. Anyone who refined the heavenly fire had to be cautious, especially the heavenly fire that Lin Feng wanted to refine now, and it was the 10th ranked heavenly fire. To refine such a high-level heavenly fire, one had to be extremely vigilant. The higher the level of the heavenly fire, the harder it was to refine. The higher the level of the heavenly fire, the more dangerous it was to refine it. Right now, Lin Feng was at the 3rd heavenly layer of the Emperor Realm. Refining the Azure Dragon True Fire could raise his realm by 3 levels. Lin Feng was already satisfied. Because it was too difficult for him to raise his realm. Lin Feng entered the time and space. He began his closed-door cultivation to adjust his state. Before refining the heavenly fire, he had to be prepared. He could not directly swallow the heavenly fire. If he swallowed the heavenly fire without being prepared, he was afraid that he would be burned to ashes by the heavenly fire. Lin Feng spent 3 days to adjust his state to the best state. Then, Lin Feng took out 3 stalks of chilling ice grass. Once the chilling ice grass was consumed, a layer of ice would form inside the cultivator's body. This layer of ice would wrap around the cultivator's blood vessels, internal organs, and other places. It would also greatly reduce the temperature of the blood. It could protect the body. When refining the heavenly fire, one had to control the temperature of the body to an extremely low level. This way, one's body could better adapt to the temperature of the heavenly fire. Of course, Lin Feng had already refined 5 types of heavenly fire, and his ability to withstand the heavenly fire was much stronger than other cultivators. The reason why Lin Feng still swallowed the chilling ice grass was because he wanted to use the low temperature of the ice grass to neutralize the high temperature of the Azure Dragon True Fire. This way, the temperature of the Azure Dragon True Fire would drop drastically. In this way, it would be easier for Lin Feng to adapt. Of course, most importantly, it would be easier for Lin Feng to refine the Green Dragon Primordial Fire. Lin Feng swallowed the chilling ice grass. Soon, Lin Feng's body began to shiver from the cold. Cold air kept coming out of his body. Frost ice grass is indeed worthy of being a frost-type immortal herb. I feel like I'm about to freeze to death. So cold, Lin Feng's voice was trembling. After swallowing the chilling ice grass, it was as if an ordinary person had been thrown into negative hundreds of degrees Celsius. This feeling. It was truly a fate worse than death. Lin Feng hurriedly summoned the Azure Dragon True Fire to his side. Then, Lin Feng devoured the Azure Dragon True Fire. When the Azure Dragon True Fire entered Lin Feng's body, the Azure Dragon True Fire instantly recovered. Originally, the Azure Dragon True Fire had been suppressed by Lin Feng's runes. However, at this moment, those runes were rapidly crumbling. In the blink of an eye, all of the runes were completely destroyed. As for the Azure Dragon True Fire, it directly turned into an Azure Fire Dragon. Endless flames surged out of the Azure Fire Dragon's body. Those powerful flames began to burn fiercely. The ice that had condensed in Lin Feng's body was constantly melting. Roar! That Azure Fire Dragon flew rapidly within Lin Feng's body. It seemed like it wanted to burn Lin Feng into ashes. However, the Azure Fire Dragon was unable to do so. The temperature released by the Azure Fire Dragon was extremely high. However, the layer of ice within Lin Feng's body was constantly counteracting the temperature released by the Azure Fire Dragon. Even the temperature of the Azure Fire Dragon was constantly dropping. The Azure Fire Dragon was the core flame of the Azure Dragon True Fire. If he could subdue the Azure Fire Dragon, when the time came, he would be able to refine the Azure Dragon True Fire. Lin Feng discovered that the layer of ice within his body had almost melted. He could already feel a burning sensation in his internal organs. Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate. He quickly summoned the 5 heavenly flames. When the layer of ice completely disappeared, the Azure Dragon True Fire would begin to harm Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was clear about this. Therefore, he summoned the 5 heavenly flames in advance. In case of any accidents, the 5 heavenly flames surrounded the Azure Fire Dragon. Roar! The Azure Fire Dragon let out a series of low roars. It darted left and right, trying to break out of the encirclement of the 5 heavenly flames. However, the Azure Fire Dragon was unable to break out. Among the 5 heavenly flames, there was the 8th-ranked Black Flame Spirit-Eating Fire. This was the most important thing. If Lin Feng did not master the Black Flame Spirit-Eating Fire and only mastered the 5 lower-ranked heavenly flames, the 5 heavenly flames would not be able to trap the Azure Dragon True Fire. However, unfortunately, Lin Feng mastered the Black Flame Spirit-Eating Fire, a high-level heavenly flame. The other 4 heavenly flames were led by the Black Flame Spirit-Eating Fire. They formed the Great Heavenly Flame Array. The Azure Fire Dragon formed by the Azure Dragon True Fire was completely trapped. It was only a matter of time before it was refined. Seeing this, Lin Feng's face. He could not help but smile. As time passed, the Azure Fire Dragon once again turned into a cluster of flames. Lin Feng's dermic powers continued to seep into the interior of the Azure Dragon True Fire. Lin Feng could clearly feel that his connection with the Azure Dragon True Fire was becoming closer and closer. Of course, Lin Feng was not able to refine the Azure Dragon True Fire yet. However, Lin Feng felt that it would be soon. After about 5 days, Lin Feng finally refined the Azure Dragon True Fire, the 10th-ranked heavenly flame. After Lin Feng had refined the Azure Dragon Fire, a vast amount of energy was contained within the Azure Dragon Fire, which was as vast as the ocean. That powerful energy began to flow into Lin Feng's body and began to feed back into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's realm also began to rise. Now, Lin Feng's cultivation was at the 3rd heavenly layer of the Emperor realm. As the vast amount of energy was absorbed and converted into pure dermic powers, Lin Feng's realm quickly broke through to the 4th heavenly layer of the Emperor realm. Lin Feng knew how difficult it was for him to break through. Now, after refining the Azure Dragon True Fire and receiving its dermic powers, it was so easy for him to break through. This made Lin Feng both shocked and delighted. Lin Feng's realm continued to rise steadily. Not long after, Lin Feng broke through from the 4th heavenly layer of the Emperor realm to the 5th heavenly layer of the Emperor realm, and then from the 5th heavenly layer of the Emperor realm to the 6th heavenly layer of the Emperor realm. After breaking through 3 levels in a row, Lin Feng's body still contained an enormous amount of energy. This made Lin Feng extremely happy. It seemed that he could continue to break through. Lin Feng continued to absorb the energy in his body. Finally, Lin Feng's realm broke through to the 7th heavenly layer of the Emperor realm before stopping. Ha 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 ha, Breaking through to the 7th Heavenly Emperor realm is so satisfying, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Originally, Lin Feng thought that the limit was 3 realms. He didn't expect to break through 4 realms. It was a pleasant surprise. After refining the Azure Dragon True Fire, Lin Feng's 5 elemental Heavenly Fire Array could evolve into the 6 Unity Heavenly Fire Array. The 6 Unity Heavenly Fire Array was obviously more powerful. In addition, Lin Feng's Burning Heaven's Fury could fuse 6 types of heavenly fire. He wondered how powerful the Burning Heaven's Fury would be after fusing 6 types of heavenly fire. Lin Feng didn't practice the Burning Heaven's Fury. He would find out when he fought with others in the future. It's time to leave the God Destruction Starfield and head to the Undying World, Lin Feng couldn't help muttering to himself. He walked out of the cave where he was in seclusion. In fact, Lin Feng was already quite close to the Undying World. So, Lin Feng guessed. He would definitely reach the Undying World in 3 years at most. The ancient starship Xianyuan entered the starry sky world again. Bibi, Dragon Rabbit, and Xiaolong rushed out of the spacetime space. The 3 little ones ran, jumped, and jumped, having a lot of fun. When they were tired of playing, they pestered Lin Feng to make all kinds of delicious food for them. The 3 little ones often ate all kinds of spirit fruits and were already tired of them. They didn't want to eat those spirit fruits anymore. Traveling through the starry sky was lonely and boring. They couldn't see anything for a long time, and the surroundings were dark and lonely. Such a world was enough to drive people crazy. No wonder so many people liked to travel with beauties when traveling through the starry sky. It was a way to pass the time. Of course, they would occasionally encounter some ancient starships. However, when they saw other ancient starships, Lin Feng would avoid them. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of those people. He just didn't want to attract trouble. A year and a half later, they passed through a desolate Death Star field. The Death Star field was filled with the power of death. Ancient starships would often choose to take a detour. However, if they were to take a detour, they would be delayed for 10 years. Lin Feng didn't want to waste so much time, so he didn't choose to take a detour. The ancient starship Xianyuan continued to travel through this Death Star field. Screech, the Death Star field was filled with Een spirits and ghosts. A large number of Een spirits and ghosts had arrived. Then it let out a sharp, ear-piercing cry. The Een spirits and ghosts surrounded the Xianyuan ancient starry sky. They wanted to break through the defenses of the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship and rush inside. However, those Een spirits and ghosts were all blocked by the powerful restrictions of the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to deal with those Een spirits and ghosts. Bibi, Dragon Rabbit, and Little Dragon looked at the Een spirits and ghosts outside and let out indistinct cries from time to time. Then, they waved their little claws, as if provoking the ghosts outside. The Een spirits and ghosts became even angrier and kept attacking the defensive restrictions of the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Seeing the 3 little fellows playing tricks, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake his head. They were still young and belonged to the stage of being active. A light flashed in Lin Feng's mind. There was no one in this place, only all kinds of Een spirits and ghosts. Could he use this place to temper Bibi's strength? Dragon Rabbit wasn't good at fighting. But Little Dragon was too young. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't want to temper them. However, it wouldn't be a problem for him to temper Bibi. Although Bibi hadn't reached adulthood yet, Lin Feng estimated that when Bibi was 300 to 400 years old, she would be equivalent to a 16-year-old human. Now, Bibi was equivalent to a 5 or 6-year-old human child. However, Bibi's ability was very powerful. The only thing Bibi lacked now was combat experience. He could let Bibi increase her combat experience here, but he couldn't let Bibi become a flower in a greenhouse. Doomsday had arrived, and no one could say for sure what would happen in the future. If he could protect Bibi all the time, it would naturally be good. But what if he couldn't protect Bibi all the time, therefore? Lin Feng felt that it was necessary to train Bibi's combat ability now. If one day in the future he wasn't by Bibi's side, as long as the little fellow had enough combat experience, she could deal with all kinds of dangers. Thinking of this, Lin Feng called Bibi over. "Yeah, yeah." Bibi waved its little claws and called out vaguely. It seemed to ask Lin Feng why he called it. Lin Feng rubbed Bibi's little head lovingly. The little fellow enjoyed it more than 10 times, rubbing its head against Lin Feng's palm. Lin Feng said, Bibi, you've grown up. It's time to go out and train. Why don't you go out and train for a while, and we'll meet again after we leave this star field? Hearing this, Bibi hurriedly shook her head. She looked at Lin Feng with a pitiful gaze. Seeing Bibi's pitiful look, Lin Feng's heart softened. He couldn't bear to let Bibi take the risk in this Death Star field. However, Lin Feng knew. When it was time to be ruthless, he had to be ruthless. Or else it would only harm Bibi. Lin Feng said, little fellow, it's a deal. I'll wait for you outside. Seeing Lin Feng's insistence, Beibei's big, watery eyes immediately welled up with tears. She hoped that Lin Feng could change his mind. At that moment, Lin Feng really wanted to change his mind. However, Lin Feng's rationality told him he couldn't do that. Hence, Lin Feng steeled his heart and said, go, be careful. As soon as his voice fell, Lin Feng released a ball of magic power to wrap Bibi. Then, the ball of magic power sent Bibi out of the ancient starship Xianxia. Swoosh. Next, the ancient starship Xianxia jumped through spacetime and quickly disappeared. A large number of evil spirits and ghosts pounced on Bibi. That little guy should indeed try to stand on his own 2 feet, the demon lord said. Lin Feng sighed. For more than 100 years, Bibi had never left him. Now, Bibi was left alone in this Death Star field to train. If he said that he wasn't worried, naturally, no one would believe him. Lin Feng was extremely worried about Bibi. He had never been so worried about Bibi before. However, Lin Feng knew that he couldn't be soft-hearted. If he were to be soft-hearted now, it would be a foreshadowing for some tragedies in the future. He had to harden his heart now. It was very important for Bibi's growth. 4 months later, the ancient starship Xianxia left the Death Star field. Lin Feng waited outside for half a year before Bibi finally came out. The originally snow-white little fellow was now dirty, but her eyes were still very bright. After seeing the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship hovering in the void, the little fellow quickly flew towards the ancient starry sky ship. There was a little beast following behind Beibei. It was a pitch-black little beast that had been following Beibei as they flew out of the Death Star field. Bibi quickly flew back to the ancient starship Xianxia. The little fellow directly jumped into Lin Feng's arms. During this period, the little fellow had missed Lin Feng very much. The little beast that followed Bibi out of the Death Star field stopped outside the ancient starship Xianxia. A pair of big black eyes looked at the ancient starship Xianxia. The little beast was pitch black and looked like a black leopard. However, Lin Feng felt that the little beast did not seem to be a leopard. That was because, generally, leopards were a relatively low-level race, but the little black beast outside was obviously a very high-level fierce beast. The little beast's body exuded an innate pressure. It was like the king of all beasts, imposing without being angry. Although the little beast looked very young, the pressure it exuded was still very strong. This was what made Lin Feng feel incredulous. Yeah. When Bibi saw the little beast outside the ancient starship Xianxia, it kept waving its little paws and shouting. Lin Feng did not understand what Bibi meant, but the little beast clearly understood. Bibi seemed to know the little beast. Bibi kept waving its little paws at the little beast. It seemed to be hinting for the little beast to leave quickly. However, the little beast remained unmoved. Lin Feng looked at Bibi and asked, you know that little beast? Beibei started to squeak and squeak. You're saying, you got to know this little beast when you were training? You even fought with it? Lin Feng asked. Beibei nodded his head, then started to squeak again. You're saying that the 2 of you were evenly matched? You didn't know each other until you fought, and then you trained together? Lin Feng asked. Beibei nodded his head once again, and then started to babble a bunch of words. You're saying that after the training ended, you told it not to follow you, but this little fellow kept following you? Lin Feng asked. Bibi nodded again. Lin Feng couldn't help but scratch his chin. That little black beast outside was surprisingly able to compete with Beibei. That little beast's cultivation level was really terrifying. Moreover, the little beast was also very young, but it was so powerful. This meant that the little beast must have an extremely powerful innate talent to be able to support its strength at such a young age. What kind of race was it? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. He was certain that the little beast was definitely from an extremely powerful race. Can I kidnap the little beast? Lin Feng could not help but mutter. The little beast must have an extremely heaven-defying origin. If he could kidnap the little beast, he would be able to nurture it a little in the future. When the little beast grew up, he did not know how terrifying it would become. This would be a huge help. With that thought, Lin Feng waved at the little beast. He gestured for the little beast to come over. However, the little beast was clearly very vigilant. It did not fly toward Lin Feng just because Lin Feng waved at it. It was clearly on guard against Lin Feng. Lin Feng could not help but feel extremely surprised. Previously, he saw that the little beast was unwilling to leave, so Lin Feng thought that it would be easy to summon the little beast. However, it seemed that he was wrong. The reason the little beast was unwilling to leave was actually because of Bibi. "Little guy, call the little beast over and let it leave with us," Lin Feng said. Yeah. Bibi waved its little paws, as if asking Lin Feng why he wanted the little beast to leave with them. The little guy was extremely puzzled. Lin Feng said, "That little guy is very powerful. We need to gather many powerful people together. Only when we encounter danger can we overcome it." Bibi was very smart. Although it was still young, it understood the meaning of Lin Feng's words. The little guy nodded. Then, Bibi looked at the little beast. It waved its little paws at the little beast. The little beast understood Bei's gesture and quickly flew towards the ancient starship, Xianxia. In the end, it boarded the ancient starship. When the little beast arrived, Lin Feng could clearly feel that the ancient starship had become extremely cold, as if it had fallen into a bottomless abyss. It was a terrible feeling. This feeling made Lin Feng very uncomfortable. Lin Feng was very surprised. He knew that this feeling was because the little beast had boarded the ancient starship. Bibi squeaked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He understood what Bibi was saying. Bibi was saying, "Now you know why I didn't let it come over, right?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "It'll be fine once you get used to it." Lin Feng turned to look at the little beast and asked, "What race are you?" The little beast ignored Lin Feng. It didn't even bat an eyelid. It was as if it hadn't heard Lin Feng's question at all. Bibi saw that the little beast dared to ignore Lin Feng. Bibi was furious. She wanted to rush up and teach the little beast a lesson, but Lin Feng stopped her. Lin Feng smiled and said, "You two should get along well. Don't fight." The ancient starship quickly set off again. The ancient starship Xuanyuan's speed was extremely fast. The ancient starship quickly flew in the direction of the Undying Realm. 10 months later, Lin Feng arrived in another part of the star region. This starfield had a lot of cultivators. Along the way, he could see ancient starships flying by from time to time. Apart from the ancient starships, he could also see various planets with life. Of course, these planets with life were not particularly big. However, even the smaller ones usually had millions or even tens of millions of people. Lin Feng asked around and found out that this starfield was actually the Dao Saint starfield. "I've finally arrived at the Dao Saint starfield." Lin Feng couldn't help taking a deep breath. Dao Saint starfield. He wasn't far from the Undying Realm. With the ancient starship's speed, he would probably reach the Undying Realm in 7 or 8 hours. Finally, he was about to arrive at the Undying Realm. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. On this day, Lin Feng suddenly saw a large amount of demonic qi in front of him. It was demonic qi. It blotted out the sky. It swept across the sky. It was extremely terrifying. There were more than a dozen ancient starships in front of him, and they were all shrouded in demonic qi. Soon, the demonic qi flew into the distance. The cultivators on the dozens of ancient starships had all disappeared. They were all devoured by the demonic qi. The Xianxia ancient starship flew close to the ancient starships in front of them. Lin Feng boarded the ship and inspected it, only to find that all the cultivators inside had disappeared. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. Those people had suffered a calamity, But what kind of calamity had they suffered? Clearly, they had been devoured by the black fog. But with so many cultivators, they couldn't even resist? This was truly unimaginable. The Xianxia ancient starship continued to fly deeper into the starry sky. Not long after, Lin Feng saw many cultivators traveling in groups. Lin Feng flew out of the Xianxia ancient starship and stored it into the spacetime domain. Bibi and the others also entered the spacetime domain. Lin Feng stopped several cultivators and asked, "Brothers, what's going on? Why are there so many cultivators roaming around in the starry sky world? Are you a foreign cultivator?" Several people looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Lin Feng said, "Yes, I'm a cultivator traveling through the starry sky. I just arrived here." Hearing this, everyone revealed a look of awe. A cultivator daring to travel through the starry sky alone. He was definitely extremely powerful. Such an existence. He was definitely a terrifying figure. Even though Lin Feng looked relatively young, there were always some people in the world who couldn't be treated like ordinary people. The closer one got to the undying realm, the more they could accept this point of view. After all, there were too many top geniuses there. A cultivator said, "It's said that some sacred devils escaped from the Forbidden Realm. These sacred devils are extremely terrifying. They devour living beings everywhere. Many planets with life have been devoured by these sacred devils. That's why everyone is looking for the traces of those saint devils. If we can kill them, we can use their bodies to refine the saint devil fruit. This saint devil fruit is a great supplement. It can greatly increase a cultivator's cultivation." Sacred devils? Sacred devil fruits? Lin Feng was very surprised. He couldn't help but ask, "Are sacred devils extremely powerful demons?" A cultivator said, "That's not the case. Sacred devils refer to the sacred devil tribe. They are a branch of the devil tribe. These fellows constantly devour living beings to recover their original strength." "Thank you for telling me." Lin Feng cupped his fists. "Brother, you're welcome." After saying that, the cultivators quickly left the area. Lin Feng pondered. These sacred devils were really bold. Even if they wanted to devour living beings wantonly, they should have gone to a more remote starry sky. This place. However, the Tao Saint star field was not far from the undying realm, and there were cultivators coming and going every day. A large number of cultivators gathering. Therefore, there were many experts here. In addition, there were many major forces in the Tao Saint star field. There was no need to mention the Tao Saint Palace. Other than the Tao Saint Palace, there were many other major forces. Therefore, such a place. Just imagine. How many experts would appear to deal with these sacred devils? Now I know why these saint demons chose to devour so many living beings in this place. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. They could do whatever they wanted in remote areas. However, there were very few experts in remote areas. These sacred devils wanted to recover quickly. They needed to devour a large number of cultivators. The stronger the cultivator, the more useful it was to them. Therefore, these sacred devils took the risk and came to the Tao Saint starfield to devour all kinds of cultivators. For example, Lin Feng saw demonic aura enveloping many ancient starships from afar. When the demonic aura left, all the cultivators on the ancient starships disappeared. They must have been devoured by the sacred devils. Go hunt sacred devils and collect more sacred devil fruits. Whether you can break through to the sacred emperor realm or not depends on how many sacred devil fruits you can collect. With your cultivation, it won't be a problem for you to go to the undying realm. However, I'm afraid that the celestial race will discover you, especially Di Wudao. That's why you should raise your cultivation as much as possible before reaching the undying realm," the demon lord said. Lin Feng nodded. His thoughts were the same as the demon lord's. Lin Feng felt that those sacred devils were indeed existences that he should hunt. Firstly, killing those sacred devils could be considered as getting rid of evil for the people. Secondly, killing those sacred devils would also give him a lot of benefits. Why were so many cultivators looking for the whereabouts of the sacred devils? Wasn't it because those cultivators wanted to kill the sacred devils and devour their sacred devil fruits to raise their cultivation? Lin Feng also had the same plan. He began to search for the whereabouts of the sacred devils. However, he didn't find any clues. In the beginning, the people of the Tao Saint Starfield didn't pay attention to those sacred devils. Therefore, those sacred devils were simply unstoppable as they devoured the living beings of one life planet after another. Then, they continuously killed cultivators and devoured a large number of them. However, as the deeds of those sacred devils spread, all the major forces and experts came to search for them. Those sacred devils also became more low-key. Lin Feng searched for more than 10 days but still couldn't find the whereabouts of those sacred devils. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Could it be that those sacred devils knew that the Tao Saint Starfield was dangerous, so they left? However, Lin Feng didn't think so. This kind of place was beneficial for those sacred devils to recover their cultivation. They definitely wouldn't leave. Clearly, those sacred devils must have hidden themselves very well. They either didn't attack, or they attacked and devoured their opponents. Therefore, everyone lost track of those sacred devils. There are people attacking a sacred devil in the sea of stars ahead. Soon, the news spread. After hearing this news, a large number of cultivators flew toward the sea of stars ahead. Lin Feng also arrived in that sea of stars. A large number of cultivators were attacking more than 10 cultivators. Those cultivators had monstrous demonic chi in their bodies. They tried to charge left and right, but they couldn't escape. Among those cultivators, there were actually 2 children about 5 or 6 years old. One was a boy, and the other was a girl. They looked like they were carved from jade and looked very cute. Little sacred devils? Lin Feng frowned. In the end, that group of cultivators was killed. Then, someone tried to refine their source energy into a sacred devil fruit. However, their source energy didn't turn into a sacred devil fruit. After seeing this, many people's expressions turned unsightly. Damn it, these people aren't from the sacred devil tribe. We worked for nothing. Many people began cursing. Next, the cultivators there dispersed and a large number of them flew out of the sea of stars. They've all gone mad, Lin Feng shook his head. It seemed that those people had been implicated by the holy devils. They might be demonic cultivators, but they were definitely not from the holy devil tribe. However, no one would listen to their excuses. Now, many people would rather kill 1,000 innocents than let a single one go. Therefore, those people from earlier had all been killed. Of course, those people were strong enough. They had so many people, but they had resisted for so long. The most pitiful ones were the little boy and the little girl. They were so young. Yet, they had met with such a calamity. It was really too tragic. Driven by profit, many people's eyes have been blinded. Even if they don't think those people are from the holy devil tribe, they still haven't given up on killing them. In their eyes, even if there is a 1 in 1,000 chance that those innocent people are from the holy devil tribe, they will still attack and kill those people. The demon lord said. How cruel. Yi Futian murmured. Lin Feng sighed. Cruel? The demon lord couldn't help but sneer. Do you think this word is applicable in the world of cultivators? Natural selection, survival of the fittest. Haven't you seen the cruelty of the world of cultivators over the years? Lin Feng said. I've seen it, but I think, sometimes, it's better to have some kindness in your heart. Keek keek, at this moment, a sinister laughter suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. A large amount of demonic chi appeared in the sea of stars, blotting out the sky and flying toward the direction of the original battle. Holy devil, it's the holy devil. Run quickly, many cultivators screamed in horror. Originally, there were tens of thousands of cultivators gathered here, but they had all dispersed. Now, there were still a few hundred people who hadn't left in time. That holy devil had obviously arrived here long ago, so it had only appeared after most of the cultivators had left. That holy devil wanted to devour these few hundred cultivators. What are you afraid of? There are a few hundred of us. Are you afraid that we can't deal with the holy devil here? Following that, someone shouted loudly. Their battle intent soared into the heavens, and their killing intent was awe-inspiring. Among these cultivators, there were naturally those who wanted to fight. Some of the fleeing cultivators stopped moving after being devoured by the demonic energy. There was an 80% chance that they were already dead. When the rest saw this scene, they could not help becoming ruthless in their hearts. Since he couldn't escape, then he would fight. Over there. Someone seemed to have discovered where the sacred demon was hiding. He pointed in that direction and hundreds of cultivators rushed in that direction. Lin Feng also blended into the crowd. He really liked this method of ganging up on the other party. This method required less effort, and after killing the other party, they could snatch the treasures with their own abilities. However, just as he rushed into the demonic chi, Lin Feng discovered that something was wrong. There seemed to be an extremely terrifying force lying dormant in front of him. Once he rushed in, he would definitely be plotted against. This feeling was so strong that Lin Feng shouted, "Retreat, hurry up and retreat, there seems to be something wrong in front." F***ck, if he's so cowardly, what's the point of cultivating? Someone cursed. Lin Feng was speechless. Good intentions really didn't pay off. Lin Feng could not be bothered with these people. He quickly retreated. Meanwhile, the hundreds of cultivators relied on their numbers and fearlessly rushed forward. Soon, the cultivators let out shrill cries. Lin Feng's gaze pierced through the demonic chi and saw their situation. The cultivators' bodies were constantly aging. They wanted to escape, but their bodies were imprisoned. Then, a large amount of demonic chi enveloped them and devoured them. The power to seal the void and the power of time. That sacred demon has grasped the Tao of space and time. Lin Feng could not help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. The Tao of space and time was extremely terrifying. Grasping one of them was heaven-defying. If one grasped the other, it was hard to imagine how powerful the other party would be. This guy is too strong. I'd better flee, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. If this sacred demon only grasped the Tao of space, Lin Feng naturally would not be afraid of him. More importantly, this guy also grasped the Tao of time. The Tao of time could deprive others of their lives. Lin Feng was afraid that he would not be able to resist this guy. He quickly flew into the distance, but the sacred demon pursued him closely. A large amount of demonic chi surged, and the sacred demon's sinister voice sounded. "Keek keek. Brat. You can't escape. You're destined to become my food. Furthermore, I can sense the powerful bloodline in your body. If I devour you, the effect will be much greater than devouring those people just now." Lin Feng said. "You must have sensed wrongly. My bloodline is ordinary, and my cultivation is low. If you devour me, it'll be equivalent to devouring a large amount of impurities. You'll have to think of a way to refine those impurities. The gains will not make up for the losses. Hee, brat, stop hiding. Your bloodline is rare in this world. I'll definitely devour you." The sacred demon continued. "Don't push me too far. If you push me too far, I can do anything. At worst, we'll fight to the death." Lin Feng said viciously. "Do you think that you can threaten me? How laughable." The sacred demon sneered. He did not care about Lin Feng's threat at all. Demonic chi surged. That holy devil was simply too fast. Lin Feng could not help but feel depressed. Could it be that those sacred demons were as powerful as the sacred demon in front of him? If that was the case, going to hunt holy demons was truly suicidal. Unless a large number of cultivators attacked the sacred demon together, it would be too difficult to kill it. In the end, Lin Feng was unable to avoid the sacred demon's pursuit. The sacred demon caught up to him. The power of space and time quickly surged over. Lin Feng dissolved the power of space released by the sacred demon. However, he was unable to dissolve the power of time released by the sacred demon. Lin Feng's lifespan was being stripped away by the sacred demon. Lin Feng's expression sank. The power of time released by the sacred demon was too strange. He was in big trouble now. At this moment, the demonic orb flew out. The demonic orb released rays of demonic light. These rays of demonic light actually turned into mysterious runes. They imprinted themselves on Lin Feng's body. The demon lord had activated the demonic orb. These runes were actually able to resist the corrosion of the power of time. "Quick! Think of a way to kill that sacred demon. I can't hold on for long," the demon lord said solemnly. Lin Feng was moved to tears. The demon lord often said that he would not easily make a move because every time he made a move, it would cause great harm to him. However, when he was in danger, the demon lord still made a move. Lin Feng knew that time was limited. He had to quickly kill this holy demon. Otherwise, the situation would be even worse for him. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Feng flew towards the holy demon. Demonic qi churned, and the power of time and space intertwined. However, it couldn't stop Lin Feng's footsteps. Lin Feng rushed in front of the holy demon. He finally saw the holy demon's appearance clearly. This holy demon was 3 meters tall. Its body had dark black skin, and its body emitted an extremely evil aura. Moreover, it had 3 eyes. The eye between its eyebrows flickered with an extremely demonic light. Seeing Lin Feng rush over, the holy demon was extremely shocked. It said in disbelief, "I really didn't expect that an ant like you could actually reach this holy demon. However, what's the use of this? You'll still die." As soon as it finished speaking, the holy demon slapped its palm towards Lin Feng. Fury of the burning heavens, facing the holy demon's attack, Lin Feng's face flickered with dense killing intent. Lin Feng directly used one of his trump cards, Fury of the Burning Heavens. Although this was a sacred art that Lin Feng had created himself, it was extremely powerful. It was absolutely shocking. Especially after Lin Feng refined the 6th heavenly fire, the Azure Dragon True Fire. The Fury of the Burning Heavens was even more powerful. The power of the fusion of the 6 heavenly fires was absolutely unimaginable. At this moment, the 6 heavenly fires had fused into a ball of flame. The ball of flame emitted a power that could distort time and space. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng directly took out the ball of flame. The ball of flame quickly flew towards the holy demon. Although the holy demon was extremely arrogant, after sensing the power of the ball of flame, his expression couldn't help but change. He quickly retreated, wanting to dodge the ball of flame. However, it was too late. That ball of flame. It instantly exploded. Boom. Accompanied by an earth-shaking explosion, Lin Yan's eyes lit up. The destructive power instantly engulfed the holy demon. Damn it. The holy devil roared and charged out of the explosion. However, after rushing out, he cut a sorry figure. His body was covered in blood, and in some places, there were even wounds so deep that his bones could be seen. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng smiled. This holy demon was indeed powerful. However, the might of the burning heaven's fury was also very strong. He had actually managed to injure the Saint Devil quite severely. Of course, this Saint Devil's true body was simply too terrifying. Therefore, although his current injuries seemed serious, they were not fatal. "I'll take your life." The holy fiend roared and charged towards Lin Feng. The magic power in his body surged wildly. Clearly, this Saint Devil was going to use all his strength to kill Lin Feng. In truth, Lin Feng wasn't necessarily afraid of this holy demon if he didn't use the time and space dowse. The most terrifying thing about this holy demon was its use of time and space. If it wasn't for the demon lord temporarily activating the demon orb to help him resist the corrosion of the power of time, his lifespan might have been completely stripped away. Lin Feng was very clear about this. However, the key was that he was no longer afraid of the other party's power of time. When the holy demon charged towards him again, Lin Feng began to use the Great Curse technique. The power of Lin Feng's Great Curse technique was no longer comparable to before. He tried to use the Great Curse technique to deal a fatal blow to the holy demon. After failing several times, the holy demon was about to reach Lin Feng and attack Lin Feng. At this moment, the Great Curse technique finally came into effect. A poochie sound could be heard. A bloody hole appeared in the holy demon's chest. Fresh blood immediately flowed out. The holy demon let out an incomparably shrill scream. Anyone's chest would become one of their fatal weaknesses. Although this holy demon was powerful, the damage to his chest was also extremely great. This was because there was a heart in his chest. Lin Feng's attack just now had already pierced through his heart. Therefore, the damage from this attack was naturally extremely severe. Moreover, this attack just now directly interrupted the divine ability that the holy demon had condensed. Lin Feng stepped forward and prepared the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. He punched towards the holy demon. In a hurry, the holy demon moved to block Lin Feng's 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Bang, the two sides fiercely collided. The heavily injured holy demon couldn't block Lin Feng's attack and was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Peak state. He was indeed powerful. However, this guy had underestimated Lin Feng's strength from the beginning. He didn't have much of his guard up against Lin Feng. Then, he was injured by Lin Feng's burning wrath of the heavens. This was the turning point of this battle. After being injured by Lin Feng's burning wrath of the heavens, this guy couldn't recover from the setback. He was passively taking a beating everywhere. This holy demon wanted to break free from Lin Feng, but Lin Feng didn't give him a chance to do so. Lin Feng rushed forward and held the holy demon back. The second punch of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist flew towards this holy demon. This holy demon couldn't dodge Lin Feng's attack, and could only take Lin Feng's attack head-on. The two sides collided again. Bang, accompanied by the violent sound of collision, this holy demon was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood in midair. His face was as pale as a sheet. This holy demon was practically mad with hatred. When had he ever suffered such a great loss? Even when he was trapped in the Forbidden God world back then, he was trapped by a great formation and not injured so severely. This holy demon tried to counterattack and turn the situation around, but his attempts didn't have any effect at all. As a result, this holy demon, he was being suppressed by Lin Feng more and more. Brat, let's sit down and talk. I can satisfy you whatever you want. This holy demon said with a gloomy expression. He didn't want to make peace with Lin Feng. In his opinion, this was a great humiliation to his dignity. However, his current situation was rather bad. He had no choice but to lower his head in front of Lin Feng. This guy had already thought it through. Once he was free, he would immediately launch a counterattack against Lin Feng. This holy demon's biggest problem now was that he couldn't use a powerful ability to counterattack against Lin Feng. This holy demon believed that even if his injuries were extremely serious, as long as he had enough time, he would be able to use his trump card. He would definitely be able to kill Lin Feng. I only want your life, Yi Futian said. Lin Feng sneered. He wasn't moved at all. His attacks became even fiercer. Lin Feng stepped forward. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist was ready once again. He threw a punch at the holy devil. This was Lin Feng's 12th 6 paths of reincarnation fist. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist would increase exponentially with each additional punch. Lin Feng had unleashed 12 consecutive punches of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. From this, it could be seen how powerful Lin Feng's 6 paths of reincarnation fist was. It had definitely reached an unimaginably terrifying level. Facing Lin Feng's punch, the holy demon still had no choice but to take Lin Feng's 6 paths of reincarnation fist head-on. The biggest problem he was facing now was that he didn't have enough time to use those top-notch divine abilities. Lin Feng completely cut off the time he had to use those top-notch divine abilities because Lin Feng knew that this guy was too terrifying. If he gave him enough time to use those heaven-defying divine abilities, he would be the unlucky one. Bang! Crack, crack, Lin Feng and the holy demon clashed once again with the sound of violent collisions and bones cracking. This time, the holy demon suffered a calamity. His arm was directly broken by Lin Feng's punch. The white bone even pierced through his flesh. The holy demon screamed and was sent flying by Lin Feng. As the battle progressed, the holy demon's injuries became more and more serious. Therefore, the current situation for this holy devil was extremely bad. On the other hand, Lin Feng became more and more courageous as the battle progressed. Therefore, the holy demon also knew that his current situation was very bad. Lin Feng charged towards the holy demon once again. At this moment, the third eye between the holy demon's eyebrows flickered with blood-red light. During this period, he had been trying to activate the third eye between his eyebrows. However, it wasn't an easy task. However, he didn't give up. Now, he finally succeeded in activating the third eye between his eyebrows. Swoosh! A blood-red light directly flew out from the third eye between the holy demon's eyebrows. That blood-red light pierced towards Lin Feng's body. The void was instantly pierced through. That blood-red light flew in front of Lin Feng in the blink of an eye. It was about to pierce through Lin Feng's body. The holy demon's face couldn't help but reveal an excited expression. How long had it been since he was so excited? Today, he was suppressed so badly by Lin Feng. Now that the holy demon saw a chance to turn the tables and win, he became extremely excited. However, just as the blood-red light was about to pierce through Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng actually disappeared. Lin Feng used the teleportation divine ability he had obtained from the Myriad Tribe's divine palace. This divine ability was unfathomable. Now that Lin Feng had used that skill, it was surprisingly effective. Lin Feng knew that the holy demon's attack just now had consumed a lot of his energy. The holy demon turned around and punched behind him. Lin Feng silently appeared behind the holy demon and faced the holy demon's terrifying punch. Lin Feng condensed numerous runes. They were the runes condensed from the 8 God-sealing seals. Some of the runes blocked the holy demon's attack. And some of the runes, they suppressed the holy demon's body. The holy fiend roared and struggled continuously. The runes began to crack. Lin Feng hurriedly used the great suppression technique. He condensed a suppress word. The suppress word suppressed the holy demon's body. Instantly, the holy demon couldn't move. Bang! Then, Lin Feng fiercely punched the holy demon's dantian. Ah, my dantian! You actually crippled my dantian. You actually crippled my dantian. You will die a horrible death. You will die a horrible death, the holy demon roared furiously. His dantian was crippled. This guy was no longer a threat. Hee, you should die a horrible death. You devoured so many innocent people. Even if you died 1,000 times, 10,000 times, it wouldn't be enough. You just didn't expect to die in my hands in the end, right? Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh loudly. Then, he grabbed the holy demon's forehead with his right hand. Lin Feng began to use the soul-searching technique on the holy demon. This guy knew the Tao of Time. Lin Feng wanted to see if he could find any memories of the Tao of Time from the holy demon's soul. If possible, then it would be a great help to Lin Feng. The Tao of Space and the Tao of Time combined. It definitely had heaven-defying power. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal an expression of great anticipation. The reason why Lin Feng had crippled that guy's cultivation was that after that guy's cultivation was crippled, he wouldn't be able to resist anymore. As a result, when Lin Feng used the soul-searching technique on the holy demon, the success rate would greatly increase. After resisting for a while, the holy demon's willpower was broken down by Lin Feng. Lin Feng began to search the holy demon's soul. All sorts of memories flashed through his mind. Lin Feng wasn't interested in the holy demon's other memories. He was only interested in the Tao of Time. Suddenly, Lin Feng sensed the power of time in one of the holy demon's memories. Is this the Tao of Time? Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. He guessed that the holy demon's memories probably recorded the cultivation method of the Tao of Time. Otherwise, why would the power of time appear in that memory? Just as Lin Feng was about to explore it, a sudden change occurred. A deep and cold voice sounded from the holy demon's memories. Who is it? How dare you kill a member of my clan? When that voice spread in the air, Lin Feng had the impression that the atmosphere was frozen. He didn't know what method that existence had used to make his consciousness appear in the holy demon's memories. The holy demon's memories began to burn. As they burned, a powerful force was released. Sacrifice. Lin Feng was shocked. The other party was sacrificing the holy demon's memories in exchange for the possibility of Lin Feng's soul descending. Seeing this, Lin Feng hurriedly used Luya's stargazing atlas. Swoosh. Luya's stargazing atlas condensed and slashed at the burning holy demon's memories. Bang. Luya's stargazing atlas slammed into the burning holy demon's memories. The burning holy demon's memories exploded. A furious voice sounded. Brat, this seat won't let you off. This seat will tear you to pieces. Following that, everything returned to normal. The terrifying existence's soul power didn't descend. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a long breath. Lin Feng searched through the exploded holy demon's memories. However, the memories contained within them had already disappeared. This made Lin Feng somewhat depressed. However, when he thought about how he was about to obtain a holy demon fruit, his depressed mood was swept away. Lin Feng slapped the holy demon's body, causing it to explode. Lin Feng's powerful magic power surged out and enveloped the holy demon's origin. Next, the holy demon's origin was refined into a holy demon fruit by Lin Feng. Lin Feng played with the Saint Devil fruit in his hand. He couldn't help but smile. Lin Feng already knew that the devil cultivator's source could be turned into a fruit. For example, after a powerful sky devil was killed, the cultivator had a certain probability of refining the source of the sky devil into a sky devil fruit. This situation was exactly the same as when Lin Feng refined the source of the Saint Devil into a Saint Devil fruit. It was rumored that the earliest devil race was born from a Saint Devil fruit. So, after some devils fell, their source could return to its ancestral roots. Therefore, their source could be refined into a fruit. Of course, this kind of devil race was extremely rare. Moreover, the effect of the fruit formed from their source was different. The difference between the Sky Devil fruit and the Saint Devil fruit was like heaven and earth. There was no comparison at all. Lin Feng quickly left this star sea world. Lin Feng planned to find a place to refine the Saint Devil fruit to increase his cultivation. Not long after Lin Feng left, a cloud of devil fog flew over from afar. In the devil fog, there was a tall and sturdy cultivator. "Where are you? Where are you?" That cultivator was clearly a devil cultivator. His eyes were flowing with tears of blood. He kept roaring loudly. The demonic Tao cultivator finally stopped in the star sea realm. The demonic Tao cultivator waved his hand, and a series of images appeared. More than 10 devil cultivators, including a 5 to 6-year-old boy and a 5 to 6-year-old girl, were surrounded and attacked by a dense crowd of cultivators. Although those people argued that they weren't Saint Devil cultivators. But no one believed them. They would rather kill 1,000 by mistake. They wouldn't let a single one go. The group of people held such a mentality. Although those devil Tao cultivators were powerful, they were not the only ones. They weren't a match for so many cultivators. One by one, the devil cultivators were killed. In the end, only the little boy and the little girl were left. A young master in a golden robe was holding a war spear. He stabbed with his spear. Pooh! Pooh! His war spear directly pierced through the little boy and the little girl's body, killing their young lives in midair. Then, those cultivators began to refine them. They wanted to refine them into Saint Devil fruits. But those cultivators failed. Many cultivators couldn't help but curse. Then, a large number of cultivators scattered and went to find the Saint Devil cultivators. My child, my child, my child," the demonic Tao cultivator roared. Their group went through the star sea world. Originally, they wanted to go through the Tao Saint Star domain to the Undying Realm. Midway, they were chased by powerful enemies. The devil Tao cultivator ordered his subordinates to escort his child away first. He, on the other hand, intercepted those enemies. When he had shaken off his pursuers and returned to chase after the group of people, he had to wait for the time being. His son and daughter's origin soul lamp. Like a madman T.S. Now, in this world, this demonic cultivator could only watch helplessly as his subordinate, his own child, was brutally killed. Teat cultivators est. Devil cultivators weren't necessarily bad people. As for those cultivators who claimed to be righteous cultivators, they were often evil people. Cultivation techniques didn't distinguish between good and evil. Instead, people were divided into good and evil. This was not wrong at all. Lil Xian, Lil Yuan, Daddy will avenge you. Daddy will avenge you, the devil cultivator cried out hysterically as he shed tears of blood. The devil chi in his body overflowed. He quickly flew into the distance. His aura became chaotic. Obviously, this devil cultivator. It was as if he was going to go berserk. At that moment, Lin Feng looked for a lonely star and landed on it. There were some dilapidated ancient cities on that lonely star. Lin Feng frowned. This star seemed to have been destroyed not long ago. It seemed to have been destroyed by the Saint Devil. The living beings on the star were probably devoured by the Saint Devil. Lin Feng found a secluded place and set up a formation. Then, he went into seclusion. First, he spent a day to adjust his body to the best state. Then, Lin Feng swallowed the Saint Devil fruit. He began to refine the Saint Devil fruit. The Saint Devil fruit turned into the purest form of energy. It flowed in Lin Feng's body. The powerful energy was absorbed by Lin Feng's body. Then, the powerful energy fused with Lin Feng's magic power. Lin Feng's magic power began to transform. Under the effect of that energy, Lin Feng's magic power became purer and purer. This made Lin Feng smile. Awesome. It was too awesome. The Saint Devil fruit's effect was too good. He could clearly feel his magic power transforming. It was too difficult for Lin Feng to break through a level. He needed to go against the heavens and change his fate. He had to constantly find all kinds of powerful treasures to support his body's transformation. And the Holy Devil fruit was such a heavenly treasure. Lin Feng spent 2 days to completely refine and absorb the Saint Devil fruit. As for Lin Feng, he broke through from the 7th heavenly layer to the 8th heavenly layer of the Emperor Realm. Next is to break through to the 9th heavenly layer of the Emperor Realm, then the 10th heavenly layer of the Emperor Realm, then the Sage Emperor Realm. Lin Feng's face lit up. Lin Feng originally thought that it would take a long time to break through to the Sage Emperor Realm. After all, it was already so difficult for ordinary people to break through to the Sage Emperor Realm, let alone him. But now, Lin Feng saw the hope of quickly breaking through to the Sage Emperor Realm. That was, to continuously hunt down Saint Devils. To continuously collect Saint Devil fruits. Then, to refine them. Lin Feng came out of seclusion. Just as he was about to fly out of the star, Lin Feng suddenly felt the star tremble slightly. What happened? Lin Feng was surprised. When he continued to sense it, he discovered that the trembling had disappeared. Could it be that I'm mistaken? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. It's not an illusion. This star really did tremble. Go underground and take a look. I feel that the trembling of the star is coming from underground. The Demon Lord said. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. He used the Great Earth Movement technique and quickly drilled underground. The surrounding soil and sand all opened up a path for Lin Feng. After diving for 100,000 meters, he still didn't find anything. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. If he continued down, he would reach the core world. Even with Lin Feng's cultivation, he wasn't willing to go to a place like the core world because the core world was very dangerous. If external forces entered, it could easily cause the core world to explode. If the core world exploded, even immortals would most likely die from the destructive energy of the explosion. Just as Lin Feng was hesitating whether to leave or not, a violent fluctuation came from below. Lin Feng was shocked. Something unknown must have happened below. Lin Feng instantly threw the thought of leaving away. Lin Feng continued to dive deeper. 110,000 meters, 120,000 meters, 130,000 meters, Lin Feng kept diving deeper and deeper. Finally, he came to a depth of 150,000 meters underground. The temperature here was extremely hot. There was magma everywhere. The magma was tumbling violently. This was the magma world. It was the outer region of the core world. Lin Feng finally came to this place. Of course, the temperature here did not pose much of a threat to Lin Feng. He flew quickly above the magma world. Lin Feng found that the magma world below was tumbling continuously. From time to time, huge waves would sweep through the world. There were no living creatures in the magma world. It was very difficult for living creatures to survive in such a place. Lin Feng continued flying. He saw the core of the world in the depths of the earth. It was a distorted world. It was as black as ink. A powerful devouring force surged from that place. It was like a ferocious beast that chose its prey. If one's cultivation was insufficient, they would be instantly devoured by the huge whirlpool in the depths of the core world. There was a tall and burly cultivator standing above the whirlpool. At this moment, the cultivator was constantly devouring the energy of the core world. Damn, this works too? Lin Feng's face revealed an expression of disbelief. Devouring the energy in the depths of the core world to improve one's cultivation. This method was really shocking. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing such a terrifying method. It was a holy demon. The aura on his body was exactly the same as the holy demon that Lin Feng had killed earlier. When the holy demon saw Lin Feng, he laughed sinisterly. It was a contemptuous, cold, and indifferent gaze. Perhaps in the eyes of the earth demon, Lin Feng was nothing in front of him. He could kill Lin Feng with just a flick of his finger. Lin Feng took a deep breath. The holy demon had reached the critical stage of transformation, so he did not attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng saw the holy demon's body swelling continuously. The Saint Devil's aura became stronger and stronger. Lin Feng immediately summoned the 4 stone swords. With a wave of his hand, the 4 stone swords quickly slashed towards the holy fiend. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let this holy devil complete its transformation. Now that this holy devil was at a critical juncture of its transformation, most of his energy was focused on it. As such, all he had to do was interrupt this holy devil's breakthrough. In that case, this saint devil would definitely suffer a backlash. No matter how powerful he was. Once he suffered a backlash, his battle prowess would drop drastically. At that time, Lin Feng would have plenty of opportunities to kill this holy demon. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the 4 stone swords were extremely fast. They quickly arrived in front of the holy devil and slashed towards it. After sensing the terrifying power contained within the 4 stone swords, the saint devil's expression changed slightly. Just now, he saw how young Lin Feng was, so he looked down on Lin Feng. Only now did he know how powerful Lin Feng was. This holy devil continued to transform while diverting part of its attention to deal with Lin Feng's 4 stone swords. He stretched out a palm. He waved his hand. Powerful dermic powers surged out and directly suppressed Lin Feng. That powerful dermic powers were about to suppress Lin Feng's 4 stone swords. Who would have thought? Lin Feng's 4 stone swords instantly dispersed. Under Lin Feng's control, the 4 stone swords changed their direction of attack and didn't attack the holy devil head-on. The holy devil's attack missed. Of course, this holy devil was very powerful. Although it didn't hit Lin Feng's 4 stone swords, the space around him started to distort. The 4 stone swords were trapped in the distorted space, and their speed decreased drastically. Once the speed of the 4 stone swords decreased, their power was greatly affected. This holy devil once again suppressed Lin Feng's 4 stone swords. This guy's face revealed an extremely proud expression. But in the next moment, this guy's expression became extremely ugly because Lin Feng took out many powerful dermic treasures after the 4 stone swords. For example, Lin Feng took out the 9 demons picture, Black Dragon Sword, Hell King Bell, Heavenly Drum, 5 Flame 7 Birds Fan, 5 Dragon Wheel, Creation Gourd, and other treasures. Those supreme treasures all shot towards the sacred demon. Apocalyptic Ripple. This holy devil hurriedly used a powerful divine ability to block the attacks of so many dermic treasures. After this divine ability was used, with this holy devil as the center, ripples spread out in all directions. Those ripples contained unimaginably terrifying power. Then, those ripples collided with Lin Feng's dermic treasures. Many of Lin Feng's dermic treasures were hit by those ripples, and their speed and power were greatly reduced. This guy really had a lot of tricks up his sleeve, and his methods were really terrifying. As expected of a holy devil, his combat strength was really heaven-defying. However, among Lin Feng's dermic treasures, there was one treasure that avoided the attacks of the ripples. This treasure was the stone dagger that Lin Feng had obtained in the world of exile. The stone dagger was a stone dagger. Because this dagger was relatively short, it was very flexible to control. Also, because of its small size, the chances of it avoiding the apocalyptic ripples were much higher. In addition, Lin Feng deliberately used other dermic treasures to help the stone dagger block the apocalyptic ripples. Therefore, even though a few apocalyptic ripples were about to hit the stone dagger, they were all blocked by other dermic treasures in the end. Just like that, the stone dagger arrived in front of the holy devil without any hindrance, and then pierced towards the holy devil's body. Humph! The holy devil coldly snorted and slapped the stone dagger with his palm. Dharmic powers coiled around the surface of his palm. The holy devil wanted to slap the stone dagger away with his palm. However, he underestimated the stone dagger's power. The stone dagger's power was very terrifying. The stone dagger instantly pierced through the dharmic powers coiling around the holy devil's palm. Then, with a poochie sound, it directly pierced the holy devil's palm. The stone dagger was stuck in the holy devil's palm. Dance runes suddenly appeared on the surface of the stone dagger. When those runes appeared, the stone dagger's devouring ability had been greatly improved. A large amount of blood surged into the stone dagger. This stone dagger's blood-sucking ability was incomparably terrifying. A large amount of blood in the holy devil's body was devoured by the stone dagger. Because of this, the holy devil's blood loss caused the blood chi in his body to collapse, and his breakthrough state was interrupted. "Brat, you caused me to fail my breakthrough. I'm going to kill you," this terrifying existence roared angrily. The killing intent in his heart was monstrous. Everything was because of Lin Feng. Everything was because of Lin Feng. If it wasn't for Lin Feng, how could he have failed his breakthrough? Now, he wished he could cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. However, his situation was rather bad. He had suffered a backlash, causing his battle strength to plummet. Moreover, a large amount of blood in his body had been devoured by the stone dagger. After a large amount of blood in his body had been devoured by the stone dagger, his cultivation level had plummeted once again. The collapse of one's chi and blood had a huge impact on a cultivator. This impact, it was simply fatal. This holy devil also knew that he couldn't continue like this. If this continued, his body would suffer even more serious injuries. Therefore, this holy devil directly chopped off the palm that was pierced by the stone dagger. At the critical moment, this guy was ruthless enough to himself. Whoosh, this holy devil quickly flew towards Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. His speed was simply too fast, so fast that it was inconceivable. "Have a taste of my energy bomb." Lin Feng sneered and directly used the burning wrath of the heavens. The 6 heavenly fires were compressed into a ball of flame. Then, Lin Feng took out the ball of flame. The ball of flame quickly flew towards this holy devil. After Lin Feng refined the 6th heavenly fire, he liked the burning wrath of the heavens very much. The burning wrath of the heavens that had fused with 6 heavenly fires was simply too powerful. And it was incomparably easy to use. Of course, the most important thing was the burning wrath of the heavens. It could erupt with unimaginable power. It could often cause great damage to the enemy. When he killed the first holy devil, the burning wrath of the heavens played a key role. Although this holy devil was incomparably angry, he didn't lose his mind. After sensing the power of the ball of flame, his expression suddenly changed. This holy devil quickly moved to the left, wanting to dodge the terrifying power of the ball of flame. However, the next moment, the fireball had already exploded, and a destructive energy wave engulfed the holy devil. At this critical juncture, the holy devil actually summoned a defensive light barrier. The defensive light barrier protected the holy devil within. That defensive light shield was very powerful, and it was able to withstand the impact of that terrifying energy. Of course, although he managed to withstand the impact of the terrifying energy, he did not come out unscathed. In fact, the defensive light barrier had already been shattered to pieces and could no longer serve any defensive purpose. The holy devil heaved a sigh of relief. However, Lin Feng's dozen or so powerful magic treasures had already flown over. The Saint Devil's expression turned grave. Lin Feng had too many attacking methods. He switched between divine abilities and magic treasures in various ways. And the most abnormal thing was that Lin Feng was actually able to activate more than 10 powerful magic treasures at the same time. Clearly, Lin Feng was capable of multitasking. This kind of ability really made people envious. Facing the attacks of those powerful magic treasures, a light flashed in the holy devil's hand, and a battle spear appeared. He held the battle spear with one hand. He swept the surrounding magic treasures with the other. Clang! Clang! Clang, a series of violent collisions rang out. One powerful magic treasure after another was blasted away. However, a few magic treasures still managed to break through the defense and arrived in front of the Holy Devil. Then, they ruthlessly slammed into the Holy Devil's body. The Holy Devil was instantly sent flying. Who knew how many of its bones had been broken by the impact? The Holy Devil spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His injuries were truly too severe. This brat is vicious. It's not good to continue fighting. The Saint Devil's eyes flashed with an extremely unsightly expression. He did not dare to continue fighting with Lin Feng. He turned around and quickly flew away. Right now, he only had one thought. And that was to escape. Escape as far as he could. You can't escape. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He put away all the magic treasures and quickly chased after the fleeing Holy Devil. Now that the Holy Devil was severely injured, it was a great opportunity to kill him. If he could not kill this Holy Devil now, it would be even more difficult to kill him when he recovered. The Holy Devil's speed was extremely fast. However, Lin Feng was also very fast, so the Holy Devil could not shake off Lin Feng at all. Both of them flew out from the underground world, and the Holy Devil flew above the desolate mountain forest. Lin Feng was hot on his tail. Brat, must you be so ruthless? We can negotiate. I can tell you the location of many immortal mansions. There are endless treasures in those immortal mansions, and they might even contain immortal sutras. As long as you agree to let me go, those immortal mansions will be yours in the future. The Holy Devil shouted loudly. Right now, he did not care about his dignity. Surviving was the most important thing, said Lin Feng with a cold smile on his face. Even though I'm not a gentleman, I can't wait to get rid of you as soon as possible. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the Holy Devil knew that there was no possibility of making peace with Lin Feng, so he continued to run. However, not long after, Lin Feng caught up to him. Lin Feng and the Holy Devil fought. This Holy Devil was extremely terrifying. Although it was severely injured, its battle strength was still extremely tyrannical. However, Lin Feng's methods were even more powerful. After a bitter battle, the Holy Devil was finally killed by Lin Feng. Powerful magic power continuously surged out of Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's magic power wrapped around the corpse of the Holy Devil and then directly refined it into a Holy Devil fruit. Hee hee, great, I've finally gotten another Holy Devil fruit. Lin Feng smiled. Just as he was about to leave, the void suddenly split open. A golden flying sword the size of a palm flew out of the void. The flying sword was too fast. It was so fast that Lin Feng could not react in time. Moreover, the flying sword's grade was extremely high. Its power was incomparably terrifying. The flying sword instantly pierced through the void. It locked onto Lin Feng and slashed towards Lin Feng's head. At that moment, Lin Feng felt that he was about to be pulled into hell. The aura of death enveloped his entire body. This caused Lin Feng to involuntarily reveal an aghast expression. Lin Feng had not felt such a feeling for a long time. But now, he once again felt such a dense aura of death. This flying sword was too terrifying, wasn't it? The power was so strong that it was simply shocking. P.S. The recommendation votes have been a little low recently. Can I cast 2,000 recommendation votes today? Everyone, see if you have any recommendation votes. Vote for the Archean Dragonesque Elephant art. It was too late to defend against the flying sword's attack. Therefore, Lin Feng did not think about defending against the flying sword's attack. He directly used the heaven patching technique. Lin Feng instantly disappeared from the spot. Besides, that flying sword had cut through the air and hadn't been able to injure Lin Feng in the slightest. Lin Feng avoided a disaster because of that. He appeared 300 meters away. Lin Feng shouted coldly, "Who are you, scoundrel? How dare you ambush me behind my back? Is this all you've got? Get the hell out here for me." Hearing Lin Feng's cold shout, a dozen cultivators flew over. Immediately, a dozen or so cultivators flew out. The leader was a middle-aged cultivator, and the palm-sized flying sword landed in his hand. Humph. The middle-aged cultivator looked coldly at Lin Feng and snorted. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Junior, you're really arrogant. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the cultivators. They were wearing the Dao Saint Palace's uniform. Lin Feng had killed Di Juetian before, so he naturally recognized their uniforms. The middle-aged cultivator was an itinerant immortal. No wonder he was so powerful. His cultivation level was high, and the flying sword was very powerful. Therefore, the power he could unleash with the flying sword was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng said indifferently, I thought the Dao Saint Palace was a righteous sect, but now it seems like it's just a sanctimonious sect. How shameless are the people in the sect. Kid, what did you say? How dare you? How dare you humiliate the Dao Saint Palace? Are you tired of living? The cultivators of the Dao Saint Palace who heard Lin Feng's words roared angrily. They looked at Lin Feng with killing intent. The Dao Saint Palace held a very high position in their hearts. Even the Undying Realm had to treat it with caution. Because, the Dao Saint Palace had a very strong foundation. It was said that there were no less than 10 immortals sleeping in the Dao Saint Palace. Moreover, there were more. There were some high-level immortals. Most importantly, the Dao Saint Palace had the Heavenly Path Infinite Diagram, an ancient weapon. Ancient weapons were existences that surpassed immortal weapons. If its full power was released, it could easily kill an immortal-level expert. From this, one could see how terrifying ancient weapons were. The Dao Saint Palace had the Heaven Path Limitless Diagram, so no one dared to underestimate the Dao Saint Palace. But now, someone dared to insult Dao Saint Palace. How could the cultivators of Dao Saint Palace allow such a thing to happen? What? Am I wrong? How could he not allow others to talk about what he had done? Well, it makes sense. They talk about the righteousness of the immortal Dao, but they are evil and vicious behind their backs. This is the style of many self-proclaimed righteous sects. Lin Feng curled his lips and continued. The eyes of the cultivators from the Dao Saint Palace flashed with murderous intent. They were completely enraged. Brat, do you think you can say whatever you want just because you killed a holy demon? Then you are gravely mistaken. Anyone who offends the Dao Saint Palace will not have a good ending. I don't care who you are, but you must die today. As soon as he finished speaking, the itinerant immortal expert summoned the flying sword again. Although the golden flying sword was very small in size, its power was indeed unimaginable. However, Lin Feng was not completely helpless against the golden flying sword. When the golden flying sword flew over again, Lin Feng summoned the heaven-devouring jar. Lin Feng knew that it was not wise to fight the golden flying sword head-on. Therefore, he planned to use the heaven-devouring jar to devour the flying sword. The heaven-devouring jar could devour all kinds of treasures. Naturally, it could devour the flying sword as well. Of course, if some treasures were too powerful, the heaven-devouring jar might not be able to devour them. After all, the current sky-devouring jar was still incomplete. There was still a certain gap between it and its peak power. Violent waves surged out of the heaven-devouring jar. After the heaven-devouring jar was summoned, it released a huge black hole. The black hole spun violently. Every time it spun, it vibrated with an extremely shocking power. Following the huge black hole's whirlpool, a powerful devouring force surged out and enveloped the incoming flying sword. After the flying sword was enveloped by the devouring force released by the heaven-devouring jar, it quickly flew toward the jar. Seeing this, the itinerant immortal expert from the Dao Saint Palace's expression changed abruptly. He hurriedly controlled the flying sword to rush out of the heaven-devouring jar's range. The flying sword shook the void and tore an opening, as if it wanted to rush out of the opening. However, at this moment, Lin Feng shot out runes. They were runes formed by the 8 god-binding seals. Dense runes were branded above the flying sword, suppressing it directly. No matter how the flying sword struggled, it could not break free from the heaven-devouring jar's devouring force. Sword formation. The itinerant immortal expert shouted in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the cultivators beside him summoned flying swords one after another. The flying swords of more than 10 cultivators formed a sword formation dragon in the void. The sword formation dragon quickly slashed toward Lin Feng. After sensing the power of the sword formation dragon, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. The sword formation dragon was truly powerful. The combined power of the Dao Saint Palace's itinerant immortal and his subordinates was absolutely terrifying. Lin Feng was now fully focused on urging the heaven-devouring jar to devour the flying sword. He did not have the energy to deal with the sword-chi dragon that was slashing toward him. Therefore, Lin Feng summoned his avatar. A light flashed in Lin Feng's dantian. His avatar wielded a black battle spear and swept it toward the sword-chi dragon. Clang 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 clang, a series of clanging sounds rang out as the flying swords were swept away by the avatar's black battle spear. An immortal realm avatar. When he saw Lin Feng's avatar, the Dao Saint Palace itinerant immortal's eyes flashed with deep greed. He could naturally tell the power of the avatar at a glance. What shocked him even more was that the avatar was formed from a sacred spirit of the Stone Clan. Others might not have been able to sense it, but the Dao Saint Palace itinerant immortal was very familiar with the aura of Stone Clan's sacred spirits. The Dao Saint Palace's independent celestial couldn't wait to kill Lin Feng and turn Lin Feng's celestial body into his own. At this moment, Lin Feng finally controlled the heaven-devouring jar to devour the golden flying sword. The golden flying sword was definitely an incredible treasure. Lin Feng waited patiently to refine it. My flying sword. The Dao Saint Palace itinerant immortal roared when he realized that his flying sword had been devoured by Lin Feng's treasure. He waved his hand and a huge energy palm formed in the air, slamming down on Lin Feng. The Dao Saint Palace itinerant immortal thought that Lin Feng's battle prowess was due to the power provided by his avatar. Therefore, when the avatar left Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng had become extremely weak. This was the best time to kill Lin Feng. The Dao Saint Palace itinerant immortal looked at Lin Feng as if he were looking at a dead man. In his opinion, without the support of his avatar, Lin Feng would die without a doubt. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer in the face of the attack. He raised his hand and slapped at the incoming energy palm. Bang! With a violent collision sound, Lin Feng shattered the energy palm from the Dao Saint Palace's loose immortal. Although the Dao Saint Palace's loose immortal was extremely powerful, Lin Feng's current strength was also outstanding. Even without using the power of his clone, Lin Feng was still confident that he could neutralize the attack of an ordinary loose immortal. What's more, the Dao Saint Palace's loose immortal hadn't used his full strength in that attack. Neutralizing that attack wasn't difficult for Lin Feng. Whoosh! At this moment, the clone turned into a stream of light and flew back into Lin Feng's body. After merging with the clone's power, Lin Feng's strength increased greatly. Lin Feng sneered at the Dao Saint Palace's loose immortal. Now it's my turn to attack. Are you all ready to die? When Lin Feng finished talking, he immediately used the empty space spell. Lin Feng's use of the spatial Dao had reached a rather profound level. Therefore, once the spatial Dao was used, its power was extremely shocking. Just like now, after Lin Feng used the spatial stop ability, the surrounding space seemed to have fallen into a state of stillness. The dozen or so Dao Saint Palace's experts suddenly found themselves unable to move. Only the Dao Saint Palace's loose immortal could still move. Die! Lin Feng waved his hand and dense sword chi slashed at the Dao Saint Palace's experts. The Dao Saint Palace's experts were horrified. They were imprisoned in midair by Lin Feng and couldn't resist Lin Feng's attack at all. My lord, save us! The Dao Saint Palace's experts looked pleadingly at the Dao Saint Palace's loose immortal. They couldn't resist Lin Feng's attack. Therefore, they could only place their hopes on the Dao Saint Palace's loose immortal. But the Dao Saint Palace loose immortals ignored their pleas for help. Now, the Dao Saint Palace's loose immortals found the various abilities and battle prowess displayed by Lin Feng inconceivable. The Dao Saint Palace itinerant immortal knew that it was unrealistic for him to kill Lin Feng now that his magic treasure had been taken away by Lin Feng. Therefore, the most important thing now was to leave quickly and find the other immortal realm experts of the Dao Saint Palace. This time, there was even a human immortal realm expert from the Dao Saint Palace who walked out. Of course. Perhaps there was no need for an expert of this level to make a move. They only needed to find another expert of the loose immortal level to join forces, and they would definitely be able to kill Lin Feng. The Dao Saint Palace's loose immortals rushed out of the void sealed by Lin Feng and quickly fled into the distance. Puff! 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 Then, the sound of tearing could be heard. One by one, the experts of the Dao Saint Palace were killed by Lin Feng. These people were either Sage Emperor level experts or Emperor Lord level experts. They were all very powerful. Lin Feng took their original strengths and their rings, then quickly chased after the Dao Saint Palace's independent celestial cultivators. Lin Feng's speed was simply too fast. Moreover, he knew the Dao of space. Therefore, it was almost impossible for the Dao Saint Palace's loose immortals to escape from Lin Feng. Not long later, Lin Feng caught up with the Dao Saint Palace's loose immortals. You can't escape. Today, you will definitely die. Lin Feng sneered and attacked the Dao Saint Palace's loose immortals with a palm strike. The Dao Saint Palace's loose immortals turned around and attacked with a palm strike. The two sides collided violently and then both of them were sent flying. Kid. I'm a fourth heaven loose immortal. You can't kill me. I don't want to fight to the death with you. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. The Dao Saint Palace's loose immortals looked indifferently at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng sneered. You think too highly of yourself. I admit that you're very powerful, but I have a great treasure on me. Killing you is a simple matter. Kid, even if you have a great treasure, don't even think about killing me. Even if you can use a treasure to suppress me, if I counterattack before I die, I'll drag you down with me. The Dao Saint Palace's loose immortals continued to threaten Lin Feng. Actually, this guy's words made sense. His cultivation level was very high. If he wanted to drag Lin Feng down with him before he died, it was indeed possible. However, the premise was that Lin Feng's treasure couldn't completely suppress him. Only then would he have the chance to drag Lin Feng down with him. However, the reality was different from what the Dao Saint Palace's loose immortals thought. Lin Feng had a great defensive treasure, the ruler's armor. He also had many powerful treasures. Lin Feng had too many treasures. With these treasures, Lin Feng believed that he could suppress the Dao Saint Palace's cultivators and prevent them from counterattacking. When the time came, it would be no problem to kill the Dao Saint Palace's loose immortals. Let's see if I can kill you or not, Lin Feng sneered. Then he waved his hand. Whoosh, light flashed and powerful treasures were summoned by Lin Feng. Dozens of powerful treasures floated around Lin Feng. At the same time, the ruler's armor was also activated by Lin Feng, protecting Lin Feng's body. When the Dao Saint Palace's loose immortals saw Lin Feng use so many treasures at once, their eyes almost popped out. Lin Feng had taken out an extremely powerful treasure and was using it to fight against him. That was what Lin Feng had guessed. However, the reality was completely different from what he had imagined. Lin Feng had taken out dozens of powerful treasures. Moreover, the auras emitted by these treasures were extremely terrifying. Some of the auras emitted by the treasures shocked the Dao Saint Palace's loose immortals. This was because he felt an aura that was close to the heavenly Dao infinite diagram from some of the treasures. Actually, Lin Feng's 4 stone swords were of an extremely high level. If all 36 stone swords were gathered, even ancient weapons might not be a match for 36 stone swords. For example, Lin Feng's Bell of Hell, Sky Drum, and other treasures might not be at the level of ancient weapons, but they were probably quite close. Lin Feng had so many heaven-defying treasures, and Lin Feng could multitask these treasures. How would the Dao Saint Palace's loose immortals dare to continue fighting? He turned and fled, but Lin Feng had already activated dozens of powerful treasures to attack the Dao Saint Palace's loose immortals. The Dao Saint Palace's loose immortals condensed a starry sea world to block the attacks of Lin Feng's treasures. However, the starry sea world was destroyed in an instant. Then dozens of powerful treasures attacked the Dao Saint Palace's loose immortals. The Dao Saint Palace's loose immortals took out an ancient defensive shield to block the attacks of the treasures. The shield was destroyed and the Dao Saint Palace's loose immortals were sent flying. With a ping sound, half of his body directly exploded, suffering extremely serious injuries. He was severely injured. This Dao Saint Palace itinerant immortal's combat power was probably not even 20 to 30% of his peak. Lin Feng sneered. Remember, if you have the chance to be a good person in your next life, be a good person. Don't think that you can kill and steal without fear just because you're strong. In this world, there's always someone better than you. There will always be someone you can't afford to offend. As soon as he finished speaking, Dozens of powerful Dharma treasures attacked the Tao Saint Palace itinerant immortal again. Kid! Who do you think you are to lecture me? If you didn't have that immortal state body double and so many powerful Dharma treasures, do you think you could be my match? Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. The Tao Saint Palace itinerant immortal roared angrily. Clearly, he couldn't accept losing to Lin Feng. But he also knew that there was nothing he could do. He couldn't escape at all. The only thing he could do was drag Lin Feng down to hell with him. His body began to burn. As his physical body burned, his battle prowess also increased significantly. He clashed with Lin Feng's Dharma treasures as if he didn't care about his life. Those Dharma treasures were all sent flying by him. Then, he quickly charged toward Lin Feng. In midair, his body began to swell. He wanted to self-destruct. If an expert of his level self-destructed, he might really drag Lin Feng down with him. The Tao Saint Palace itinerant immortal's face was filled with ferocity. Perhaps he thought he would definitely succeed. But soon, he despaired. This was because an invisible force had instantly pierced through his chest. It was Lin Feng's cursing strength. When the cursing strength pierced through the chest of the Tao Saint Palace's individual celestial cultivator, the Tao Saint Palace's individual celestial cultivator was shocked. The Tao Saint Palace itinerant immortal immediately let out a shrill scream. Because his body quickly dried up like a popped balloon. He had wanted to drag Lin Feng down to hell with him, but in the end, he did not succeed. The Tao Saint Palace's itinerant immortal expert was naturally very depressed. However, Lin Feng seized this rare opportunity and rushed forward. With a punch, the powerful punch landed on the body of the Tao Saint Palace's individual immortal expert. In an instant, his body exploded. Lin Feng kept this person's source energy and storage ring. This person's source energy was very beneficial to his cultivation. Lin Feng quickly left the place. The Tao Saint Palace soon learned of the death of the Tao Saint Palace's itinerant immortal expert. Because his primordial spirit lamp was broken. That was why the people of the Tao Saint Palace were able to find out about it immediately. The death of this itinerant immortal caused a huge uproar in the Tao Saint Palace. This was an immortal. He was so strong, yet he had fallen just like that. This was truly inconceivable. And how many years had it been since an immortal had fallen in the Tao Saint Palace, but now, an immortal had fallen. The people of the Tao Saint Palace felt that this was the greatest humiliation to the Tao Saint Palace. The upper echelon of the Tao Saint Palace wanted to use a divination technique to deduce who had killed the Tao Saint Palace's itinerant immortal. However, the upper echelon of the Tao Saint Palace failed. Lin Feng's body was shrouded in a powerful fate. It was too difficult to find out Lin Feng's secret. Investigate. Investigate for me. I don't believe that we can't find out anything. There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. The upper echelon of the Tao Saint Palace said coldly. They wanted to thoroughly investigate this matter. When the Tao Saint Palace mobilized a powerful force to investigate the death of the itinerant immortal in the sect, Lin Feng had already left the desolate planet and arrived at another planet. The planet that Lin Feng had just arrived at was also a desolate planet. He planned to continue cultivating in seclusion on this planet. Lin Feng checked the storage ring of the Tao Saint Palace's itinerant immortal. He found that there were all kinds of treasures in the storage ring. However, what shocked Lin Feng was that there was a holy devil fruit in the storage ring. When he saw the holy devil fruit, Lin Feng's face immediately showed an expression of ecstasy. This was really a pleasant surprise. Before this, Lin Feng had never thought that he would be able to obtain a holy devil fruit. Including the holy devil fruit that Lin Feng had obtained before, Lin Feng now had 2 holy devil fruits on him. After Lin Feng adjusted his state, he swallowed the 2 holy devil fruits. Then, he began to absorb the medicinal power of the holy devil fruit. The medicinal power of the holy devil fruit was still very strong. However, the difficulty of Lin Feng's breakthrough from the 8th heavenly layer to the 9th heavenly layer was obviously different. The degree of difficulty was increasing in a straight line. When Lin Feng refined the 2 holy devil fruits, he was still unable to smoothly break through to the 9th heavenly layer. F***ck. I'm afraid I'll need at least 3 holy devil fruits to break through. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little depressed. The energy contained in the two holy devil fruits was already very heaven-defying. However, Lin Feng's accumulation was just too great. Although the two holy devil fruits couldn't help Lin Feng break through to his current realm, Lin Feng wasn't without other methods. Lin Feng still had the source energy of the Dao Saint Palace's itinerant immortal expert that he had yet to refine. The source energy of the itinerant immortal expert. It was very useful to Lin Feng. Lin Feng began to devour the source energy of the Dao Saint Palace's itinerant immortal expert. Soon, the powerful source energy was devoured by Lin Feng. Next, Lin Feng used the archaic dragonesque elephant art to gradually refine the source energy of the itinerant immortal expert into pure energy. Then, Lin Feng began to absorb the pure energy. As the pure energy was gradually absorbed by Lin Feng's realm steadily rose. When all the pure energy was absorbed by Lin Feng, finally, Lin Feng completed his breakthrough. His realm had broken through from the 8th heavenly layer to the 9th heavenly layer. Hee, I finally broke through. Lin Feng's face broke into a smile. The holy devil fruits effect was very shocking. However, the next breakthrough would require even more holy devil fruits. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he left the star where he was in seclusion and entered the starry sky world. Soon, Lin Feng heard a piece of news. It was said that many holy devils had gone to the blood refinement great world. There were 3 great worlds in the Dao Saint Starfield. One of them was the blood refinement great world. It was said that the blood refinement great world was shrouded in blood qi all year round. It was an extremely evil great world. Therefore, very few people went there. However, sometimes, some cultivator groups would go to the blood refinement great world in search of opportunities. It was unknown why the holy devils had gone to the blood refinement great world. However, no matter what the reason was, the cultivators of the various factions had a strong desire to kill the holy devils. A large number of cultivators flew to the blood refinement great world. After receiving the news, Lin Feng also quickly flew to the blood refinement great world. Is that the blood refinement great world? Lin Feng stood in the starry sky world and looked at the huge world in the distance. Around that world, the blood qi was tumbling, and the blood qi even formed a powerful wave of snow. Waves of blood spread out in all directions. Anyone who was hit by the waves of blood, if their cultivation wasn't strong enough, their physical body would crumble. It seemed that the blood refinement great world wasn't a place anyone could enter as they wished. Many cultivators flew toward the blood refinement great world one after another. Lin Feng also flew toward the blood refinement great world. Lin Feng also saw many ancient starry sky ships in the surroundings. Some people felt that the blood qi outside the blood refinement great world was too terrifying, so they didn't plan to rely on their own strength to pass through the blood qi outside the blood refinement great world. Instead, they wanted to rely on ancient starry sky ships to pass through the blood refinement great world. Of course, this wasn't a bad idea. Many cultivators were searching for the whereabouts of the sacred demon, but it didn't mean that all of them aimed to kill the sacred demon. In fact, many cultivators were searching for the whereabouts of the sacred demon in order to sell the information to some major factions. This information was quite valuable. Of course, many cultivators were waiting to reap the benefits. There were also some cultivators who wanted to fish in troubled waters. Who knew, they might be able to obtain the sacred demon's origin after it died, or, if he encountered a heavily injured holy devil, he would kill it. However, no matter what these cultivators were thinking, their goal was to kill the sacred demon. Lin Feng passed through the blood qi outside the blood refinement great world and entered the blood refinement great world. Inside the blood refinement great world, the blood refinement great world was filled with blood qi. The void also emitted the smell of blood. It was naturally very unpleasant to smell. It was nauseating to smell it. When one walked on the ground, blood could even seep out of the ground. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. Could it be that the blood refinement great world had become like this because too many people had died here in the past? Was that why it had become like this? Lin Feng told the demon lord about his doubts. The demon lord said, "It's not what you think. The blood refining great world is indeed very strange, but we don't know why it's so strange. However, we can be sure that the blood refining great world is hiding some amazing secrets." Lin Feng nodded. The demon lord's answer was beyond Lin Feng's expectations. At night, beasts were roaring in the forest. Lin Feng was resting next to a pond. He was sitting on a branch of a tree. He began to close his eyes and rest. If they found the holy demon, it would definitely be another bloody battle. Swish swish swish, at this moment, a dozen or so cultivators flew over from afar. The cultivators also landed beside the pool. We've just arrived at the blood refining great world, so we don't know what's going on here. Let's rest here for the night. A rather young and steady young master said. The others nodded in agreement. Then, the group of people found a place to rest. Whoosh! A female cultivator flew towards a big tree. Just as she reached the branch of the big tree, the female cultivator couldn't help but jump in fright. Where did you come from, little thief? You actually dared to hide here. Take my palm. This female cultivator clearly had a shrewish personality and directly slapped towards Lin Feng. Her cold shout immediately startled the others. The other cultivators also rushed over. Lin Feng's wrist shook slightly and removed the strength of the female cultivator's palm. Then, he gently pulled. The shrewish female cultivator directly sat in Lin Feng's arms. At this moment, Lin Feng clearly saw the female cultivator's appearance. She was wearing a fiery red dress. She was petite. Her face was extremely beautiful, but the expression between her eyebrows made people feel that this female cultivator was not to be trifled with. This was indeed the case. This female cultivator was indeed not to be trifled with. Her personality was very shrewish. Let go of me, you stinking rogue. After sitting in Lin Feng's arms, the female cultivator's pretty face turned pink. She was angry and embarrassed. Her other hand slapped towards Lin Feng, but Lin Feng's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He directly grabbed the female cultivator's wrist, making her unable to move. Lin Feng said, I was resting here, but you came here and disturbed my rest. I didn't even blame you, but you attacked me first, truly the villain complaining about the victim. Hurry up and let go of me, otherwise, do you believe this great ant will chop you up and feed you to the dogs? This female cultivator wasn't someone who would admit defeat. She fiercely glared at Lin Feng. Her eyes were very big and watery, very beautiful. Such a beautiful girl was actually a tigress. Lin Feng couldn't help but have an impulse to conquer this woman. Aren't you a tigress? Soon, this young master will make you sing conquer. You fell into my hands and still dare to threaten me? I'm afraid you don't know my methods, right? I think you're just asking for a beating. I don't mind helping your family to teach you a lesson. I'll let you know that when you're outside, you shouldn't be so rash. Trouble comes from the mouth. One wrong word and you might die a horrible death. Lin Feng pursed his lips and said. Then, he pressed the female cultivator onto his legs and raised his hand, as if he wanted to give her a few slaps. The female cultivator struggled violently. As she struggled, she scolded Lin Feng for being despicable and shameless. Seeing that Lin Feng's slap was about to land, another female cultivator in the group hurriedly said, This young master, this is all a misunderstanding. Although Sister Xianxia is usually fierce, she's extremely kind. I hope that young master can be merciful. The female cultivator who pleaded was wearing a light blue long dress. She was tall and charming, and her skin was fair and beautiful. Not only was her figure perfect, her face was also breathtakingly beautiful. Ha 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 ha, alright, I'll give this fairy some face and let you go, little chili. Lin Feng said with a smile. Then, he pinched little Chili's beautiful face. This infuriated little Chili Pepper. She opened her mouth and bit Lin Feng's palm. However, Lin Feng easily dodged it. Then, Lin Feng gently pushed little Chili. Little Chili flew out. Then, she landed in the crowd. I'll chop you up. Little Chili shouted fiercely. She took out a treasure sword and held it in her hand as she charged towards Lin Feng. However, she was stopped by the female cultivator who pleaded on her behalf. Sister Xianxia, this young master has already been merciful. You have to control yourself. The female cultivator said. Xianxia bit her lips. Although she was extremely unwilling and wanted to teach Lin Feng a lesson, Lin Feng had easily defeated her. But Lin Feng had managed to subdue her effortlessly. There was a huge difference between their strength. Therefore, Xianxia could only stomp her feet and put away her treasure sword. Lin Feng jumped down from the tree. He glanced at the group and asked, "Are you here to hunt sacred fiends as well?" "What? Can't we?" "If you can come, why can't we?" Xianxia snorted coldly. Xianxia was the youngest and the weakest among the group. The others were all stronger than the last. Thus, they were extremely confident in their strength. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Of course you can come. I didn't say I couldn't." The young man in the lead cupped his fists and said, "I am Wei Limo from the Undying Realm's profound God region. How should I address you? We've only met by chance. Why ask for my name?" Lin Feng said indifferently, then turned around to leave. Wei Limo couldn't help but frown. Very few people dared to look down on him like this. The others didn't look too happy either. They felt that Lin Feng was being too arrogant. "Young master, please wait a moment," the blue-robed female cultivator said. "What? Is there something else?" Lin Feng glanced at the blue-robed female cultivator and asked. "Young master, hunting sacred fiends alone is extremely dangerous. Why don't you come with us? We can take care of each other," the blue-robed female cultivator said. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I'm used to being alone. Thank you for your kind intentions, fairy. If fate wills it, we'll meet again. We can find a chance to meet alone at dusk, when the moon is high in the sky, and we can have a romantic date." When she heard that, the female cultivator blushed slightly. Lin Feng's words were too presumptuous. It was as if he was openly flirting with the female cultivator. After all, this world wasn't a particularly open one. Women were rather conservative, especially those from large clans and factions. They were even more conservative. Many of them had ugly expressions on their faces. Several of the cultivators who admired the woman in blue wanted to attack Lin Feng and teach him a lesson. However, the woman in blue stopped them. After Lin Feng left, a young man said, "Ling Yan, why did you stop us? That brat's mouth is really asking for a beating. He should be taught a good lesson." Little Chili Pepper also cried out and said, "That's right, that guy is too hateful. We should give him a good beating and let him know how powerful we are." The female cultivator called Ling Yan said, "That person, since he dared to come to the blood refinement world alone, he obviously has some ability. If we fight, who knows what will happen. Although we are cultivators from the Undying Realm, we can't underestimate the cultivators from other worlds. Especially now, after the great changes in the world, many cultivators from the Divine Stones have appeared. Those people are very terrifying. Try not to make enemies when you are outside." Little Chili Pepper obviously didn't agree with Ling Yan's words. She felt that Lin Feng wasn't particularly difficult to deal with. There were many cultivators who thought the same as Little Chili Pepper. It was just that no one said anything. The next day, Lin Feng finally saw a sacred devil. Thousands of cultivators were besieging the sacred devil. The sacred devil was suppressed. However, there were no loose immortals among the experts besieging the sacred devil. Therefore, those cultivators weren't able to cause fatal damage to the sacred devil. Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword. He used the man descending from the heavens, a sword that could kill immortals. Lin Feng's body turned into a dazzling sword chi and slashed towards the sacred devil. Although the sacred devil was powerful, facing the siege of thousands of cultivators, he was also very helpless. Many ants could bite an elephant to death. What's more, there were so many cultivators attacking together. Their attacks were so powerful. It was even more terrifying. Therefore, after fighting for a while, the sacred devil's magic power was greatly depleted. Its combat strength was far from its peak, and its body was also heavily injured. If the cultivators besieging the sacred devil were given more time, the sacred devil would die without a doubt. At that time, the sacred devil would be refined into a sacred devil fruit. If there were no accidents, the cultivators who had joined forces to deal with the sacred devil they would kill each other for the sacred devil fruit. This kind of situation was too common. Lin Feng was already used to it. However, Lin Feng had now made his move. These guys probably wouldn't have the chance to kill each other. The sword Qi Lin Feng turned into instantly split the sacred devil's body in half. Then, Lin Feng circulated his magic power and refined the sacred devil into a sacred devil fruit. Lin Feng also turned into his original body and collected the sacred devil fruit. Kid, who are you? Hurry up and hand over the sacred devil fruit. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place. Many cultivators shouted coldly. The surrounding cultivators were all from different factions. Some of the bigger factions had a few hundred or even a few thousand people. Some of the smaller factions only had a few dozen people. However, regardless of whether they were from the bigger or the smaller factions, they all looked at Lin Feng with extremely cold gazes. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Everyone, there is only one sacred devil fruit. I think it's better if it belongs to me. I am thinking for all of you. If all of you fight over the sacred devil fruit, many people will die." Hearing this, many people couldn't help but be speechless. How could this guy be so thick-skinned? Kill this kid. A group of cultivators roared with killing intent. Then, they all attacked Lin Feng. Boom. Boom. Boom, attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth bombarded Lin Feng. Feeling the terrifying power of those attacks, Lin Feng couldn't help but jump in fright. The attacks of so many cultivators were naturally terrifying. Lin Feng didn't intend to fight them head-on. He condensed a space-time gate and then entered the space-time gate. Then, he disappeared without a trace. The space-time gate also disappeared. The attacks of thousands of cultivators landed on empty air. After seeing Lin Feng snatch the sacred devil fruit and swagger away, thousands of cultivators couldn't help but roar in anger. Their killing intent surged, and they couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. Find him even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Many cultivators roared in anger. In a forest a few hundred miles away, Lin Feng walked out of the void with a smile on his face. Being able to obtain a sacred devil fruit was a good harvest. In the distance, demonic qi churned, and violent energy waves swept across the land. Lin Feng was shocked. Could it be that the sacred devil fruit had appeared? He quickly flew in the direction of the battle. When he arrived, Lin Feng saw that the forest was littered with corpses. He didn't know how many cultivators had died. A middle-aged cultivator killed those cultivators. The middle-aged cultivator then looked at Lin Feng who had appeared. "I will kill you. I will kill you." The middle-aged cultivator roared, and the demonic qi in his body surged. Then, he quickly pounced on Lin Feng. "Eh? It's not a cultivator from the Saint Devil tribe, but it's a demonic cultivator." Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the demonic cultivator pouncing towards him. He thought it was a demonic cultivator from the Saint Devil tribe. He didn't expect that the person who appeared wasn't a demonic cultivator from the Saint Devil tribe. The terrifying existence that appeared here had a heaven-defying cultivation. Lin Feng couldn't help but be astonished by the qi he released. He was definitely a terrifyingly strong cultivator. His eyes were blood red, and the killing intent in his body was monstrous. Lin Feng didn't know who had provoked this person to cause him to have such killing intent. It was as if he hated the heavens, the earth, and all living beings. Lin Feng turned and flew away quickly. He didn't want to have a life-and-death battle with this terrifying existence. There wasn't anything to gain from it, and it was a complete waste of time and energy. If he wasn't careful, he might be killed. Lin Feng wanted to leave, but the demonic cultivator wasn't willing to let him go. He was extremely fast, and actually caught up with Lin Feng. Then, he sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Feeling the terrifying power of this palm strike, Lin Feng was shocked. This demonic cultivator's attack was too terrifying. Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. He quickly activated the ruler's armor. The ruler's armor protected Lin Feng. At the same time, the power of the avatar and Lin Feng merged into one. The power of the ruler's armor and the golden dwarf merged into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's power reached its peak in an instant. Then, Lin Feng sent a palm strike towards the demonic cultivator. Bang! Both sides collided fiercely. Lin Feng's power had reached its peak, but when his palm strike collided with the demonic cultivator, he still couldn't resist. Lin Feng still couldn't compete with that strong cultivator. He was blown away by the evil cultivator. What terrifying power! Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. This terrifying existence was simply too powerful. He managed to stabilize his body with great difficulty. Who are you? You killed so many people, but you did not devour their corpses to cultivate your demonic arts. Surely, you are not killing people for the sake of cultivating your demonic arts. If that is the case, why did you kill so many people? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Even if it was a heinous devil cultivator, they would not kill people for no reason. Some demonic cultivators had slaughtered hundreds of millions or even billions of innocent people. The crimes they had committed were too numerous to be recorded. However, the reason why they did this was because they wanted to kill people to cultivate their demonic arts. However, the demonic cultivator in front of him didn't kill people for the sake of cultivating demonic arts. Moreover, he didn't collect the storage rings of those dead cultivators. This meant that he didn't kill people for money. Then why did he kill people? Was it purely a hobby? Some devil Dao cultivators might really kill people out of interest. However, Lin Feng felt that the demonic cultivator in front of him was not such a person. This was an extremely strong intuition, and Lin Feng had always trusted his intuition very much. Revenge. I want revenge. 2 of my poor children have been killed. They were so young. Did they do anything wrong? They died so miserably. I want to kill. I want to kill. I want to kill everyone. I want to avenge my poor children. The demonic cultivator roared. Tears of blood flowed out of his eyes again. He was incomparably sad. Even though some time had passed, every time he thought of his child who had died tragically, his heart would still be filled with monstrous killing intent. After he finished speaking, the demonic cultivator charged at Lin Feng again. Lin Feng quickly retreated. 2 figures appeared in his mind. They were a little boy who looked to be about 5 or 6 years old and a little girl who was about the same age. Lin Feng clearly remembered that many cultivators thought they were from the Sacred Devil clan. Then, they launched a siege on their group. Although they explained to everyone again and again that they were not from the Sacred Devil clan. However, the cultivators who besieged them did not listen to their explanation. In the end, those people were killed. Lin Feng saw the great battle from afar. The little boy and the little girl were stabbed to death by a cultivator. Although Lin Feng pitied them and even wanted to save them, Lin Feng was powerless. Because there were tens of thousands of cultivators who besieged them. If Lin Feng really rushed over, he would also lose his life. Of course, doing good deeds was worth advocating, but one had to act according to one's ability. One could not lose one's life for doing good deeds. Lin Feng could not do this. I saw how your son and daughter died. Before they died, they kept calling for Daddy to save me. Daddy, save me. Unfortunately, you did not appear. Seeing the terrifying existence charging at him again, Lin Feng shouted loudly. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the terrifying existence's face showed a painful expression. Why? Why? Why did this happen? He roared hysterically as if he had gone mad. He kept hitting his head. He hated those who killed his children. He also hated himself. If he had appeared in time, his children would not have been killed. Seeing the demonic cultivator roaring like a madman, Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate and quickly rushed away. It just so happened that the demonic cultivator did not care about him. This was a great opportunity for him to leave. If he missed this opportunity, he might not be able to leave smoothly in the future. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Lin Feng quickly left. The demonic cultivator did not chase after him. Those words were naturally made up by Lin Feng. He just wanted to provoke the demonic cultivator so that he could use this opportunity to get rid of the demonic cultivator. Lin Feng flew for several hundred miles before letting out a long breath. At this time, he saw a large number of cultivators rushing forward. Lin Feng stopped one of them and asked. Only then did he know that there were 4 sacred demons in the mountain range ahead. At this moment, the 4 sacred demons were surrounded by many cultivators in the mountain range. A large number of cultivators were watching the 4 sacred demons. The news quickly spread. Therefore, the surrounding cultivators quickly rushed towards the mountain range ahead. They hoped to arrive in time and get a share of the loot. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked when he heard the news. 4 sacred demons. They could be refined into 4 sacred demon fruits. Lin Feng did not stop and quickly flew towards the mountain range where the 4 sacred demons were surrounded. When Lin Feng arrived at the mountain range, he discovered that a large number of cultivators had already gathered here. Those cultivators, they were densely packed. If there weren't 10,000 of them, there were at least 8,000 of them. At this moment, those cultivators were launching all kinds of attacks at the 4 holy demons in the mountain range. Moreover, there was a steady stream of cultivators coming from all directions. It seemed that the 4 holy demons were definitely going to die this time. Kill them. Let's kill these 4 guys and then fight for the holy demon fruits with our own abilities. A cultivator shouted loudly. A large number of cultivators rushed into the mountain range, and their attacks became fiercer and fiercer. The battle also became more and more intense. Although the 4 holy demons were powerful, they couldn't win against the enemy's numbers. The enemy had so many people. If they really fought, it would be too tiring. The 4 holy demons wanted to break out of the encirclement, but they couldn't. The situation was becoming more and more unfavorable for the 4 holy demons. The 4 holy demons retreated step by step, retreating deeper into the mountain range. There was nothing they could do about it. If they didn't retreat, they would really be killed. However, they quickly retreated to the deepest part of the mountain range. They had nowhere else to retreat to. A large number of cultivators had surrounded them. They wanted to retreat. It was already as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Therefore, the current situation was extremely bad for them. The 4 holy demons could die at any time. Lin Feng also joined the battle against the 4 holy demons. He was waiting for the 4 holy demons to be killed, and then he would be the first to rush up and snatch their essences. Then, he would refine the essences of the 4 holy demons into holy demon fruits. When he thought of this, Lin Feng became somewhat excited. Boom! Boom, boom! All kinds of powerful attacks were launched at the 4 holy demons. The defensive magic treasures that the 4 holy demons had summoned began to emit cracking sounds. Once the defensive magic treasures of the 4 holy demons broke, the 4 holy demons would definitely die. Everyone couldn't help but become excited. Because, everyone would be able to kill the 4 holy demons soon. However, right at this moment, the 4 holy demons suddenly let out a sinister laugh. You're about to die and you're still laughing? Let's see if you can still laugh when you die without a burial ground, a cultivator sneered. Keek keek, it's you guys who are about to die. A bunch of self-righteous guys. Soon, you'll all go to hell. A saint devil said sinisterly. Just as he finished speaking. In an instant. Runes intertwined, each of them containing an unimaginably terrifying power. Those runes completely sealed off the surrounding mountain range. Oh no, we've been tricked, many cultivators' expressions changed drastically. Only now did they realize that they had been tricked. Before the 2 holy demons were forced to retreat. It was because he had lured everyone in and then lured them into a trap. Now that everyone had been lured into a trap, many people felt that the situation was extremely bad. The trap here was absolutely terrifying. Many cultivators began to attempt to break out of the encirclement. All kinds of divine abilities were unleashed, and all kinds of magic treasures were brought out. All of them charged towards the runes. Bang bang bang, the terrifying attack slammed into the runes. It was at this moment that something terrible happened. The divine abilities were instantly devoured by the runes. When the magic treasures came into contact with the runes, their luster immediately dimmed. Their spirituality was greatly reduced, and their power was greatly reduced. Following that, numerous blood-red rays of light shot out from the runes. The power of those blood-red rays was extremely shocking. Any cultivator who was swept by the blood-red rays directly disintegrated. They died miserably on the spot. A large number of cultivators died. Heavens, there's a trap inside. Let's quickly escape, many cultivators cried out in horror. Those cultivators rejoiced that they had come too late and did not enter the mountain range. If they had come too early and entered the mountain range, at this moment, they would probably have died without a burial ground. The cultivators in the periphery quickly left. The cultivators trapped in the mountain range wanted to leave, but they were unable to. Those cultivators did not give up. They took out their defensive magic treasures to block the attacks of the blood-red rays. Then, they gathered together and began to attack the powerful runes around them. When many cultivators attacked together, the effect was extremely good. Cracking noises could be heard from those restrictive spells. The restrictions seemed to be on the verge of shattering. This scene caused many people to see the hope of escaping. However, in the next moment, in the sky, blood-red energy balls descended one after another. The power contained within those blood-red energy balls was simply too terrifying. The blood-red energy balls directly exploded, and a destructive power erupted in the crowd. A large number of cultivators were instantly drowned by the destructive power that surged out after the blood-red energy balls exploded. Those cultivators died on the spot. It was a completely one-sided massacre. Lin Feng frowned. Were those runes set up by the 4 sacred demons? Even he had not noticed those runes before. It was clear that those runes were extraordinary. The 4 sacred demons were incomparably terrifying existences at their peak. They were indeed able to set up some unimaginable runes. Therefore, Lin Feng did not find it strange. The ruler's armor had already covered Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was doing his best to block the attacks of the blood-red rays. Although he was unable to completely disperse all of them. However, those blood-red rays that swept across Lin Feng's body did not cause any harm to Lin Feng. The ruler's armor dissolved the power of those blood-red rays. Lin Feng's face immediately revealed an expression of relief. The ruler's armor was indeed powerful. It was very difficult for those blood-red rays to harm him. Lin Feng did not head towards a crowded place because the 4 sacred demons were concentrating their power to deal with the cultivators gathered together. A large number of cultivators died, and the speed of their deaths was extremely fast. Those cultivators simply could not resist the terrifying power of the blood-red rays. Soon, the ground was littered with corpses, and those corpses were all shattered. Their deaths were too tragic. Some of the surviving cultivators loudly begged, hoping that the 4 sacred demons would let them live. However, the 4 sacred demons simply ignored these people. In the end, those cultivators who begged for mercy were all killed. Other than the 4 sacred demons, only Lin Feng was left alive. Nearly 10,000 cultivators had all died. The mountain range was littered with corpses. It was simply a mountain of corpses. It was truly too tragic. Brat, to be able to live until now, your methods are not ordinary. However, you are destined to become a ghost here. One of the sacred demons coldly said. The other 3 sacred demons looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. The 4 sacred demons continued to activate those terrifying runes. Numerous blood-red rays of light surged out from the runes and swept towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng had already experienced the terrifying power of the crimson rays. Now that the crimson rays were focused on Lin Feng, he had no choice but to be on guard against the terrifying power of the crimson rays. No one dared to underestimate the crimson rays. If they did, only death would await them. Lin Feng also didn't dare to underestimate the terrifying power of the crimson rays. When the crimson light shone on him, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. The power of the crimson rays made him feel a little scared. However, Lin Feng wasn't too worried. He swung the black dragon sword at the crimson rays. The crimson rays were blocked one after another. Even if some of the crimson rays swept past Lin Feng's body, they were all neutralized by the supreme treasure, the ruler's armor. After several rounds of attacks, the crimson rays were still unable to kill Lin Feng. When the 4 holy demons saw this, their expressions instantly turned ugly. Originally, the 4 holy demons had thought that they could easily get rid of Lin Feng. Who would have thought that the outcome would be like this? The 4 holy demons were naturally quite depressed. It seems that your methods are still a little lacking. Lin Feng pursed his lips. One of the holy demons sneered. Brat, are you so proud of yourself just because you blocked the crimson rays attacks? Don't forget that the 4 of us haven't even made a move yet. If we do, killing you will be as easy as crushing an ant. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 holy demons closed in on Lin Feng. They wanted to surround and attack Lin Feng. They didn't care about their reputation. They only cared about whether or not they could kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled coldly. Talismans appeared all around him. Actually, those talismans were also deployment spells. As for restrictions, they were a type of formation. However, the way some restrictions were constructed was slightly different from a formation. When the crimson rays were attacking the cultivators here, Lin Feng had been studying the runes here. Of course, time was needed to go from research to comprehension. Only when the four holy demons were about to surround and attack Lin Feng did Lin Feng successfully comprehend the mysteries of these runes. Lin Feng used the heaven-seizing technique to seize control of the Great Array. This was the inheritance of the celestial master Taoist. It was very powerful and overbearing. After a few attempts, Xianxia decided to try again. Finally, Lin Feng discovered that he had established a close connection with the densely packed runes around him. Buzz, violent fluctuations spread out from those runes, and then rays of blood-red light shone out. Every single beam of blood-red light contained unimaginably terrifying power. When the blood-red rays of light shone towards the four holy demons were all stunned. The four holy demons' expressions abruptly changed. They originally wanted to besiege Lin Feng. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? The four holy demons didn't know why these runes would attack them. This brat's methods are somewhat strange. Hurry up and seize control of the runes. One of the holy demons shouted in a deep voice. They hurriedly acted, wanting to seize control of the runes. However, they soon discovered that they had failed. Lin Feng had seized control of the runes around him. As the successor of the celestial master Taoist, once Lin Feng seized control of those runes, there was no way that the other party would be able to seize control of those runes. After failing to seize control of the runes, the four holy demons knew that they had no choice but to resist the attacks of the runes. Those blood-red rays of light were incomparably terrifying. Even the four holy demons had to be careful when dealing with them. Under the attack of the blood-red rays of light, nearly 10,000 cultivators were killed in an extremely short period of time, except for Lin Feng. From this, one could see how terrifying those blood-red rays of light were. Although the four holy demons had wanted to lure everyone into the mountain range, the injuries on their bodies were real. After being besieged by so many cultivators, they had consumed a lot of energy. Their current battle strength couldn't be compared to when they were at their peak. Facing the densely packed attacks of the blood-red rays of light, it was quite strenuous for them to resist. Moreover, blood-red balls of light would fall from the sky from time to time. The blood-red rays of light were a normal attack, while the blood-red balls of light were a higher level of attack. Once the blood-red balls of light fell, they would erupt with extremely terrifying power. It would make one's expression change. The four holy demons were sent flying by the exploding blood-red balls of light. At the very beginning, they were still able to resist. However, after more than 10 waves of blood-red rays of light and blood-red balls of light, the four holy demons gradually couldn't resist anymore. Their injuries became more and more serious, and their bodies were dripping with blood. This made the four holy demons go crazy with hatred. Arrogant and powerful people like them were actually forced into such a sorry state by Lin Feng. Now, the four holy demons wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into pieces. However, they knew that they were under someone else's roof, and they had no choice but to lower their heads. Now wasn't the time to fight to the death with Lin Feng. The best way was to make peace with Lin Feng. Brat, there's no need for us to fight to the death, right? Although the four of us are being suppressed, if we fight to the death, the power we can erupt with is not something you can imagine. Why don't we sit down and have a good talk? If you let us go, we can give you endless treasures and even powerful inheritances. Isn't that a good suggestion? One of the holy demons said. Another holy demon added, the benefits in your hands are the most important. Everyone cultivates for the sake of improving themselves. There's no need to fight to the death. If you let us go, not only will you obtain these benefits, but you will also gain our friendship. Lin Feng laughed coldly. Tui, who cares about your friendship? This young master will kill you and refine you demons into holy demon fruits to increase my cultivation. You guys are unforgivable evildoers. You want to live? You're daydreaming. Also, let me tell you something. If we fight to the death, the fish will die, but the net won't break. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng took out more than 10 powerful treasures, which emitted intense fluctuations. The treasures all flashed with light as they shot towards the 4 holy demons. After the treasures joined the battle, the 4 holy demons' situation became even worse. "Fight to the death with him!" the 4 holy demons roared. They knew that if this continued, they would die at Lin Feng's hands sooner or later. Thus, the 4 holy demons began to burn their blood essence to increase their battle strength. Then, they charged towards Lin Feng. After burning their blood essence, the 4 holy devils became even more powerful. They even condensed an energy armor on the surface of their bodies. The energy armor's defensive power was astonishing. When the blood-red light swept past them, it left a wound on their body. However, when the energy armor appeared, the blood-red light couldn't injure them at all. These guys were really terrifying. Clearly, they had begun to use their desperate methods. It had to be said that these holy devils were really powerful. After using their desperate methods, even Lin Feng was quite shocked. If it wasn't for the fact that the 4 holy devils were surrounded by nearly 10,000 cultivators, causing them to consume a lot of energy, their combat power would have dropped drastically. Even if Lin Feng could control the runes here, he probably wouldn't be able to deal with the 4 holy devils. Asterisk bang bang bang, asterisk the 4 holy devils displayed their invincible might and sent powerful magic treasures flying. Then, they tried their best to avoid the blood-red light and energy attacks. They kept getting closer to Lin Feng. The 4 holy devils wanted to quickly reach Lin Feng's side and kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew that if the 4 holy devils got close to him, he wouldn't be a match for them. At that time, there was a high chance that he would be killed by the 4 holy devils. Lin Feng also knew what his advantage was. His advantage was his control over the runes here. In addition, he had many powerful magic treasures. What he needed to do now was to increase the distance between him and the 4 holy devils. Then, he would use the runes and magic treasures to deal with the 4 holy devils. This was the best way to deal with them once and for all. He definitely couldn't let the 4 holy devils get close to him. If the 4 holy devils got close to him, it would be too disadvantageous for him. Lin Feng recalled 2 magic treasures because he planned to use the 1 qi into 3 pure ones and 12 domineering magnetic fields. Lin Feng could now multitask. If he wanted to use other methods, he wouldn't be able to control so many magic treasures. After Lin Feng recalled the 2 magic treasures, he immediately used the 1 qi into 3 pure ones. His body split into 3. Then, his true body and his 2 clones all displayed 4 layers of domineering magnetic fields. A total of 12 domineering magnetic fields stacked together, forming an unimaginable restrictive force and pressure. Domineering. When the 12 domineering magnetic fields enveloped the 4 holy demons, the 4 holy demons' expressions suddenly changed. They were all experienced and knowledgeable people. Now that they felt the domineering aura gushing out from Lin Feng's body, they were all shocked. They had never felt such a terrifying domineering aura. Their bodies were greatly suppressed, and it was extremely difficult for them to move. Moreover, their battle prowess had been weakened by at least 30 to 40%. This caused the 4 holy demons' expressions to become incomparably ugly. Originally, they had wanted to quickly approach Lin Feng and surround Lin Feng. They killed Lin Feng as fast as they could, but who would have thought that they couldn't even get close to Lin Feng? At this moment, powerful magic treasures under Lin Feng's control shot towards the 4 holy demons. Apart from Lin Feng's powerful magic treasures, blood-red rays of light and energy continued to wildly attack the 4 holy demons. After being enveloped by Lin Feng's 12 domineering magnetic fields, the 4 holy demons' speed and battle prowess had greatly decreased. Therefore, they were completely unable to contend against these terrifying attacks. Bang 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 bang, the 4 holy demons were sent flying, and who knew how many bones in their bodies were broken? They spat out mouthfuls of blood and roared continuously. The 4 of us have dominated the world. How can we die in your hands? One of the holy demons roared, unable to accept the fact that they had lost to Lin Feng. And like you didn't even have the right to kneel and greet us in the past, the second holy demon said coldly. He was very arrogant. Even though the situation was so bad, he was still full of contempt for Lin Feng. It had to be said, this guy was really arrogant. Lin Feng sneered. Are you still living in a dream? This is no longer your era. If I were you, I'd rather escape from the forbidden god world and find a place to cultivate. Yet, you people came to a place like the Tao Saint Starfield to kill people without any restraint. You're just seeking death. As Lin Feng spoke, various attacks continued to bombard the 4 holy demons. Combine to deal with this kid. The 3rd holy demon said. Alright, then combine. Use your strongest state to deal with him, the 4th holy demon said. Demonic energy surged from the 4 holy demons' bodies, and then the demonic energy enveloped them. Roar, roar, roar. After combining, the 4 holy demons became 1 holy demon. After combining, their bodies became extremely huge. They were at least 10 meters tall, and their auras were terrifying. Kid, let's see how you die later. After combining, the 4 holy demons roared. Their battle prowess had indeed increased greatly. Under the cover of Lin Feng's 12 magnetic fields, they regained their original speed. Moreover, their attacks became even more powerful. Powerful demonic energy swirled around their fists. With a punch, they shattered Lin Feng's treasures, as well as the many blood-colored rays of light and energy. They walked step by step toward Lin Feng, a ferocious expression on their faces. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. So what if they combined? There was nothing to be afraid of. Lin Feng stepped forward in the void and began to chant an incantation. Almighty Tao of Destiny, please descend with the power of destiny. Let this lowly creature who blasphemed destiny receive the punishment he deserves. As soon as Lin Feng's voice fell, the power of destiny descended and bombarded the 4 holy demons. The combined bodies of the 4 holy demons instantly separated again. No, 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 why is this happening? The 4 holy demons roared in horror. They couldn't believe what had just happened. They couldn't accept what had just happened. They had placed all their hopes on combining, but now, all their hopes had been extinguished. Lin Feng launched an even more powerful and violent attack. After an hour, the 4 holy demons couldn't withstand Lin Feng's attacks anymore. In the end, they were killed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng refined their source energy into 4 holy demon fruits. This was the 5th holy demon fruit that Lin Feng had collected. Lin Feng put away the 4 holy demon fruits and quickly left this place. Lin Feng didn't notice that the blood of the dead cultivators was constantly flowing out of their bodies. Then, their blood was sucked dry by the earth. Their corpses quickly turned into dried corpses. I've already collected 5 Saint Devil fruits. I wonder if I can break through to the 10th heaven of the Emperor realm with the help of these 5 Saint Devil fruits? Lin Feng could not help muttering to himself. He felt that these 5 fruits might not be able to help him complete the breakthrough. This was because when Lin Feng broke through to the 9th heaven of the Emperor realm, he had consumed 2 Saint Devil fruits and a bodiless celestial's origin to finally break through. It was obviously more difficult to break through to the 10th heaven of the Emperor realm. Therefore, breaking through to the 10th heaven of the Emperor realm was definitely as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that 5 Saint Devil fruits were not enough to help him break through to the 10th heaven of the Emperor realm. It seemed like he had to continue collecting more Saint Devil fruits. There were still many cultivators who came to the blood refinement great world. Lin Feng heard a lot of news, such as someone obtaining a Saint Devil fruit and breaking through to a certain realm. There was a lot of news like this. On this day, a big piece of news spread throughout the blood refinement great world. The crown prince of the Tao Saint Palace, Dijue, was about to break through to the bodiless celestial realm. This news was simply earth-shattering. Lin Feng had met the top genius of the Tao Saint Palace, Dijue, before, so he knew how terrifying Dijue was. However, Lin Feng had never met Dijue before. In fact, it was his first time hearing the name Dijue. Now, countless cultivators were talking about Dijue. Lin Feng stopped a few cultivators, intending to ask about Dijue. The few cultivators who were stopped by Lin Feng had a respectful expression on their faces when they sensed the powerful aura in Lin Feng's body. Is Dijue very powerful? So many people have been talking about him recently. Lin Feng asked. A cultivator said, of course Dijue is powerful. This person. He has only cultivated for 180 years. Yet, he's about to break through to the bodiless celestial realm. From this, you can see how terrifying he is. What? 180 years of cultivation? Lin Feng's face was filled with disbelief. Di Jue was too heaven-defying. Lin Feng had been practicing cultivation for 140 years already. Lin Feng's cultivation speed was about 40 years apart from Di Jue's. Lin Feng's cultivation speed was already in defiance of the natural order. He had never thought that Di Jue's cultivation speed would also be in defiance of the natural order. It was truly inconceivable. Di Jue was definitely an unimaginably terrifying existence. The cultivator continued to say, rumor has it that when Di Ju was at the 10th heaven of the Emperor realm, he was able to fight against an itinerant immortal expert without losing. He's able to fight someone who's several levels higher than him. This shows how terrifying he is. Lin Feng also found it unbelievable. If what the cultivator said was true, then Di Ju should be a monstrous genius on the same level as him. However, due to Di Jue's age advantage, he temporarily shook off Lin Feng. He could not imagine how heaven-defying Di Jue's combat strength was. Where did this guy come from? Lin Feng could not help but ask. Di Jue's talent was so heaven-defying that he definitely had an extraordinary origin. I heard that Di Jue is an expert who walked out of the Divine Stone. He was only 16 years old when he walked out of the Divine Stone. The speed of his cultivation base's improvement is just too fast. It's just that the outsiders don't know his exact origin. However, it's said that the immortals who walked out of the Divine Stone in the Dao Saint Palace are very respectful to Di Jue. Di Jue also calls himself the Crown Prince. His identity is incomparably noble. Therefore, the outside world speculated that Di Jue's identity is very likely to be the descendant of a supreme expert in the history of the Dao Saint Palace. One of the cultivators said. Another cultivator said hatefully, this Di Jue is not a good person. He built the myriad immortal palace and collected a large number of beauties for his pleasure. Who knows how many people can't wait to kill him? Why? Do you hate him a lot? Lin Feng looked at the cultivator in surprise. He noticed that the cultivator was gnashing his teeth when he talked about Di Jue. Moreover, his eyes were filled with killing intent and hatred. Hate? Of course, I hate him. My fiancé was taken away by him. However, my clan. We can't fight back. It's really a great shame. The cultivator said while gnashing his teeth. Zhang Ming. Stop talking. Several of his companions hurriedly said. As the saying went, trouble comes from the mouth. Even if there was hatred in their hearts, they could not easily say it out loud. Moreover, they did not know Lin Feng's identity. The cultivator called Zhang Ming regained his senses. His face could not help but turn pale. If these words were to reach Di Jue's ears, with Di Jue's ruthless character, let alone him, even his clan might be annihilated. We'll take our leave first. The group of cultivators did not dare to stay any longer. They cupped their fists and left quickly. The matter of Di Jue's heavenly tribulation caused a huge commotion. Many cultivators went to watch Di Jue's heavenly tribulation. Lin Feng was not interested in watching other people's heavenly tribulation. 1 month later, Lin Feng saw a cultivator wielding a heavenly halberd fighting a sacred devil. The cultivator wielding the heavenly halberd was like a heavenly emperor descending to the world. A light strike from the heavenly halberd in his hand seemed to be able to pierce through heaven and earth. Any sacred devil was extremely terrifying. The sacred devil that was fighting the cultivator wielding the heavenly halberd was also extremely powerful. However, the sacred devil could not withstand the opponent's attack. Poof! The cultivator wielding the heavenly halberd seized an opportunity and directly pierced the sacred devil's chest. The sacred devil. It immediately let out a shrill scream. The cultivator wielding the heavenly halberd lifted the sacred devil into the air and suddenly shook his right hand. The sacred devil's body was torn into pieces on the spot. It died a horrible death. Many people could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw the scene. That was a sacred devil. The cultivator wielding the heavenly halberd did not even take 10 moves to kill the sacred devil. Heaven-defying. This was too heaven-defying. Who is he? Someone asked, wanting to know the young man's identity. Such a terrifying figure was so heaven-defying. He must have an extraordinary identity. Lin Feng also wanted to know who that guy was. He was too terrifying. He's Di Jue, the crown prince of the Dao Saint Palace, Di Jue. Someone said. Many people could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when they heard that. Many cultivators had heard of Di Jue's great name. However, they had never seen Di Jue before. Today, they finally saw him. Di Jue was indeed too terrifying. He was like an immortal god. He was so powerful that people could not help but be aghast. Anyone who faced such a powerhouse would feel endless fear in their heart. As expected of the crown prince of the Dao Saint Palace. He's just too powerful. Moreover, it seems like he has already broken through to the bodiless immortal realm. That's right. For an expert like Di Jue to break through to the bodiless immortal realm, I wonder how terrifying his combat strength is. Don't tell me he can deal with those human immortal realm experts? Everyone was discussing Di Jue, and they were all deeply shocked. Di Jue was indeed too powerful. He was so powerful that everyone could not help but be aghast. Currently, in the eyes of countless people, Di Jue was definitely a godlike figure. He stood there. He was eternal and immortal. Lin Feng raised his brows slightly. Di Jue was indeed more terrifying than any of the geniuses he had seen before. For example, Lin Feng felt that Gong Xianxia, Gong Ziyu, Nether Child, Huangfu Qing Tian, and the other geniuses were not comparable to Di Jue. If he did not use the power of his external incarnation, Lin Feng knew he was definitely not a match for Di Jue. This was because Di Jue was a genius who was similar to him. However, Di Jue had cultivated for a few decades longer than Lin Feng. His cultivation base was much higher than Lin Feng's. This was Di Jue's huge advantage. Although Lin Feng could challenge those with higher cultivation bases, a genius like Di Jue was obviously an exception. Lin Feng could not challenge a genius like Di Jue. If I combine the power of my external incarnation, Overlord's armor, and the Golden Dwarf, I wonder who will emerge victorious between me and Di Jue? Lin Feng muttered to himself. Of course, if Di Jue also had an external incarnation or a technique to increase his strength, it would be even more difficult to deal with him. Lin Feng was also very clear about this. He was definitely an existence so terrifying that no one would be willing to provoke him. Di Jue refined the origin source of the dead Saint Devil into a Saint Devil fruit before putting it away. Then, he walked into the distance. Soon, Di Jue disappeared from everyone's sight. Di Jue will definitely become a true immortal in the future. A true immortal is an extremely rare powerhouse even in the era of titled gods. With Di Jue's innate talent, once he becomes a true immortal, he'll definitely be an existence that shakes the heavens. Many people were exclaiming and sighing with emotion. Even though Di Jue had already left, the focus of everyone's discussion was still Di Jue. How great would it be if I could become Di Jue's woman? I heard that Di Jue likes to collect beauties the most. I wonder if he will take a fancy to me. I also want to become Di Jue's woman. Although he has 3,000 beauties in his harem, I don't mind becoming one of them. Many female cultivators also began to discuss. This world was originally a male-dominated world. Although there were also top-notch experts among the female cultivators, there were too few of them after all. In a patriarchal world, powerful men were too attractive to women. For example, the myriad immortal palace established by Di Jue was filled with beauties. Some of the beauties were snatched away by Di Jue after he took a liking to them. Some of the beauties were taken over by Di Ju through various threats and promises. However, there were also some beauties who took the initiative to throw themselves at him. This was because Di Jue was simply too powerful. Since ancient times, beauties loved heroes. Although Di Jue could not be considered a good person or a hero, he was so powerful despite his young age. With his noble background, he was definitely an ambitious and ruthless character. After Di Jue left, the surrounding cultivators gradually dispersed as well. Lin Feng, on the other hand, continued to search for the whereabouts of the sacred devils. Lin Feng estimated that if he could obtain 8 or 9 sacred devil fruits, he would be able to make another breakthrough in his cultivation base. Currently, Lin Feng had 5 sacred devil fruits in his possession. He still needed to kill 3 or 4 more sacred devils before he could obtain them. The blood refinement starfield was not peaceful. This was the place where the sacred devils gathered. Therefore, many cultivators were attacked by the sacred devils and a large number of cultivators were massacred. Lin Feng saw many dried corpses. He checked the dried corpses in the mountain forest and found that the blood of the cultivators had been sucked dry. All the dead cultivators had their blood sucked dry. Was this done by the sacred devils? Lin Feng could not help but frown. He felt that something was amiss. Currently, cultivators from the starry sky world were still constantly entering the blood refinement starfield. The cultivators who could enter the blood refinement starfield were usually very powerful. Their flesh, blood, and soul essences were extremely powerful and played a crucial role in a cultivator's cultivation. It would not be a big deal if the sacred devils had simply absorbed the cultivator's blood. However, if the sacred devils had not absorbed the cultivator's blood, this matter would be terrifying. Lin Feng frowned. He felt that it was indeed strange that these cultivators had turned into dried corpses after they died. Was there a deeper reason behind this? Of course. Perhaps it was just as he suspected. There was a deeper reason behind this matter. However, these were not things that Lin Feng should be thinking about right now. Moreover, Lin Feng could not be bothered with these things. What he needed to do now was to kill as many sacred devils as possible and refine them into sacred devil fruits. He would then refine the sacred devil fruits to break through his cultivation base. If something terrible really happened to the blood refinement great world, he would just have to pat his butt and leave. More and more sacred devils appeared. A large number of sacred devils were killed. Of course, many cultivators were also killed by those sacred devils. 500 miles away, a large group of cultivators was besieging 3 sacred devils. These cultivators were a temporary alliance formed by the 3 groups of cultivators. One of the forces was actually the group of cultivators from the Undying Realm that Lin Feng had seen before. The blue-robed female cultivator was called Ling Yan, and the shrewish female cultivator was called Qiu Zixi. There was also the young master leading the group called Wei Limo. The strength of these people was not ordinary. Together with the other 2 groups of cultivators, they launched wave after wave of attacks against the 3 sacred devils. The 3 sacred devils gradually lost their strength and were unable to break out of the encirclement. In the end, the 3 sacred devils were killed by these people, and the cultivators of these 3 forces each collected a sacred devil's essence. Then, they refined the sacred devil's essence into a sacred devil fruit. Next, they put away the sacred devil fruit. It was likely that they would wait until the end to distribute it. Just as these people were about to search for the other sacred devils, devil chi suddenly covered the sky in the distance. A sacred devil flew over. Just in time. The group of people sneered. They flew towards the devil chi in the distance. The devil chi bombarded the dozens of cultivators. Bang bang bang, the cultivators collided with the surging devil chi, and one by one, they were sent flying. Their faces turned pale. The rolling demonic aura was simply too terrifying. There was definitely an extremely powerful sacred demon within the demonic aura. Not good. The cultivators' faces changed drastically. They turned around and fled, but the devil chi spread out and enveloped the dozens of cultivators, trapping them in the devil chi. Sensing the terrifying atmosphere of coercion radiating out from the demonic energy, the cultivators there could not stop themselves from revealing looks of shock. Everyone, be careful. An extremely powerful sacred demon will definitely appear. However, as long as we work together, we will definitely be able to overcome this crisis together. A beautiful woman said in a deep voice. This beautiful woman belonged to one of the 3 major factions. Moreover, she was the leader of this faction. The faction that the beautiful woman belonged to also came from the Undying Realm. As for the 3rd faction, they were from the Dao Saint Starfield's misty cloud planet. There were many subimmortal cultivators in these 3 factions. Therefore, their strength was extremely powerful. In addition, they had many Dharma treasures on them. Their battle prowess was even more terrifying. However, although they were quite powerful, at this moment, everyone knew that they were in big trouble. The sacred demon in the demonic chi was too powerful. In the demonic chi stood a sacred demon that was more than 3 meters tall. This sacred demon's aura was extremely terrifying. These sacred demons also had differences in strength. For example, the first sacred demon that Lin Feng had killed previously had the power of time and space. This sacred demon was one of the more powerful sacred demons. Other than this burly sacred demon, there were 7 other powerful sacred demons standing in the demonic qi. They coldly looked at the cultivators of the 3 major factions. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. The leading sacred demon waved his hand and gave the order. The relationship between these sacred demons and the cultivators of the various factions was one of mutual hunting. Both sides treated each other as prey. As the saying went, only the fittest would survive. Whoever was stronger would have the last laugh. Those who were weak were destined to become the prey of these sacred demons. During this period of time, about 200 to 300 of these holy devils had perished. However, the number of cultivators who had died was even more. For example, when they attacked the 4 sacred demons, they had lost close to 10,000 cultivators. That was only the tip of the iceberg. All the cultivators who had died added up to at least 50 to 60,000 people. Of course. Compared to the vast sea of cultivators, the loss of 50 to 60,000 people did not seem to be too serious of a loss. Cultivators from all over the universe were rushing to the Undying Realm from all directions. As the last starfield that led to the Undying Realm, the Tao Saint starfield had too many cultivators gathered here. It could be said that this place was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Although these 3 forces were extremely powerful, they had no problem dealing with ordinary sacred demons. However, they were still lacking when compared to the leading sacred fiend. Moreover, this sacred fiend had brought along 7 powerful sacred fiends. The 7 sacred demons attacked the cultivators of the 3 major forces. Not long ago, the cultivators from the 3 great powers had fought against the other 3 sacred demons for a very long time. Thus, they had consumed quite a lot of energy. There was a huge gap between his combat strength and his peak. Now that he was facing the 7 holy demons, he was instantly suppressed. The leading sacred devil didn't even make a move to suppress the cultivators of the 3 great powers. The cultivators from the 3 powers tried to break out of the encirclement of the 7 great holy demons, but their efforts all ended in failure even though they had the advantage in numbers. But he was still unable to break out. Instead, it was the 7 holy demons who displayed their might. Puff. Puff. Puff, ripping sounds rang out incessantly. As the ripping sounds rang out, one cultivator after another was killed. Those cultivators died extremely miserably. These sacred demons were all masters who killed without batting an eyelid. As time passed, more and more people died, and the situation of the cultivators from the 3 great powers became more and more difficult. 2 hours later, more than half of the cultivators from the 3 great powers had died. There were still more than 20 people left. Even those who were lucky enough to survive were all injured at this very moment. Now, everyone couldn't help but feel a deep sense of despair in their hearts. They couldn't see any hope of escaping at all. The strength of these sacred demons was truly too terrifying. Right at this moment, a cultivator flew over from afar. This cultivator was Lin Feng. Lin Feng was passing by this place. He had been searching for traces of the sacred demons all this time. After searching for a long time, he still couldn't find them. Who would have thought that he would actually encounter a group of sacred demons here? These sacred demons seemed to have formed a group and attacked together. There seemed to be fewer sacred demons who were alone. Lin Feng indifferently glanced at the cultivators who were being attacked. Lin Feng discovered that the people who were being attacked were actually the group of people from the Undying Realm that he had seen before. This made Lin Feng quite surprised. He didn't expect to see them again here. Those people clearly saw Lin Feng and were slightly stunned. "You fool, what are you still standing there for? Why aren't you running?" Xiao Zishi shouted loudly. She wanted Lin Feng to run away quickly. Previously, Xiao Zishi had shouted at Lin Feng to kill him. Xiao Zishi had a fiery temper. But in fact, Xiao Zishi's heart was very kind. So when she saw Lin Feng appear in this place, Xiao Zishi hurriedly reminded Lin Feng to quickly leave this place. At this moment, everyone else was thinking of a way to escape. Who would pay attention to Lin Feng? However, Qiu Zishi had done so. A small matter could often reflect a person's character. When the sacred devil leader saw Lin Feng, he was slightly surprised. He was very strong and could sense Lin Feng's powerful bloodline. The sacred devil's eyes instantly lit up. If he devoured Lin Feng's bloodline, it would be equivalent to eating an all-nourishment pill. Brat, die. The sacred devil leader directly flew towards Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Feng standing there without moving, Qiu Zishi thought that Lin Feng was scared silly. She continued to shout, "Hurry up and run. If you don't run, you'll be killed." Lin Feng didn't run. It wasn't easy to find so many sacred devils. Why would he run away? Not only did Lin Feng not run, but he also flew towards the sacred devil leader. After seeing this scene, Qiu Zishi, Wei Limo, Ling Yan, and the others all thought that Lin Feng had completely gone crazy. They didn't know how terrifying the sacred devil leader's cultivation was, but Lin Feng actually took the initiative to charge towards him. They admitted that Lin Feng's cultivation level was extremely high, but compared to the leader of the holy demons, he was still thousands of miles away. Ordinary sacred devils were basically at the subimmortal realm. In the eyes of Qiu Zishi and the others, Lin Feng's battle strength was at most on par with a subimmortal sacred devil. He was far from being a match for a subimmortal sacred devil. The sacred devils that appeared here were relatively stronger. Among the sacred devils that surrounded Qiu Zishi and the others, there were 2 first firmament loose immortal sacred devils. The remaining 5 were subimmortal sacred devils. Although Qiu Zishi and the others didn't know what cultivation realm the sacred devil leader was at, they felt that he was definitely at the 4th firmament loose immortal sacred devil. That was why his aura was so terrifying. Now that Lin Feng actually took the initiative to charge towards the powerful sacred devil, Qiu Zishi, Wei Limo, Ling Yan, and the others all thought that Lin Feng was courting death. This time, Lin Feng was doomed. Lin Feng didn't have the time to guess what others were thinking. He only wanted to kill these sacred devils and refine them into sacred devil fruits. He didn't care what others thought. Lin Feng knew how terrifying this sacred devil was, so he didn't hold back. His avatar, ruler's armor, and the golden dwarf's power all merged into his body. With such a powerful burst of power, the battle prowess he displayed was naturally heaven-defying. Besides, Lin Feng had also used the 9 heavens 10 earths supremacy skill, which was extremely powerful. Therefore, Lin Feng's battle prowess had soared to the peak. The sacred devil in the lead used the sacred devil immortal fist and punched at Lin Feng. The divine ability of the saint devil was also extremely powerful. Coupled with the fact that his cultivation level was high, the attacks he unleashed could be described as unimaginable. Bang! Under everyone's gaze, Lin Feng and the sacred devil fiercely collided. That tyrannical power spread out in all directions from the center of the collision of the 2 divine abilities. The void around the 2 of them collapsed, and a large amount of the void was constantly crumbling. This scene was truly inconceivable and appalling. The most unbelievable thing was that Lin Feng was completely fine after colliding with the sacred devil. How is this possible? Qiu Zishi, Wei Limo, Ling Yan, and the others all had expressions of disbelief. Lin Feng, such a young cultivator, had surprisingly managed to block the holy demon's terrifying attack. The 2 sides seemed to be evenly matched. How did Lin Feng do it? It was simply unimaginable. Even though they saw it with their own eyes, many people still found it unbelievable. Qiu Zishi, Wei Limo, Ling Yan, and the others were even more shocked than the beautiful woman and the others. They had crossed paths with Lin Feng before. Lin Feng had even flirted with Qiu Zishi and Ling Yan. At that time, some of them even wanted to teach Lin Feng a lesson, but they were stopped by Ling Yan. Only now did they realize how terrifying Lin Feng was. Lin Feng was so young, but the battle prowess he possessed made people involuntarily aghast. TSK, is that all you've got? If that was all he had? That's truly too disappointing. Lin Feng glanced indifferently at the leading holy demon. Upon hearing Lin Feng's contemptuous words, the leading sacred demon's eyes darkened slightly. He sneered and said, "Brat, you're too arrogant. The battle has just begun, yet you're already so arrogant. You'll be crying later. The ignorant are fearless," Lin Feng said indifferently. The leading holy demon's mouth twitched violently. Lin Feng clearly didn't care about him at all. If he had taken him seriously, how could he have said such words? This made the holy devil leader quite angry. He was actually being looked down upon by a young human cultivator. It was simply a great humiliation. Brat, you'll soon know how foolish your words are. The leading holy demon laughed sinisterly. A large amount of demonic energy surged out of his body. The demonic energy was extremely terrifying. The demonic energy surged, covering the sky and the sun. The leading holy demon's aura became stronger and stronger. His battle prowess was rising steadily. It seemed that this fellow hadn't used his full strength just now. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. He had already expected this situation. However, Lin Feng was fearless. In fact, apart from his avatar, the ruler's armor, and the golden dwarf, Lin Feng had an extremely heaven-defying trump card. Lin Feng had never used it before. Lin Feng's trump card was the magic lotus. Although the demon spirit had only fused with the first world of the magic lotus, the power of the magic lotus had already reached the level of an itinerant immortal. Back then, Mosei Tianzuan's cultivation was only at the subimmortal realm. After fusing with the magic lotus's power, he was already so terrifying. What about Lin Feng? If Lin Feng were to fuse with the magic lotus's power after fusing with his avatar, the ruler's armor, and the golden dwarf's power, at that time, Lin Feng's power would increase to an unimaginable level. It was simply unimaginable. At this moment, the leading holy demon displayed his strongest battle prowess. Meanwhile, Lin Feng began to fuse with the magic lotus's power. As the power of the magic lotus fused with Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng instantly felt the power in his body begin to increase crazily. This feeling was simply too great. Brat. I'll let you have a taste of my ultimate move. Blood. Wheel. Immortal. Slaying. Slash, the leading holy demon's voice suddenly rang out. Then, a blood-red vortex condensed on his palm. That blood-red vortex contained an incomparably terrifying aura. That blood-red vortex seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth with just a slight turn. The blood-red vortex's aura was simply too powerful. Sensing the blood-red vortex's aura, many people's souls couldn't help but tremble. The leading holy demon released his peak battle prowess. That blood-red vortex pierced through the void and rapidly slashed towards Lin Feng. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breaths. They didn't know if Lin Feng could withstand that blood-red vortex's attack. Everyone's eyes were focused on this peak battle. Even the two sides couldn't be bothered to continue fighting. All of them stopped and watched the battle between the two of them. Facing the leading holy demon's terrifying attack, Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. Lin Feng used the flower blooms with a thought, Sovereign's Descent ability. Lin Feng's body emitted a sovereign's aura. In that instant, many people were dazzled. They felt as if Lin Feng had turned into a holy emperor. Mysterious and powerful. Lin Feng's fist directly swept across that blood-red vortex. Everyone saw that. The blood-red vortex condensed by the leading holy demon was actually shattered by Lin Feng's fist. Heavens, how is this possible? The other holy demons all revealed expressions of disbelief. They knew the leading holy demon's strength. He was a powerful fifth firmament loose immortal. Now, he had used his trump card with all his strength. However, this trump card was actually broken by a young cultivator like Lin Feng. This was too inconceivable. The holy demons simply didn't dare to believe what they were seeing. He's actually so terrifying. Xiao Zishi, Wei Limo, Ling Yan, and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The battle prowess Lin Feng displayed deeply shocked their hearts. It was as if monstrous waves had been set off in their hearts. Lin Feng didn't stop after breaking the holy demon leader's attack. Lin Feng quickly rushed towards the holy demon leader. This was the best time for the other party to deal with him. Lin Feng quickly arrived in front of the holy demon leader, and then the 6 paths of reincarnation fist directly blasted towards the holy demon leader. The power contained in this punch was simply appalling. It was impossible to imagine just how terrifying the power of this punch was. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist was originally a heaven-defying ability, and Lin Feng's battle prowess had reached an unfathomable level after fusing with his avatar, the magic lotus, the ruler's armor, and the golden dwarf. Therefore, the current Lin Feng was simply too powerful. On the other hand, the holy demon leader's powerful ability had just been broken by Lin Feng, and he still hadn't regained his footing. Lin Feng had already rushed over. Lin Feng didn't give him any time to catch his breath at all. The holy demon felt an enormous pressure. Before this, he didn't expect Lin Feng to be so terrifying. Now, the holy demon didn't want to continue fighting with Lin Feng. He needed to take a breather. Moreover, it was indeed not a good time to fight Lin Feng head-on. Because, Lin Feng's aura was at its peak, and the holy demon's aura was suppressed by Lin Feng. It was simply too unwise to fight to the death with Lin Feng now. Facing Lin Feng's attack, the holy demon waved his hand, and a world appeared between him and Lin Feng. That world was a world of darkness. Although it didn't look particularly big, that world of darkness was integrated with the power of space-time. Therefore, the two of them were actually quite far apart. The holy demon leader wanted to use this world of darkness to block Lin Feng's advance. However, he was indulging in fantasy. The current Lin Feng had the aura to kill gods and Buddhas. No matter who tried to block him, it was useless against Lin Feng. Even the world of darkness that appeared in front of Lin Feng was useless against Lin Feng. Lin Feng punched out, and instantly shattered the world of darkness. Then, Lin Feng quickly charged towards the holy demon leader. The holy demon leader's plan to break free from Lin Feng completely failed. He had no choice but to face Lin Feng's attack head-on. Of course, the holy demon leader still had terrifying moves that he hadn't used yet. That was his last resort. He wouldn't use it unless he had no other choice. But now, it seemed like he had no choice. Ancestor of all demons! Suddenly, the leading holy fiend shouted. Behind him, demonic chi started to surge violently. Within the demonic chi, the shadow of an expert appeared. This expert was like an immortal god. His aura was powerful and ancient, just like the ancestor of all demons. Who is summoning the great ancestor of all demons? The ancestor of all demons asked in a low voice. Then, he opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, millions of rays of demonic light shot out from his eyes. Although it was only a phantom, the strength of this ancestor of all demons was unimaginable. Many people's faces were filled with shock and emotion. That illusory figure was simply too powerful. At that moment, the holy demon leader piously said, "Great ancestor of all demons, it is your loyal servant who is summoning you. Great demon lord, please make your move and defeat that lowly human who dares to obstruct the rise of the holy demons." After the holy demon leader spoke, the phantom looked at Lin Feng. His eyes flickered with dense killing intent. "Lowly ant, you actually dare to obstruct the rise of the holy demons? Do you know that you have already committed a capital offense?" The phantom of the ancestor of all demons said coldly. Then, he walked towards Lin Feng. A powerful pressure directly pressed down on Lin Feng. The aura of the ancestor of all demons was extremely powerful. If it were any other cultivator, they definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the aura of the ancestor of all demons. However, for Lin Feng, it wasn't difficult at all. Lin Feng's qi began to circulate. In an instant, that terrifying qi dispersed like smoke in thin air. It didn't affect Lin Feng in the slightest. Humph. The phantom of the ancestor of all demons seemed to have noticed that Lin Feng had dispelled his aura. Thus, he coldly snorted. Then, he stepped forward and walked towards Lin Feng. A large amount of demonic qi surged out of the phantom's body. The phantom of the ancestor of all demons blasted towards Lin Feng with a palm. A mysterious nation appeared in the palm of the ancestor of all demons. That mysterious nation seemed to be an ancient demon nation. When the phantom of the ancestor of all demons slammed down with his palm, the demon nation also flew out. The demon nation continued to grow bigger, bigger, and bigger. The demon nation directly enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He quickly retreated, trying to avoid being swallowed by the demon nation. However, Lin Feng wasn't able to do so. When the demon nation enveloped him, Lin Feng was instantly swallowed by the demon nation. Then, the demon nation continued to shrink until it was only half a meter in diameter. Lin Feng was trapped in the demon nation. The demon nation floated above the phantom of the ancestor of all demons. The phantom of the ancestor of all demons began to refine the demon nation. It seemed that he wanted to refine Lin Feng, who was trapped in the demon nation, to death. After seeing this scene, Qiu Zishi, Wei Limo, Ling Yan, and the others' faces suddenly turned ugly. If Lin Feng was refined to death, they would die without a doubt. These people wanted to rush over to help Lin Feng, but they were stopped by the other sacred demons. There was no way for them to get close to the phantom of the ancestor of all demons. Powerful magic power enveloped the demon nation. The phantom of the ancestor of all demons kept refining the demon nation. However, at that moment, a peerless sword chi directly tore the demon nation floating above the phantom of the ancestor of all demons in half. That sword chi was the result of Lin Feng's black dragon sword. He had used the celestial descent skill, which could kill celestials. The sword chi's power didn't decrease. It continued to slash at the phantom of the ancestor of demons. At that moment, Lin Feng and the phantom of the ancestor of demons were too close. The two sides were so close that the phantom of the ancestor of demons couldn't resist the terrifying power of the sword chi at all. Pfft. The phantom of the ancestor of demons was cut in half by the sword chi formed by Lin Feng. Then, the phantom of the ancestor of demons vanished. The sword chi formed by Lin Feng continued to slash at the leader of the sacred demons. The leader of the sacred demons thought that Lin Feng was dead for sure. Who would have thought that not only was Lin Feng fine, but he also broke his magic power? Seeing the sword chi formed by Lin Feng slashing at him, the leader of the sacred demons' expression became extremely unsightly. He quickly retreated. At the same time, he took out a defensive magic treasure to block the sword chi formed by Lin Feng. However, the sword chi formed by Lin Feng suddenly disappeared. Lin Feng used the teleportation magic power to teleport himself. Lin Feng could multitask. He had no problem using all kinds of magic power at the same time. In the next moment, he appeared behind the leader of the sacred demons. Then, the sword chi formed by Lin Feng slashed at the leader of the sacred demons. This holy demon completely didn't expect Lin Feng to have such a powerful technique. He could teleport and kill people without them noticing. This technique could indeed have a miraculous effect in a big battle. Lin Feng's attack was extremely fast, and its power was also unimaginably strong. Of course, the holy demon leader was powerful enough. Although he didn't have eyes on the back of his head, he still sensed Lin Feng's appearance when Lin Feng appeared behind him. Of course, even though the holy demon leader sensed Lin Feng's appearance, it was extremely unrealistic for him to completely dodge Lin Feng's attack. The holy demon leader also knew this, so he didn't think about dodging Lin Feng's attack. If he blindly dodged, the situation would become even more troublesome when the time came. As the saying went, one wrong step would lead to many wrong steps. He couldn't continue dodging. Otherwise, he would be suppressed even more severely. Thus, the holy demon leader used a powerful divine ability. His body suddenly turned illusory. It was unknown what kind of technique this was. When Lin Feng's sword chi quickly rushed over, it instantly slashed the illusory figure. The attack landed on the illusory body of the holy demon, but it was unable to cause any damage to the holy demon leader. This kind of method was really strange. The holy fiend leader had grasped too many shocking techniques. Thus, it wasn't easy to kill him after he completely unleashed his battle prowess. However, Lin Feng had his own ways. Lin Feng used the One Qi into 3 Pure Ones technique. Then, 12 layers of domineering aura overlapped and directly enveloped the holy demon leader. The holy demon leader's body had turned illusory, but when the 12 domineering magnetic fields enveloped him, the holy demon leader immediately returned to his original form. The pressure formed by the 12 domineering magnetic fields was really too strong. It was unrealistic to use the divine ability from before under the pressure formed by the 12 domineering magnetic fields. When the 12 domineering magnetic fields enveloped the holy fiend leader, it became somewhat difficult for him to move. His expression became extremely unsightly. He originally thought that he already had a certain understanding of Lin Feng's strength. However, as the battle continued, the leading holy demon finally realized that Lin Feng had one trump card after another. Moreover, his methods were so terrifying. Heaven-burning fury. Lin Feng's face revealed a cold expression. The 6 types of heavenly flames instantly compressed into a fireball, which emitted a terrifying power that could distort spacetime. Then, Lin Feng took out the fireball. Whoosh! The fireball was extremely fast, and it flew towards the leading holy demon. Sensing the terrifying energy contained within the fireball, the leading holy demon's expression suddenly changed. His current situation was quite bad because Lin Feng's 12 domineering magnetic fields were restricting his body too much. This greatly reduced his battle prowess, and his movement speed was also greatly restricted. It was already too late for the leading holy demon to dodge the fireball, so he could only use his divine ability to resist Lin Feng's fireball. The leading holy demon's hands continuously formed seals, and he condensed a 7-colored energy ball. This divine ability was called 10,000 Spirit Technique. It was said that at most, it could condense 10,000 different colors. This divine ability was very heaven-defying, but it was also very difficult to cultivate. Even someone as powerful as the leading holy demon could only condense a few different colors. From this, one could see how difficult it was to cultivate this divine ability. Bang, bang, Lin Feng's 6-colored fireball and the 7-colored energy ball released by the leading holy demon instantly exploded, and then the destructive power collided violently. The power of heaven-burning fury was obviously stronger, and it directly dispersed the 7-colored energy ball's attack. Then, the energy from the 6-colored fireball's explosion sent the leading holy demon flying. Wah! The leading holy demon spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face became as pale as paper. That attack just now had caused him to suffer heavy injuries. Shock, astonishment, disbelief. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Lin Feng's combat strength was too heaven-defying. You disappoint me too much. If that's all you have, then I can kill you within 3 moves. Lin Feng looked indifferently at the leading holy demon. The leading holy demon was so powerful, but Lin Feng actually said that he could kill him within 3 moves. He was really arrogant to the extreme. However, no one felt that Lin Feng was arrogant, and no one felt that Lin Feng was arrogant, because Lin Feng was really too powerful. Lin Feng had the qualifications to say that. What a domineering man. The beautiful woman who also came from the undying realm stared at Lin Feng with her beautiful eyes. Her beautiful eyes were full of splendor. The man in front of her had aroused her great interest. Sir, we'll help you, the other 2 holy demons at the itinerant immortal level shouted loudly and quickly pounced toward Lin Feng. As for those sub-immortal level holy demons, they did not make a move. With their strength, they were not enough to participate in such a big battle. Moreover, they still needed to look after the surviving cultivators of the 3 major forces. Kill him together. The leading holy demon said coldly. The leader of the sacred demons said coldly. After having 2 helpers, the Sacred Demon Alliance's Sacred Demon Alliance became even more powerful. His confidence was suddenly boosted. 3 itinerant immortals. Could it be that they could not deal with Lin Feng, the leading holy demon, and the other 2 itinerant immortal level holy demons did not think so? Lin Feng was indeed powerful, and they admitted that. However, if Lin Feng could fight against 3 holy demons by himself, this was purely a fantasy. It was impossible for such a thing to happen. Qiu Zishi, Wei Limo, Ling Yan, and the beautiful woman could not help but worry for Lin Feng. The 3 itinerant immortals besieged Lin Feng. Could Lin Feng still deal with the 3 itinerant immortals? Although Lin Feng had displayed powerful combat strength just now, Lin Feng had been fighting one-on-one with the leading itinerant immortal. But now, Lin Feng was fighting against 3 itinerant immortals by himself. This situation. It was really too dangerous. If the 3 lords attack together, that kid will definitely die. That's right. No matter how powerful that kid is, he definitely won't be a match for the 3 lords. The 3 lords might not kill him directly. Instead, they might capture him alive and torture him later. Hee, I'm really looking forward to seeing this scene happen soon. The group of holy demons began to discuss. Then, the group of holy demons let out a sinister and terrifying laughter. The laughter of those holy demons made one's hair stand on end. Humph, Lin Feng looked at the 3 independent celestial cultivators who had joined forces to attack him. These 3 guys. Their joint attack was naturally very terrifying, but so what? Lin Feng was still fearless. Lin Feng had mastered the 4 great immortal sutras and many supreme supernatural powers. Why would he be afraid of these people? Lin Feng began to operate the Great Wilderness Sutra. The Great Wilderness Sutra was definitely one of the supreme immortal sutras since ancient times. When the Great Wilderness Sutra was operated, Lin Feng's body emitted an indescribable aura. That aura seemed to be able to shock the world. With the operation of the Great Wilderness Sutra, the spiritual power in Lin Feng's body quickly turned into power of desolates. Power of desolates, this was an extremely terrifying power. It was supreme and could destroy everything. I am the desolate emperor, my fist can break the world. Suddenly, Lin Feng couldn't help but shout coldly. His voice was majestic, as if the ancient desolate emperor had descended to the world. It was said that in the Great Wilderness era, there were many strong people, and it was one of the most dazzling eras of this era. The ruler of the Great Wilderness era was the desolate emperor. Once the desolate emperor appeared, he looked down on the world. Who could compete with him? At that moment, Lin Feng was using the Great Desolation Scriptures, a peerless skill from the Celestial Scriptures. This was the first time that Lin Feng used the Great Wilderness Sutra against an enemy. Under normal circumstances, Lin Feng wouldn't use these immortal sutras against an enemy. What was an immortal sutra? Only the supreme immortal methods that immortals cultivated could be called immortal sutra. The power of immortal sutra was unimaginable. But the consumption of immortal sutra was also unimaginable. Because when operating the immortal sutra, one's spiritual power would be consumed very quickly. Therefore, Lin Feng rarely used the immortal sutra against an enemy. But now, the 3 loose immortals were besieging him. Lin Feng no longer held back. Although Lin Feng's battle strength had increased to an extremely unimaginable level, his battle prowess was many times stronger than before. But the opponents were 3 loose immortals. Who dared to underestimate the joint attack of 3 loose immortals? In words, you can despise them. However, in terms of actual actions, they had to be extremely cautious. They absolutely could not show any contempt towards them. Otherwise, he would be the unlucky one in the end. The power of desolates in Lin Feng's body instantly surged towards his arm. Then, Lin Feng punched out. Suddenly, the power of desolates surged out and condensed into a huge desolate's divine fist in the void. That incomparably huge desolation god fist contained the power to destroy the world. It instantly enveloped the 3 holy demons. The divine abilities of the 3 holy devils collided with Lin Feng's godly fist of famine. The attacks of the 3 holy demons were instantly shattered. Then, the godly fist of desolation ruthlessly smashed into the 3 holy devils. The 3 holy devils felt as if they had been struck by lightning. He was sent flying. Wow! The 3 holy demons spat out mouthfuls of blood. The 2 first firmament loose immortal saints were more seriously injured. Who knew how many of their bones had been broken by that punch? The leading saint devil was much stronger than them. Therefore, the situation was slightly better. It's too terrifying, too savage, everyone watching the battle was stunned. Lin Feng's battle prowess was simply too strong. In their eyes, Lin Feng had become an invincible god. Run! The sub-immortal holy devils sensed that the situation was far from good. Taking advantage of the fact that Lin Feng still had no time to deal with them, they turned and fled. Lin Feng summoned the primordial ancestral insect and Emperor Archaic. The primordial ancestral insect and Emperor Archaic immediately chased after the fleeing immortal slaying holy devils. As for Lin Feng, he continued to deal with the 3 holy devils. Almighty Tao of Reincarnation, manifest the Wheel of Reincarnation. Let the Wheel of Reincarnation send these evil beings to the endless depths of hell. Almighty Tao of Karma, manifest the Gate of Karma. Let the Gate of Karma send these evil beings to the punishment they deserve. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the Wheel of Reincarnation and the Gate of Karma appeared in the void. Simultaneously summoning the Wheel of Reincarnation and the Gate of Karma was one of Lin Feng's trump cards. This was a combination divine ability that Lin Feng had created himself. The Wheel of Reincarnation and the Gate of Karma complemented each other. Together, they would attack. The attacks they unleashed would be incomparably powerful and terrifying. Just like now. When Lin Feng summoned the Wheel of Reincarnation and the Gate of Karma at the same time, the wheel of reincarnation spun violently in the void. Every time it spun, it would explode with unimaginably terrifying power. The power of the wheel of reincarnation's rotation ruthlessly slammed into the three holy devils. The three holy devils were sent flying once more, their injuries worsening. "This kid is savage. Hurry up and leave," the leading holy devil said in a low voice. Although he wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces, however, Lin Feng's battle prowess was simply too strong. Such terrifying battle prowess. There was simply no way to resist. Rumble, at this moment, the gate of karma descended from the sky, suppressing the three holy devils. Bang, 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 the three holy devils were sent flying by the gate of karma. Lin Feng used the great grappling technique and grabbed at the three holy devils. A huge energy palm condensed in the void and grabbed at the three holy devils. The leading holy devil quickly teleported several hundred meters away, dodging Lin Feng's grab. However, the other two holy devils weren't so lucky. They were caught by the huge palm condensed by Lin Feng's great grappling technique. Then, the palm suddenly exerted force. The two holy devils were instantly crushed into meat paste. Then, they were refined into holy devil fruits. Seeing this scene, the leading holy devil's face was filled with shock. He raised his speed to the limit, wanting to escape with his life. However, at this moment, a mysterious, ancient, powerful, and eternal illusory stone door appeared above him. That illusory stone door wasn't the gate of karma. It was the illusory gate of eternal life. Lin Feng had just summoned the illusory gate of eternal life to deal with the leading holy devil. After seeing the illusory gate of eternal life, the leading holy devil's face was filled with shock. He could feel the terrifying power contained within the illusory gate of eternal life. He wanted to teleport to dodge the attack of the illusory gate of eternal life, but the illusory gate of eternal life shattered the surrounding void. The leading holy devil was simply unable to dodge the attack of the illusory gate of eternal life. Therefore, the leading holy devil had no choice but to resist the attack of the illusory gate of eternal life. His body started to grow continuously. In an instant, he became a 100-meter-tall giant. Then, he consecutively launched 36 punches at the illusory gate of eternal life. However, the illusory gate of eternal life instantly broke through his attacks and ruthlessly slammed into the leading holy devil's body. Bang! Along with the sound of the violent collision, a loud bang was heard. The leading holy devil's body directly exploded. Lin Feng quickly flew over and refined the leading holy devil's essence into a holy devil fruit. On the other side, the ancient ancestral insect and Emperor Archaic cooperated seamlessly. They displayed their might. The other 5 subimmortal holy devils were all killed. Lin Feng flew over and refined the 5 subimmortal saint devils into heavenly devil fruits. This time, Lin Feng collected 7 heavenly devil fruits. Including the 5 heavenly devil fruits from before, Lin Feng now had 12 heavenly devil fruits on him. This made Lin Feng very happy. 12 heavenly devil fruits was more than enough. It should be enough to help him break through to the 10th layer of the Emperor realm. Lin Feng was about to leave when a group of people quickly walked over. "Thank you for saving us, young master. Thank you for saving our lives, brother." These people thanked Lin Feng one after another. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and sized up the group of people. He looked at Ling Yan and Xianxia and said, "If you want to thank me, then have a romantic date with me." The 2 girls couldn't help but roll their eyes. This guy really went off topic with just a few sentences. And his personality was the same as before. He was simply a lecher. But thinking about it carefully, the 2 girls felt that how could such a powerful person like Lin Feng be such a shameless lecher, or was this just a part of his personality that he purposely displayed to hide his true self? The more the 2 girls thought about it, the more they felt that it was possible. Lin Feng was such a terrifying person, but he acted like a lecher. It seemed that he was also a person with a story. The 2 women couldn't help but feel curious about Lin Feng. "Young master is a proud son of heaven, why are you pretending to be a hooligan?" Ling Yan said. "Everyone loves beauty. I'm not acting like a hooligan. I like to appreciate the beauty of the world." Lin Feng said. "Humph. You're full of nonsense." Xianxia snorted coldly. How should I address you, young master? The beautiful woman looked at Lin Feng and asked. Her voice was soft and crisp. After hearing it, he felt as if his bones were about to melt. Compared to Ling Yan and Qiu Zixi, she had a charming and mature temperament. This kind of charming and mature temperament was the most attractive. Lin Feng said. We've only met by chance, so why ask for his name? The blood-refining starfield is filled with danger. If you don't have an itinerant immortal to guard it, I advise you to leave this place as soon as possible. After saying that, Lin Feng didn't stay any longer and quickly left. After Lin Feng left, he found a secluded place to enter seclusion. He wanted to break through to the 10th heavenly layer of the Emperor Realm. This was the final realm of the Emperor Realm. Once it was broken through, the next step was to prepare for breaking through to the Saint Emperor Realm. Lin Feng adjusted his body to its peak state and started to refine the Holy Devil Fruit. As Lin Feng refined the Holy Devil Fruit one by one, Lin Feng's magic power became purer and stronger. However, it was very difficult to break through to the 10th heavenly layer of the Emperor Realm, but Lin Feng wasn't worried. Therefore, he had obtained enough Holy Devil Fruits this time. He would definitely break through. As time passed, Lin Feng refined the Holy Devil Fruits one after another. Lin Feng refined 9 Holy Devil Fruits in succession. However, he still couldn't break through to the next realm. This time, he needed more Holy Devil Fruits than Lin Feng expected. The remaining 3 Holy Devil Fruits were refined from the 3 itinerant immortal Holy Devil Fruits. The effect was much better than the Holy Devil Fruits he had refined before. Lin Feng took out a Holy Devil Fruit and began to refine it. It was a Fiend God Fruit refined from a Fiend God Fruit after the death of a Fiend God First Firmament Loose Immortal. Rumble, 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 rumble. Lin Feng's body emitted a sound that sounded like a surging river. The sound was so loud that even the apathetic could hear it. Lin Feng was on the verge of breaking through to the next realm. Half an hour later, Lin Feng broke through to the next realm. He finally broke through from the 9th heavenly layer of the Emperor Realm to the 10th heavenly layer of the Emperor Realm. There are still 2 Holy Devil Fruits left. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. Lin Feng refined the remaining 2 Holy Devil Fruits. After Lin Feng refined the 2 Holy Demon Fruits, Lin Feng frowned. Suddenly, Lin Feng's strength increased once again, and his strength became even purer. Now, Lin Feng needed to raise his cultivation to the peak of the Emperor Realm. Only after that could he attempt to break through to the Sage Emperor Realm. After Lin Feng refined the 2 Holy Devil Fruits, Lin Feng felt that his cultivation had stopped at the peak of the 10th heavenly layer of the Emperor Realm. It seemed that it would be more difficult to break through from the 10th heavenly layer of the Emperor Realm to the peak of the Emperor Realm. It would consume more Holy Devil Fruits. As for breaking through to the Sage Emperor Realm, it would be even more difficult. However, if Lin Feng broke through to the Sage Emperor Realm, it would be too terrifying. At that time, he would definitely possess unfathomable strength. Lin Feng had just come out of seclusion. In a mountain range about 1,000 miles northwest of Lin Feng, a huge battle broke out. If Lin Feng were here, he would definitely be able to recognize the besieged cultivator. The besieged cultivator was the middle-aged cultivator who was on the verge of going crazy because of the tragic death of his son and daughter. At this moment, dozens of demon Dao cultivators were besieging this middle-aged cultivator. One had to admit that this middle-aged cultivator was too terrifying. His combat strength was simply heaven-defying. Although the demon Dao cultivators besieging him were also extremely powerful, they were constantly being killed by the middle-aged cultivator. Of course, the other side had the advantage in numbers, so the middle-aged cultivator didn't have much of an advantage in this battle. A tall and sturdy old man walked over from afar. The old man wielded an azure dragon saber and slashed at the middle-aged cultivator. The old man was the leader of this group of demon Dao experts. He slashed out with his saber, leaving no trace behind. His saber technique was truly terrifying to the extreme. The middle-aged cultivator quickly dodged, but a saber chi still left a bone-deep wound on his body. "Where's the demon lord token? Hand it over, and I'll give you a quick death," the old man said coldly as he looked at the middle-aged cultivator. "You'll never get the demon lord token," the middle-aged cultivator said coldly. Then, his body suddenly exploded and turned into a blood-red light, disappearing into the void. "Chase!" the old man shouted in a deep voice. "The Demon Lord token, the one rumored to be able to command the demon realm, has actually appeared again?" These people were about to chase after the middle-aged cultivator who had escaped. A voice suddenly resounded in the mountain forest. The cultivators who wanted to chase after the middle-aged cultivator couldn't help but stop. As soon as the voice left his mouth, the void trembled slightly before a cultivator walked out. The cultivator who appeared was none other than Di Jue. The crown prince of the Dao Saint Palace, Di Jue, had broken through to the itinerant immortal realm after cultivating for 180 years. Even in the entire universe, this person was considered a heaven-defying monster. He made people exclaim in admiration, shock, and disbelief. He was too powerful. Therefore, in the face of these Devil Dao experts, Di Jue was still arrogant. Everyone looked at Di Jue who had suddenly appeared. Many of the Devil Dao experts' eyes flashed with a ghastly coldness. The matter of the Devil Master token was a secret that could not be exposed. Otherwise, it would bring about great trouble. Moreover, if too many people knew about it, it would be hard to say if they could obtain the Devil Master token. This was especially true for the major forces of the Undying World and even the major forces of the Heaven Realm. Their chances of obtaining the Devil Master token would be even smaller. The old man in the lead waved his hand. Immediately, more than 10 Devil Dao experts surrounded Di Jue. When those Devil Dao experts looked at Di Jue, it was as though they were looking at a dead man. Perhaps, in their opinion, Di Jue would definitely die this time. Go to hell. More than 10 Devil Dao experts charged at Di Jue with powerful Dharma treasures in their hands. However, at this moment, Di Jue's lips curled into a contemptuous expression. Scram. He opened his mouth and spat out a single word. Those cultivators immediately felt as though they were struck by lightning. One by one, they were sent flying. They could not even get close to Di Jue's body. Di Jue was just too powerful. He was so powerful that people could not help but be aghast. Even the expressions of these Devil Dao cultivators turned extremely grave. They did not expect Di Jue to possess such heaven-defying combat strength at such a young age. Who are you? The old man in the lead looked at Di Jue with a gloomy expression. He was an itinerant immortal. Moreover, he was an itinerant immortal with a very high cultivation base. Therefore, he was not afraid when he faced Di Jue. Di Jue did not kill the people on his side. It meant that he did not want to completely fall out with them. It seemed like Di Jue wanted to work together. Di Jue of the Dao Saint Palace. Di Jue's mouth. What? Are you Di Jue of the Dao Saint Palace? Cries of surprise rang out one after another as the cultivators looked at Di Jue in shock. Obviously, these Devil Dao cultivators had also heard of Di Jue's great name. However, it was their first time seeing Di Jue. Di Jue's powerful battle prowess had indeed shocked them. The old man in the lead was different from the other cultivators. After all, he was experienced and knowledgeable. Therefore, even when he heard Di Jue's self-introduction, he did not show too much shock on his face. He appeared to be quite calm. So you're the Dao Saint Palace's crown prince, Di Jue. Now, tell me your purpose. Di Jue smiled nonchalantly and said, I'm not interested in controlling the devil world. I'm only interested in the few supreme treasures in the devil world. Demonic orb, demonic mirror, demonic stone. There are also 2 supreme treasures. I don't know what they are exactly, but it is said that the demonic master token can be used to find these supreme treasures. Are you eyeing the supreme treasure of my demon world? The old man looked at Di Jue with a gloomy expression. This person was actually an expert from the devil world. It was really unexpected. The devil world was one of the top 7 great worlds among the 3,000 great worlds. In this world, there were many experts. Moreover, there had been many earth-shattering figures in the history of the devil world. However, some of the powerful figures in the devil world were usually ambitious. Therefore, once there was a change in the devil world, it would usually cause great suffering. However, the outside world did not know much about the devil world because it was shrouded in a layer of mystery. Some cultivators who had entered the Devil World to explore the secrets of the Devil World had died in the Devil World. The supreme treasures in the world are naturally obtained by those who are fated to obtain them. The supreme treasures of the Devil World are no exception. All of you aspire to obtain the demonic master token and unify the Devil World, while I aspire to obtain the few supreme treasures of the Devil World. We each have our own needs. Wouldn't it be a match made in heaven if we worked together? Dijue said nonchalantly. The old man could not help but frown and ponder deeply. If he did not agree, it would be very difficult for them to carry out their plan. If Dijue wanted to trip them up, they would not be able to resist him. After all, a powerful dragon could not defeat a snake in its old haunts. All right, we can work together. After we obtain the demonic master token, we'll bring you to look for those treasures. The old man from the Devil World said. Dijue said, I heard that in order to fully unleash the power of the few supreme treasures, we'll have to make a trip to the Devil World's Saint Land. I wonder if that's true? The old man said. Of course it's true. Don't worry, we'll bring you to the Devil World's Saint Land when the time comes. That's great. I'll issue an order now to search for the whereabouts of that Devil Dao cultivator with all our might. The corners of Diju's mouth curled up into a faint smile as he spoke. As the crown prince of the Dao Saint Palace, Dijue had a huge force under him. Therefore, when he gave the order, many cultivators in the blood refinement great world began to search for the middle-aged cultivator. Some of them were Dijue's subordinates. It was only natural that they wanted to contribute. Some of them were not related to Dijue at all. The reason these cultivators also joined in was because they wanted to make a great contribution in front of Diju. If that was the case, when the time came, they might be remembered by Dijue. If they could form a relationship with Dijue, they might even become his friends. At that time, they would definitely soar. A large number of cultivators were searching for the middle-aged cultivator's whereabouts. On this day, Lin Feng passed by a mountain range. He noticed that there was a rolling black chi in the mountain range. A cultivator was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the black chi. This cultivator was none other than the Devil Dao cultivator whose son and daughter had died. During this period of time, many people were searching for the whereabouts of this Devil Dao cultivator. Lin Feng hadn't thought he would run into such a demonic cultivator here. When the Devil Dao cultivator saw Lin Feng, his expression changed slightly. He only knew how powerful Lin Feng was. If he were to attack him now, he would most likely die. Huh? At this moment, Lin Feng seemed to have sensed something as he looked into the distance. He had a feeling that someone was rushing toward them at high speed. I have no intention of making you my enemy. It seems like your enemy is here. We can't stay here any longer. I'll bring you away. Lin Feng said. The middle-aged cultivator took a deep look at Lin Feng before nodding his head. He chose to believe in Lin Feng. However, he did not know why he chose to believe in Lin Feng. Lin Feng came to the middle-aged cultivator's side. He grabbed the middle-aged cultivator's shoulder before he shuttled through the void and left with the middle-aged cultivator. Not long after, the void split open. Dijue walked out of the void that had split open. Where is he? Dijue looked at the empty valley in the depths with a gloomy expression. Dijue was very resourceful and had boundless magic power. After his subordinate reported the news to him, Dijue rushed over. As soon as Diju rushed over, he could already sense the middle-aged cultivator's aura even though he was still far away. However, when he arrived, the middle-aged cultivator had disappeared. Dijue had always felt that the middle-aged cultivator was here. In fact, the reason Dijue had such a feeling was that when Lin Feng brought the middle-aged cultivator away, he had used the great bewitching technique to create an aura that was exactly the same as the middle-aged cultivator's to confuse Dijue. However, Dijue did not notice it at all. At this moment, Dijue had also regained his senses. An extremely grave expression immediately appeared on his face. At this moment, the group of Devil World cultivators stepped out from the void. Where's that fella? When the Devil World cultivators did not see the middle-aged cultivator, their expressions turned grave. Dijue said, he ran away. However, he won't be able to escape. The starry sky world outside the blood refinement great world has been completely sealed. Unless he's hiding in the blood refinement great world, he won't be able to escape even if he has wings. Even if he's hiding in the blood refinement great world, he won't be able to escape. I'll gather more cultivators to search for that fella. The old man who was the leader of the devil world nodded and said, "That's great. I hope we can find that fella soon. Otherwise, a long night will bring trouble." Lin Feng brought the middle-aged cultivator to a mountain forest 100 miles away. He opened up a cave abode in the mountain forest. Both of them entered the cave abode while Lin Feng sealed the cave abode. The middle-aged cultivator continued to sit cross-legged as he circulated his energy to heal his injuries. Lin Feng, on the other hand, sat at the side and waited for the middle-aged cultivator to come out of his closed-door cultivation. A day later. The middle-aged cultivator's injuries had mostly healed. He opened his eyes and looked at Lin Feng as he asked, "Why did you help me when I wanted to kill you?" Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, "I helped because I wanted to." The middle-aged cultivator said with a frown. "That's not a valid reason." Lin Feng asked, "Why? Do you need a reason to do something?" "Yes," the middle-aged cultivator said. Lin Feng said, "I feel that your nature isn't bad. The reason you went around killing people is because you wanted revenge. I understand your feelings, so I don't blame you." The middle-aged cultivator sneered and said, "Everyone has the right to kill people from the devil Dao, but you're saying that I'm not bad based on your own feelings? What a joke." Lin said, "So what if you're from the devil world? I know a lot of devil Dao cultivators. I have a life and death friend who is even from the heavenly devil clan, so I don't look at devil Dao or evil Dao cultivators differently. Moreover, in this world, there are too many sanctimonious righteous people who are actually more evil than evil demons." The middle-aged cultivator remained silent. He then asked, "What's your name?" "Lin Feng." "Lin Yunsong," the middle-aged cultivator said. "What a coincidence, we're from the same clan." Lin Feng said with a smile. The middle-aged cultivator looked at Lin Feng and asked, "You don't look like someone from this star field. Where did you come from?" Lin Feng said, "I'm a cultivator who traveled through space from the 9 provinces great world. I plan to go to the Undying Realm." "The Undying Realm." The middle-aged cultivator's pupils shrank slightly. A pained expression appeared in his eyes. He originally wanted to go to the Undying Realm. He wanted to live in seclusion with his child in the Undying Realm and watch his child grow up. However, he didn't live to see that day. "I'm sorry. I've reminded you of something sad." When Lin Feng saw the middle-aged cultivator's pained expression, he immediately knew that his words must have reminded the middle-aged cultivator of something very sad. Therefore, Lin Feng quickly apologized. In fact, he sympathized with the middle-aged cultivator. Such a pair of adorable children had died so miserably. Who wouldn't go crazy in such a situation? Ask yourself this. If it were himself, Lin Feng felt that he would slaughter the entire family. There's no need to apologize. I've already accepted this fact. Right now, I just want to kill that person. The middle-aged cultivator's eyes flashed with a chilling killing intent. Lin Feng remembered what had happened back then. He remembered that the one who had killed the middle-aged cultivator's son and daughter had been wearing the clothes of the Dao Holy Palace. But after that, Lin Feng had never seen that cultivator again. "That guy is an expert from the Dao Saint Palace," Lin Feng said. "I know. I've been looking for him, but I couldn't find any trace of him. If I can't find him, I'll hide in the Dao Saint Palace. Even if I have to pay with my life, I'll cut him into 1,000 pieces." At this point, the middle-aged cultivator couldn't help but clench his fists. His heart was filled with hatred. It was also filled with pain. He missed his child very much, but he would never be able to see his child again. Lin Feng could understand the pain of losing a loved one. Lin Feng still remembered the scene of his third uncle dying to save him. Even though many years had passed, every time he thought of the scene of his third uncle's tragic death, Lin Feng's heart still felt like it was being stabbed. Hatred was Lin Feng's motivation to continue working hard. "Don't be so rash. It's too dangerous to enter the Dao Saint Palace. As long as you're alive, there's always hope," Lin Feng said. "I know. Thank you for the reminder," the middle-aged cultivator replied. "Who's looking for you?" Lin Feng asked. The middle-aged cultivator said, people from the demon world and the Dao Saint Palace. I think the Dao Saint Palace and the demon world have joined forces. Hearing this, Lin Feng was surprised. He hadn't thought there would be people from the demon world apart from the Dao Saint Palace who were looking for the middle-aged man. The demon world was shrouded in a layer of mystery to Lin Feng. Lin Feng asked, why are they looking for you? The middle-aged cultivator fell silent. It was as if he didn't want to talk about it. Lin Feng said, if it's a secret, then don't say it. I'm not someone who likes to pry into other people's secrets. The middle-aged cultivator sighed and said, it's a secret, but to me, I only want revenge. Any treasure or secret is useless to me. I might die at any time. If this item is left with me, it's very likely that my enemies will get it. Rather than that, I'd rather give it to you. What is it? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. The middle-aged cultivator's enemies were hunting him down for this item. It was obvious how extraordinary this item was. Swoosh. There was a flash of light and an item flew out. Lin Feng looked and saw that it was a token. What token is this? Lin Feng asked curiously. The middle-aged cultivator said, this is the Demon Lord token passed down by the 9th Demon Lord. What? Demon Lord token? There's such a thing? What can this token do? Hearing the middle-aged cultivator's words, Lin Feng was shocked and couldn't help but ask curiously. The inheritance of the 9th Demon Lord represents supreme authority. After obtaining the Demon Lord token, one can command many forces in the demon realm. The middle-aged cultivator said. Hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly thought of the True Dragon token he had obtained back then. It seemed to have the same effect as the Demon Lord token. True Dragon token. To be able to command the Dragon Realm. Of course, Lin Feng hadn't gone to the Dragon Realm yet because Lin Feng still didn't know where the Dragon Realm was. The Dragon Realm had always been mysterious. Lin Feng felt that perhaps he could find out the exact location of the Dragon Realm after reaching the Undying Realm. After finding out the exact location of the Dragon Realm, he would head to the Dragon Realm and subdue the various races there. The entire Dragon Realm. It would become one of his territories. The various races of the Dragon Realm would also become his people. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little excited. No wonder those people are chasing after you so crazily. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. The world was full of clamors for benefits. The Demon Lord token had great implications, so the other party naturally wouldn't let the middle-aged cultivator go. Other than commanding the Demon Realm, the Demon Lord token can also lead to the Demon Realm's 5 great treasures. Now that the 5 great treasures have been lost, if you can find the 5 great treasures of the Demon Realm, that would be heaven-defying. Rumor has it that after gathering the 5 great treasures, a cultivator's combat strength would definitely be heaven-defying. If you can fully unleash the power of the 5 great treasures, even those behind the scenes might not be a match for you. The middle-aged cultivator continued. Damn. So powerful? You're exaggerating, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but say. In fact, Lin Feng had also heard of the 5 great treasures of the Demon Realm because the ancient devil ring that Lin Feng had was one of the 5 great treasures of the Demon Realm. The ancient devil ring was mysterious and unfathomable. Even the current Lin Feng had yet to fully explore its secrets. As for the other supreme treasures, Lin Feng didn't know what they were. The only thing he knew was that those supreme treasures were extremely terrifying. Moreover, the origin of those supreme treasures was also incomparably ancient. The middle-aged cultivator replied, I don't know if it's an exaggeration. We'll have to wait until we gather all 5 supreme treasures before we can verify it. Lin Feng asked, what are these 5 supreme treasures? The demonic bead, the demonic mirror, the demonic stone, the demonic ring. There's another treasure that even I don't know. That treasure is really mysterious. Moreover, it had disappeared in the absolute beginning era. Thus, people didn't know what it was. However, according to some legends in the Devil Realm, that treasure can also be sensed through the Devil Master token. The middle-aged cultivator said. Hearing the middle-aged cultivator's words, a look of shock appeared on Lin Feng's face. The demonic bead was also one of the 5 supreme treasures. Didn't that mean that he had already collected 2 of the 5 supreme treasures? Lin Feng still remembered the mysterious woman in the demonic bead. Even now, Lin Feng still didn't know her exact origins. Lin Feng looked at the Devil Master token in the middle-aged cultivator's hand and couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. This Devil Master token seemed to be a little too heaven-defying. It was really a good item. Lin Feng asked, "Uncle, are you really planning to give me the Devil Master token?" "Of course." The middle-aged cultivator nodded and handed the Devil Master token to Lin Feng. Lin Feng started playing with the demon leader's talisman. Following which, Lin Feng channeled his magic power into the Devil Master token. Instantly, he felt as if his soul was being pulled into a mysterious world. That mysterious world was ancient and filled with vicissitudes. In that mysterious world stood 9 ancient existences. They were the 9 mighty existences. They were like immortal gods that had existed since ancient times. They were so powerful and so terrifying. Those 9 existences were none other than the 9 existences. They were the 9 Devil Masters. The Devil Master token was imprinted with the aura of the 9 Devil Masters, and Lin Feng could sense their auras. In the next moment, his divine thought withdrew from the Devil Master token. At that moment, Lin Feng discovered that the demonic bead in his dantian was fluctuating violently. Whoosh! The next moment, the demonic bead flew out and began to revolve around the Devil Master token. This is the legendary demonic bead. When he saw the demonic bead, the middle-aged cultivator couldn't help but exclaim. His face was filled with deep shock, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The demonic bead. It was actually the demonic bead. How many people had tried to find the demonic bead but failed? The demonic bead actually had an owner. The next moment, the runes imprinted on Lin Feng's arm began to fluctuate violently. Next, the ancient devil ring flew out as well. The ancient devil ring also began to revolve around the Devil Master token. After seeing the ancient devil ring fly out, the middle-aged cultivator was so shocked that he couldn't speak coherently. Lin Feng, alone, without the demon leader's talisman, had already collected 2 of the 5 most precious treasures. If this news spread to the devil world, the entire devil world would be shaken, right? Hee. I've had a small fortuitous encounter these past few years. I've obtained 2 of the 5 supreme treasures, Lin Feng grinned. The middle-aged cultivator couldn't help but roll his eyes. How was this a small fortuitous encounter? This was clearly a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter. The middle-aged cultivator said, "You've managed to collect 2 supreme treasures without the Devil Master token. This means that you're fated with the Devil Master token. Now that you've obtained the Devil Master token, I believe that you'll be able to collect the remaining 3 supreme treasures soon enough." "I hope so." A look of anticipation appeared on Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng then asked, "The people from the Dao Saint Palace and the Devil World have teamed up to look for you. It seems that the people from the Dao Saint Palace also want the Devil Master token, right?" The middle-aged cultivator said, "I don't think so. The people from the Dao Saint Palace also know that the Devil Master token is a hot potato. It's not something they should covet. I'm guessing that the people from the Dao Saint Palace want to use the Devil Master token to obtain the 5 supreme treasures. As for the Devil Master token, it belongs to the people from the Devil World. Do the people from the Dao Saint Palace know what the 5 supreme treasures are?" Lin Feng asked. The middle-aged cultivator said, "The Devil Orb, the Devil Mirror, and the Devil Stone. News of these 3 items has spread far and wide, so they should know about them. Very few people know about the Devil Ring, so I'm not sure if they know about it. As for the 5th supreme treasure, I'm sure they don't know about it because I'm not the only one who doesn't know what it is. Even the people from the Devil World don't know what it is." After the middle-aged cultivator's explanation, Lin Feng finally had a more detailed understanding of the Devil Lord token. "Let's part ways here. I have to continue looking for the enemy of the Dao Saint Palace," the middle-aged cultivator said. Lin Feng couldn't help but worry for the middle-aged cultivator. He said, "There will be plenty of opportunities for revenge. There's no need to rush. Now that so many people are looking for Uncle, it's dangerous outside. I think Uncle should avoid them." "I will. Before I kill my enemy, I won't die so easily," the middle-aged cultivator said. He patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said, "Cultivate well. I hope we can meet again in the future. I also hope to meet Uncle." Lin Feng said. The middle-aged cultivator left. He was a very good person. Lin Feng had known this for a long time. In the beginning, he had been constantly killing people out of hatred. Now, he had woken up. Lin Feng hoped that he could kill the person of the Dao Saint Palace. Only then would he be able to gradually free himself from his hatred. After parting with the middle-aged cultivator, Lin Feng continued looking for powerful sacred devils. He needed to collect more sacred devil fruits to increase his cultivation. However, Lin Feng found that the sacred devils had disappeared. After searching for many days, he couldn't find any traces of them. It was very strange. On this day, a terrifying fluctuation came from the depths of the blood refinement grand world. Such a terrifying fluctuation alarmed everyone. Many cultivators quickly flew towards the source of the fluctuation. They entered the underground world and soon, news spread that a sacred devil king was transforming in the underground world. The sacred devil king was the king of the sacred devils. His bloodline was extremely powerful. This sacred devil king had suffered an extremely serious injury in the past, so his cultivation had fallen greatly. He had even fallen below the loose immortal realm. This time, he had recovered to the loose immortal realm. This sacred devil king wasn't someone that ordinary sacred devils could contend against. Once the sacred devil king broke through to the loose immortal realm, his cultivation would be terrifying. A large number of cultivators surrounded the sacred devil king, including some loose immortal realm experts. However, the sacred devil king still managed to escape. The Holy Devil Emperor unleashed a massacre and fled without a trace. Although the Holy Devil Emperor's cultivation base has dropped, his bloodline is simply too powerful. If we use his bloodline to refine the Holy Devil fruit, he'll be able to refine the Holy Devil fruit. If he refined a sacred devil fruit, one sacred devil fruit might be comparable to dozens of ordinary sacred devil fruits. The sacred devil king's memories contained many secrets of the sacred devil tribe. Sacred devil race that disappeared, but they were extremely powerful in the past. That's right. Now, all the major powers have their eyes on the Saint Devil Emperor. It seems that they are determined to kill the Saint Devil Emperor. Countless cultivators were discussing this matter. Indeed, it was as the cultivators had said. Now, countless forces wanted to kill the sacred devil king. However, it wasn't that easy to kill the sacred devil king. In the following period of time, there were constant rumors of cultivators fighting the sacred devil king. The Saint Devil Emperor was very cunning. After killing a group of people, he would immediately leave. He would absolutely not continue to stay in one place. This kind of guerrilla warfare method made many people feel very helpless. Of course, the most helpless thing was that the Saint Devil Emperor knew how to change his appearance. The Sacred Devil King's transformation techniques were strange and unpredictable. Once he transformed into someone else, no one would be able to discover any flaws. Therefore, the Sacred Devil King would often transform into the cultivators of various forces. Then, he would hide in the middle of the various forces and suddenly launch an attack on them. As a result, the various forces had suffered heavy losses. This matter had caused a lot of panic. Fortunately, many cultivators had brought demon-revealing mirrors. After they used the demon-revealing mirrors to protect themselves, the Sacred Devil King became much more obedient. On this day, Lin Feng saw black fog rolling in the distance. A great battle had broken out. When Lin Feng flew over, he saw more than a dozen cultivators besieging 3 sacred devils. The cultivators didn't have much of an advantage in the battle against the 3 sacred devils. The 3 sacred devils laughed eerily. The Dao Saint Palace cultivators absorb the power of the Dao source every day. Even their flesh is fragrant. You will be greatly nourished if you eat it. Shameless boasting. We'll kill you all later. A female cultivator said coldly. The female cultivator who spoke was tall and slender with a beautiful face. She could be considered a top-grade beauty. Her cultivation was clearly extraordinary. Although the Dao Saint Palace cultivators weren't weak, it was obvious that they weren't a match for the 3 sacred devils. They were being suppressed more and more. Lin Feng stood in the distance. He naturally didn't care about the Dao Saint Palace cultivators. He would wait until the 3 sacred devils killed the Dao Saint Palace cultivators before he attacked and killed the 3 sacred devils. At this moment, a red light flashed between heaven and earth. A treasured sword flew out from the red light. The power of the treasured sword was truly terrifying. With a light shake of the void immediately collapsed. The treasured sword slashed towards the 3 holy demons. Pfft, the sound of something being torn apart was suddenly heard. One of the sacred devils was killed by the treasured sword. Oh no, it's an expert from the Dao Saint Palace. Run! The other 2 sacred devils' expressions changed abruptly. They turned and fled. The 2 sacred devils fled separately. This way, their chances of escaping were higher. The treasured sword quickly chased after one of the sacred devils. Pfft, that sacred devil was also killed. At this moment, a sacred devil fled in Lin Feng's direction. Lin Feng slapped at the sacred devil. "You're courting death," the fleeing sacred devil couldn't help but shout. Its sharp claws clawed at Lin Feng. Bang, with a violent collision, Lin Feng and the fleeing sacred devil collided. The fleeing sacred devil's body exploded. Lin Feng refined the sacred devil into a sacred devil fruit. At this moment, a woman flew over from afar. She was also from the Dao Saint Palace. She was tall and wore a long red dress. She was also extremely beautiful. She looked somewhat similar to the woman who was leading the group. "Senior sister." The group bowed to the woman. "Big sister." The female cultivator who was originally the leader of the group also bowed to the woman. However, she called the woman big sister. It seemed that they were sisters. The woman nodded, indicating that there was no need to be so courteous. Then, she walked towards Lin Feng and said, "Brother, you're really powerful. You killed a subimmortal holy devil so easily." "I'm Xiao Rushuan. May I know your name?" Lin Feng looked at Xiao Rushuan indifferently. He didn't have a good impression of the Dao Saint Palace. Therefore, he wasn't interested in befriending them. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with the woman. Just as he was about to leave, Xiao Rushuan's younger sister suddenly exclaimed, "Sister, the sect has found the whereabouts of the Holy Devil Emperor. They're summoning us." Lin Feng stopped when he heard the female cultivator's words. The people of the Dao Saint Palace were really resourceful. They actually managed to find the demonic Saint Emperor. He could make use of these people and follow them to find the Holy Devil Emperor. In fact, Lin Feng knew this as well. Now, ordinary Saint Devil fruits had limited effect on his cultivation. He needed to find a Sage Devil fruit of the immortal realm. Only then could he raise his cultivation. The Holy Devil fruits he had obtained before were only subimmortal Holy Devil fruits. Lin Feng had only killed the Holy Devil Emperor casually. Lin Feng didn't necessarily choose to refine a subimmortal Holy Devil fruit. This was because even if he refined it, the effects on his body wouldn't be particularly ideal. Therefore, he might as well leave it for his woman. However, the Holy Devil fruit formed by the Holy Devil Emperor was different. Even the Holy Devil fruits formed by the loose immortal Holy Devils couldn't be compared to the Holy Devil Emperor's Holy Devil fruit. They weren't even on the same level. Apart from the Holy Demon Emperor's Holy Demon fruit, the Holy Demon Emperor also knew many secrets. Lin Feng knew that if he could suppress the Holy Demon Emperor, he would be able to obtain many benefits. "Young master, do you want to join us to deal with the Holy Devil Emperor? We'll definitely give you a share of the loot." Xiao Rushuan invited. "I'll do as you say." Lin Feng cupped his fists. Then, the group quickly rushed to the rendezvous point. On the way, Lin Feng introduced himself. The two of them could be considered acquaintances, and they chatted a lot along the way. Lin Feng obtained a lot of information from Xiao Rushuan. When Lin Feng had been searching for holy devils, he hadn't been able to find any traces of holy devils. The first reason was that a large number of holy devils had died during this period of time. The second reason was that when the Holy Devil Emperor was born, about 100 holy devils had sacrificed themselves to help the Holy Devil Emperor transcend his tribulation. There weren't many holy devils left to begin with. After sacrificing themselves to help the Holy Devil Emperor emerge, there were very few holy devils left. Moreover, most of their cultivations were not particularly strong. Upon hearing this news, Lin Feng's mood was actually quite bad. Because he was still thinking of killing more holy devils to break through his cultivation. The holy devil fruit of the subimmortal realm was no longer of much use. Lin Feng could only kill holy devils of the itinerant immortal realm and above to help him break through. But now, it seemed like this was just an extravagant hope. Even if he could kill the holy devil emperor, he probably wouldn't be able to break through with just the holy devil fruit. After all, Lin Feng was different from ordinary people. Lin Feng's accumulation was too great. It was too difficult for him to break through. Is Lin Gongzi thinking of breaking through with the holy devil fruit? Xia Rushuan was a meticulous person. She couldn't help but ask. That's right. Lin Feng nodded. With Lin Gongzi's cultivation, if he joins our Dao Saint Palace, he'll definitely be able to obtain the position of a deacon. The position of a deacon is already quite high. He'll be given some Dao source every year. With the Dao source, breaking through won't be a problem. Xia Rushuan said. Dao source? What's that? Lin Feng asked curiously. It's a type of great Dao origin created by the ancient weapon Heavenly Dao Limitless Diagram. After devouring it, it'll be of great help to one's cultivation. There's a Dao Source Immortal Palace in our Dao Saint Palace. It's said that the Dao Source Immortal Palace stores the Dao Source Immortal Palace that has been formed over tens of thousands of years. It's the most sacred place in our Dao Saint Palace. Xia Rushuan said. Dao Source Immortal Palace? Lin Feng's eyelids twitched. What a great opportunity, what a great opportunity. Originally, Lin Feng was still worried that he wouldn't be able to break through to Emperor Realm with the help of the Holy Devil Fruit. But now that he knew of another way to break through, he was delighted. Should he sneak into the Dao Saint Palace and think of a way to rob the Dao Source Immortal Palace? Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. Hee, this trip to the Dao Saint Palace is inevitable, the Demon Lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Demon Lord, you want to devour the Dao Source Immortal Palace's Dao Source Immortal Palace too? Lin Feng asked curiously. Of course, I've heard of this Dao Source before. It's extremely effective. If we can obtain enough Dao Source Immortal Palace's Dao Source, we can all break through. Bibi, Xiaolong, Emperor Archaic, the Immemorial Ancestral Insect, the Dragon Rabbit, the Insect Swarm, and even your avatar can break through. The Dao Saint Palace's Dao Source Immortal Palace has been accumulating for tens of thousands of years. It's definitely enough for us. The Demon Lord chuckled. Lin Feng couldn't help but look forward to it. He couldn't wait to rob the Dao Source Immortal Palace. He looked at Xia Rushuan and said, after we kill the Saint Devil Queen, I'll have to trouble you to introduce me. Of course. Xia Rushuan said with a smile. Soon, they arrived at another area. Many cultivators from the Dao Saint Palace were gathered here. Senior brother Yang Longtian, after arriving, a group of people bowed to a young man. This person was no ordinary person. It was said that he was one of the top 10 disciples of the Dao Saint Palace and was a super genius. Although he was only a sub-immortal, it was said that he could fight against a rogue immortal. Although he wasn't as heaven-defying as Di Jui, it was still terrifying enough. Yang Longtian nodded. Suddenly, Yang Longtian frowned slightly. He looked at Lin Feng in the crowd. This was his first time seeing Lin Feng, so he was unfamiliar with Lin Feng. Who's this? Yang Longtian asked. Xia Rushuan said, Senior brother, this is Lin Feng, Lin Gongzi, a friend of mine. He's very strong and will soon join the Dao Saint Palace, so I brought him along to kill the Saint Devil King. Yang Longtian suddenly snorted and said, so he's not a disciple of the Dao Saint Palace yet? Since he's not a disciple of the Dao Saint Palace, what right does he have to participate? There are many experts in the Dao Saint Palace, so there's no need for outsiders to participate. After that, Yang Longtian turned to look at Lin Feng and said coldly, Kid, there's nothing for you to do here. You can scram now. Xia Rushuan's expression turned grave when she heard Yang Longtian humiliating Lin Feng. This was because she had already said that Lin Feng was her friend. Yang Longtian could ask Lin Feng to leave, but there was no need for him to speak so harshly. In fact, there was a reason why Yang Longtian did not give Xia Rushuan any face. Firstly, Yang Longtian was a cultivator under Di Jue. Xiao Rushuan, on the other hand, was under another genius from the Dao Saint Palace who had a chance to fight for the position of palace master in the future. Therefore, on the surface, both parties might consider that they were disciples of the same sect and would not directly fall out with each other. However, they would secretly fight to the death. Secondly, Di Jue had broken through to the bodiless immortal realm earlier. This had greatly boosted the morale of the Dao Saint Palace cultivators who had sided with Di Jue. With Di Jue's support, these people were a little complacent. Senior brother Yang. What do you mean by this? Xiao Rushuan's beautiful face turned cold. Although Xiao Rushuan was not ranked in the top 10 of the Dao Saint Palace disciples, she was still ranked in the top 10. However, she was also a figure in the top 20, and her status was quite extraordinary. Yang Longtian did not give Xiao Rushuan any face. Naturally, she was enraged. She went tit for tat with Yang Longtian. The surrounding Dao Saint Palace disciples were shocked. They did not expect Yang Longtian and Xiao Rushuan to argue at this time. Both of them had extraordinary statuses in the sect. It would be fine if they were just having a small argument. However, if they were to fight, the implications would be too great. Junior sister Xia, remember your identity. You're from the Dao Saint Palace. What? Are you going to help an outsider deal with your senior brother in the sect? Everyone in the sect is watching. Yang Longtian said nonchalantly. This fellow had a knife hidden in his smile. He looked extremely sinister. His words were like a needle hidden in silk floss. If Xiao Rushuan insisted on arguing with Yang Longtian, she would inevitably be criticized. Lin Feng said. Fairy. Let me deal with this matter. Xiao Rushuan looked at Lin Feng. When she saw Lin Feng's confident expression, she thought of Lin Feng's powerful strength and nodded. She also wanted to see how Lin Feng would deal with this matter. Come here, said Lin Feng to Yang Longtian, beckoning him with his finger. It was as if he was ordering his servants around. Usually, it was extremely impolite to beckon others to go over with a finger. This sort of behavior was extremely offensive. What more now? This was an extremely sensitive time. Therefore, when they saw Lin Feng beckoning Yang Longtian over with his finger, the corners of their mouths twitched violently. As one of the top 10 disciples of the Dao Saint Palace, Yang Longtian's strength was unfathomable. His prestige among the disciples was extremely high. That was why Lin Feng looked down on him so much. Naturally, Yang Longtian was furious. Brat, do you know what you are doing? Yang Longtian looked coldly at Lin Feng, his eyes flashing with killing intent. If one's gaze could kill someone, Lin Feng had probably been killed 1,000,000 times by Yang Longtian's ferocious gaze. Lin Feng said coldly. I asked you to come over. Didn't you hear me? Are your ears not working? Is this brat crazy? This brat dares to humiliate senior brother Yang Longtian like this. I think he's just digging his own grave. This brat is too arrogant, but he seems to have chosen the wrong person to be arrogant against. Just wait and see, this brat is dead meat. The disciples of the Dao Saint Palace started to discuss. Many people felt that Lin Feng was digging his own grave. Offending Yang Longtian would definitely not end well. Digging your own grave. Digging your own grave. You're really digging your own grave. This is the first time I've seen someone digging their own grave like you. Yang Longtian looked coldly at Lin Feng, his eyes flashing with killing intent. He took a step forward and walked towards Lin Feng. His body exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Many disciples of the Dao Saint Palace who were closer felt the terrifying aura from Yang Longtian's body and couldn't help but tremble. How dare you boast that you can destroy an ant with a flick of a finger? Lin Feng said indifferently. His words were too pretentious. Many people couldn't help but smile bitterly after hearing Lin Feng's words. Let's not talk about Lin Feng's cultivation first. Lin Feng's ability to anger others was definitely second to none. Yang Longtian was so angry at Lin Feng that his body trembled. Brat, I'll take your life. Yang Longtian roared and sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Yang Longtian unleashed a powerful divine ability. His ability was called the Great Heaven-Shattering Palm. It was rumored to be a powerful ability created by a titled god during the era of titled gods. Once this divine ability was unleashed, it would be extremely dangerous. It would destroy Buddha if it met Buddha, destroy God if it met God. It was powerful. It was shocking. Yang Longtian instantly arrived in front of Lin Feng. His terrifying palm strike was about to hit Lin Feng. That brat won't be killed by senior brother Yang Longtian's palm strike, right? That's really possible. Discussions broke out everywhere. Many people felt that Lin Feng might not even be able to take a single strike from Yang Longtian and would be beaten to death. Isn't Lin Gongzi underestimating his opponent too much? Xiao Rushuan couldn't help but worry for Lin Feng. She knew that Lin Feng was very strong. But Yang Longtian was too terrifying. Yang Longtian's attack was about to hit Lin Feng, but Lin Feng still hadn't prepared any ability. Xiao Rushuan felt that Lin Feng was too careless this time. He was still so careless when facing an expert like Yang Longtian. He would probably suffer a great loss. Scram. Facing Yang Longtian's attack, Lin Feng didn't even make a move. He just shouted coldly and a powerful aura spread out. Lin Feng's terrifying aura directly hit Yang Longtian's body. Yang Longtian's attack was instantly interrupted. As for Yang Longtian himself, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. His body flew backward and he coughed up blood in midair. Oh my God, what did I just see? Impossible, this is impossible. My eyes must be playing tricks on me, right? Many cultivators couldn't help but exclaim. They didn't dare to believe what they were seeing. Yang Longtian was an existence that could challenge rogue immortals, but he couldn't withstand Lin Feng's aura. This was too inconceivable. P.S. There was a mistake in the previous chapter. Lin Feng broke through to the Holy Emperor realm. It was written as breaking through to the Emperor Grandmaster realm, but it has been corrected. Brothers and sisters, please come to QQ to read or subscribe to the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Technique. It's more than 10 yuan a month, please. Life isn't easy. My wife is about to give birth, I want to earn some money for milk powder. I can't believe he's so powerful. Xiao Rushuan's pretty face was filled with shock and emotion. Lin Feng's strength had deeply shaken her to the core. Xiao Rushuan had a feeling that everything was unreal. Xiao Rushuan's younger sister and the others were just as shocked as Xiao Rushuan. Lin Feng's strength had overturned everything they knew. In their memories, Lin Feng was a young cultivator, but he had such combat strength. There were very few people like him. Even the top 10 disciples of the Dao Saint Palace could not do this. There were a few geniuses in the Dao Saint Palace who had broken through the Godstone and walked out. Only they could do this. This can't be real. This can't be real. This can't be real. Yang Longtian simply couldn't accept what was happening. He kept yelling, and had already lost his composure. It was no wonder. He was such a proud person, but now, all of his dignity had been trampled on by Lin Feng. This feeling almost drove him crazy. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Yang Longtian's eyes turned blood red. Yang Longtian, who had always been smooth sailing, had suffered such a heavy blow. He could not take it anymore. He swore. No matter what, he had to kill Lin Feng. He wanted revenge, and the only way was to kill Lin Feng. Only then could he avenge himself. Yang Longtian's body started burning. He was burning his essence blood to increase his combat strength. He was burning his essence blood to kill Lin Feng. Blazing sun burns the sky. Yang Longtian roared as he condensed a huge blazing sun. The blazing sun burned fiercely. Every time it burned, the terrifying light of the sun would distort the void. The blazing sun pressed down on Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered. You don't know what's good for you. I didn't kill you just now out of respect for Fairy Xiao Rushuan. If you want to die, I don't mind taking your life. Lin Feng's voice was extremely cold. He reached out his hand and slapped at Yang Longtian. A huge energy handprint condensed in the void. The energy palm instantly shattered Yang Longtian's condensed divine ability. Then, he charged at Yang Longtian. Spare me, spare me. Yang Longtian screamed in horror. That energy handprint was simply too terrifying. Yang Longtian simply couldn't contend against it. After sensing the energy handprint's aura, Yang Longtian was shocked. Yang Longtian felt a deep sense of despair. Lin Feng looked indifferent, ignoring Yang Longtian's pleas. He was about to kill Yang Longtian. Suddenly, a voice resounded. Fellow Taoist. My disciple offended you and acted recklessly. Even 10 deaths wouldn't be enough to atone for his sins. However, I hope that you can spare him on account of his youth and ignorance. What do you think? After hearing this voice, Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Yang Longtian's lifespan was around 30,000 years old. His own was only a little over 100 years old. Lin Feng was rather speechless when the owner of this voice said that he would spare Yang Longtian on account of his youth and ignorance. Of course, Lin Feng didn't continue to attack Yang Longtian. The person who had spoken was definitely an expert at the level of a wandering immortal, and his cultivation level seemed to be rather high. Lin Feng dispersed the palm in the void and looked to his left. An old man stepped out of the void. Forefather, upon seeing the old man, the Dao Saint Palace's disciples all bowed to him. Lin Feng had heard that there were at least a dozen immortals in the Dao Saint Palace. To the disciples of the Dao Saint Palace, these immortals were naturally on the same level as the forefather. At this moment, everyone was extremely shocked because this ancestor called the young cultivator fellow Taoist. Didn't that mean that in the forefather's eyes, the young cultivator was on the same level as the forefather? Thinking of this, many people's hearts couldn't help but set off monstrous waves. Who are you? Lin Feng glanced at the old man and asked. I am Wu Yazi of the Dao Saint Palace. How should I address you, fellow Taoist? The old man asked with cupped fists. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Many people tried to recall this name, hoping to find someone like him in their memories. However, no one found anything. Wu Yazi said. So it's fellow Taoist Lin. My apologies. He then looked at Yang Longtian and said, You bastard, why aren't you kowtowing and apologizing to fellow Taoist Lin? I was wrong. Please forgive me, senior. Yang Longtian snapped out of his daze. Even the forefather was on the same level as this person. What was he to this cultivator? Thus, Yang Longtian cowed out and begged for mercy. He used a lot of force and banged his head loudly on the ground. Since fellow Taoist Wu is begging for mercy, I'll spare your worthless life. Remember, don't be so arrogant in the future. Lin Feng said coldly. Yes. This junior will remember. Yang Longtian quickly said. Now, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. His little life was saved. Many people smiled bitterly. The Dao Saint Palace was a terrifying power. Who would dare to offend it? But now, one of the top 10 disciples of the Dao Saint Palace was kowtowing and apologizing. After being forgiven, he even had a happy expression. This made everyone feel complicated. Fellow Taoist Lin, there are 2 other fellow Taoists waiting for me not far away. Why don't you come with me? If we work together to kill the Saint Devil Emperor, we can share all of his secrets. What do you think, fellow Taoist Lin? Wu Yazi asked. No problem. Lin Feng nodded. It was impossible for the disciples of the Dao Saint Palace to kill the Saint Devil Emperor. At most, they could only gather information. Wu Yazi then looked at the group of disciples of Dao Saint Palace and said, I already know about the news of the Holy Demon Emperor. All of you can leave now. Don't go to the place where the Holy Demon Emperor appears. Yes, ancestor, the disciples of the Dao Saint Palace hurriedly said. They originally wanted to kill the Saint Devil Emperor, but now that the ancestor had spoken, they naturally didn't dare to disobey. Fellow Taoist Lin, let's go now. Wu Yazi said with a smile. All right. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng then left with Wu Yazi. After they left, the disciples of the Dao Saint Palace were in an uproar. Sister, that Lin Gongzi is so powerful. I wonder if he'll join the Dao Saint Palace. If he does, can you help me and Lin Gongzi be together? Xiao Rushuan's younger sister was called Xiao Ruyue. She walked to Xiao Rushuan's side and whispered. End of chapter 4285. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.